As the final pieces fall into place, Bella must face the ultimate test. Will she rise as the key to harmony or the harbinger of chaos? Welcome to the final chapter of this incredible journey here at Grimoire Audiobooks. Today, we bring you Part 5, Chapters 41 to 51 of Bella Hale, the thrilling Twilight fanfiction by JulesSC. In this climactic finale, secrets are exposed, relationships are put to the ultimate test, and Bella's destiny is decided once and for all. Disclaimer: this audiobook is a transformative work inspired by Stephanie Meyer's Twilight series. All original characters, settings, and trademarks belong to their respective owners. This reading is created purely for entertainment purposes, with no copyright infringement intended. As we delve into the final chapters of Bella Hale, every thread of the tale comes together in an epic crescendo. Bella's choices will determine not only her fate, but the future of those she loves most. With love, loyalty, and survival on the line, this is a conclusion you won't forget. The Twilight fandom continues to thrive, with whispers of a potential Twilight saga reboot reigniting interest in fan creations like Bella Hale. This story is a shining example of how fans expand on beloved universes, adding new dimensions and perspectives. JulesSC has captivated readers with their extraordinary storytelling, bringing depth and emotion to the world of Twilight. Their exploration of Bella's connection to the Hale family is a testament to their creativity and understanding of the fandom's heart. So, sit back, relax, and savor the grand finale of Bella Hale by JulesSC at Grimoire Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more immersive literary adventures. If this video gets 12 likes and 12 comments, our next story is just around the corner. 41. Coming to Terms. Edward's POV. Newton's outraged thoughts followed us into the cafeteria. He stood frozen in the same spot, staring after us as we headed in. His mind was a mess as he tried to decipher if Bella and I were a couple like the rest of our family, or if our plans were platonic. After a while, he decided that it was platonic. They have some sort of freaky connection. Everyone knows that. It's why Jess pretends to like Bella, so she could get on her good side and seduce Edward. I rolled my eyes. Yes, our connection was a very immense one that even strangers couldn't miss. I just didn't think there was any being on Earth stupid enough to believe that Jessica's plan would work. Newton started thinking of plans on how to seduce Bella, most of which included Bella being completely infatuated with him. By the end of his fantasies, his imaginary Bella would have stripped off all her clothes. His imagination was driving me insane. I didn't let go of Bella's hand as we followed the others. Emmett and Rosalie took the lead, his arm around her waist as they grinned at each other. Every now and again, they would lean in and kiss one another. Emmett's mind was already following a much lurid path. They were followed by Alice and Jasper. Jasper was focusing on not killing anyone and on trying not to get an overload of emotions in the cafeteria. He looked as if he was in pain. Alice was trying to soothe him, reaching out to kiss his cheek and whispering calming words to him. Occasionally, he would give her a smile as he calmed slightly. I looked worried over at Bella as I heard her sighing as we walked behind Jazz and Alice towards the lunch line. I smiled slightly when she started to swing our entwined hands together. I could see the frustration in her eyes, though. "What is it, love?" I asked, my brows furrowing as I looked at her concernedly. She smiled at me, but I could see how forced it was. "Nothing important, Edward," she said half-heartedly. I gave her a disbelieving look, and she relented. She bit her lip, hesitating. "I was just thinking how I was getting tired of having to dodge Mike around all the time," I admitted. So that was what was bothering her. I knew she was more concerned with hurting his feelings. I caught another flash of his thoughts of her in an outfit I wouldn't care to explain. I felt a growl building up in my chest. She really shouldn't worry about hurting him. In fact, she should hurt him badly. Or better yet, she should let me do the honors. I wanted Newton to leave Bella alone. How many times could a girl say no to a guy before he understood that she didn't want to be with him? Honestly, were all humans this dense? I thought back to Jasper's suggestion during movie night. Show them she's yours, he'd advised. Could I really do that? In front of not only the entire student body, whom I couldn't care less for, but in front of Rosalie? Not to mention the fact that I had no idea what Bella would say to this. Well, there's only one way to find out, I told myself. The voice in my head sounded a lot more confident than I actually felt. I smiled brightly at her. I was thinking of that, and I have come up with the perfect solution, I announced. She gave me a wary look. And what would that perfect solution be? She asked tentatively, as if she was afraid to hear my idea. I grinned at her, but didn't answer. I stopped walking and spun her around with our entwined hands. She gasped, eyes widening, as I wrapped my free arm around her waist and leaned down. Her breathing grew ragged as she realized what I was about to do. I heard the soft whisper of my name on her lips before our lips met. I pressed my lips on her sweetly, but I didn't let go of her or release her lips. Instead, I pressed for more. I felt her leaning into me, and I held her tighter, knowing that she was having one of her moments where she would just fall to the floor and bring me down with her if I let her go. I felt her arms snaking around my neck as she held onto me. She slid her hand into my hair, and it took all I had not to rush her out of the cafeteria and bring her all the way to our meadow, just for some time alone together. I smiled into our kiss, feeling her enthusiasm and hearing her pounding heart going faster and faster by the minute. She pressed herself further into me. We were both forgetting where we were and the people surrounding us. The thought that I was trying to show the world that Bella was mine almost flew out the window until I heard Lauren uttering a high-pitched, "Oh my God." I finally pulled back and she leaned into me. We were both breathing hard. I recognized the look on Bella's face. She was trying to calm her heartbeat. I did a quick check on everyone's thoughts, starting with my family. She's growing up. She's growing up. I promised I'd back off. Don't kill Edward. She's growing up, Rosalie chanted in her head. Whoa, didn't know what he had it in him. Wonder what else he does with our baby angel. I'll kill him if he does anything before they get married, though. No offense, Eddie. I ignored Emmett's nickname for me and inclined my head slightly to show him I acknowledged his protective big brother threat. It was only fair. I knew everyone in our family would kill anyone who tried to hurt Bella. Now, remember, this was my plan. Thank me with a car, Jasper thought smugly. If I started cheering, would Bella forgive me? Oh, who cares? I'll just take her shopping so she'll forgive me, Alice thought. I decided on destroying all her credit cards if she cheered, and she pouted. You're no fun, Edward, she complained silently. I turned to look at Bella once more. She still looked like she was in a daze, a silly smile on her face. I chuckled, brushing a finger gently on her cheek. Her eyes widened as she came back down to earth and realized just where we were. She looked up at me. She looked out at the student mass of Forks High, all of whom were staring at us. Bella looked a little anxious as she stared right back at them. She looked back at me, still smiling at her, a sheepish look on my face. A small smile made its way onto her lips. I watched it grow as she gazed at me. I leaned my forehead against hers and held both her hands in mine. I brought one pair of our entwined hands to my chest and the other to her cheek so that I could touch her warm, blushing skin. Are you very angry with me? I whispered. I only wanted to let them know that you... I kissed her forehead. I kissed the tip of her nose gently. Mine, I said, brushing my lips on hers once more for a very brief kiss. Bella blushed even deeper, and I almost groaned at the warmth of her skin. No, she whispered back. I'm not angry. I grinned widely at her. So, you don't mind that everyone's staring? I asked, brows furrowing. I really hadn't thought out this plan, and I wouldn't want Bella to be angry with me. I knew she hated the attention, and the cafeteria was still silent as they watched us. She shook her head slightly, not wanting to break away from me.
I was more than happy about that. No.
I could do without the attention, she said, sweeping her gaze around at the still shocked students. But I'm happy we get to do this now. I nuzzled her nose with mine, and then dropped one of her hands. I led her to the lunch line, the quiet murmur of students rising steadily as they began to shake themselves out of their stupor.
No.
She's already getting the attention. Now she's dating Cullen? How unfair is that? Lauren screamed. I heard her silently debating if she should come up to Bella and slap her. I draped my arm protectively around Bella as she got herself a tray of food. Be Bella and Edward? No, but I want Edward. Jessica thought childishly. I can't believe it. Is that even legal? Don't they share the same parents?
Totally EW.
I chuckled, pressing my lips to Bella's temple as we walked towards our usual table. The rest of the family was already there. Bella's supposed to be mine. What, so Cullen just walked in, kissed her, and that's it? Newton's voice blared louder than the rest. Emmett clapped me on the back, grinning like a fool. Way to go, Eddie. He congratulated me. I shoved his hand away, though I couldn't help the smile on my face. Emmett, you know I hate being called that. I reminded him, my voice as stern as it could be at the moment. He snorted. Yeah, you look real upset, buddy, he joked. Bella was still blushing hard when Alice squealed and launched at her from across the table. This is so great, she gushed. You know what this means. Bella shot Alice a horrified look. Oh no, please not shopping. Alice giggled and shook her head. Bella sighed, smiling in relief. Spa day, Alice announced. Bella flinched, shooting me a pleading look. I laughed and stroked her hair gently. What do you expect me to do? You know nothing can stop Alice, I said softly. Bella sighed in defeat. Possibly the most dangerous thing to walk on earth, she muttered, slapping away Alice's hand as gently as she could. Any harder, and she would just injure herself. Alice's eyes suddenly widened, and she smiled at Bella and I. She settled back into her seat. Before any of us could ask her, the sound of footsteps approaching alerted us to someone coming closer. Hey, Bella. Angela's voice grew louder as she approached our table. She looked uncomfortable. Jessica was next to her, one arm linked with Angela. It was obvious that she was dragging Angela to our table, as much as she was trying to make it look natural. Bella smiled at Angela. Their friendship had really grown in the past few months. Hey, Ange. What's up? She asked innocently. Angela sighed softly, though I could hear it. She sounded exasperated. Jessica just wanted dash. Jessica nudged Angela not so subtly in the ribs. I just wanted, she amended, a hint of sarcasm in her normally kind voice. To say hi. Bella noticed Jessica's nudge, as well, and nodded her head slowly.
Oh.
Well, hello, she smiled, sharing a knowing look with Angela. Angela rolled her eyes and looked pointedly at Jessica, though she didn't notice. She was too busy glaring at Bella and smiling at me. I think she was trying to be flirtatious. I averted my gaze, looking instead at my personal angel. Bella sensed my discomfort, our connection working its way again, and leaned into me. She took my hand and held onto it. How can he even like her? She's so plain. Whenever that Alice Cullen isn't around, she always dresses in, like, jeans and stuff. It's obvious she doesn't fit in with them. If he chose me, I'd fit it so well. I ignored Jessica's thoughts and her presence. I could tell she was growing annoyed, though. Bella, too, didn't acknowledge Jessica. They were somewhat friends, though Bella saw through Jessica's pretenses. She just didn't call her bluff because Bella didn't like attention. Instead, Bella smiled at Angela and peered over at the table where Angela normally sat. "Where's Ben?" she asked teasingly. It was common knowledge to everyone but Ben that Angela liked him. I thought it fit. Ben was a perfectly nice boy who didn't gawk or have lurid thoughts about every single girl he saw. He was decent. And Angela was such a kind girl. They would make a wonderful pair. They both liked each other, confirmed by both their thoughts and their confessions to Bella. They just didn't know the other liked each other, and Bella couldn't tell because she promised. I found it intriguing. When Bella and I hadn't gotten together, I couldn't care less. But now I was more carefree. I didn't have a care in the world. Their little crush on each other was interesting. Angela blushed and looked shyly at her feet. "He's sick today. I was thinking of giving him his homework after school," she mumbled. "Just giving him homework, Ange?" Bella laughed, pulling her friend to sit next to her. Angela laughed right along. "Bella, stop. I don't even know." Angela shook her head. "I'm probably way too tall for him or something." She made a face. "I'm freakish, aren't I?" Bella giggled and shook her head. "Of course not. Look at Emmett," she joked, jabbing a finger at her brother. Angela laughed. She had come to speaking terms with most of us. We weren't close, but the occasional hellos were exchanged whenever we saw each other. Emmett scowled playfully at Bella. "Hey, I resent that. These are all used to lure the ladies," he drawled. Angela and Bella shared a look and burst into laughter. Rosalie smacked Emmett upside the head. I smiled lovingly at Bella. I loved seeing her so happy. She had picked right where she had left off with Angela, though they both hadn't remembered much from when they were little. Their personalities were a lot alike, so they had become instant friends. Jessica cleared her throat, and all of us looked at her. She looked a little startled by the attention. She put herself together and shot me an envious look. "So, Bella," she said, shooting looks between Bella and you and Edward. She said this as if it explained everything. In a way, I supposed it did. It wasn't as if Bella and I weren't expecting some people to ask. I suppose Jessica was just the first one to ask. Bella looked slightly anxious, but mostly amused. "Yes?" she asked, playing right along. Jessica stared incredulously at Bella, as if she couldn't believe Bella didn't just start squealing at the top of her lungs. "You're together," she stated, not bothering to hide her envy. Bella nodded her head and snuggled deeper into my chest. "Yes, we are," she answered simply. What is wrong with her? I need details. Maybe she doesn't feel comfortable saying all this in front of Edward Cullen. "That's just wow," Jessica said, giving Bella a bright, fake smile. Bella gripped my hand tighter. I knew she was irritated. She hated it whenever someone wasn't being honest with her. "Yes, I suppose it is," she answered mildly. Jessica looked about ready to explode at the lack of gossip heading her way. "So, how long have you two been sucking face?" "Going out," she finished her question more subtly. Bella shot me a look and smiled. "A while," I answered for her. I knew she was still guilty about what happened with Gabriel. I didn't want her to be upset.
"A while?"
What sort of an answer is that? I bet she cheated on Gabriel, Jessica thought arrogantly. I gave her a glare, and she backed down. I'll just go then," she said. No one said a word to protest or acknowledge that she had spoken at all. Jessica scowled. "Come on, Angela," she said snottily. Angela gave her a small smile. "I think I'll stay here," she said, shrugging and turning back to Bella. "So, my parents are going out of town the whole weekend and I'm babysitting the twins," she told Bella. Bella smiled widely at her friend. "You must love that, an entire weekend with those two," she chuckled, knowing Angela's soft spot for her little brothers. Angela nodded her head. Yeah, I wanted to take them to the beach, but it was going to rain this weekend. She frowned. I don't know. The twins were upset because they had to miss the class trip to the zoo. Chicken pox. It's kind of funny, Jim got it and 2 hours later, Tim has it. Bella laughed.
Please.
Don't even mention chicken pox. She shuddered at the memory of her own experience. Angela noticed this and grinned. Bad memory? Oh, yeah, Bella confirmed, her voice grim. Emmett snorted. Remember when you wouldn't let Edward in your room, 'cause you look like a polka dress? Bella shot him a glare. No childhood memories, Em, she warned him. Or the Jeep gets it. He immediately sobered up and matched her glare with his own. Angela giggled. Really, Bella? She asked amusedly. Polka dress? Bella blushed and pouted. I was 7, she defended. All I knew was that I looked a lot like the dress Alice insisted on buying for me. I smiled and pressed my lips to her flaming cheek. I thought it was adorable, I whispered. Bella buried her face in my chest, still blushing.
Ah.
They're so in love. It's great. I knew Bella and Edward would get together. Even when Gabriel was around, they were always so lost in their own little world. I'm glad she's so happy. She deserves it, Angela thought as she looked at us. Touched by her thoughts, I gave her a smile. She returned it. Bella, she called out a little nervously. I frowned at the direction her thoughts were heading. Bella looked over at Angela. I don't know if you've heard. They finally decided to sell Chief Swan's house, she said. I knew for a fact that they had kept Charlie and Renee Swan's house empty after all these years because they wanted to preserve their memory. Pretty much everything was left intact since the accident, but they had to sell it at some point. Bella froze at this and gripped my hand tighter. They are, she whispered. Angela nodded and patted Bella's shoulder comfortingly. Yeah, she said quietly. They're having a garage sale this Saturday. I just wanted you to know, Bella. You could probably get whatever you want there, you know? Technically, the stuff inside is yours. I'm sure they wouldn't mind it if you wanted some things. Bella nodded her head, biting her lip. I'll think about it, she said, her voice strangled. Thanks for telling me, and the bell rung, signaling the end of lunchtime. Angela reached over and hugged Bella. I'm here for you, she said quietly. The two smiled at each other. Angela waved and left the table. Bella sat still, unmoving. I pulled her close to me, and she rested her head on my chest. I could smell the salt as tears started to pool behind her eyes. Didn't you get the house? I asked quietly. She shook her head. I don't know. I don't think so. They can't sell it if I own it, right? She whimpered. I leaned down and pressed my lips to her forehead. We could get it if you wish, I whispered. It's not a problem for us, you know that. Bella stayed silent, the tears flowing freely now. I shot my family a look. I'm taking her to the car, I murmured. Rosalie nodded her head and swiftly kissed Bella's cheek. It'll be all right, baby, she whispered, stroking Bella's pale, wet cheek gently. Jasper sent some peace and serenity Bella's way. We made it to the parking lot without anyone seeing us. I gently guided her into the Volvo, climbing in the back seat with her so that I could hold her. Once we were inside, I pulled her into a tight hug. Bella's shoulders shook a little as she cried. I let her cry, occasionally pressing kisses on her forehead. She stopped after a while and wiped at her eyes. I'm sorry, she croaked out. I shook my head. You have nothing to be sorry for, I whispered, brushing back her hair. Even now, I felt a pang of sadness whenever I thought of my parents. They had died 90 years ago. If the pain was still there for me, of course Bella still felt it. She sighed and shook her head. I have a great life, Edward, she said quietly, but I'm not ready to let them go. My offer still stands, I told her firmly. She gave me a small smile and shook her head. I don't think so, it would be unnecessary. I think I want to visit the house. Before Saturday, you know? I don't want to see it with people milling around. I nodded my head, understanding her need for closure. Do you want me to accompany you? I asked her, softly brushing my lips over hers. I knew simple touches like these calmed her. Her touch did the same for me all the time. Bella smiled up at me. Would you please? She whispered. Of course, Bella, I replied. You don't even have to ask. She gripped me tighter, burying her face in the crook of my neck. She started to breathe in deeply. I also knew that my scent calmed her. It was ironic since my scent was supposed to lure her in while I made my move to kill her kind. I liked it better this way. I felt her warm breath on my neck as she whispered a teary, "Thank you." Bella's POV. I stared at the two-story house in front of me, not even breathing. Edward had driven me out of school and straight to my old house as soon as I had said, "I'm ready." Edward had been amazing. He called the school, imitated Carlisle's voice, which was uncanny, and told them that he and I needed to get home because of a family emergency. Of course, no one questioned the word of Dr. Carlisle Cullen. He had also made sure that we would have my old house to myself for a few hours. Apparently, Charlie and Renee had never drawn up a will, so the house was just left standing on its own for the past 10 years. The good people in Forks had decided to keep it intact in memory of their beloved police chief Swan and dearest wife. It was time for them to let go and sell the house, though. In other words, it was time for me to let go. Edward had driven us all the way to the house, and we had stayed here for the past 15 minutes in complete silence. I didn't think I had moved a single muscle as I stared at the house. He didn't speak or force me to leave. He knew I needed to take this slowly and would do it at my own pace. Memories flooded my mind as I stared at the house. Memories I didn't even knew I had started to come to me. Finally, I sucked in a shaky breath and turned to Edward. I gave him a small smile and squeezed his hand that I was holding. I think I'm ready to go in now, I told him. Edward nodded his head and released my hand. I instantly missed his comfort. He had a way of calming me down just by being next to me. He was holding my door open for me before I could even undo my seatbelt. I stepped out of the car and took his hand again quickly. He realized my need to be with him and pulled me close to his side. We walked up to the driveway. I felt a pang in my heart as I remembered Charlie's cruiser. It always entertained me to drive around in that thing. Charlie always turned on the siren to amuse me. I guessed as a little kid I would have enjoyed it. Charlie never failed to smile every time I laughed at the sound of the siren. Renee would be right next to me, smiling the widest smile ever. We walked up to the door, and I glanced out at the yard. There was a small garden where Renee used to experiment with gardening. She was never really any good at it because she forgot to water the plants all the time, but I helped. I enjoyed it. I once drowned a rose shrub, but I liked helping out. We stepped onto the porch, and Edward reached out to twist the doorknob. It had been left unlocked for us. I took in a deep breath, made sure Edward's hand was intertwined with mine, and stepped into the threshold. I gasped. It really did look the same. I couldn't remember it all with perfect clarity, but I remembered the couch, the TV, the hallway leading up to the kitchen. Even the remote control for the ancient TV was in the same place Charlie always left it, right in front of his armchair. He used to watch baseball every night. It was funny how there were certain things from Charlie and Renee that were embedded in my life. Renee's love to experiment with different hobbies, her occasional hobby of gardening, Charlie's love for baseball. I took another shaky step forward, my heart about to explode from the pain. I was so glad Jasper wasn't here to sense it. Edward could already tell how hard this was for me. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder, supporting my weight as we walked further into the house. I took my time studying every inch of the place. I hoped that it would stay in my memory forever. Eternity was a long time, and I never wanted to forget. I would come across certain things like Charlie's fishing hat. He had a million lures on the hat, and he called it his lucky hat. He'd take it with him every time he went fishing. There was also Renee's scrapbook of all the things she had attempted over the years: scuba diving, ballet, hip-hop dancing, basketball, waitressing at the diner for fun. She even tried skydiving once. When she was about to jump, she discovered her fear of heights. It didn't stop her from jumping, though. She'd landed and told me that it was the scariest thing she had ever done. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. My mother could be the most childish person on the planet, but she was my inspiration. She was never afraid to go for what she wanted. I loved her for that, and I remembered thinking wanting to be just like her when I grew up. I found my mother's memory box in her room. It was a medium-sized blue square box, which she used to keep all the significant parts of her life. Love letters she received from Charlie, pictures of them together, pictures of old boyfriends, her graduation ring. I took Renee's jewelry box because I knew most of the jewelry were from Charlie from some special occasion. I took her wedding gown and his tux. They kept it side by side. Renee called Charlie and herself teenagers in love at heart. I took their wedding album, my baby book, and our family album. I took the little treasure box Renee gave to me. The earring she had given to me for Cousin Beth's wedding was still in it. I took my favorite blanket as a child. I took Charlie's high school yearbook and Renee's as well. By the time I was done, the entire back seat of the Volvo was full of stuff I had taken. I looked around my room one last time and headed out the door. Edward waited patiently for me at the stairs and smiled when he saw me. I made my way down to him, cradling Renee's memory box in my arms. I shifted it slightly because it was heavy. Edward took it from me the moment I reached him. He caught me when I stumbled on the last step, chuckling at my clumsiness. I blushed and looked around the place one last time. I sighed. "I guess this is it," I said softly. Edward took my hand, balancing the heavy box with one arm. I squeezed his hand to calm myself and led him out the door. I would always miss my parents, and I hoped to God that I would remember them even after my transformation. But it was time for me to let go and move on to my future. I followed Edward to the Volvo and slid inside. I looked out the window and stared at the house I used to live in, a single tear making its way down my cheek as my past disappeared from my sight. Edward helped me bring in all my things into my room. He somehow managed to bring all of the things in at one go, not dropping even one thing. He placed them all at the foot of my bed, kissed me once, and left me to paw through them on my own. I started with the memory box. I had added some things to it while I was at the house. My treasure box, for one. I opened it and smiled when I saw the earrings. I noticed a ring that looked vaguely familiar. It was 3 rings bonded together. The stone had a claw setting. It was made of white and rose gold and decorated with 3 diamond-set butterflies. On the inside of the ring, an inscription read, "True love always." A spark of recognition flashed through my eyes as I fingered the beautiful ring. It was my mother's, passed down from my grandmother. My mother had given it to me, saying that it was a true love ring. My grandmother had worn it when she found her true love, and my mother had worn it when she found Charlie. She told me to keep it safe with me and wear it when I found my one true love. I took the ring from the box and slipped it on my 3rd finger on my right hand. I smiled down at it. How fitting. I had found Edward, and we were finally together. It was just the right time. I didn't even greet the rest of the family when they came home, but no one bothered me, so I supposed either Edward or Alice or both had told them what was going on. When I didn't come down for dinner, though, Edward came into my room. He was always looking out for me, even when it came to trivial things like dinner. He sat next to me on the bed, while I thumbed through our family album. I looked so silly as a child, but Renee went through a photography phase once. She photographed everything I did from when I was born. It had everything from a little newly born me sleeping in a crib, to a 2-year-old me chasing Charlie around the living room, to a 4-year-old me holding a monkey doll at the zoo. Edward traced a picture of me on a swing set, my toothless grin showing itself as I played next to a brunette girl I knew as Angela. "You were very adorable as a child," he murmured softly. I rolled my eyes. "No, I looked plain ridiculous," I shot back, though I was smiling. Edward laughed and kissed my cheek. "Are you all right?" he asked, reaching over to hug me sideways. His hand came up automatically to my hair, and he stroked it gently. I nodded my head.
Yes.
It's hard letting go, but I'm glad I have certain things to remind me of them now, I said truthfully. They were my family for 6 years. I don't think I ever want to forget that part of my life. Edward smiled crookedly at me. You shouldn't forget. Even now, I remember things from my human life. It's hard to think of my parents, but I do. Bittersweet memories apparently last forever, he joked lightly. I giggled, then leaned up to kiss him on the lips. Thank you for bringing me there today, I said quietly. I needed it. I needed you. He seemed to understand what I wasn't saying and smiled. He wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me backwards so that we were both lying on my bed. It's no problem, he answered. I'm glad you received some closure. I sighed, snuggling into him. I rested my head in the crook of his neck and took in his sweet scent. It always calmed me for some reason. Edward found this hilarious, but I simply reminded him of how he loved the scent of freesias because it was my scent. My eyelids drooped. I felt so tired. I had spent the past few hours crying over everything I thumbed through. It was so emotional going through my parents' belongings. I kept remembering things the more I looked at them. Pictures showed me the pieces I couldn't quite recall. I had hung my mother's wedding gown and Charlie's tux in my wardrobe. It was the only formal wear Charlie owned. I was drifting off to sleep when I heard Edward's voice calling me back. Love, aren't you going to get dinner? I mumbled something that didn't even make sense to me. The album wedged between us. I wrapped my arm around Edward's waist and snuggled deeper into him. Within seconds, I was fast asleep. I woke up curled next to Edward, his arms forming a cage around me as he laid next to me. My head was pressed against his chest, my right leg flung over both of his as we both faced each other. I blushed, looking up at him blearily. I made no move to shift into a more subtle position, and neither did he. Instead, he gave me another heart-stopping crooked grin and pressed his cool lips to my forehead. Good morning, love, he whispered. How did you sleep? I felt a silly smile making its way onto my lips. Good, I said back. I didn't have a single nightmare the whole night. It was funny that I had gone to sleep expecting them. I had a nightmare the first 10 times Alice took me shopping, so it was only logical that I would have one yesterday. But not a single one came to me. I had a fairly peaceful sleep. I kept dreaming of Edward in the water. For some reason. The pool, the river, the waterfalls. My eyes flickered to Edward as my blush returned. Did I, say anything? I asked embarrassedly. Edward chuckled and brushed his lips on my cheek. He knew I hated to kiss in the morning when I have morning breath. Not particularly, he said vaguely. You kept muttering something about me drenched in water. I groaned, burying my face in Edward's shirt. He simply laughed and ran his hand through my hair.
Did you have to tell me that?
I complained. My face felt as if it had been sunburned. Edward shifted so that I was lying on my back. He rolled on top of me, but was careful to keep his weight off of me. Don't be embarrassed, he smiled. I actually am quite fond of those memories as well. I giggled, reaching up to tangle my hands in his hair. Edward's crooked grin was the last thing I saw as my eyes closed when our lips met. As much as I understood Edward's need to take things slow, it was moments like these when I absolutely loathed it. He would start out kissing me slowly, tenderly. Somewhere along the line, our kiss would deepen. I would press myself closer to him, and he would tighten his hold on me. My hands would move on its own accord, one hand still in his hair, the other undoing his shirt buttons. His hands would roam my body, sometimes coming under my shirt and gently stroking my hips. And then he would pull back, just like he was doing right now. Edward rested his head on my shoulder. I could hear his haggard breathing as he attempted to control himself. I knew that just a tiny bit of bloodlust was mixed in with the sexual lust. It was another reason why he was so reluctant to go any farther. When both our breathing had calmed and my heartbeat was somewhat back in its original rhythm, Edward lifted his head and looked at me. He hadn't moved an inch from me. Thank God. I needed him close. He gave me an impish grin, and all my frustrations melted away for now. I'm sorry, he said, trailing one cold finger down my bare arm. I shook my head. I understand, I sighed. My brows furrowed as I thought of what had just happened between us. That's funny. Edward frowned, confused. What is? He asked, puzzled. I turned my gaze on him. Rose didn't barge in here with an electric saw, ready to rip you apart. Why? Edward laughed. If you must know, Emmett's restraining her while she's chanting Bella's growing ups in her head, he told me, his voice jubilant. I snorted. Sounds like Mom, I muttered, hoping that Rose wouldn't hear. But, of course, she did. Hey, I heard her yell from somewhere in the house. I resent that. I shook my head and untangled myself from Edward's arms. He, however, wouldn't move. I laughed at the stubborn look on his face. Edward, I complained. Move. I need to get in the shower. You'd better get in it alone. I glared at my door. Mother, stop listening in. I yelled, though she could have heard me even if I had whispered. Edward chuckled, pressing a single kiss to my pulse point, and then letting me go. I rolled off the bed and went into my bathroom. I looked into the mirror and sighed, my hands on each side of the marble sink. Yesterday had been one crazy emotional roller coaster, but I knew today would be a lot worse. Edward and I had escaped from school after lunch. We hadn't stayed to endure the stares, the whispers, the questions, and the glares. There was no escaping that today, however. I ate slower than usual, taking deliberate time to munch the eggs that Esme had made for me. Alice stared at me with a bored expression on her face. After 20 minutes, she glared at me and said, "You have no idea how much I want to stuff the eggs in your mouth so that we could leave." I sighed, finishing up quickly and placing the plate and my empty mug in the dishwasher. I turned around and took my backpack. Jasper gave me a reassuring smile from where he sat on the couch next to Emmett, playing video games. They could have left already, of course, since Edward and I were the only ones taking his car. But we Cullens and Hale stuck together no matter what, even for something as trivial as going to school. We filed out to the garage. Jasper, Alice, and Emmett followed Rose to her M3. She kissed my forehead before she slid into the driver's seat. "It'll be fine, baby," she said soothingly. "And if anyone bitches about you, just give them a good punch to the eye." "Rosalie," Edward called out, shocked. I giggled, patting my mother on the shoulder as she hugged me. "Thanks, Mom. I'll be sure to remember that," I said jokingly. At least she had lightened up my mood. I wasn't really worried about what they thought. I just didn't want to hear any of them. I wanted the rest of the year to go by smoothly. Too much had already happened in my near 17 years of life. I didn't need to add high school drama to the list. I slid into the passenger seat of the Volvo and snuck a quick look at Edward. I was so worried about having some girls coming up to me and asking me about Edward. I didn't even think of how he would have to hear everything everyone was saying. It would be harder on him, I knew that. I took his hand and squeezed once before he pulled out of the garage. He smiled at me and kissed me once softly. "Will you be all right?" he asked, his topaz eyes concerned. I stared into them, feeling the familiar sensation of being dazzled as I got lost in his eyes. What on earth was I worried about? I had a wonderful, beautiful man I could call my best friend, my soulmate, and my lover. I had the most amazing family that I was going to spend eternity with. Summer was 2 months away, and I would be graduating from high school in about a year. Everything was more than all right. Everything would be just perfect. I smiled widely at him. "I'll be just fine," I answered him truthfully. Edward gave me a crooked smile and turned to face the front. He pulled out of the garage and followed Rose's car onto the road. I focused on something other than school. Lily was acting a little strange today. I think it was time to bring her to the vet again for a checkup. She was fairly old now, and I didn't want to take any chances. I thought of Alice's spa day threat. To any other girl, it might have sounded like a perfect trip, but to me, it sounded more like torture. Full body wax, which only I would get considering. Alice and Rosalie were both vampires. Seaweed wrap. And honestly, what's up with mud baths? Bella? I heard Edward's perfect velvet voice breaking through my thoughts. I blinked and looked around. We were already in the parking lot. I turned to look at him and smiled sheepishly.
Sorry.
I was just thinking, I mumbled. Edward reached out to take my hand. I realized that the first class was without Edward, and panic settled in again. Whether he read it in Jasper's mind, since my brother was in the car right next to the Volvo, or if he saw it written on my face, Edward leaned down and brushed his lips gently against mine. He reached into his pocket and took out something. I couldn't see it because it was so small. His hand moved so fast it blurred. He held up my hand with the charm bracelet on it, though, so I scrutinized it. I saw a new charm, and a smile broke out on my face. I had worn my charm for luck. Edward had given me a rose gold heart-shaped charm. There were 2 doves in it, surrounded by flowers. "I'll always be with you, Bella," he said softly, his hand coming up to stroke my hair. I smiled at him. "We'll be fine," I said, reassuring the both of us. Edward took my hand, pressed his lips to the back of my hand. "Let's go, love," he whispered. I nodded and undid my seatbelt. Edward climbed out of his side of the car and jogged at human pace to my side. I grabbed my bag and climbed out, holding onto Edward's outstretched hand so that I wouldn't stumble and fall. I slung my bag over my shoulder and walked towards the school. Edward slung his arm around my shoulders, smiling. Alice and Jasper walked smoothly next to us, while Rosalie and Emmett hung back and walked behind us. They were obviously doing very Rosalie and Emmett-ish things, so I was glad I couldn't see them. As we approached the school, the people who were around gave us strange looks. They started whispering to their friends almost immediately after, and I, for one, was glad I could neither read their thoughts nor hear what they were saying. I felt a blush creeping onto my face, however, because I hated the attention anyway. Emmett and Rosalie waved us goodbye as they headed to their first class. Edward and Jasper walked Alice and I to homeroom. Jasper and Alice embraced, and I saw him whispering into her ear, making her giggle and stretch up on her toes to kiss him. I smiled at them. Edward pressed me against the wall next to the door to homeroom. I smiled, both my hands in his as I pulled him closer. "I wish we have all our classes together," he sighed, resting his forehead on mine. I nodded, then balked. "Well, not gym," I corrected him. Edward laughed. "You're forgetting that I've seen your attempts at sports, Bella," he teased. and it would be entertaining enough to see them again. I scowled at him. Not funny, Edward, I pouted. I was actually pretty good at certain sports. I was great at swimming simply because I'd done it for so many years. I was okay in tennis and a little of football, courtesy of Emmett and Jasper. But I was mostly useless on foot. I knew baseball well, and I could play it with humans, though. I couldn't wait until I was a graceful vampire, like the rest of the family. Honestly, I wanted to wrestle with Emmett. He had been boasting about his strength for as long as I could remember. Jasper told me all about how newborn vampires had crazy strength. They were supposed to be stronger than Emmett.
I wanted to test out that theory.
Of course, Jasper had told me about how newborn vampires had uncontrollable thirst, too, so I might not get to. Edward chuckled and kissed the tip of my nose. I wrinkled it at him, and he smiled in amusement. Sorry, love, he breathed, his sweet scent making me forget what I was thinking. Dabua, I stuttered. He threw his head back, laughing, and wrapped his arm around my waist. Lifting me off the ground, he slid his hand into my hair and tilted my head, angling it so he could kiss me. I wrapped my arms around him, kissing him back eagerly. I hadn't kissed him enough today. Of course, I could have kissed him for 3 hours straight and still say the same thing. I heard someone clearing their throat, but ignored them. That someone tugged my hand and pulled me away from Edward. I blinked and turned to glare at Alice.
What?
I asked irritably. She giggled and nodded at the classroom. The bell's going to ring soon, she said, grinning. I sighed and waved at Edward as he and Jasper walked away from us. Edward smiled and waved back. I entered homeroom with a goofy smile plastered on my face. Alice giggled, sliding into her seat next to mine. You know, I like the new you. All crazy happy with Edward, she commented. I shared her smile and leaned back against my chair. I like the new me, too, I joked. Alice leaned towards me. Her topaz eyes were sparkling, which meant that she was thinking about shopping or something. Rose and I talked last night, and we decided that we're going to New York for the first week of summer, she said excitedly. Despite myself, I grew excited. I knew Alice was going to drag me along for shopping and whatnot, but how could anyone say no to New York? I frowned. I thought the family's going to Barcelona? Esme had recently acquired a villa in Barcelona. It was in a pretty secluded area, so we didn't have to worry about being seen. Alice said there would be certain cloudy days for us to go out into the public once in a while, but we've got our own personal beach haven in the backyard according to Esme, so we'd have plenty of fun times there. The entire family loved spending summers in sunny places, since we had so little of it during the rest of the year. We normally get houses in sunny countries, but made sure that it was isolated from humans or vampires too, so we could enjoy a great summer vacation. I was actually pretty excited to go to Spain. I was a straight A student in Spanish, and I was hoping I would get to test it out in Barcelona. Alice shrugged. We are. Esme said the villa still needed a little work, and I predicted, she tapped her temple lightly with one finger, that it's going to take approximately 6 days. It gives you, Rose, and I plenty of time to amble around NYC before going to Barcelona. I grinned at Alice. This summer was going to be fantastic. New York and Barcelona? The beach? Edward? What could be better? Alice started bouncing in her seat due to her excitement and mine. I swear, the girl could probably live off of excitement. A hand slapped on my desk, and I looked up into the narrowed eyes of Lauren Mallory. So what? Too bored with French hottie and decided to move in on Edward, she asked nasally. I rolled my eyes. Gabriel wasn't even in America anymore, or did she not notice that? Alice spoke up before I could. Lauren, it's none of your business. Lauren turned her gaze to Alice, surprised. I watched as anger overtook her features. As much as she wanted to, I knew Lauren would never say anything to a Cullen. She was too afraid. She turned back to me and folded her arms across her chest. I cleared my throat. "Teacher's here," I told her bemusedly. Was it really necessary for her to go around playing these insipid high school games? It was a complete waste of time. She snorted. As if.
"Don't even try to fool me, Bella," she snapped.
"Miss Mallory, please take your seat. I'd like to start my class, if you don't mind," the teacher said bitingly. Lauren spun around, startled, then went to her seat, mortified. Alice and I shared a look and giggled. We placed a hand over our hearts, heads tilting, towards each other. We each pulled a perfect pout and sang, "Poor Lauren, Miss Cullen, Miss Hale." "Will you be quiet?" the teacher asked irritably. We burst into even louder laughter. I couldn't help myself. I felt so happy, so lighthearted. The teacher huffed and turned to the rest of the class, annoyed. Alice and I shared a look. She grinned and whispered, "Best summer ever." I couldn't help but agree. I changed quickly for gym class. Coach Clapp wanted us to swim today. Normally, we would freeze if we stepped into the pool, even though it was indoor. Today was one of those rare days when it was cloudy, but warm enough for swimming. Coach Clapp made us do laps for half the period. It wasn't really all that tiring for me since I was used to exerting my legs in the water all the time. Alice kept complaining about how I looked like a prune after my swimming time. Coach let us do whatever we want in the pool for the rest of the period while he went to his office. He had something important to do, apparently. I ducked under the water and resurfaced, wiping water from my face as I sucked in oxygen. Have I mentioned how much I loved swimming? Being in the water reminded me of Edward.
Wonder why?
I thought sarcastically. Someone tapped me on the shoulder, and I looked over to find Tyler grinning at me. "Wow, you're a pretty great swimmer, Bella," he said, looking really surprised. I heard that Tyler was on the swim team, so I supposed it was a compliment. I knew the reason he was so surprised. I was normally a klutz. I laughed. "Thanks, Tyler," I said genuinely. He still had a stunned look on his face. "Seriously, where'd you learn to swim like that?" he asked. I shrugged. "Edward and my brothers. They're very athletic," I said unnecessarily. Everyone knew the Cullens were athletic. It was why they were so surprised I wasn't. It could be argued that I was adopted, but so were the rest of the Cullens. Lauren swam right up to Tyler and wrapped her arms around his neck. I thought this was pretty bold considering Tyler wasn't her boyfriend. Then again, she was a lot more confident than I was, especially when it came to boys. "Ty," she whined. "Come swim with me." Tyler untangled Lauren's arms from around his neck, his eyes never leaving me. I shifted uncomfortably and blushed. I'll just go swim over there," I said awkwardly. The last thing I wanted to do was get in the middle of that, particularly with Lauren Mallory involved. I heard Tyler and Lauren arguing about something, then someone bumping into me. I turned to look into the outraged face of one Lauren Mallory. "So Cullen's not good enough for you now," she snapped. The entire gym class had stopped to look at us. I heard Tyler calling out to Lauren, telling her not to do this. I flushed, realizing that all the attention was on me.
Great.
Just great. I made to swim away, but Lauren grabbed my arm. "You have to move in on my guy now," she spat out. I shook her hand off. "Lauren, I'm not interested in Tyler," I said irritably. I hoped I didn't hurt Tyler's feelings in any way, but I needed to get the message across. Tyler probably already knew I wasn't interested in him anyway. Lauren narrowed her eyes at me. "Right," she said sarcastically. "The same way you told Jessica you weren't interested in Edward." I rolled my eyes at her. "Edward and I are none of your business, Lauren," I said firmly, practically repeating what Alice had said in homeroom. I wanted to just swim away again, but something caught my eye. "Edward, walking into the room. He sat at the bleachers and smiled at me. I frowned confusedly at him. Alice danced in, holding Jasper's hand, followed by Emmett and Rosalie. What was going on? Lauren followed my line of sight, then smirked. Since your precious Edward's here, why don't we have a little competition? She sang out in her nasal voice. It hurt my ears to hear her speak so loudly. I glanced warily at her as she floated backwards slowly. What kind of competition? I asked carefully. If it had anything to do with sports, I didn't even want to consider it. Lauren gestured around us. A swimming competition. I felt a huge smile spreading across my face, and Alice's tinkling laughter floated towards me. So this was why they were all here. Alice had seen this competition. Lauren must have been planning on challenging me. I tried to hide my smile. I don't think so, I said, shaking my head. Lauren sneered at me. Scared, Hales? I snorted. Hardly. But it's childish and, frankly, stupid. Why should I participate? I asked her point blank. She stared at me, mouth hanging. The anger in her eyes was evident. She looked as if she was about to strangle me. Come on, Bells. Emmett yelled from the bleachers. Those who hadn't realized that the Cullens and Hales were in the room jumped and looked over at them. I heard their whispers and the giggles from the girls starting up. I pretended to sigh and sag my shoulders. Okay, I mock grumbled. Lauren smirked at me and went to the end of the pool. I followed, making sure to swim slowly. To the end of the pool and back, she said loudly, making sure everyone heard her. I didn't say anything as I waited for someone to tell us to start. Jessica yelled out, "Go," in a high-pitched squeal. I swam to the end of the pool, letting the familiar feel of the water surround me as I moved. Another thing I loved about swimming was that I could move gracefully in the water, something I could never do on land. I had moved to the end and back when Lauren was still making her way to where I was. Cheers erupted, and I heard the loudest from my family. I climbed out of the pool and found myself standing face to face with Edward. You suck, I whispered to him. Not even a little warning. He laughed and wrapped a towel around my shoulders. I wrapped it around my body, shivering slightly. Sorry, love. Alice didn't see it until our last class. So, all of you ditched class to see this? I asked amusedly. He nodded his head and wrapped his arms around me, bringing his lips to mine. He kissed me softly several times, each time sending shivers down my spine. I smiled up at him. Lauren finally made her way to the starting point and glared up at me. Rematch, she demanded, but I shook my head. I looked at her with a frown on my face. I won fair and square, Lauren. It's not my fault you weren't fast enough, I teased. The bell rung, signaling the end of classes for today. Edward took my hand and led me towards the door. I sighed, resting my head on his shoulders as the others joined us. I didn't know what I was so worried about. It's a wonderful life, after all. 42. Summertime Part 1-8A NYC. Alice's POV. Finally, the first day of summer was here. Rosalie, Bella, and I were already packed. Our flight was going to leave in 2 hours. It was still fairly for a human, at least. Bella was yawning as she curled up next to Edward on the couch. The poor guy was kissing every inch of her face. On one hand, it was waking her up more than coffee ever could, so I wasn't complaining. On the other, he was acting as if he would never see her again. He growled at me, glaring at having heard my thoughts. You're the nosy one. I thought at him while I stuck my tongue out at him. To be honest, Jasper and Emmett weren't doing any better. Emmett was complaining to Rose about how he wouldn't be able to stand a week without sex, and Jasper was just holding me while giving me waves of love and longing in hopes that I would cancel the trip. Come on, guys. I groaned. It's not the end of the world. It's 1 week. Jasper only tightened his hold on me and nuzzled my neck. I had to admit, I was very tempted to stay, but New York would be New York no matter what. After everything that had happened in the past few months, I think the girls and I deserved some bonding time. I knew Rose was irritated that she had less time with her daughter, and I was plain pissed that Edward hogged Bella all the time. It only made me angrier that he kept lying and said that Bella didn't want shopping time with me. Now, we all know that that's just not true. I turned to Jazz, placed my hands on his shoulders, and kissed him long and hard. Finally, I pulled away and looked into his darkened eyes. I giggled, kissing him once more briefly before breaking out of his embrace. I pulled Rosalie and Bella out of the door and into Bella's McLaren. She had insisted on driving it one more time before having to spend a week without it. She had wanted it delivered to Barcelona for the summer since she didn't get a lot of chances to drive it during the school semester. Edward followed us because he was going to have to drive it back to the house after we'd gone on our flight. I heard Emmett and Jasper complaining in the house and shared a devious smirk with Rosalie. The greatest thing about leaving them high and dry was that they were more primal when we finally reunited. I felt a shiver of pleasure run down my spine as I thought of what my Jazzy and I would do once we get back. Edward groaned, dropping his head in his hands as he sat in the passenger seat. Alice, you know I can't turn my gift off whenever I want. Would you please hold off thinking of that until you're in a mind-reader-free zone, he snapped at me. Bella snickered and leaned across to kiss him gently. She settled back in her seat and snapped on her seatbelt. Our bags had already been loaded into the trunk. Bella had no idea why we even needed to bring so much, since one of my main goals was to shop till Bella dropped. I really wondered if she was insane sometimes. She stepped on the gas, and we were on our way. Bella drove slower than the rest of us simply because she was human and didn't want to get into an accident. She drove faster than your average human, though, so it was all right. We reached the airport in record time. At the gate, Edward spun Bella around and hugged her tightly. "I'll really miss you," he murmured. Bella, very predictably, blushed. She wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face in his neck. She pressed a kiss to his neck, then turned to me. Alice, do we have to go?" she pleaded. Edward shot me a smug look, as if to say, "See? She wants to stay with me." I planted both my hands on my hips and glared at them. "Yes. We have to go, and you're going to have fun. Damn it." Bella, stop being a pushover, and Edward stopped dazzling her. I ordered. Edward rolled his eyes and ignored me. He turned to her and bent to kiss her. I turned away to give them some privacy. I walked some distance away and stood next to Rosalie as we waited for Bella to finish saying goodbye to Edward. It was the longest she had ever been away from him, ever since Edward stopped being stupid in Denali. I could understand how hard it was for them. Rose was looking at her feet sadly. I wrapped my arm around her slender waist, and she looked at me. "You miss having her all to yourself, don't you?" I asked her, already knowing her answer. Rosalie sighed and nodded her head. She shook her blonde mane back, dazzling 3 human males standing nearby. "Yeah. But, I keep thinking back all those years, and I just can't help but wonder, what if she was never mine to begin with? What if she had always been Edward's?" I shook my head. "Come on, Rose. You know she loves you. Your opinion means everything to her. You don't think it's hard for her to finally find her true love and have her best friend other than me/mother be against it?" She bit her lip, looking guilty for a second. "I guess I have been kinda hard on them, haven't I?" she asked awkwardly. I nodded my head, giving her a pout. She laughed and patted my head. "I'll talk to Bells." I brightened up. That's what this trip is all about. Girl bonding time. I cheered. Esme was supposed to join us, but she and Carlisle were taking a week-long 53rd honeymoon on Isle Esme. That trip was going to make her happier than anything NYC could offer. I felt a little bad about the boys being left behind on their own for a whole week, but they could find something to entertain themselves with. Hunting, video games, new Italian shoes. I caught a whiff of Bella's scent as it grew stronger. I already saw Edward leaving in her McLaren, but asked her anyway. She looked upset as she nodded her head. I wrapped my free arm around her waist, and she leaned her head on my shoulder. Come on, Angel. You'll have plenty of fun in NYC, and I promise you that you'll forget all about Adiakins, I teased. Bella snorted. Don't ever tell him you called him that, she warned teasingly. We went through the gate and on our flight. We had gotten first-class seats, of course, so it was pretty comfortable. I let Bella and Rosalie sit together because Rose obviously wanted more time with her little Bella. I knew she wasn't a 6-year-old anymore, but they still needed to reconnect. Rose needed to know that Bella would always be her daughter, and Bella needed to spend more time with her mother. It was a 6-hour direct flight to New York. I took out my iPod and my copy of Vogue. I peeked over at Rose and Bella in the seat on the opposite aisle. Bella had slid an arm through Rose's and had rested her head on Rose's shoulder. Rosalie was smiling down at Bella. I grinned and went back to my magazine. I kept getting visions of all the shopping we would be doing, and while I was the one deciding on the sprees, it was still exhilarating to see them. I suddenly had a vision of a lanky boy about 20 years old of age approaching me. I frowned, then looked up. The same boy I saw in my vision grinned at me. He had spiky black hair and black eyes. He was wearing a suit which was strange for a person so young as him. He screamed, "Rich Daddy," though. He sat next to me and gave me something that was probably supposed to be a seductive smile. "Hey there, gorgeous," he said. I sighed. Already, I missed Jasper's southern drawl and his lazy smile. I didn't know why, but when Jasper smiled that lazy grin, it reminded me of Sunday mornings in bed. I ignored the slimy human next to me and flipped through my magazine. Cute jacket. I practically drooled over a jacket from Ralph Lauren. The guy beside me stuck his hand between my nose and the magazine. I blinked, pulling back and turning to glare at him. His smile wavered, but his hand still remained in front of me. "I'm Chase," he introduced himself. I didn't want to touch his hand, so I gave him a cold smile and said, "Alice." He still wasn't fazed as he dropped his hand. "Is this flight totally lame or what?" he said, grinning. "I bet you and I could make it a lot more interesting." He placed a hand on my knee. I made a face when he started to move his hand up my leg. I grabbed his hand and squeezed it tight enough to hurt, but not enough to break the bones. Close enough, though. Chase flinched in pain, and I practically threw his hand back at him. "Don't touch me," I snapped. Chase glared at me, then asked for a drink from a passing stewardess, whom he flirted with. As well, I rolled my eyes. Just my luck. A too horny kid to sit next to for the next 5 or so hours. When we finally landed, I shot out of my seat and dragged Rose and Bella off the flight before horny boy could even stand up. Rosalie and Bella were giggling the whole way. Rose had heard the whole thing, of course, and had filled Bella in on the details. I glared at them both. Just for that, I glowered pointedly at Bella. "We're spending every minute from now until tonight's shopping." Her laughter ceased, and her smile slipped from her face. I grinned smugly. We took a limo to the hotel I had booked to Sweden. We were going to rent a car once we were settled in. The hotel was my favorite part of the trip so far. I knew it's only been a few minutes since we'd landed, but that was my point. The shopping and the nightlife would overtake the hotel in its #1 spot. No doubt. Bella raised an eyebrow and Rosalie snorted with laughter as they saw the hotel's name. "The Carlyles?" Bella asked slowly, turning to me. I grinned, bouncing up and down in excitement as a bellboy came up to the limo to get our luggage. "Isn't it ironic?" I gushed. It was a pretty old-fashioned hotel, but it was luxurious and beautiful at the same time. I had been drawn to it by its name, of course. We stepped inside, and I asked for a reservation under Cullen. I had booked the Tower Suite online. It was a one-bedroom suite because only Bella needed the sleep. Since Jazz nor Emmett were here with us, Rosalie and I really didn't need beds. It had 2 bathrooms, so 2 could use the bathroom at the same time. We went up to the Tower Suite, Rosalie and Bella holding hands like they used to. I was telling them about the jacket I was examining before what's name on the flight interrupted me. I opened the door, and the 3 of us went in. Bella gasped as she looked out the ceiling-to-floor window overlooking Central Park. "This is amazing," she said in awe. I danced over to her and dragged her over to the next room. "You haven't seen the best part," I sang out. Bella froze when she saw the grand piano in the middle of the room. I giggled at the look on her face. She rushed over to the piano and ran her finger along its side. "Nice," she commented, grinning. I thought I was going to have to spend an entire week without playing. Bella was as obsessed with the piano as Edward, but I knew it was just because of said vampire best friend turned soulmate. Her cell phone started to ring, and Bella quickly searched her new Gucci bag, which I'd gotten for her, of course, for it. She smiled when she saw the caller ID. I rolled my eyes. That only meant one thing. I headed to the other room to get Rosalie. "Tell Edward the first said hi. And don't be too long. Rose and I are going to get our car rental. You stay here and get ready for when we get back. Shopping till nighttime. Bells, hope you're ready." I called out to her. Bella needed to do all the trivial human things like going to the bathroom and whatnot. It had been a 6-hour flight after all. I grabbed Rose and headed to the foyer. The bellboy had already come up with our things. I heard Bella laugh as she greeted Edward on the phone. "No, I just landed. Guess what's the hotel Alice took us to?" I grinned, sharing a look with Rosalie as we headed out the door. Those 2 were such goofy lovebirds. Bella's POV. I groaned as I flopped onto the soft mattress in my bedroom. Rosalie and Alice were in the living room of our suite. I heard the TV as they had more girl bonding time. I was about ready to run back to Forks on Foot and have some one-on-one wrestling match with Emmett just to escape girl bonding time. I heard the soft melody of the lullaby Edward wrote for me and smiled. I reached into my bag and pulled out my cell phone. "Lo," I rasped out, already knowing who would be on the other hand. His melodic velvet voice filled my ears as he laughed. "Brutal day," he teased. I groaned. "The worst. Alice sucks," I mumbled. "Hey." I heard her protest from the living room. I glared at my closed bedroom door. "You deserve it," I yelled. "My feet have never been so sore," I moaned. I rolled over to my back and glanced at the mountain of shopping bags next to my door. And to think it was only the first day in New York. Edward chuckled. "Surely it isn't that bad," he asked lightly, though I could detect a hint of worry behind it. After all, the first time Alice took me shopping, I had actually fainted. It wasn't my best memory. In fact, I'd like it if everyone just forgot about it, especially Emmett. I tried to pacify his worries. "Nothing Tylenol and a good night's rest can't cure," I joked. "Are you ready to sleep now, love?" he asked me gently. I shook my head. He was silent on the other end, making me remember through my tired haze that he couldn't see me. "No," I replied verbally.
I yawned in the middle of my answer, though.
Edward's voice was laced with amusement as he spoke again. "You're tired, Bella. Go to sleep," he said firmly. I pouted on instinct. "But I miss you," I complained. "I don't want to go to sleep." He laughed. "I'll call you again in a few hours once you're awake." Sleep, Bella, love. Knowing Alice, she's got a very tiring day planned tomorrow. I started to protest, but he was already humming my lullaby. My heavy eyelids started to droop even more. Cheater, I mumbled. I love you, Bella. I snorted, but said, love you too. Alice dragged me out of bed at 7 in the morning. She wanted to get a start on her second day in New York. It was too early for the shops to be open, so we decided to sightsee. Rose ordered me room service while I showered and changed into the new clothes Alice had gotten for me yesterday. Thank God, none of them were I Heart New York shirts. I stepped out of the en-suite bathroom just in time to hear my phone ringing. I grabbed it and flipped it on. Edward, I answered breathlessly, having scrambled the entire length of my room to get to it. Good morning, love. I smiled at the sound of his sweet voice. It was like the lollipop you get after a dentist appointment. Or before in this case, which really didn't make any sense at all. I honestly made no sense without breakfast. I glanced down at myself and blushed. Although Edward couldn't see me, I still felt self-conscious talking to him while wearing only a towel. Call me crazy, but I'd rather be fully clothed when we spoke. Good morning, Edward. Do you think you could hold on a minute? I mumbled. Edward sounded confused as he answered. Of course, Bella. It was times like these that I was extremely grateful he didn't have Alice's visions. Although the passion got the better of us from time to time, I really wasn't ready to have Edward seeing me like this. It was irrational, considering he'd seen me in a bikini, but still, had I mentioned how incredibly idiotic I sounded before breakfast? I quickly grabbed the clothes Alice had left for me on the bed and slipped them on. Once I was done, Alice slipped into the room to do my hair. I took my phone and pressed it back to my ear. How was your day yesterday? I asked him, genuinely curious. I wanted to know what Emmett and Jasper did without Rosalie and Alice. They would have gone hunting, except that they'd done so with the girls just before we left for New York. They would have played video games, but they did that all the time anyway. Knowing those two, they would have gotten into trouble. Maybe they'd gotten arrested and Edward had to bail them out? Edward chuckled. Emmett wanted to try drinking alcohol, he said amusedly. My eyebrows shot up in surprise. I heard Alice laughing and Rosalie swearing from the other room. Why on earth would he do that? I asked blankly. Vampires couldn't get drunk, could they? He wanted to find out if vampires could get drunk, Edward replied jubilantly. Emmett and I sometimes think alike, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. I bit my lip, holding in my smile. Did it work? I asked excitedly. It would be fun to see if Emmett could get drunk. If he was funny without alcohol, I could only imagine what he would be like as a swaggering drunken fool. Edward chuckled.
No, love.
He had to vomit it all back out after it felt like too much water was sloshing around in his stomach dash. I shuddered, cutting him off. Edward, a simple no. Would have been fine. I just lost my appetite, I told him unhappily. I could practically hear him smiling from the other end. I'm sorry, Bella. How are things in New York? Was I right about Alice? I groaned, squeezing my eyes shut as Alice yanked the brush through my hair roughly once just for revenge. When I opened my eyes, I saw her poking her tongue out at me through the mirror. I laughed. Yes, you were.
She's got the whole day planned.
It's sightseeing and shopping today, then we're having our spa day tomorrow. It's not a lot of fun for you, is it? He asked curiously. I rolled my eyes. I'm surprised you even have to ask, I shot back. Alice finished with my hair, and Rosalie bugged me to start with my breakfast. I sighed. I have to go. I'll miss you. I smiled. I'll miss you, too. Alice grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the bedroom. The living room was practically covered with food. I rolled my eyes, settling for some pancakes. After I was done eating, Alice and Rosalie took my sightseeing. We saw the Empire State Building, went to Central Park when it was cloudy enough, and went to the Met. Just when I thought my legs would fall off on their own, Alice and Rose decided that it was time to go shopping. Rosalie wanted some new clothes to impress Emmett with. I didn't know why she even had to try. Firstly, She looked amazingly beautiful and irresistible in everything she wore. And secondly, Emmett was awed by her every moment of his existence. But Rose said it was just something she wanted to do for him, and for her. The moment I caught on to that meaning, I had to take a breather and swallow some Tylenol. Alice needed new shoes. Not to mention, she wanted to get some jacket she saw in a magazine or something on the flight to New York. At some point, when I had really gone insane from looking at makeup and bracelets and shoes, Alice pulled Rose and I into another store. That wasn't the surprise. What she threw at me to try on, however. I held it away from me, a horrified look on my face. "Alice, I'm not even wet," I stuttered. She smirked at me. "You never know when you'd need it, Bella," she told me knowingly. I glared at her. When would I ever need a little black mini dress? It didn't even look big enough to cover me. I opened my mouth to argue, but she had shoved me into a dressing room. I sighed, shaking my head and quickly changing into it. There really was no point in arguing with Alice when she wouldn't even give you a chance to speak. By the end of the day, I was as tired as I was yesterday. I didn't care what Alice said. I was going to do some shopping of things that I wanted to get. I had promised to get presents for the rest of the family. Although Esme and Carlisle didn't regret not coming to New York with us, I knew the boys did. It was mostly because they couldn't be with their mates, but I still wanted to get them all something nice. I was actually excited about being in New York. The shopping and all hadn't been so bad. If I really thought about it, I was glad I could spend time alone with Alice and Rosalie. I knew Rose was upset that I was all grown up. To a vampire, I suppose 10 years went by in the blink of an eye. I loved her, and she would always be my mother. She and Esme were amazing to me, but I suppose now I didn't so much needed a mother's protection. I needed a big sister. Rosalie understood that. I knew Esme would always continue looking out for me maternally, but she acted that way towards everyone. Rosalie and I were in the awkward adjustment stage. These past few days, I felt like Rose and I were somehow adjusting pretty well. Everything was going better than before. It felt like I didn't have to hold back as much as before just how grown up I was. My phone rang, and I smiled to myself. Edward was getting even more antsy today. He called me twice more than he did yesterday. I wondered how many times he would call me by the 7th day. I answered on the 3rd ring. "Hello, love," I answered lazily. I heard him chuckling on the other end, brightening my day. "I'll have you know that your pixie of a sister is completely crazy." Edward laughed. "I could always rescue you if you want," he offered suggestively. I giggled. "Edward, you're not even in the same state as I am," I reminded him. He mentioned something about being only hours away. I was about to protest. I actually enjoyed the girl bonding time when Alice screamed out in protest. I snorted. "You'd better not, Edward, or she'd tear your limbs off," I said in mock horror. I knew Alice wouldn't actually do that, but her aggressiveness when it came to having fun her way was well known. "You're right, loved, I've just missed you," he said. Although his tone was teasing, I could hear the sadness behind it. I sighed. "I've missed you too, Edward. But it's only 5 days away now." Somehow it didn't sound as comforting as it did in my head. I yawned against my will. Edward, unfortunately, heard it and asked me to go to sleep. I protested. "Not yet, Edward, please," I begged. I really had missed him so much. If Jasper had been here, he would be on overload. I needed to hear his voice for a little while longer. As if he understood, Edward relented. I asked him what he and the boys had been up to since this morning. Emmett wanted to play a game. I rolled my eyes. Nothing good could ever come out of that. He decided on truth or dare. It was pointless playing with 2 people, so I had to join in, he told me. I could hear the annoyance in his voice. I laughed, snuggling into a more comfortable position. I was still only clad in my bathrobe, so it was chilly. I dove under the covers, placing one folded arm behind my semi-wet hair. I smiled. "Did anyone get hurt?" I asked mockingly. Edward chuckled. "Actually, there was a very interesting incident that happened in Port Angeles. One of Emmett's crazy dares for Jasper was for him to scare the shoppers. We were kicked out of 4 stores. I rolled onto my back, laughing so hard it actually hurt to breathe. "Edward," I gasped. "You? Kicked out?" I heard Emmett in the background, yelling something about Captain Prude. Jasper jumped in about Mr. Goody-Two-Shoes. That only made me laugh harder. "I think I'm running out of oxygen," I gasped between fits of laughter. I could practically see Edward scowl as he shushed me. All right. Enough amusement at my expense," he said, irritated. I stifled my laughter. "I'm sorry, Edward," I said as soothingly as I could. I yawned again and felt my eyelids drooping. "I love you." My words must have sounded garbled from drowsiness because Edward started humming my lullaby. "I love you, too, but dash." I held up a hand to silence her protests. "This is my vacation, too, Alice. I won't be treated like a shopping slave," I said, half-jokingly. Alice pouted and I grinned, wrapping my arms around her waist from the side. "I promise we'll shop for clothes, Alice. I just need to get other things as well," I promised softly. She grinned at me and kissed my cheek. "Thank you," she chirped. I had asked her not to look into the future for the rest of the trip. I wanted to get everyone a present, including her, and I didn't want her to know what it was the moment I decided. Rosalie came out of the bathroom, looking like the model on the cover of Vogue. She smiled widely at us. "Ready to go?" she asked in her sultry voice. Alice and I nodded our heads and jumped up to leave. Rosalie chuckled at our eagerness and pushed the sunglasses on the top of her elegant hair down to cover her eyes. We went to a little cafe in Nolita for breakfast. I ate quickly because I was excited about shopping for the family. I kept my mind undecided when it came to Alice's gift. I knew she had been cheating and checking the future because she kept shooting me disgruntled looks. I returned those with innocent smiles. We went to Soho to shop. I found an antique store that would be perfect to find Esme's gift in. I browsed around, unsure of what to get for her. She already has vases and all. Besides, she was extremely particular about her furniture and such. I sighed in exasperation and rolled my eyes at how hard it was to shop for my own mother. "May I help you?" I jumped and swiveled to find a woman in her late 20s smiling at me. She had red hair and bright green eyes. I realized she must be the sales girl. She smiled sweetly at me and I blushed, realizing that I'd been staring at an antique dresser for 10 minutes straight. I shot her an apologetic smile. "I'm looking for something for my mother," I explained. The woman smiled in understanding and led me away, gesturing towards a few items. I was right about vases. I couldn't get her another one of those, as much as she loved them. I gasped when I saw an antique vanity dresser. It was beautifully crafted, cream-colored, and rose gold for the knobs on the drawers. The carvings around the mirror frame was so elegant on the table, there was an antique Victorian cosmetic tabletop collection. There was a small cosmetic vase, a tissue box, table mirror, vanity tray, and a hand mirror. They were all rose-colored, with hints of gold. I smiled. Esme would love this. I gasped when Rosalie's voice startled me from behind. "Is that for Esme?" she asked, striding confidently towards me. She barely even glanced at the salesgirl. I stifled a smile. As much as we loved each other, Rosalie couldn't stand other humans. It was rude from time to time, but it was just the way she was. I nodded my head, biting my lip anxiously. "What do you think?" I asked. She was as good as Alice at predicting what others would and wouldn't like. "Do you think she'll like it?" Rosalie pursed her lips and studied the vanity set with narrowed eyes. Finally, she turned her head to me and gave me a wide, warm smile. "I think she'll love it," she said gently. I grinned and nodded to the salesgirl. "I'll take this then. All of it. Could you have it delivered to Barcelona?" I asked, heading over to the register. I didn't know where Esme wanted this, so I might as well give it to her straight away so she could decide. I made the arrangements, careful not to laugh out loud at the woman's confusion and discomfort and being treated so dismissively by Rosalie. I knew she was also intimidated by Rose's beauty. Who wouldn't be? We headed out, arm in arm, in search of Alice. Rosalie told me that she was looking for her jacket. I merely grinned at Rosalie. She was the one who had helped me pull off Alice's gift. I wasn't going to give it to her straight away, though. I was going to let her fume about not getting the one-of-a-kind jacket for a while. We found Alice storming out of the store, steam practically coming out of her ears. "They don't have it," she said through gritted teeth. How the hell could they not have it? To soothe Alice, we dragged her into more retail outlets. I was able to sneak a leather jacket from Bloomingdale's for Rosalie. I knew her obsession with looking like she was some sort of rock goddess while driving her M3. Not that she needed to try looking beautiful and desirable. Compared to tomorrow, today was actually a relief. Rosalie had booked all three of us a spa day. I hated those because they always made me go for those skin exfoliating things. It made me uncomfortable. Alice and Rose never felt a thing because their skin were marble hard. We headed back to the hotel with 20 shopping bags for each of us. The bellboy looked like he was about to cry. I laughed, following Alice and Rosalie up to our room. I was pretty tired, but Rosalie said she wanted to take me out for dinner. I was more than happy to spend some time with her. Alice, sensing that it was mother-daughter bonding time, decided to skip dinner, as if she needed the food anyway. Alice made me change into a fancy dark blue dress. Of course, only a Cullen would go to a fancy restaurant when they don't even eat. I didn't complain, though, because I'd missed being with Rosalie. I didn't think we noticed it all that much, but with everything going on, she and I weren't as close as we used to be. I wanted things to be how they were before, and I was willing to do whatever it took. Rosalie's POV. I slipped on my red dress, fixed my hair, and put on my gold heels. I touched up my lipstick and grabbed my purse. I was taking Bella out to dinner. It would just be me and her tonight. Alice was staying home. She was probably going to call Jasper and spend time talking mushy stuff with him. I couldn't care less. I knew that the little Bella I knew all those years ago was now all grown up. I wanted so desperately to grasp that because it was the only way for me to be a part of this new life of hers. I knew Alice would call me being overdramatic, but I wasn't. Bella was a woman now, whether I babed her all the time or not. I had seen her spark of independence even at age 6, and now it shone brightly. Not only that, she was taking control of her life. Her decision to be with Edward, her love for him, God, when I see them together sometimes, I wouldn't know if I should chase him out of the house snarling like a rabid vampire or glow with pride that they have finally found each other. I was happy for her, more than she understood. I was just having trouble adjusting to the fact that she didn't need me anymore. It didn't matter what she said. I knew she loved me, and I loved her, too. But it was a fact that Bella didn't need me to be her mother. She was capable of handling herself, and Edward was right there beside her, helping her along. I drove Bella to this tiny little restaurant. It was cozy and comfortable, but stylish enough for us. Well, for me, anyway. Bella wouldn't have cared if we stopped at a drive-thru. Bella and I sat at a round table, and she ordered herself a Coke. I tried not to glare at her for ordering a caffeinated drink when she knew what caffeine did to her system. I had to leave the motherly duties to Esme now. We chatted a little about simple things. School was interesting for her. I knew she connected with Angela Weber quite well. They were friends in Forks before Bella Swan became Bella Hale. Bella blushed a lot when we talked about boys. She was still deep in denial that the perverted thoughts of the immature teenagers in Forks High were centered around her. And me, but that was to be expected. I forced Bella to get a chocolate mousse. She loved it, but she was always so embarrassed to get what she wanted. If Edward was still being stupid and hadn't gone for it, Bella would still be hidden under her covers, hiding her permanent blush. I sighed, looking at the beautiful girl sitting in front of me. She wasn't the awkward, shy girl that had been given to me all those years ago. She was a beautiful, graceful woman. She might not have a lot of confidence, and graceful might not have been the right word when it came to using her legs, but she was so pure and wonderful. I couldn't help but miss the little girl who would call me Mommy instead of Rosalie, but I knew it was time for her to grow up. She was already almost there. Her life had taken on so many changes, and more were yet to come. I wanted to be a part of her life, a part of her decisions, and a part of her eternity. I took her hand and squeezed gently. Bella looked up at me with confused eyes. I smiled. Bella, I need to tell you something. I bit my lip. You and I haven't been all that close with each other lately, and I don't like it. I'm so used to being involved in your life that it's just not right. Not for me, I said, my voice almost pleading. Bella opened her mouth to speak, but I shook my head slightly, silencing her. I need to tell you this. I've been holding on to the memory of you as a little child. You weren't just Esme's second chance, you were mine, too. But now, looking at you, seeing this beautiful woman sitting in front of me, I know now. I can't baby you around forever. I can't be the overprotective mother. But I want to be your friend. Bella smiled widely at me. Rose, I may not need you to hold my hand when I'm scared anymore, Dash. I couldn't help but mutter. No, you have Edward for that. She laughed. But I still need you. You're like the really awesome big sister, you know? How you always protect me and care for me. How you always calm the overexcited middle sister. Everything we have. I'm never giving up. So, yeah, a lot has changed. But I still love you. Calling you Mom would be strange right now, but it's there. I just need you to be the greatest big sister we all know you are. She leaned forward and kissed me cheek lightly. I couldn't help myself. I threw my arms around her in a bone-crushing hug. It's just so embarrassing, Bella shuddered. She had her arms crossed across her chest and was glaring out the window, her cheeks tinted red. I laughed as I drove my M3. Alice giggled along with me. We were headed for our spa day. As vampires, there were very little things Alice and I could do. We couldn't get massages because our body were rock hard. The facial wouldn't do anything, but we normally went for it anyway. We didn't have any hair to wax. I enjoyed the pedicures and manicures and the amenities, of course. Bella, however, hated spa days. She told us once before that beauty shouldn't hurt so much, right after her first waxing session. This had caused Alice to end up in hysterics. Bella found spa days to be embarrassing somehow. We arrived at the spa, and I parked. I beamed up at the building, already relaxed beyond belief. I climbed out of my car and tapped my foot impatiently for Bella. Come on, we're going to need a relaxing day for tonight, I said, slipping in the mystique of Alice's plan tonight. Bella, of course, caught on. She glanced nervously between Alice and I. Tonight, she asked nervously. What goes on tonight? Alice cackled. Bella jumped, a look of fear passing through her eyes. I didn't blame her. A few decades ago, I was in her exact place whenever Alice laughed that maniacal laugh of hers. You'll see, she said, her voice ominous. We stepped into the spa, Bella humming with nervousness, and got started. All we had to do was say the name Cullen. Sometimes there were perks of being what I was. Bella was whisked away for her massage and facial. Alice and I want to get our nails done. I knew we could do it on our own and do it faster, but it was nice to pamper ourselves once in a while. Alice and I started discussing about tonight. Bella had a list of things to do before she gave up her human life. It was aptly titled Human Experiences. Although some of the items on the list were dangerous and slightly ridiculous, such as skydiving, all of us wanted her to experience them. It was true that she could easily skydive when she was a vampire, but there would be no adrenaline rush. Her heart wouldn't pound a mile a minute. Her face wouldn't flush with the excitement. One of the things on the list was to go to a club and get drunk, courtesy of Emmett. Since Edward and Esme would lose their minds if Bella even suggested it back in Forks, Alice and I had decided we should let her do it here. What better place to get drunk in that New York? I had no idea what the answer to that question is, but I'd be at peace of mind if I was there with her. There was no way in hell I was going to let her get drunk with Emmett. He'd just let her do embarrassing things the whole night and film it. Alice and I would be there to make sure Bella didn't drink too much and poison herself instead. We were also there to make sure she would have fun. We had already bought her an outfit for the club. Although she had no idea what it was for, her had thrown a fit when Alice asked her to try it on at the store. We finished with our manicures and pedicures and headed for the sauna. Alice started snickering. I shot her a questioning look, and she whispered, "Waxing." I threw my head back and laughed, causing one of the male staff walking by with an armload of towels to drop the towels and walk straight into a door. I grinned at this. Bella met us in the sauna, grumbling and hissing like a hairless cat. I smirked at her, crossing my arms across my shoulders. "Have fun yet?" I teased. She scowled at me and threw my own patented Rosalie Hale glare at me. "That was torture," she moaned. Alice laughed. "Well, everything from here on out is painless, so relax, Tiger Kitty," she said jokingly, using the nickname we had for Bella whenever she grew angry. Bella hated it. I winked at Alice and grinned widely at Bella. She groaned and rolled her eyes. "When you smile like that, Rose, I know something's going to go horribly wrong," she told me warily. I huffed, shaking my head. "You're being dramatic, Dash," says our very own drama queen, Bella interjected. I ignored that jibe. "We were just discussing our plans for this evening," I informed her pleasantly. She raised an eyebrow at us, her eyes darting from Alice to me and back again. "Which would be?" she prompted. Alice wagged a finger at Bella. "Nah, you'll find out tonight," she promised. Bella glared at Alice. I heard her heart pounding and tasted the faint traces of fear in the air surrounding Bella. She knew fully well that Alice and I could go wild when we wanted to. I stood up and patted Bella on the shoulder. She sighed at my cool touch. I laughed. "Come on, let's get cleaned up." Alice and I didn't run into anyone on the way to the shower, which was a good thing. They would have questioned why Bella's skin was slick with sweat like a normal person's after going into the sauna, and Alice and I were dry as bone. I sighed, shaking my head. Maybe I could convince Esme to buy us our own spa. It would be a lot easier. It wouldn't really take all that much to convince her anyway. She loved the pampering as much as I did. I showered and changed into my outfit. It was time for Bella to have one very interesting human experience. Alice's POV. I hummed to the lyrics of Katy Perry's song as I applied a little blush to my pale cheeks. I was already dressed in my emerald dress. It was pretty amazing, if I said so myself. It came up to my knees, and it had diamonds for the straps on my shoulder. Rosalie came into the bathroom and smiled brightly at me. Her dress was as provocative as all of Rosalie's dresses were. It covered her to her thigh, had a plunging neckline, and was a stunning deep red. It looked amazing on Rosalie. I heard Bella giving a small scream and shared an amused look with Rose. She must have found the dress she was supposed to wear for tonight. "Alice!" I heard her shout angrily. I put down the blush and left Rosalie to fix her own makeup. I pranced into Bella's bedroom and gave her a disapproving look. She was looking at the dress on the bed in horror. It was a deep blue with a front and back V-neckline. It had a beaded empire waist and a satin sash tie around the waist. Bella would look amazing in it if she got over her shyness in the next 10 minutes. She placed her hands on her hips and glared at me. "You know I can't wear that, it's too showy," she said lamely. I grinned wickedly, picked up the dress, and shoved it into her arms. "Which is exactly why you need to wear it," I cooed. She gave me a haughty look, but I wasn't fazed. "Come on. Just trust me. Tonight has something to do with your list, now go." I curled Bella's hair so that it fell in luscious waves, and Rose did her makeup. By the time we were done, Bella looked old enough to pass for 18. I smiled. "Perfect." We jumped into our rented convertible and sped off to the hottest club in town. As Rosalie parked, Bella gave us questioning looks. "Why are we in front of a club?" she asked, a note of distaste in her voice. I giggled. She had been spending way too much time with Mr. Goody-Two-Shoes, aka her boyfriend, Edward. Rosalie turned off the engine and pulled the key out of the ignition. "Don't you remember your list, Bella?" she asked, turning to face our favorite little human. "Emmett and Jasper suggested you get drunk for one time, and you put it on the list." Bella's eyes lit up with recognition. I saw the anxiety in her eyes, but more importantly, I saw the excitement. Suddenly, she shot an incredulous look at Rose. "You're letting me do this?" she asked, aghast. "A week ago, I couldn't watch TV before finishing my homework, and now you're willingly getting me drunk?" Rose threw her head back, letting her blonde mane fly over her shoulders. "Alice and I won't let anything bad happen to you," she said firmly, as if she was assuring herself more than anything. "It's a human experience. Once you're a vampire, you can never get drunk. As long as you don't do anything stupid or illegal dash. Right? Because getting a 16-year-old girl into a club so she could get drunk is incredibly legal," Bella quipped sarcastically. "We're both okay with it," Rosalie finished as if Bella hadn't interrupted her. I reached to the front and grabbed Bella in an awkward hug, maneuvering around the console. "Come on, Bella, it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. You know Edward would never allow it back home, and Carlisle and Esme would have a fit." Bella bit her lip, considering. I could practically see the wheels in her head turning as she made her decision. Finally, her future for the night came to me bright and clear. I squealed and clapped my hands together excitedly. Bella lifted her head and smiled at the both of us. I could sense she was still a little nervous, though. "All right," she said determinedly. "Let's do this." We stepped out of the car and went to the front of the club. There was a long line of people waiting for the bouncer to let them in, but we ignored them. Bella seemed a little nervous and, not for the first time, I wished I had Jasper's gift. I leaned in closer to her and whispered, "Look confident. Rose will get us in there faster than you can blink." Bella squared her shoulders and straightened her spine. She walked fluently next to me. I had my arm wound around hers to balance her in case she tripped. Rosalie walked right up to the bouncer and gave him a flirtatious smile. "Can we get in?" she asked. Leaning in closer, she whispered something into his ear. It made him smile like a kid on Christmas morning. He let all three of us through. Ignoring the protests of the people behind us, we stepped into the club. I wrinkled my nose a little at the atmosphere. It was slightly smoky. The lights flashed from the dancing floor, and the smell of alcohol was tangible. Bella looked around the club with eager eyes. I remembered that it was the first time she had ever been inside a club. I wondered if Esme would call this corrupting Bella she was only 16 years old. My devilish side kicked my conscience right out the window as Bella's face broke into a huge grin. She only had about a year left to be human. Besides, We were there. What was the worst that could happen? Bella downed her third shot of vodka for the night. She was already tipsy, having tried a few different alcoholic beverages. She had a sheen of sweat on her face because she had been dancing with Rose and I. Rosalie was still on the dance floor, dazzling every male in the vicinity and making every woman murderous with envy. I was keeping watch on Bella. I wasn't going to complain. Drunk Bella was much too funny to be boring. She stumbled towards where I sat on a stool at the bar and threw her arms around my neck. Her bright brown eyes were glazed over. "Ollie," she squealed loudly, causing the few people around us who could hear her over the music turn to look at us. I smiled amusedly at Bella. "Do you know you're short?" Bella asked, her voice slurred. I rolled my eyes and attempted to place Bella on a stool. I could have easily lifted her and placed her on the stool next to me, but it would have been suspicious. Bella stumbled back into me. I gave up and just held her upright. "Can we go see Dracula?" I laughed, shaking my head. Rosalie was smirking, as well, having heard Bella's request all the way from the dance floor. Bella squealed with excitement at the drink in front of her. I sighed. The Long Island iced tea. If I had known that Bella would act so giddy as a drunk, I would have forced alcohol down her throat before every shopping spree. She slurped down half the drink, then grabbed my hand. "Let's dance, Ollie," she called out, hobbling over to the dance floor. I giggled at her attempts to stand upright and sway to the music. She really was a funny drunk. "Are you sure you're up to it?" I asked her, not even worried as she tipped over slightly. I knew she would be fine, except for the hangover she would get tomorrow. "Course." Bella snorted, then wrapped her arms around my neck again to keep herself steady. I gasped as I saw a vision, but it was already happening when I snapped out of it. A man in his mid-20s came up to us and slid his hand down Bella's back. "Hey, babe," he said in a slimy voice. Maybe it was due to her intoxication, or maybe she really was incredibly scared. Bella screamed, catching the attention of half the people in the club. The guy looked shocked. Rosalie was right there next to him, glowering like she meant to kill with a glare. She shoved him away roughly, causing him to fall. "Do not touch her," she growled. I stared bemusedly at the gaping idiot on the floor. Realizing that Bella was shaking slightly and was almost out of it, I looked at Rose. "Maybe it's time we got out of here. Bella's got her drunk night." She agreed with me. I leaned Bella on Rose and moved to retrieve our coats and purses. I moved swiftly out of the club and went to the car. Rose and Bella were already there. I sat with Bella in the back seat as she rested her head on my lap, snoring lightly as she slept. Rosalie drove maniacally back to the hotel. When we had to go up, though, Bella woke with a start. She was still highly intoxicated with alcohol, so she started yelling random things at people. I clamped my hand over her mouth as we made our way inside the hotel. I knew Bella would be too embarrassed to even face the receptionist once she was sober if she acted drunk in the lobby. Once we were in the elevator, Bella struggled against me. When I refused to let her go, she bit down on my hand. It didn't hurt me, of course, but any harder and Bella would break her teeth. I took my hand away from her mouth. She giggled uncontrollably, clutching the sides of her ribs. When we came to our floor, Bella tore out of the elevator, screaming red rum. Rosalie and I exchanged amused looks as we strolled casually out of the lift. We noticed the alarmed looks of the guests Bella passed. We stopped, just watching her run for a little bit. Rose bit her lip and said, "Isn't our room that way?" She jerked her thumb over her shoulder. I nodded my head and grinned widely. I was incredibly glad that I had most of our night at the club videotaped. I would really be able to blackmail her sometime with the footage of her table dancing for something good. Finally, Rose took off after Bella at human speed and took her back to the hotel room. Bella was banging on some poor human's hotel door, screaming bloody murder. I opened the door for Rose as she carried a kicking and screaming Bella inside. Once she was in the room, she started running about, singing songs she had obviously made up. I frowned. What are we supposed to do to calm her down? I muttered to Rose. She threw me a disgruntled look. You tell me. Psychic, she retorted. Bella searched the minibar in the suite, but I chucked the alcohol aside. I didn't need her to get alcohol poisoning. Edward would kill me. Finally, I shouted the only thing I could think of. If you stay calm, we'll call Edward. Miraculously, Bella sashayed all the way to her bedroom and flopped down on her bed ungraciously. She bounced a little on the spot, waiting eagerly for us to call Edward for her. I suppose being drunk didn't help her retain her intelligence. I tried getting her to get some sleep, but she kept yelling for Edward. She even started crying. I rolled my eyes, throwing my hands up in the air. Rosalie was already calling him on speed dial. Love. I heard Edward call out. Rosalie thrust the phone to Bella, who held it to her ear. She sniffed a little, still crying silent tears. Edward, she whispered. Edward panicked immediately. Bella? Oh, God. Are you crying? What's the matter? Where's Alice and Rose? Bella, tell me, what's wrong? Bella suddenly stopped crying and giggled. Edward, Rose said I'm grown up already. We can have sex, she said smugly. I clapped my hands over my mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Rosalie huffed, narrowing her eyes at Bella. I never said that, she growled lightly, but I could see the amusement in her eyes. Edward was silent for a moment. Bella, love? Are you all right? He asked hesitantly. Bella flopped onto her back, phone still to her ear. Yeah, she sighed. I feel very woozy, and a boy touched my butt. His anger was back full force. What boy? Why would he touch you? Where are you? Bella, love, answer me. I grabbed the phone from Bella, who protested. She tried to get up, but she was a little too drunk to actually move much. I placed the phone to my ear and said, Edward, it's Alice. You don't have to worry about Bella, she's fine. Or at least she'll be fine in the morning. Say, do you know how to calm someone who's a little hyper? He growled at me. Alice, what on earth is going on? Where's Bella? What's happened to her? I bit my lip. Should I tell him? I shot a look at Rosalie, who was consoling a suddenly hysterical Bella. She shrugged her shoulders. I could tell she was partly amused and partly irritated by the situation. Well, she's kind of inebriated at the moment, I said in a small voice. Drunk? You let my Bella get drunk. Alice, what were you thinking? He shouted. I heard Emmett cheering in the background about how Bella was coming out of her shell. I giggled. Edward sighed heavily, and I heard a loud thunk, followed by Emmett yelling in pain. Look, she'll be fine, Edward. This was just another human experience, Rose, and I wanted her to have. We were there with her the whole time. Nothing too horrible happened. Too? He asked, his voice suspicious.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing but an eternity worth of blackmail, dear brother. Nothing. I'll have her call you tomorrow when she's sober and rested, I said quickly. Wait, what about this boy, Dash? I snapped the phone shut. That was a different conversation for a different day when Edward's calmer. Maybe when he'd hunted 3 mountain lions. Bella was already snoring away on the bed. Edward's POV. I stared at the phone in my hand, my mouth hanging open. I couldn't believe Alice had just hung up on me. What more? Bella had gotten drunk. Emmett was cheering, and I knew Jasper was siding with him. They had proposed the idea to Bella in the first place all those months ago. I couldn't believe Alice and Rosalie allowed Bella to get drunk. Alice might be slightly crazy with her ways, but she had always looked out for Bella. And Rosalie. She had always thought of Bella as her own daughter. How could they both be so reckless this way? She had been drinking alcohol. She had been touched by someone of the male gender, who wasn't me. God only knew what sort of trouble she had attracted when she was drunk. Lord only knew she attracted enough trouble when she was sober. And to think she was only 16 years old. How could Rosalie and Alice do this? What if something horrible happened? What if she became sick? I snapped my phone shut angrily and swiveled around. What if she gets poisoned? I burst out, pacing the floor. Jasper attempted to give me calming waves, but I simply growled at him. I was in no mood for my emotions to get swayed. I couldn't even think properly. These past 5 days had been nothing but pure purgatory without my Bella. I needed to see her, to hold her in my arms, and to ensure that she was safe. She had called me in a drunken state, all the way from New York City. What was I supposed to do at this moment? I suddenly stopped pacing, remembering what I had said to Bella a few days ago over the phone. I grinned and turned to look at Emmett and Jasper. I realized that they were both looking at me warily, waiting for my next outburst. I surprised them by smiling mischievously. "What do you think of a little trip?" I asked mysteriously. An hour later, Emmett, Jasper, and I were boarded on a plane to go to NYC. The one-stop flight wouldn't be leaving for a few hours, so I had rented a private jet to bring us to NYC. Emmett wanted to be the pilot of our private jet. Thank God it was rented. It might have given Emmett an idea on getting our own private jet. Maybe I could take Bella flying someday. Jasper was worried that Alice would be angry with him. I hope she doesn't kill me. It was supposed to be an all-girls trip. Man, Edward's manipulative. If only he hadn't blackmailed me with what happened that night with Emmett, Bella, and Carlisle. Alice would kill me for that, too.
Damn.
I laughed at his thoughts and nudged him in the ribs.
Relax.
Alice would have already called if she didn't like us coming, I reminded him. Of course, if she had blocked out her visions to enjoy the trip, she wouldn't have seen us coming. Even then, I wasn't going to change my mind. I had missed Bella too much, and my brothers missed their other halves too much as well. That had made it extremely easy to convince them to come with me to NYC. I sighed, closing my eyes to Emmett asking the stewardess if she had any vodka for my supposedly alcoholic girlfriend in New York. We landed in New York City a few hours later, while the sun was barely even up. We hailed a cab and went straight to the hotel Bella told me they were staying at. We hadn't packed any clothes. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, and the only thing we had brought with us were our passports. As we stepped out of the cab, we stared up at the traditional-looking building in front of us. Emmett snorted at the name. Ironic, he commented. We glided towards the front entrance gracefully. A huge smile slipped onto my face. Just mere minutes until I would be reunited with my Bella. 43, Summertime Part 2, aka Romancing the Girl. Alice's POV. It was near dawn when I decided to just give in and take a sneak peek at the future. Bella had asked me to abstain since she wanted to surprise me with a gift. I just wanted to know what it was. I was as bad as her when it came to surprises. I was so used to knowing everything that it was a sick form of torture when I couldn't rely on my visions. Instead of a vision of a fabulous pair of boots, however, I received a vision of 3 very dead vampires walking towards our hotel. Alright, so maybe they were already dead, but you know what I meant. I gasped, scowling as I searched when they would arrive. They were going to reach the hotel in 15 minutes. They were already in New York. I growled, blocking out my visions once more. "Rosalie!" I screamed, then clasped a hand over my mouth, remembering Bella, who was still knocked out from last night's events. I listened to her quiet snoring and realized that I hadn't woken her up. Rose appeared from the bathroom where she had been trying on some of her new clothes. "What?" she asked, irritated that I had interrupted her. I stood up and started to pace anxiously. "The boys are here," I announced. Her topaz eyes widened and her mouth slipped into a frown. They'll arrive at the hotel in 14 minutes and 32 seconds. Rosalie shook her head exasperatedly. I thought we'd specifically said this was an all-girls trip, she exclaimed indignantly. I snorted. When have they ever listened to us? I cocked my eyebrow and jutted my hip to the side. Good point, I sighed, running a hand through my jet black hair. It's too late to escape. Our scent is everywhere. They'd be able to follow us in a heartbeat. Not to mention the fact that Sleeping Beauty would only slow us down. I jerked my thumb in the direction of Bella's room. Rosalie sighed, pouting at the door with folded arms. So, what? Are we supposed to go about just accepting them in here with open arms? She asked glumly. I thought about it. There wasn't a lot of time to pull off an Alice masterpiece, but there was still time for us to do something. Rosalie and I dashed to the shopping bags piled on the corner of the living room of our suite. We pulled out a few things before finding the perfect outfits. Rose pulled on a red lace trim chemise. It had a ruffled trim and a black satin bow beneath the unlined cups. The thin material didn't leave much to the imagination when it came to the imagination. I snickered. Perfect. I quickly pulled on my selection, a rose pink scoop neck slip with buttons on the front and a cute ruffled trim. It went all the way to my thighs, innocent but teasing. I smirked. Jasper would love me in it. We heard them approaching and smelled their scents when they reached our floor. We quickly settled ourselves in front of the TV, Rose behind me and brushing a comb through my hair as we watched a rerun of I Dream of Jeannie. It's definitely their room. I can smell them clearly, I heard Jasper saying. Is that your girlfriend snoring, Eddie? Emmett, of course, asked Edward. He in turn growled. There was a knock at the door, and Emmett calling out for us to open up. Rosie, baby, come on. It's Emmett. And Jazz. And Edipo. Could you open up? Rosalie ignored that, and I smirked. Do you think genies really exist? Rosalie mused out loud. I gave a little shrug. Who knows, Rose? Maybe they do. I wonder what I'll wish for if I ever come across one. Rosalie pretended to ponder. Well, I don't know about you, but I'd probably wish for a husband who respects what I want, she said, her voice dripping in sarcasm. I giggled. I was going to wish for the latest designs by my favorite designers, but I think your wish is better, Rose. I played along. I heard Jasper groaning. Come on, Al. I'm sorry, he said in a tortured voice. Edward made me. I rolled my eyes, as if the twit actually forced him on a plane. Hey, I heard Edward yell out. Let me in. I need to see Bella. Bella, where are you? Open the door. We ignored that. Bella was unconscious anyway. We heard some hushing noises. Then the doorknob jiggled. The door clicked open. I shared a look with Rosalie, frowning. They had picked the damn lock. The three of them burst in, eyes wild. Edward caught Bella's scent, mixed in with all the alcohol and the smoky smell of the club, and went dashing towards the bedroom in a frenzy. Emmett and Jasper stood in the foyer, staring open-mouthed at the two of us. I would have laughed at the lustful looks on their faces if I weren't so mad at them. Emmett recovered first. He stepped forward 1 or 2 steps, still gaping at the sight of Rosalie in something she would normally wear to seduce him. Rosie, baby, he said again. Rosalie ignored him and grabbed the remote. She changed the channel to MTV. Beyoncé's Single Ladies music video came on. I almost squealed. The universe was on our side. Rose jumped to her feet and pulled me along. I love this song, she yelled, dancing to it. I followed her lead, throwing my head back and laughing maniacally. I felt Jasper's lust as he projected it around the room. I pushed it aside, not without difficulty, of course, but who said life was easy? Emmett couldn't fight it off as easily, though. In one swift moment, he had dashed across the foyer, grabbed Rosalie, and slammed her to the wall. Rose gasped at his sudden movement. Emmett pressed himself to Rosalie, but she slapped him, pushing him away. She growled and came back to me. "I'm dancing, Emmett," she snapped. I giggled as Rose and I twirled each other around, dancing promiscuously to the music. This was turning out better than I thought. Edward's POV. I blocked out the sick view of my sisters in what they called clothes and dashed towards the direction of Bella's scent. No one was stupid enough to stop me. I opened the door slightly and slipped inside. Bella was sprawled on the bed. She was already dressed in pajamas, but she still smelled like alcohol. She was snoring lightly into her pillow. I cracked a small smile at the sight and went to sit next to her supine body. I stroked her hair lightly, wondering what time she would be awake. I had already missed her so much. I wanted to hear her voice, see her beautiful brown eyes, and kiss her lips. As if sensing my presence, Bella scooted closer to my cold body and pressed her face to the side of my body. One of her arms came up to my waist to hug me to her. I smiled and pressed my lips to her hair. I wondered what she was dreaming of. Her mouth was in a frown as she dreamt. I heard mumbles of "giant bunny" now and again. I chuckled. Bella wasn't meant to be a drunk, I supposed. I thought back to our conversation a few hours ago, when she told me, well, she wasn't exactly coherent at that point. When she was awake and sober again, I knew she wouldn't have liked what she'd said. She had been overly active, for a lack of a better word, at the beginning of our relationship. I suspected that had something to do with how our emotions and suppressed feelings were overflowing. We had harbored feelings for each other for such a long time, and they were just surfacing. Now, though, we were taking it much slower. It was a challenge each and every time. Having her parents in the same house, however, always kept me on track. Not even Carlisle, who understood the needs of lovers, would have appreciated me taking his little girl. Bella hated it whenever Carlisle, Esme, and sometimes even Rosalie treated her like a small child. When she was 8, she went through a phase where she attempted to do everything like a grown-up because she was tired of being told it's a grown-up thing. It didn't work out, of course, but she still hated being the youngest. Bella was an independent woman. I was just trying to preserve my life. It was 10:30 in the morning when Bella finally stirred. She groaned, probably from the headache she was probably feeling. I chuckled, stroking her hair lightly. She lifted her head slightly and blinked blearily up at me, a perpetual frown on her lips. I wanted to kiss it away. "Edward," she rasped. I grinned at her. "I could kill Alice and Rose for you if you want," I offered. She groaned again and dropped her head on the pillows, turning over so that her face was pressed into the pillow. "I might take you up on that," she mumbled into the pillow. She breathed heavily for a few moments. "What the hell happened?" she asked grumpily. I laughed. "You got drunk, remember?" "You're drunk," she murmured unintelligibly. I snorted.
Hardly.
"You should probably wake up." "It's near 11 in the morning," I informed her. At this, Bella shot up. She moved too fast, however. "Whoa, head rush," she said, placing a hand to her mouth. Before I could say or do anything, she had shot out of the bed and stumbled towards what I assumed was the bathroom. I could hear her retching a moment later. Emmett's laughter could be heard all the way from the living room. The little drunk human's awake," he teased loudly. Bella shouted a wordless cry of frustration at him before retching once more. I rolled my eyes and moved towards the bathroom. I held my breath against the smell and held Bella's hair away from her face, patting her back gently. When she was finally done, she crawled over to the sink and washed her mouth out, brushing furiously. I watched in amusement and worry as she slid to the floor, her back to the bathroom vanity dresser. I crouched in front of her and brushed her hair back. Do you want me to get you a glass of water? I asked softly. Her throat must be sore from all that retching. Bella still looked green as she nodded her head, her bottom lip quivering slightly. I pressed a kiss to her forehead and dashed out of the bathroom. I didn't once look in the living room as I made my way to the kitchen. My sisters were still wearing those flimsy materials, and I, for one, did not intend on scarring myself further. I retrieved a glass and filled it with water before dashing back to the only bedroom in the suite. I was just about to enter the bathroom when Alice ran up in front of me. I made a face at her outfit, but she giggled, handing me something. I stared at the box. Alka-Seltzer. Trust me, she'll want it, Alice assured me before running out the door. Thank God. I entered the bathroom to find Bella in the exact same position I left her in. She attempted a smile, but it was weak. I grinned, chuckling. She scowled at me, rubbing her temples angrily. Not funny, Edward, she muttered. Yes, it is. Emmett yelled from the living room. Bella groaned at the volume of his voice and his booming laughter. Stuff it, Em, she yelled back. You're making me wish stakes through the heart actually work. This didn't help suppress my amusement. I handed her the water, which she sipped gratefully, and the box of Alka-Seltzer in case she wanted it later on. She looked as if she wanted to vomit a few times, but she made it through. She even took the Alka-Seltzer. Finally, she sighed, handing me back the empty glass. I'm gonna shower, she mumbled, scrambling to her feet. I helped steady her, then lifted her by the chin to look into her slightly glazed eyes. Are you sure? I asked, concern clouding my brain. Bella quirked a little smile. Am I sure that I want to shower and smell better? Yes, she joked. I scowled, even though I was amused. Bella, I reprimanded. I meant, are you sure you're all right? Bella nodded her head, sighing once more. I'll be fine. I don't think lounging around in my PJs all morning is going to make it any better, she said. She leaned forward and kissed me on the cheek. Then she frowned. It might just be the hangover, but I have no idea why you're in New York right now. I chuckled, shaking my head. I'll explain later on. Hurry, will you, love? Our siblings are having a squabble, and I don't care to be in the middle of it, I pleaded. She grinned and nodded her head. Grimacing at the pain that brought to her head, she groaned and shooed me out the door. I heard the shower running and turned to head out and get rid of the glass. I found Alice and Rosalie sitting on the floor in their outfits, playing poker with one another. They were sitting cross-legged, giving Emmett and Jasper a view of their pale legs. My poor brothers were fidgeting on the couch, trying to get their wives to talk to them. I grinned at the sight of them. At least Bella was talking to me, and was grateful I was here. Jasper shot me an annoyed look. Don't be so smug, dear brother. I've yet to tell your precious Bella why you were kicked out of the store in Port Angeles. I scowled at him, then continued on my way to the kitchen. Not wanting to sit in the middle of the chaos that were my siblings, I went into Bella's bedroom. There was a plasma TV in her room, so I turned it on and flipped through the channels. I found a movie channel playing a streetcar named Desire. I laid back on the bed, propping myself up with the pillows against the headboard, my hands behind my head. Bella came out of the bathroom in her bathrobe and smiled at me. I tried not to think like a hormonal teenager at the sight of her dripping body clad in such a tiny material. Feeling better? I asked her, worried that the Alka-Seltzer hadn't done its job. She nodded her head. Yes, much, she replied. Thanks. I nodded towards the door. Alice thought of the Alka-Seltzer. Thanks, Alice, she yelled out, going to rummage in the shopping bags piled at one corner of the room. I heard Alice yell, welcome. She took out a red baby doll dress and turned to go back into the bathroom. I heard her stumbling in the bathroom and shook my head, amused. She came back out a few minutes later. Her hair was let loose around her shoulders, partially dry. The dress came up to her knees, and accentuated her curves perfectly. I raised my eyebrows at her. "Alice?" I asked, knowing that Bella wouldn't pick a dress like that on her own. Bella sighed heavily and nodded her head. I patted the bed next to me and smiled, gesturing for her to lie down next to me. She did so, cuddling to my side. Her head rested on my shoulder, and her hand traced circles on my chest. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders, hugging her closer to me. I pressed my lips to her forehead and breathed in the scent of her strawberry shampoo as I buried my head in her hair. She bit her lip as she looked up at me. "Can we go out today? I want to get some things. Alice has been obsessed with shopping so far, so I couldn't." I laughed, knowing fully well what my sister could be like if she had shopping on her mind. Since New York was a fashion capital, it didn't surprise me that Bella barely had a word in. I nodded my head, rubbing my hand up and down her back. "Where would you like to go?" I asked, genuinely interested. She shrugged. "Bookstore, music store, certain places," she said vaguely. I tensed a little as she mentions bookstore, remembering what had happened the last time. I clenched my jaw, vowing not to leave her alone for even a second. I nodded my head, turning the TV off and climbing off the bed. I held out my hand for her to take, and she smiled, slipping her warm hand into my cold one. I pulled her off the bed and she grabbed her purse, following me out the door. We went out the door to find our siblings still in their compromising positions. Bella raised an eyebrow. "What on earth are you doing?" she asked, her eyes raking the living room. Emmett and Jasper looked plain angry. The throw pillows on the couch were strewn everywhere, and Rosalie and Alice were still sitting calmly in their sleepwear on the floor, dealing cards. They all begun talking at once, yelling at vampire speed. Bella groaned, shaking her head as she pressed a finger to her temple. I bit my lip, trying to hide my smile. Finally, she lifted her head, glaring at the four of them.
"Hey," she yelled.
The four of them stopped talking, looking at her in surprise. "Would you stop this nonsense and get dressed?" She raised an eyebrow at Rose and Alice. "We've got to go get a room for the boys." "I don't think all 6 of us could stay in one room." Emmett frowned at her. "Why not?" he asked. "Don't you want your favorite brother to be here, addict?" Bella scowled at him. "First of all, as of now, my favorite brother's Jasper," she quipped. Emmett stuck his tongue out at Bella, and she returned the favor oh so maturely. "And secondly, no, I don't want all of you here. It's giving me enough of a headache anyway. Let's go." I placed a hand on her shoulder, giving her a disapproving look. "Not so fast, love," I said, making sure to let her know that I haven't forgotten the fact that she had willingly gotten drunk last night. I still wanted to know about the male that touched her, and his name if possible, so I could hunt him down and tear him to shreds. Emmett chuckled at the look on my face. Jasper smirked as he felt my anger. Bella winced, knowing me all too well. She sighed, dropping down on the couch next to Emmett. "I knew that was way too easy," she muttered, dropping her head in her hands. Emmett patted her back soothingly. I glared down at Rose and Alice. Alice grinned impishly up at me while Rosalie looked indifferent. I folded my arms and gave her my best peeved look. She rolled her eyes at me. "Oh, don't give me that look," she huffed. "You know as well as I do that Ollie, and I would never allow anything to happen to Bella." I scoffed, looking at her disbelievingly. "And you decided to prove that by letting her get drunk?" I asked bitingly. Rosalie returned my angry look, match for match. "It was on her list of things to do, Edward." "I thought you were on board with giving Bella as much human experience as possible," she snapped. Bella mumbled something about no sex. I had never thanked God enough for vampires' inability to blush. Of course, everyone in the room laughed at this. Emmett winked at me, then nudged Bella. "You know, some humans have this thing where they have a little one-night stand before they get tied down to their soul mate forever," he mused jokingly. Though their idea of forever is different than ours, care to have the same human experience? We could take a detour to the club. Bella groaned at the improper joke, and I growled at Emmett. Jasper, affected by my anger, ended up punching Emmett. He only fell off the couch, laughing hysterically. Bella covered her ears with her hands. "Oh my God, my ears are bleeding right about now," she moaned. Concerned, I lowered my voice. "That's complete inappropriate, Emmett. I'm telling Esme," I warned him. Even though he stopped laughing since he knew about the punishments Esme was most likely to give him, he still scowled at me. "Just like you to run to Mommy for everything, huh, Eddie?" he teased sourly. I ignored him. "And what's this about a boy touching you, Bella?" I asked, glaring at her now. It was of no use since she wasn't looking at me. "I'm not looking up until you've stopped looking like someone kicked Lily, Edward," she mumbled into her lap. And, it wasn't like I actually enjoyed that part of the night. I raised an eyebrow. "You enjoyed the rest of the evening, then?" I asked incredulously. Bella lifted her head slightly and quirked a little smile at me. "If I didn't have such a bad headache, I'd do it all again," she informed me. Jasper smirked at Bella. Our sweet little Bella. An alcoholic," he snickered. Bella threw a pillow at him, which he gracefully dodged. I shook my head, going to sit by Bella's side. "How could you even think of getting drunk, Bella?" I asked her in a murmur, touching my lips to her hair. She still smelled so deliciously like strawberries. She half shrugged at me. "Edward, I'm never going to be able to do that again, especially once I'm turned. From what I've heard about Emmett, vampires can't get drunk dash." Rosalie was suddenly yelling at Emmett. "You try to get drunk." She groaned again, burying her face in my shirt. I sighed, rubbing her back. Rosalie realized what she had done to Bella and stopped yelling. Instead, she opted for ignoring Emmett altogether. "You couldn't have waited until I was present?" Alice snorted. "If you were there, Edward, you'd never let her take a single sip," she sang out. "You not being there was sort of the point." I shot her a glare. "That isn't true," I protested. Bella shook her head as she looked up at me through misty eyes. "She must be slightly drunk still." "Edward, it took us about half an hour to even get out of the driveway when you taught me how to drive," she reminded me. "This would have been 1,000 times worse, I'd imagine." Emmett moved at vampire speed. He kept his mind blocked so that I couldn't know what he was up to. Suddenly, he was on Bella's other side. "Good morning, New York," he screamed in her ear. Bella's eyes snapped wide open. She shrieked and fell off the couch, landing flat on her face on the floor. Emmett burst out into raucous laughter once more. I smacked him upside the head, then pulled Bella up. "Love, I think it's best if we get a move on. It's dangerous to let 4 immature vampires stay in the same room with us for too long," I said bitingly. She giggled, but nodded her head, letting me lead her out of the door. "Get ready, please, and meet us in the lobby so we could work out the room issue," I called out over my shoulder. I heard my brothers trying to get Rose and Alice to forgive them as we left them alone. I even heard Emmett trying to convince Rose to use Bella's bedroom with him. I shuddered. I hoped Rosalie had a strong resolve. Bella was still a little shaky on her legs, but I could see her getting better by the minute. I held her around the waist with one arm, never letting her go for a second. I would press my lips to her hair, her forehead and her cheeks every few seconds, having missed her too much the past 5 days. Jasper had said that my attachment to Bella couldn't have been healthy if I couldn't spend 5 days without her. As if he were any better with Alice. If I knew my sisters, and I did, Rosalie and Alice would spend time getting dressed. They loved dressing up at human speed because they loved to pamper themselves. This gave me enough time to take Bella down to the hotel cafe to get her some breakfast. We stepped into the elevator of the Carlisle. Bella stepped closer to me and pressed her front to mine. I wrapped both my arms around her as tightly as I could without breaking her bones. I buried my nose in her hair, closing my eyes as I inhaled her intoxicating scent. The only other person in the elevator besides us stopped a few floors down. Once we were alone, I tilted Bella's head by the chin to look into her beautiful eyes. She smiled shyly at me, biting her full lip. I tugged gently, releasing her lip from being worried by her teeth. "Don't ever scare me like that again," I said. Her phone call had sent me into a whole new level of panic. If I hadn't been able to get the plane, I would have run all the way to New York just to see her and ensure she was safe. Bella smiled, turning her head slightly so she could kiss the palm of my hand that was cradling the side of her face. She nodded her head. "Okay," she whispered. "I am sorry I worried you, Edward," she said, her warm, lithe fingers rubbing my chest soothingly. I wrapped both my arms around her waist once more and lifted her off the ground slightly. I brought my head down and captured her lips with mine. Bella gasped, and I smiled into our kiss. Her reactions to our intimate moments, no matter how chaste they may be, never failed to amaze me and pleasure me. Her hands automatically dragged at my chest, trailing over my arms and locked behind my neck. I felt her fingers burying themselves in my hair, and a shiver rippled through me. I pressed her even closer to my body, wanting to feel the warmth that always came with her touch. I heard someone clearing their throat, but I ignored that. I'd missed out on kissing Bella, holding her, and being with her for 5 days straight. This really couldn't wait. "Excuse me," an unfamiliar voice said, annoyed. "Bella," and I pulled apart slowly, both of us panting. I might not need to breathe in oxygen, but her kisses always left me so desperately wanting more. I was in need of her. I glanced around and found a crowd of people in front of the open elevator doors. Their thoughts ranged from amused to annoyed to plain jealousy. The woman who had spoken looked about 40. She thought it was indecent the way Bella and I had embraced out in the open so intimately. I bowed my head, all the things my mother taught me growing up in the 1900s rushing back to me. It was incredibly improper. "I'm sorry," I apologized, smiling at them all. Bella blushed bright red at having been caught kissing like that. "We didn't mean to hold up the elevator." I took Bella's hand and gently pulled her out of the elevator. She was still blushing when we entered the cafe. I laughed, bringing our entwined fingers to my lips. I kissed the back of her hand tenderly. Her scowl melted into an euphoric smile. "What would you like, loves?" It was raining cats and dogs outside. Bella shivered from the cold draft that seemed to linger even in the inside of the hotel. I shrugged out of my jacket and helped Bella slip into it. I smiled at how adorable she looked like in my jacket that was a little too big for her. I tapped her nose playfully, leaning down to capture her sweet strawberry lips once. We sat down at a window booth and Bella ordered a glass of juice and French toast. I watched her while she ate, missing even this moment during our 5 days apart. Bella blushed when she caught me looking. "Edward," she complained. I smiled. I knew she felt self-conscious when others watched her while she ate. Once she finished eating, she grabbed her half-empty glass of juice. I took her free hand and played with her fingers. I went to sit next to her instead of opposite her. I wanted to hold her to me once more. I wrapped my arms around her waist and gently lifted her. She gasped in surprise as I sat her on my lap. Bella laughed, turning slightly so that she could look at me sideways. I smiled widely, then bent to press my lips to her neck. I sighed against her skin, closing my eyes. It would always amaze me how so at home I felt being with her. I didn't move from my spot. I didn't stop kissing her neck, running my hands down her bare arms, burying my hand in her silky hair. "Edward," Bella gasped, as I gently kissed her pulse point. I made a noise, but I didn't look up. She gave a throaty laugh. Edward, we have to go. I tightened my hold on Bella. She stroked my cheek with gentle fingers. The others are probably waiting for us. Come on. I sighed, lifting my head finally. I cupped her cheek with one hand and brushed my cold lips against her warm, full ones. Her eyes fluttered as she smiled at me. I let her hop off my lap as I paid for her breakfast. She argued over that as well. I simply reminded her that since we shared the Cullen account, my money was hers, so whatever I paid for her was like her paying for herself. She'd shot me a dirty look, saying, "Trying to confuse me won't make me forget this conversation, Edward." She dropped the subject, though, so I was glad. As we went to the lobby, Bella approached the desk. The manager was standing behind the desk. He looked up as we approached. I growled at his thoughts. He found Bella attractive. Why, he had to be in his 30s. The manager smiled at Bella. "Good morning, Ms. Hale. Is there anything I can help you with?" he asked pleasantly. He eyed me with envy before turning his gaze back on my beautiful Bella. Bella smiled back at him. "Yes, there is," she replied. "Have my sisters been here this morning?" The manager frowned slightly and nodded his head. "Oh, dear. I've already explained to the others. I hope she won't be as upset as her sister." "Yes, they have. Ivy already explained it to your sisters. I'm afraid we're completely booked. One family has just checked out, and it was big enough for the rest of your family. Your sister wasn't too keen on it, however." Bella and I exchanged looks. I realized what the manager meant a second later when he thought of the suite he'd given to Rosalie and Alice. A wide smile spread across my face. I kissed Bella on her forehead. "Come on, love. Let's head up for a minute," I said, almost gleefully. I barely even registered the look on the manager's face as he realized Bella and I were romantically involved. Bella was confused, to say the least, but I wouldn't tell her. I wanted her to hear it from the others. It would be more comical that way. We took the elevator back to the tower suite. When the elevator doors slid open, even Bella could hear the commotion the others were having. We slowly strolled towards our squabbling siblings. They were standing outside the door of the suite, piles of bags littering the almost empty corridor. A pink suitcase I recognized as Alice's kept the door partially open. Rosalie's voice was the loudest, as if Esme and Carlisle would even allow it to happen. "What happens in New York stays in New York," Emmett quipped, laughter in his voice. "That's Vegas, Emmett," Jasper said, obviously affected by Rosalie's anger. Alice seemed incredibly perky as we approached. She was practically jumping up and down. "Come on, Rose. I've already seen you giving in, and our suite is so beautiful," she gushed, grinning as she leapt up slightly to kiss Jasper on the cheek. Bella shot me a puzzled look before clearing her throat. "Hey, guys," she said cautiously as all eyes turned to her. Rosalie looked pure vicious. "What's going on?" When no one answered, an aggravated Jasper took the initiative. "They ran out of rooms except for the Empire Suite," he snapped. Bella bit her lip. She wasn't offended by Jasper's rude tone. We had all gotten used to his foul mood whenever someone else was in a rage. "The manager mentioned that," she said carefully. Rosalie, sensing that Bella had no idea why this was a bad thing, spoke up. "It only has 2 bedrooms, she clarified. When Bella still didn't look like she understood, Rosalie turned back to Alice. "How about if Bella stays with Em and I in the Empire Suite, while you and Jas stay here?" She gestured to the door of the suite Bella had been staying in. Bella's eyes lit up as she recognized the problem. She giggled. "Rosalie, you've been worried about that? Edward and I stay in the same room practically every night anyway," she reminded her sister. Alice was still bouncing around in excitement. "Oh, it'll be great. The suite is just perfect for the 4 of us," she squealed, wrapping her arms around Jasper's middle. Rosalie was shaking her head, but I was already thinking ahead. I scooped Bella into my arms, then carried her inside the suite. The door was partially open already. I grinned at a shocked Rosalie. "Have fun in your new suite," I called out, then slammed the door in her face. Bella laughed, clutching to me as I carried her bridal style to the only bedroom in the suite. I gently placed her on the bed, then climbed in. I hovered over her, careful not to place my weight on her. She reached up and locked her arms behind my neck. I smiled at her, tracing her perfect lips with a gentle finger. "So, I suppose we have an entire suite to ourselves for the next 2 days," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. Bella giggled. "I suppose we do," she replied playfully. She arched her back slightly to meet my lips in a passionate kiss. I ran my hand down the side of her body, slipping my hand underneath her shirt to place my cool hand on the overheated skin of her back. I pulled back once she started to turn blue without air. I chuckled, placing light kisses on her neck and jawline. "Didn't you say something about shopping today?" I murmured against her soft skin. She shook her head slightly, humming as she ran her hands repeatedly through my thick hair. No. Must have mistaken me for Alice," she said incoherently. I lifted my head from where my lips had been tickling her collarbone. I swiftly pressed my lips to hers before rolling off of her. "Come on, let's get going," I said firmly, lifting her off the bed and setting her on her feet. She groaned, scowling at me. "Tease," she joked. Bella's POV. Edward, though he thought he didn't show it, was still angry about the club incident. He had demanded I told him all about my adventures the night before. I could only remember certain things, of course, but he'd waved it off. I didn't even know why he wanted me to retell whatever I could remember. He had probably seen the entire thing in Rosalie's and Alice's minds. I had enough of Emmett's teasing and Jasper's humor already. He was outraged that I had even wanted to get drunk. He found it so upsetting, he almost made a dent in the Volvo he had asked Jasper to rent while I was asleep. I didn't see what the big deal was. I was almost 17 anyway. I had more or less a year to be human. Since I knew for sure that Mom and Dad would have never allowed me to get drunk in the first place if they were anywhere near me, last night was the best option. Emmett and Jasper had been wrecking their brains for a way for me to get drunk without the others, especially Edward noticing. I had to admit, Rosalie on board wasn't something I expected in a million years. It was nice, though, for her to go from the overprotective mom to overprotective big sister. I loved it. It was still a little shaky, but we had just discovered this new aspect of our relationship. It would solidify over time. He was ranting so much about how Rosalie and Alice had placed me in danger that I was extremely glad the car ride to the antique bookstore I wanted to go to was over. Normally, I loved car rides with Edward. Whether we talked about the silliest things or we stayed silent and listened to music, it was always so comfortable. Now he was just making me feel guilty. Once he had pulled over at a parking space, I placed a hand on his arm. He turned to look at me, puzzled. "Edward," I pleaded, "please don't blame Rose and Alice, okay? I wanted to do it. It's stupid, I know, but it was my first and last time. Please don't ruin it for me." Edward stared at me for the longest time possible. Then he sighed, hanging his head. When he looked up, he had a little half smile on his face. "All right," he conceded.
"I'm sorry, Bella.
I hated that you were so out of control. That some guy touched you. I want to be your only one," he admitted shyly, looking away. I grinned. Who knew Edward was so adorable when he was shy? I cupped his cheek, forcing him to look at me. It was like forcing stone, but he understood what I wanted and allowed it. "You are my only one," I said firmly. "I love you, Edward." My favorite crooked grin was back as he leaned in to kiss me. This kiss wasn't so gentle. He cupped the back of my head and pulled me in for a rough kiss. I was staring at him in shock, in awe of his possessiveness. "I love you, too, beautiful Bella," he whispered, nuzzling my neck. We made it hand in hand to the bookstore. It was called Bomb and Rare Books. I had checked online to see where I could get gifts for Jasper and Carlisle. I had already made an online order. Edward went to check the classic literature while I gave the cashier my name. Something caught my eye and I moved towards it while my purchase was being prepared. It was a score of Debussy's famous works. It was signed. A huge smile broke through and I grabbed it. Edward would love it. He had already mastered Debussy's works, of course, but I reckon an autographed piece of work was a pretty good gift. I had already gotten him a Velvet Underground box set, but there wasn't a quota on how many gifts to get a person. That, apparently, was one of the Cullen mottos everyone held onto strongly. Edward reappeared at my sight after I had paid. He was smiling widely as he led me out of the store with his hands on my waist. We walked slowly and slightly awkwardly since he was right behind me, holding me to him.
I didn't mind it, though.
I glared at him as I realized what the smile was about. "You know about the score, don't you?" I asked sourly. He grinned wider, if that was even possible, and leaned down to kiss me. "Yes," he whispered against my lips. "You, my perfect angel, might be immune to my mind-reading abilities, but that cashier wasn't." I scowled as we reached the Volvo. Edward didn't let me move out of his grasp as he spun me around to face him. "Is it too much to ask for you to not snoop around so I could give you one lousy surprise?" I pouted. I remembered the box set, and a smile slowly made its way to my lips. Edward, seeing my smile and guessing what it was about, chuckled. I saw the box set through Alice's mind. Nice choice. Emmett ruined mine in '98. Haven't gotten a replacement for it yet, he mused. I glowered at him and made to move out of his grasp. He wouldn't have that. Instead, he pressed me against the side of the car and moved dangerously close to me. I hated the effect he had on me and loved it all at the same time. My breathing started to get labored, my heartbeat quickening. Edward smiled as he heard both of it and ducked his head to press his lips at the hollow beneath my ear. He trailed his lips excruciatingly slowly down my neck, lingering at my pulse point, up my throat, and across my jaw. By the time he had his lips at the corner of my mouth, I was somewhere in between screaming out in frustration and hyperventilating. He ran his hand through my hair and kept one hand firmly at my waist. "Have I thanked you for such amazing gifts?" he murmured, causing a shudder to ripple down my spine. I looked up at him with heavy-lidded eyes. Afraid to shake my head and move away from him, even the slightest bit, I whispered, "No." His mouth formed a smile as he brushed his lips against my trembling bottom lip. "Don't worry," he whispered. "I'll thank you properly tonight." My knees buckled at his promise, but Edward was the one with the amazing reflexes, as he had reminded me a million times before. His hand on my waist wrapped around my waist and pulled me even closer to him. His lips finally found mine and I moaned, embarrassingly enough. He either didn't mind much or he hadn't noticed. I loved the lesser amount of inhibition that he seemed to possess today. Maybe it was just because we had been away for 5 days straight. Even Edward had his limitations.
Too soon for me, he pulled away.
I realized that I needed to breathe and sucked in a huge amount of oxygen. Edward chuckled, brushing his thumb lightly against my bottom lip. "We'll have to make a move if we want to finish your shopping and get back in time for Alice's dinner plans," he murmured, kissing me briefly once more before stepping away. I was quivering for more, but I let him open the door for me. I slipped inside and placed the bag of purchases in the back seat. Strapping on my seatbelt, I couldn't help but smile at the thought that this amazingly beautiful Adonis was all mine. I was going to give the others their gifts as soon as we reached the hotel after dinner. I knew Alice was still trying to seize her gift, but I kept deciding on giving her a membership to her favorite spa. She had no idea what I really wanted to give her. Edward had already retrieved his gifts while I was changing for dinner. When I came out of the bathroom dressed in a blue dress Alice had told me to wear, I found him sitting on the bed, flipping through the score and listening to one of the CDs in the box set. I placed the gifts for the others on the bed, so I wouldn't have to waste time sorting through the countless shopping bags on the floor later tonight. We met Alice, Jasper, Rosalie, and Emmett in the lobby. Alice had already forgiven Jasper for coming on the trip. She was still holding out on touching him most of the time, but I knew she was only playing. Rosalie, however, looked like she was ready to kill. She scared everyone in the vicinity. She was even scaring me. "What's going on?" I asked as Jazz, Alice, Edward, and I walked behind Rosalie and Emmett. She was stalking off to the convertible, Emmett following her like a lost puppy. Neither one of them heard my whispered question. Jasper chuckled, shaking his head. Edward did the same as he already heard the problem in Rosalie's mind. "He forgot tomorrow's his anniversary with Rose," Jasper explained. I rolled my eyes. "Again?" I whispered, incredulous. Jasper nodded his head. "Emmett's going crazy trying to figure out what he did wrong." I shook my head, suddenly feeling very glad for getting Rosalie the jewelry set from Tiffany's. Alice and I had been walking by while waiting for Rose. Alice had wanted to go in to look for a new pair of earrings. I found a few pieces I wanted to give to Rose. Her birthday was coming up, and though vampires don't normally celebrate their human birthdays, I still wanted to give her something. Alice had approved and mentioned something about how it would be perfect for this weekend. Getting a hit of inspiration, I smiled widely. Jasper looked at me strangely, and I knew it was because he could sense my emotions. Alice squealed and Edward smiled, having seen what Alice had in her head, and bent down to kiss me. "That's incredibly sweet of you," he whispered. I snorted. Sweet had nothing to do with it, I thought as I quickly whipped out my cell phone. "Rose, baby, come on." Emmett groaned, frustrated. We were already at the restaurant. We had taken up a private booth somewhere near the back. Emmett was sitting next to Alice and Jasper. Opposite him, Edward sat looking completely humored. I sat next to him, and Rose sat next to me. She had placed herself as far away from Emmett as possible. "I was thinking of asking Esme to redo my room," she said nonchalantly, examining her blood-red nails on her right hand. She was completely ignoring Emmett. I stifled a giggle. "That whole bare deco doesn't do well with the lavender paint, what do you think, Alice?" The waiter came by and glanced appreciatively at Rosalie. Alice and I Emmett. Jasper and Edward looked murderously angry, bringing the waiter out of his little hormonal fantasy. He had a notepad and pen in his hands, poised to take our orders. "I'll have a mushroom ravioli," I said, ordering one of my favorite pastas. The others ordered random food, too, which I found ridiculous. Rosalie must have noticed the look on my face because she rolled her eyes. "You're not going to give that speech about how there are millions of people in the world starving, are you?" she asked impatiently. I glared at her. "It's utterly ridiculous that you'd waste that much food." I protested still, knowing that it was pointless. "And yes, Rose, I'm going to give that speech because it's true and you should care just a little more." She glowered. "It's not like it's our job to save the world, Bells." "No, it's just our jobs to waste perfectly good food," I replied sarcastically. I usually ended up cranky whenever everyone ordered because I get so guilty I try to finish off everyone's food. That would never end well since I was only one person, and by the end of the meal, I would be so sick I had to be carried out. Whatever happened to good old room service? Emmett ordered red wine, simply to tease me throughout dinner. "Want a sip, Angel?" he teased, sliding his glass halfway towards me. Then he stopped, pretending to wince. Wait. That might not be healthy for a recovering alcoholic." I glared at him. If it weren't completely inappropriate, I'd chuck my plate at you, I said glumly. Edward chuckled, rubbing my bare arms soothingly. Do you want me to punch him the moment we get to the hotel? I smirked. Yes, please. And maybe tear out his arm for a bit, I said, gleeful over it. I'd watch the punching, but the tearing limbs part normally left me queasy. Rosalie snorted. Not if I do it first, she muttered bitterly, playing with her penne. I shot a look at Emmett, who had gone quiet. On one hand, I was incredibly happy that he wasn't laughing at me anymore. On the other, I felt bad that he was so upset. Emmett was like my personal teddy bear. It just didn't suit him to be anything but exuberant. We, meaning I, finished eating. I couldn't even think of dessert because I'd attempted to eat at least a few bites out of everyone's plate. This greatly amused Edward, of course, but I didn't even have the energy to be mad at him. He ordered me tiramisu to take back to the hotel. It was just like me to be completely and disgustingly full now, only to wake up at 3 in the morning craving for something sweet. I smiled at him, loving how well he knew me and took care of me. Edward wrapped his arms gently around me, careful not to upset my stomach any further, and nuzzled my neck. I blushed at the feel of his cold lips against my skin. Once again, I was reminded of his promise to me outside the bookstore. He must have known what I was thinking somehow, because I felt a rumble in his chest. I wasn't quite sure what it was. I only knew that it happened sometimes when he was, well, aroused. Jasper snorted, shooting us both death glares. Could you lay low on the sexual outburst? He hissed. At least until I could get Alice in a closet somewhere. Romantic, Alice snorted, but I could tell she was just playing, wanting to embarrass Jasper. I grinned at them both. Sorry, I shrugged, not really meaning it. We went back to the hotel. I rode with Edward and Emmett. Rosalie had flat out refused to ride with him. He was basically sulking in the back seat. He wouldn't even play truth or dare with me, so I knew he was taking it badly. I didn't blame him, although Rose and Em didn't normally show the deeper side of their love. They were soulmates. It hurt him that he had offended the love of his life so badly that she wouldn't even look at him and not even know what he had done. That, and he wanted sex. I shuddered at the thought. Rose might have taken on the role of my older sister now instead of my mother, but I'd spent 10-odd years thinking of her as my mother. It still disgusted me to think of her and Em that way. Edward and I went back to our suite to get the gifts. We couldn't delay even though I desperately wanted to because Alice was dying to know what her gift was. I had wanted to wait until we were in Barcelona, but she had threatened to throw my Jane Austen novels into the fireplace back home, so I didn't even dare. We went up to the 28th floor. The Empire Suite wasn't all that hard to find. I raised my fist to knock on the door, but it swung open before I could. I smiled at the sight of the overexcited Pixie in front of me. She grabbed my hand and pulled me inside, almost slamming the door in Edward's face as she momentarily forgot he was there. I giggled as he scowled at her apologetic expression. I gasped at the interior of the suite. It was beautiful. It was basically a duplex, sort of like a residential apartment. It took up a part of the 28th and 29th floor, being almost 3,000 square feet. Alice began jabbering about how it had 2 bedrooms, 4.5 bathrooms, which was perfect for her and Rose since they hated to share dash, walk-in closets, and an office Jasper had already acquainted himself with. Jasper practically dragged me to the office to show me the private art collection. He wanted to start having a debate on the artwork. I suppose that was what Jasper and I did together. Alice was much too impatient, however. My arms felt sore after being dragged back and forth by various vampires. Finally, I settled myself on a recliner in the living room, facing the breathtaking view of the NYC skyline. The others were scattered about the room, waiting for me to give them their gifts. I gave Jasper a Civil War album of sorts. It was called Heroic Portrait in a Bold New Form. He begun flipping through it immediately, so I knew he loved it. I'd gotten Carlyle a complete collection of Homer's works, but I'd have to give that to him in Barcelona, just like Esme's gift. I handed Rosalie a Bloomingdale's box. She shrieked when she saw a women's rock leather jacket. I knew she loved to look like she belonged in a music video when she drove her M3, so I knew she loved the jacket. That, and she lunged at me, hugging me tightly. I held Alice's gift ransom. She pouted at me, trying her best to dazzle me. Edward held her gift near the fireplace, ready to throw it in if she refused. "Hand over the footage, Alice," I said in a sing-song voice. "Every single copy of it, too." She looked torn between giving in and holding out. Deciding to rub it in a little, I said, "Give it up or a certain Ralph Lauren satin trench will get it." Alice gasped, her eyes flicking to the box Edward held in his hands. He was merely doing this because, firstly, he loved me, and I would be very angry with him if he didn't. Secondly, he had no intention of my one drunken night ever coming up again for the rest of eternity. She gaped at me. You bought it," she shrieked. "How did I not see this?" I shrugged. "Emmett taught me how to stay undecided," I said, grinning. Emmett punched his fist in the air, grinning wildly as he watched this interaction. Finally, as I knew she would, Alice gave in. She threw me the camera, scowling darkly at me. Edward was too fast for her and had dodged when she tried to yank the box out of his hands. "Only copy," she muttered. Edward nodded his head when I looked at him. "She's not lying," he assured me. I gave him the green light, and he tossed the box at Alice. She caught it and immediately took out the trench. She squealed excitedly, running her hands over the material before slipping it on. Seeing my next move, she grabbed Rosalie's hand. "Come on, Rose. Let's go down to the car. I forgot about the shopping bags in the trunk, and I know the perfect outfit to go with this." She gestured to her coat. Rosalie looked at her strangely. "Why don't you just ask someone else to bring them up?" she asked, stating the obvious. Alice scoffed, doing a good job at her lie. "I don't trust them with my shopping treasures," she said indignantly. Rosalie shrugged and stood, walking arm in arm with Alice towards the door. Alice turned her head slightly to wink at me. I grinned my gratitude in return. When they were out the door, I turned to grin at Emmett. He did a double take at the look on my face and grimaced. He recognized the look on my face. He'd worn it plenty of times right before blackmailing someone. What could I say? I learned from the best. "Emmett," I said with mock seriousness. "Bella," he said with caution. I was going to give him his gift with grace, but I had a better idea. His little snide remarks during dinner had made my decision for me. "I know why Rose is mad at you," I told him, my smile innocent yet mischievous. His eyes lit up before he remembered that I was looking like the cat ate the canary. "And I have the perfect solution to solve your problem." He eyed me warily. "What do you want?" "Complete immunity from your endless teasing about my drunk problem for eternity," I replied just as swiftly. His mouth dropped open and he started shaking his head. I shrugged. "It's either Rose or your stupid jokes, Emmett. Which is more important? And don't think that your answer won't get back to Rosalie," I warned him. Finally, he sighed, hanging his head in defeat. "Fine," he said bitterly. His topaz eyes held hope, though. I took out the last bag and handed it to him. He looked at me in complete surprise. "You got me jewelry?" he asked incredulously. I laughed, shaking my head. "It's not for you, per se, Emmett. It's for Rose," I clarified. He looked baffled by this, and I explained. "Don't you know what tomorrow is, Em? Your anniversaries?" A sudden look of horror crossed his features. "Ah, hell," he shouted. "Man, I can't believe I forgot." Again, Edward, Jasper, and I finished for him, roaring in laughter. He scowled at us, as he begun rooting around in the bag. I had gotten Rose a Tiffany Legacy 4-square drop earrings. They were Edwardian style, platinum with diamonds. The drop necklace was a beautiful Tiffany swing teardrop. It had one round, brilliant diamond leading to another, a total of 18 inches long. The bracelet was an 18K white gold bracelet with diamonds. I'd also gotten her a Jean Schlumberger 16-stone ring with an X in the middle of sapphires and round diamonds in platinum. In truth, they were all Rosalie's style. 10 years being around her, no matter how little I was a decade ago, had gotten me very acquainted with Rosalie's sense of style. Emmett placed the jewelry aside carefully before launching himself at me. "The no-teasing thing is totally worth it now," he said happily. I chuckled, then waved at the bag once more. "There's more. I set up a private picnic for you and Rose at Gramercy Park. It's private and romantic, so it's great for your anniversary," I told him. Getting them a few hours at the all-exclusive and private Gramercy was hard, but being a part of the Cullen family definitely helped. "Just tell them your name and you're in." Emmett looked puzzled. "Doesn't jewelry cut it?" he asked me naively. I rolled my eyes. "Rose loves to be romanced, Emmett," I chided, slapping him on the arm. "She does?" Jasper snickered, shaking his head. "All women do," he informed Emmett, patting the big bear on the back. Emmett grinned at me. "Thanks, kid." He kissed me on the cheek, grabbed the jewelry, and dashed off to find Rose. I turned to look at Edward and smiled up at him. "I believe you have a promise to live up to," I said, more confidently than I actually felt. Edward grinned broadly at me. He scooped me up gracefully and ran out the door, leaving Jasper, who was making gagging noises behind. I laughed as he ran to our room, taking the stairs because he was too impatient to wait for the elevator. He set me on my feet once we were in our suite. Edward pressed me against the door to our suite, pressing gentle kisses to my lips. "Now, what was it that you wanted to do?" he asked, his velvet voice teasing. I thought about it, then gave him a sly smile. "I want to hear you play the piano," I said decidedly. Edward laughed, shaking his head. "Never would I expect," he murmured, skimming my jaw with his nose. He pulled back and tugged on my hand, leading me towards the baby grand piano. He sat me down next to him on the bench, his white hands coming up to rest on the ivory keys. I closed my eyes and smiled, resting my head on his cold shoulder as I listened to the beautiful melody of his songs. Only Edward could play so beautifully. Every single note of his song, which I recognized as being new, tugged at the strings of my heart. I opened my eyes as the haunting song came to an end. I glanced up at him through blurry eyes, noting with horror that I was tearing up. Edward smiled, encasing me in his arms as he pressed his lips to the corners of my eyes, literally kissing away my tears. "Did you like that one?" he whispered. I nodded my head, too awed to speak. "I wrote it for you. I've come to a startling realization, Bella. It would kill me to be away from you. Promise me you will never leave me," he said, his musical voice pained suddenly. I stared at him in shock. I placed my arms around his neck and rested my forehead against his as his head leaned down to meet mine. "Edward," I whispered, gently stroking his cheek with one hand and entwining my fingers in his hair with the other. "How could you even think that I'd leave you?" He looked down, not meeting my gaze. "I keep thinking of when you're changed," he said softly. "I keep thinking, what if you hate it? What if you hate me for not fighting harder for your mortality? What if you wouldn't want to spend eternity with me? It'd break my heart, Bella, to see you walk away from me. I don't think I could live through it. Don't get me wrong, I would never force you to stay with me, but dash." I placed my hand over his cool lips. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was plain ludicrous to think that I would want anything other than an eternity with him. I removed my hand once I was sure he wouldn't start ranting again. I looked him straight in the eye as I spoke. Edward, don't you know that it would kill me not to be with you? I, for one, am thankful that Arrow made his visit and forced a deal. If he hadn't, I would have spent these past few years trying to convince you I needed to be changed. I don't want a normal life, Edward. I don't want mortality or an eternity with anyone else. I just want you. I kissed him, tasting the icy sweet breath. I pulled away to continue my speech. I need you. His scent was so uniquely him. Was it possible for such a beautiful creature to exist? I love you very much, and nothing can change that, I told him firmly. His smile was so dazzling, it took my breath away. I felt a silly grin making its way onto my lips. Before I could even blink, Edward had lifted me off the bench. He was carrying me. I wrapped my legs around his waist to support me. You, he said, his usually smooth voice coming out haggard as we stared into each other's eyes. God, he was so. I couldn't even find words. I loved him, and I loved the unspoken connection we had with each other. I loved just being with him. Are too good for me, he finished, kissing the tip of my nose affectionately. I giggled, laughing harder as he gently laid me down on the bed, still attached to me due to my legs. His wicked grin grew as he leaned down. I stopped laughing, stopped smiling, stopped breathing altogether as his sweet breath caressed my face. My eyes glazed over as I stared into his topaz eyes. One of his hands gripped my right hand. He stared at the true love ring on my third finger, then kissed it lovingly. He had asked me about it when I had woken up in his arms the morning after I had went to my old house. I didn't think I had ever seen Edward look so happy, not counting our confession to each other, of course. I love you, Bella, he whispered, his lips moving against mine as he spoke. All thoughts flew out the window as our lips met with even greater force. I brought him as close to me as I possibly could, wanting to savor the moment as much as possible before his boundaries decided to make an appearance. If this was how eternity was going to be, I was without a doubt that I was going to love it. Rosalie's POV. Emmett, where are we going? I asked for the umpteenth time. He had kidnapped me from the front of the hotel where I was with Alice, jumped in our rented car, and drove us to God knows where with Alice waving cheerfully from the steps of the hotel. He had refused to tell me anything, which only aggravated me. I was still angry with him for not remembering our anniversary. Honestly, how could a vampire forget anything? And every year, too. The date was a constant, and yet he couldn't commit to it. He kept telling me, the year before, that he forgot because we had so many weddings.
This was different, though.
This was the anniversary of our first wedding. I, the Rosalie Hale, had gotten emotional at just the thought of our first wedding, and here he was not even knowing what today was. We pulled up in front of Gramercy. I looked at Emmett strangely. I watched him give his name and let him lead me into the Gramercy Park. My eyes widened. I knew this was a private park, so it must have taken him effort to pull this off. It was nearing twilight, so the sun hasn't quite set yet. I walked hand in hand with Emmett as I watched the diamond sparkles on our skin. The benefit of a completely secluded park was that no one was there to witness the traits of our freakish existence. He pulled me to sit on a bench. I looked around the spectacular surrounding before setting my eyes on my big bear of a lover. He had a smile on his face that showed the dimples on his flawless skin. I raised a hand and gently stroked his cheek. He sighed into my touch. His golden eyes darkened slightly, and I smiled to myself. "I love you, Rose," he whispered, leaning closer to me to kiss me. I threw myself into the kiss, loving the sweetness of the moment. When we pulled back, Emmett was smiling widely. "Rosie," he said, his smile slipping and a frown taking its place. I made a face at his frown. I didn't like seeing him upset, especially when he actually remembered. "What's wrong, Emmett?" I asked gently. He took both my hands in his and kissed my knuckles. "You know I love you, right?" he asked worriedly. I nodded my head, confused. He shook his head. "I mean, I love you in a crazy, totally obsessive, can't live without you sort of way, Rose. I'm sorry about not being the most romantic guy, or anything. I'm sorry I sometimes forget special days. I just love being with you, Rose. You're my eternity. I never want to upset you, or anything." I smiled, kissing him again. "It's okay, Emmett," I assured him. "I know. I love you too, you silly goof. I just love celebrating certain things with you, like our anniversary, because it's about you and me. I can't get enough of you." I said, resting my head on his shoulder. Emmett chuckled. "You know it, babe," he said, trying to lighten the mood. The sun set, darkness rolling over us. I watched the last of the sparkles fading away as sunlight disappeared. Emmett suddenly pulled me to my feet. I shrieked in surprise, then laughed as he twirled me around. "Dance with me, Rose," he yelled happily, his arms on my waist. I couldn't stop laughing as I arched into him. My arms spread out wide as the wind blew on my face and through my hair. I didn't know how long we stayed there, twirling and dancing and singing off-key to the cheesiest love songs, but I knew that I hadn't felt this happy in such a long time. Emmett was more than just my mate. He was my soul mate, my lover, my best friend, my savior. I could remember the dark cloud of depression I felt all those years without Emmett. Just one glance at Emmett, lying on the ground as he was attacked by a bear, started my healing process. There was a time when I couldn't even think of being with a man, so broken after Royce had violated me. Then there was Emmett, so beautiful, so loving, so tender. Though he came off as the silly clown to everyone else, I knew his golden heart. I knew his warmth underneath cold, hard skin. I was so amazingly blessed to have him with me, to have him love me. We hadn't had enough time just talking and walking, and even lying down in peace. It felt surreal, like those first days when we had gotten together. I'd forgotten how it felt like to be romanced. My relationship with Emmett, while it ran deeper on a more subconscious level, was physical most of the time. I didn't have any complaints. God only knew I enjoyed it as much as, if not more than, Emmett. I still found myself enjoying the romance, though. I couldn't help it. I was a woman, after all. Emmett finally took me back to the car, so we could get back to the hotel. Alice and Jasper weren't in the suite when we returned. The place, however, was glowing. I realized that it was because there were candles everywhere, lighting the place in a soft glow. I turned to look at Emmett, my eyes tearing up with venom that wouldn't fall. "Emmett," I whispered, touched by his romantic gestures. He scooped me into his arms, making me gasp in surprise, then ran up the stairs. "Okay, that's more like Emmett," I thought to myself as I giggled. He set me down at the entrance of our room. The floor and the bed were littered with rose petals. Vanilla candles were everywhere as well. I inhaled the sweet scent and smiled up at my gorgeous husband. He sat me down at the edge of the bed, then rushed off to get something. He was back in front of me within moments. He sat next to me and handed me a blue box. I recognized it as Tiffany's. I opened the box and gasped as the jewelry I saw inside. They were all so perfect. I closed the box and set it aside carefully, not wanting to destroy them when I get to the more primal part of the evening. "Emmett," I said in mock severity, looking him straight in the eye. "You rock." His booming laughter filled the room before he flipped me over and kissed me as if our lives depended on it. I smiled contentedly as Emmett, Jasper, and Edward heaved our suitcases into the trunks of our rented cars. Alice had decided that it was silly to carry plastic bags on our flights to Barcelona and had bought us all extra suitcases to pile our new things in. Bella, of course, had protested, saying that we each had about 30 suitcases back home, and we really didn't need to waste our money when others in the world suffered and had to pick food from the garbage to last them a week. I swear, the girl could be a spokesperson for Peace Corps. I sighed. My sunglasses, basically an accessory, since the sun was hidden behind the thick clouds. Alice had said that today was the last completely cloudy day in New York, so it was just as well that we were heading to Barcelona. I couldn't wait to get to our own little private beach paradise. I had missed Esme and Carlisle. I missed being in the sun. I knew it was strange since I couldn't tan and all, but the warmth was lovely. Summer was practically the only time we had to fully bask in the sun. Knowing Esme, this holiday home was going to be amazing. I couldn't wait to see it. Alice must have already seen it because she had been much too excited since I'd seen her this morning. Either that or Jasper had given her one hell of a time due to the emotions he felt coming from Emmett and I.
It's a win-win anyway.
I saw Bella coming towards us from the other end of the lobby. I took one last look at Emmett as he playfully reached for Jasper and kept him in a headlock. I jogged up the steps and through the hotel doors. We had already checked out, and I had to say, I'd miss it. I would even miss the slightly eccentric night manager, who seemed to have an eye out for me. Not that I could blame him. I reached Bella and Alice. Alice winked at me, and I grinned back, both of us knowing the extent of my activities the previous night. Emmett and I hadn't exactly been quiet, even after Jasper and Alice had returned from wherever the hell they had been some time before dawn. I hugged Bella tightly, carefully avoiding the croissant she was holding in her hand. She laughed, patting my back with her free hand. "What's up, Rose?" she asked, arching her eyebrow. I smirked. "You think I don't know Emmett had help?" I asked, crossing my arms across my chest. "I've known the guy decades before you, Bells. He could be a softy at heart, but romance like that never came easy for him." Bella blushed and looked down. I tilted her head up by the chin. Giving her my sincerest smile, I said, "Thank you. I love my gift." I squeezed between Alice and Bella and hooked an arm around both their arms. When we reached the hotel doors, Bella snuck a look at me. "Does this mean you'll let me drive the M3-? Not a chance in hell." 44. Jobs and Strangers. Bella's POV. I glanced nervously to my right where Edward was sitting as rigid as a statue. I rolled my eyes and lightly brushed my hand over his. "Relax, Edward. It's not going to be so bad," I whispered. Emmett leaned towards us from the back seat. "Yes, it is," he mock whispered. I glared at him, making him grin. "Tell me again why I have to ride in the back seat?" he asked in a normal tone. I shrugged. "Because you're lousy at comforting Edward," I answered promptly. "You keep cracking inappropriate jokes and giving him stupid mental images of what you think will happen." Emmett chuckled, shaking his head. Reaching out with one big hand that resembled a bare paw, he ruffled my hair.
"Silly human," he laughed.
"I do that just as well in the back seat." I snorted and fixed my hair. Unclasping my seatbelt, I turned to go out the door. "Edward, I'm already 17 years old. You don't have to get so wired about my first day on the job," I told him sternly. Of course, being Edward, he didn't listen. He grabbed me by the upper arms and held me firmly. "How about if I pay you?" he pleaded. "Twice as much as you're going to make here," he said in a disgusted tone, shooting a glare at the building in front of us that read Newton's Outfitters. I rolled my eyes once more at him and made to shrug him off. It did nothing. "Edward," I grumbled. "It's a damn human experience, okay? Teenagers get jobs all the time. I'll bet Carlisle would hire you. He already offered you a job at the hospital," Edward pointed out, his eyes begging me. I sighed. "As if I didn't know you bribed him to hire me." "Edward," I muttered, reaching out to pry his fingers off me. When he didn't budge, I glanced at Emmett. "A little helps?" Emmett chuckled and shoved Edward away from me with 3 fingers. Stupid show-off vampire. Edward glared at him, then turned to me, defiant. How could you jump to that conclusion, Bella? He asked, pretending to be hurt by my accusation. I shot him a stern look. Because candy stripers are not meant to be paid, I informed him. I reached forward and ran my hand through his soft, thick hair. I loved the feel of it under my fingers. Edward caught me around the waist, then pressed his lips to mine. I gasped at the intensity of his kiss, his lips moving so wonderfully against mine. He wouldn't even let go when I made to pull away to breathe. Emmett cleared his throat. When Edward finally released me, Emmett looked disgusted.
Ugh.
I never needed to see my baby sister doing that, he shuddered.
Right.
Because I really needed to see him and Rose doing much worse all the time. I was much too speechless to retort, though, so I merely stared at Edward, eyes wide. He gave me his famous crooked smile, and I very nearly combusted. So, what do you say we head home? He asked, his velvet voice washing over me, sending shivers down my spine. I blinked, then scowled at the innocent look on his face. Dazzle-free zone. I yelled, then got out of the car. Being me, I stumbled, but steadied myself with one hand on the car door before stalking off. I knew it was strange to want a job, especially one as trivial as a salesgirl in Newton's Outfitters, but I couldn't help myself. It was on my list of things to do, and Mike said that his parents were looking for help at the store. What better place? Alice and Rose thought I had gone crazy. They couldn't understand why I didn't just use a credit card. Edward pleaded and dazzled for days. Emmett and Jasper thought it was hilarious. I wasn't going to get out of this, though. This was one human experience I intended to have. Once I was turned, the novelty would be gone. As a vampire, I could work anywhere I wanted as anything I wanted, just dazzle, say the name Cullen and poof. The whole insignificant job, getting minimal wage, job after school thing was really a human thing to do. I was actually a little excited about this. I stopped at the door to the store and turned around. The Volvo was still there. Edward was staring at me like a hawk. It wasn't that I didn't enjoy it when he looked at me, but this was just getting ridiculous. I glared at him, placing both hands on my hips. Hunt, I demanded, putting on my best Rosalie Hale's "I'm not happy with you" frown. Edward hung his head, then revved up the engine. I smiled a little to myself, pleased that I had perfected Rosalie's frown. I turned back to the store, took a deep breath, and entered. Mike was right next to me the moment I did. I noticed that his eyes looked past my shoulders for a second. He looked anxious for some reason. "Hey, Bella," he greeted me. "Did you come alone?" And there was the reason why. He thought I had brought someone else along. Of course, Edward and Emmett were just with me, but they had just wanted to drop me off before going hunting. I shook my head, smiling at Mike. "It's just me," I assured him. This seemed to make Mike a lot happier than I would have liked. He took me by the hand and led me to the counter. I gently shook him off, not wanting to give him the wrong impression. Mike gave me a frown, but didn't comment on the awkward moment. He showed me how to use the register, where all the items were, what to say to the customer. He would be helping me the first day, and told me to come to him if I needed anything else. I thought it was nice of him. My first customer turned out to be someone from out of town. He wanted to go hiking. I helped him pick out a pair of hiking boots and a tent. It wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. The day passed by slowly. There weren't all that much customers that came to Newton's. Most were mainly from out of town. I didn't think people like Jessica and Lauren went hiking very often. I stood behind the counter, flipping through Mojo and pretending I was listening to Mike. He was a nice kid. He just never stopped talking. It was getting awkward when I had to refuse him each and every time he asked me out. I heard the bell tinkling and looked up. I made a face. "Jasper?" I asked, incredulous. Mike stiffened slightly, but he relaxed. It was probably because it wasn't Edward. Those two hated each other. Jasper grinned at me, his lazy smile, as Alice called it, in full work. "Hey, Angel," he called out. I heard a tiny bit of his southern accent. I smiled at my big brother as he came up to the counter and leaned his weight on his arms on top of the counter. "How's work so far?" he asked, his tone mockingly serious. I rolled my eyes at him and whacked his shoulder with my magazine. "Slow," I answered truthfully. "Now what are you doing here?" He shrugged. "Alice wanted to go camping soon," he said nonchalantly. I smirked. "She sent me to get new tents." I left my magazine on the counter and tilted my head to the side. "I'll go get M," I said. Jasper followed me at a stroll. Once we were out of earshot, I shot him a look. "Okay, seriously, what the hell are you doing here?" I asked, grabbing for 2 tents. Jasper placed a hand over his heart. "Are you telling me you don't even want to see your dear old brother?" he asked, feigning hurt.
Ouch, sis.
"That really stings." I huffed, one hand on my hip. "Emmett sent you, didn't he?" Jasper laughed, taking out a camera and snapping a picture of me. "Yes," he answered, looking at the picture he'd taken of me with a satisfied look on his face. Then he put it in his pocket and looked back up at me. "And no?" I stared at him, confused. "Well, which is it?" I asked, irritated. He chuckled. "Still got your kitty temper up, I see," he joked. I threw a tent at him, and he caught it effortlessly. "Edward asked me to come by," he admitted sheepishly. I gave a little cry of anger, the tent I was holding dropping to the floor. Jasper caught it before it hit the ground. "Why would he do something like that?" I asked in a whisper yell. Jasper jerked his thumb over his shoulder, pointing to the direction of the front of the store. "Maybe because Perv Newton's around," he snickered. I glared at him, snatching the 2 tents from him and storming to the front. I caught Mike sneaking a look at my magazine with a puzzled look. When I came up to the counter, he shot away from the magazine like it was the plague. I smiled at him, curious as to why he didn't just ask me to read the magazine if he wanted to. Jasper paid for the tents he would never use, but stayed around. I crossed my arms across my chest, but he just shrugged. Sitting on the stool meant for me to use if there was a lack of customers, and I was tired of standing. I threw my hands up in the air in frustration, but my dear brother just sent me a wave of calm. "I'm tired. You don't mind if I rest my legs for a little bit, do you, Angel?" he asked, using that stupid southern drawl of his. Every time he used that southern accent, I was reminded of my childhood and of the connection as brother and sister that we shared. And every time, I would end up giving in to whatever he wanted. He knew it too, and used it to his advantage. I shot him a glare, and went back to flipping through my magazine furiously. I almost ripped the pages. The one thing that I actually loved about having my big brother around during my first day of work was that Mike seemed to be less enthusiastic. When I first walked in, he had seemed so eager it made me feel guilty for not returning his affection. Not to mention the fact that my big brother was glaring at him, so he didn't dare ask me out for the 100th time today. A few more customers came and went. Mike let me tend to them and help me along the way. I thought the job was pretty easy. I had no idea why Mike felt the need to help me all the time. Soon, my shift ended. Mike waved me a glum goodbye that turned into a look of incredulity and anger as Edward's silver Volvo appeared in front of the store. Jasper, who had stayed behind the entire shift, stood up from the stool and stretched. I rolled at the action, as if he needed to stretch. He gave me a grin, leaning against the door as he waited for me. I glowered. "Don't forget your tents, Jazz. Wouldn't want you to have to come back anytime soon for your camping trip." He chuckled and took the bag from the floor. I waved him to wait out in the car. "I'll be right out. I just have to clock out," I told him. Jasper shot Mike a wary look, but headed out anyway. I supposed he thought Mike couldn't try anything with 3 vampires standing right outside the store. I took off my name tag and went over to the automatic machine on the wall. Mike followed me. I was pretty sure he had to stay behind to help his parents a little while longer. I felt bad for him to have to stay behind. I realized that Mike was saying something and tuned in. It's just, Jess party would be kind of boring and all, so I totally understand if you don't want to go. But I was thinking if you want, maybe you could go with me? I clocked out, then turned to face Mike, confused. Like a date? I asked, bewildered. Mike bit his lip, looking nervous. I shifted my weight from one foot to another awkwardly. Mike, I said slowly. You do know I'm dating Edward, right? Oh, how wrong that felt. Dating didn't even cover what Edward's and my relationship was. He wasn't just a mere commonplace boyfriend. He was my soul mate, my everything. I didn't think Mike needed to hear my sappy definition of my relationship with Edward, though, so I kept it at that. Mike scowled, trying vainly to hide his irritation. Well, it doesn't have to be a date, he started to say, but I cut him off. I'll ask Edward if he wants to go, I said quickly, moving past Mike to the front of the store. I tripped over my own feet, naturally, but I managed to catch myself using the aisle. Bye, Mike. See you tomorrow, I called out. When I stepped out of the store, Edward was leaning against his Volvo. I saw Emmett and Jasper playing rocks, scissors, paper in the back seat of the car. I rolled my eyes, smiling fondly at the sight of them. I walked up to Edward, who had a deadly look on his face. I wrapped my arms around his waist, leaning into his body. He blinked down at me and gave me half the crooked smile I was so used to. I reached up on my toes and brushed my lips against his lightly. What's wrong? I murmured. Edward shook his head, his arms wrapping possessively around my waist. I shivered at his touch, resting my head on his shoulder at an angle so that I could keep looking at his beautiful face. He has the gall to ask to court you when I'm the one you're with, he asked through gritted teeth. Sometimes it's very hard to keep myself from fantasizing different ways to torture and kill Newton. I giggled. What's the latest one? Mostly castration. I laughed, trailing my hands up his perfect lean body to tangle my fingers in his hair. Edward smiled at me, almost blinding me with his white teeth. I could feel my heart beginning to race as he leaned down towards me, his lips molding with mine. I heard a tapping noise, and we pulled away. Emmett was knocking on the window of the back seat, grinning at us. You guys ready to go, or would you like to put on a show for everyone? He teased, guffawing through his words. I peeked over my shoulder to see a few people walking past the store staring at us. Even Mike was standing behind the clear glass windows of Newton's Outfitters, staring open-mouthed at our PDA. I blushed and made to extract myself from Edward's embrace. He merely chuckled and held me tighter. Edward, I warned meekly, blushing brighter. He leaned down and pressed his lips to mine briefly before letting me go. I stumbled my way to the passenger side. Edward was right there with me, opening my car door for me. I squeezed his hand I was holding once, smiling at him, and stepped inside the Volvo. Edward closed the door and moved at human speed to the driver's side. As he started the engine, Emmett leaned forward from the back seat, stretching his long arm over the console to fiddle with the radio dial. Edward smacked his hand away, glaring at him. Emmett pouted, making me giggle. Come on, Eddie, he complained. You never let me play. I snorted. Now you just sound like Lauren and Jessica, I informed Emmett. Emmett and Jasper burst out laughing with me at the expanse of Edward. We all knew how Jessica Stanley and Lauren Mallory harbored crushes on Edward, even if they didn't come out right and said it. Edward shot us all death glares as he peeled out of the parking space. If you're done now, he said bitingly. I bit my lip to hide my smile and rubbed his arm soothingly. Sorry, I whispered, trying to keep the humor from showing in my voice. I didn't think I did a very good job because Edward still looked angry. He'd had to avoid Jessica and Lauren most of last year, and this year hadn't bided very well either. Jessica had greeted him on the first day of school with an attempted hug. Edward had thrown himself at me, hugging me tightly and making me a shield to protect himself. I'd found it hilarious. Edward had pretended to be mad at me until I persuaded him otherwise right outside biology. To put it mildly, I didn't think Mr. Banner had ever turned that shade of purple before. I was afraid he'd stopped breathing for a moment. Jasper, sensing Edward's annoyance at the three of us, rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. "God, Edward, you're so sensitive," he joked. Edward merely snarled. I sniggered. Sometimes it was just really fun to have vampires for a family. Esme was waiting anxiously when we reached home. The moment I stepped through the door, she engulfed me in a huge motherly hug. "How was your first day of work, dear?" she asked with a loving smile. I returned her smile, smoothing her caramel hair from her face. It was fine. Jas felt the need to sit around for hours doing nothing but scare Mike with vampire glares, but it was funny to watch, I tattled. Esme glared at Jasper. "Jasper Whitlock Hale, you told me you were going to the library," she gasped, aghast that her own son would lie to her. Jasper gave Esme an apologetic look, then glared at me when he thought she wasn't looking. "Don't you glare at your sister. Apologize." "Oh, wait till I tell your father." Alice pulled me into the kitchen to talk about another trip to the mall. She wanted me to cut my hair a little shorter and style it.
I wasn't too keen on that.
Esme had fixed me a turkey sandwich, so I sat in front of the TV, opening my bottle of Snapple as I half listened to her talk and half watched reruns of Friends. Suddenly, she gasped, then smiled brightly. "Guys, I found a new hunting ground," she called out to the others. "Somewhere in Canada. I've been searching for a new spot all day." Emmett was clearly excited. He always was whenever it came to new hunting ground. He didn't want to hunt the same game every single time, though. He certainly never grew bored of it. According to Alice, Wednesday through Friday would be sunny, so the Cullens made plans to head over to Canada. Edward wanted to stay behind. I glanced at him with raised eyebrows. "You don't want to go hunting at a new spot?" I asked, puzzled. "Edward, Alice said it was going to be filled with mountain lions." I knew he would normally jump at a chance like this, so I was confused as to why he would suddenly decide to stay home. Edward didn't answer me, but continued to stare at the TV screen. He shifted uncomfortably, as if wanting to get away from my piercing stare. I frowned at him, trying to understand. If he stayed home, he would have to stay home all day unless he went hunting nearby. Why would he hunt at the same spot when Alice had found all new ground? He loved new game as much as Emmett, unless he wanted to stay because of me. That would seem like something he would do. Just because everyone was going, he was afraid something might happen. I rolled my eyes and tried to get his attention. "Edward," I called out in a disapproving tone.
He didn't look at me.
I threw a handful of M&Ms at him, and he didn't even flinch. Sighing, I got off the couch and sat on his lap. He looked up at me with startled eyes. I grinned slightly, brushing his cool cheek with my fingertips. "Would you go?" I pleaded. Edward shook his head, his mouth forming a thin line. "Please, Edward? It would make me feel extremely guilty if you were to stay behind. I know you love those mountain lions." I saw the corners of his mouth twitch, as if he wanted to smile. It stopped before I could see for sure. "Bella, I'm not leaving you here alone," he said firmly, as if that would determine what would happen. I wrapped my arms loosely around his neck, tilting my head to the side. "Just because you say it in that definitive tone doesn't mean it means anything to me," I told him in a teasing voice. Edward rolled his eyes, the hint of a smile on his lips. He hugged me closer to him, burying his face in my hair. "I don't think leaving you alone for 3 days is such a good idea," he murmured, nuzzling my neck. I ran my fingers through his hair. One arm remained wrapped around his neck in an attempt to steady myself and not fall off his lap. "I won't be alone," I gasped. "I've got school and work. I'll be home for the shortest amount of time. Nothing could happen." Edward turned his head slightly and pressed his lips to my neck. I bit my lip, closing my eyes at the sensation of his cool lips trailing a fiery burn up my neck. "You don't know that for a fact," he whispered, his sweet breath blowing on my skin. "Would you two get a room already?" Emmett asked, in a slightly disgusted tone. I blushed as my eyes snapped open and looked into the faces of 6 very amused vampires. I made to climb off Edward's lap, but he wasn't having that. Rosalie snorted, but said in a serious voice, "You won't take his suggestions seriously, right?" I glared at her, and she backed off. I think her transition into older sister role was hard for her. I was willing to wait. We had eternity, after all. Edward didn't look embarrassed or repentant, though. He was grinning from ear to ear. "I suppose that was what happened when you spent 100 years being—" What was it that Emmett said? "Sexually repressed." Alice, in a vain attempt to steer the conversation from further awkwardness, danced forward and occupied the seat I had just vacated. "Come on, Edward," she pouted. "We won't have fun there if you won't come." Edward rolled his eyes at her exaggeration. Alice giggled. "All right, we will," she conceded. "But it's better if you come. Lots of mountain dash." "Lions, I know," Edward finished for her, irritated. I sighed, placing a hand over his still heart. "Edward, I promise nothing bad is going to happen. I want you to go have fun. Hunt, please." He bit his lip, looking torn. "It's just not safe for you to be alone," he mumbled. I felt his hands running up and down my back, the cool feeling soothing me. I smiled softly at him. "Like I said, I'll be at school and at work. You can call me anytime. Just have some vampire family bonding or something."
I'll be
"Fine," I stressed. With Jasper throwing him persuading waves, Edward gave in. Esme actually wanted to stay behind, too, worried because of all the points Edward had mentioned, but I made her go. It wasn't fair for her to miss the hunt because of me. Besides, this was Forks. What was the worst that could happen? At exactly 3:25, my purple cell phone rang. Rosalie had gotten it for me, telling me that it was better if I had purple instead of silver. Only God and Alice knew why. I smiled, flipping it open as I reached my McLaren. "Hey, Edward," I said into it, knowing who it was without even checking the ID. "Hello, love," he said, his velvet voice making me smile wider. "How was school today?" I shrugged, before remembering that he couldn't see me. "Boring mostly. Mr. Banner made us watch another documentary. I almost fell asleep," I chuckled. He laughed along with me. "Well, just a day and a half left. I'm going to see if I could return by Friday night," he said. I could hear the stressed undertones in his voice. I jumped into my McLaren and placed my book bag in the passenger seat. "What's wrong, love?" I asked, worried that something might have happened. Nothing exciting could ever happen at Forks High, but my family were out in the wilderness, hunting. Plenty could happen to a family of 7 vampires. He sighed deeply. "It's nothing, Bella. Are you headed for work now?" he asked. Even through the phone, I could hear the distaste in his voice. It wasn't so much that I was working minimum wage that was disgusting to him, it was the fact that I worked right next to Mike that irked him. For some reason, he just couldn't get along with Mike. And for that same unknown reason, he wouldn't tell me why. "No," I replied. I almost laughed at his sigh of relief. "I have the day off on Thursdays." "Edward, what aren't you telling me?"
My voice had risen in my panic.
Edward heard it, too, and begun assuring me. I suppose I couldn't keep a secret from you, he joked, but I could sense his anxiety. Alice caught a glimpse of a few vampires coming to town soon. She thinks they might be human blood drinkers. She isn't sure, though, because they haven't fully decided yet. I felt my blood run cold. Are you all right? I whispered. He chuckled gently. Calm down, Bella. It's you who should be worried, not us. Don't worry, though. We're all fine, and so are you. I will call you again soon, Bella. Emmett's getting antsy. Okay, I whispered, still shaken. Human blood drinkers? The last time I had encountered those, I shuddered at the memory of Maria and her newborns. The crazed newborn who had entered my room back in Denali still haunted my deepest nightmares. The memory of Edward, silently enduring his pain as he healed, was still etched into my brain. I wasn't ready for a repeat. Edward sensed my worries and called out my name gently. Bella, he said softly. Nothing's going to happen, my love. I love you, and I will protect you. You are my life, Bella. I promise you. Everything will be all right. I cleared my throat and shook my head slightly. Yeah, I said, semi-confidently. Have fun, Edward, and be safe. I heard Emmett calling out, by Belly Bean. I groaned at the nickname, and Edward laughed. I'll call you soon, love. Drive safe. I shut my phone, forcing myself to take deep breaths. This was so far from everything's fine. I hated that my family might be in danger. Yet again. Was this some sort of curse for getting to spend eternity young and wrinkle-free? I tried to focus on the bright side. Alice wasn't sure that these human blood drinkers would even be in town. And even if they were, Carlisle would take care of everything. He usually knew what to do. Not to mention that Edward would be home by tomorrow night. I had to smile at that. Bella? I started and looked around me. I saw Angela walking towards me and smiled at her. Hey, what are you still doing here? I shrugged. Just taking a breather. Gym sucked today. I lied, trying to make it sound convincing. I didn't think I succeeded, but Angela let it go. She understood privacy, which was just another thing I liked about her. Angela smiled and placed a hand on my car door. Do you want to come over tonight? She asked. I heard Mike moping about how you have the day off today. I was hoping we could study for the world history test on Monday. I nodded my head. It sounded better than sitting home alone watching more of Emmett's ridiculously hilarious DVD collection. Sure. What time do you want me there? Angela shrugged. Anytime. I have to warn you, though. I'm babysitting the twins, so it might be a little crazy before dinner time. I laughed, shaking my head. It's fine. I have to go home and get my notes first. How about I'll meet you at your house in an hour or two? Angela nodded her head and made to leave, but I called her back. Do you want a ride? She looked down shyly. No, it's okay. I was planning on walking home. Anyway, don't be silly. Come on. I waved at her. She opened the passenger seat and I took my book bag off the seat. She climbed in and I smiled, driving off. We passed a sour-looking Mike on the way and burst out into simultaneous laughter. I dropped Angela off and drove quickly back home. All these years of speeding down the roads of God knows how many different towns and cities has gotten to me. I had officially adopted the Cullen lifestyle. I dashed into the house, tripping 3 times before I even reached the stairs and scrambled all the way up to my room. I changed into more comfortable clothes, a pair of jeans and a blue t-shirt. I grabbed my notes, stuffed them in my bag, and headed down the stairs. I felt awkward showing up at Angela's house empty-handed. It felt wrong to me somehow. I went into the kitchen and looked inside the fridge, pursing my lips as I thought. Angela mentioned looking after her twin brothers tonight. Maybe I could make them something. I saw a box of cocoa and had my inspiration. Whipping up my apron, I put it on and started to bake. I preheated the oven and pulled out the ingredients. Once I was done, I had to put in the batter in the oven for about an hour. I pulled out my Spanish homework and started on it. There was no reason for me to waste time while I waited. Edward called me again to ensure me that Alice had seen the nomad vampires on their way north of Forks. We had nothing to be worried about. I was glad for it. He also mentioned coming home early. I would have protested and asked him to stay longer if he wished, but I had missed him terribly. I supposed it was selfishness that made me say, I can't wait. I prepared the baked brownies and called Angela to tell her I was on my way. I pulled the grocery list from the fridge and stuck it in my bag. I might as well get to it myself, since I was the one who needed the human food, not Esme. It was unfair to dump the responsibility on her. I drove to the Weber's house and parked in front of the house. I didn't want to park in the driveway in case Mr. Weber arrived home before I left. I slung my bag over my shoulder and carried the brownies in my hands. I rang the doorbell and waited. I heard the familiar screech of Angela's baby brothers. They were 8 years old and incredibly hyper. I'd met them 3 times, all of which when I'd come over to study or watch movies with Angela. The door swung open and Angela greeted me. Jim and Tim Weber hid behind her. They peeked out from behind her and gave me wide, toothy smiles. "Hey, Bella," Jim yelled. I was pretty sure the neighbor heard him. I laughed, stepping inside. I ruffled his adorable messy brown hair and handed Angela the brownies. "I made my famous brownies, guys," I announced. Jim and Tim cheered. I'd made it for them once before, and they'd pester me to make more ever since. Angela had jokingly complained about their addiction the whole week after that. I stepped into the Weber's living room and waited for Angela to hand Jim and Tim each a piece of brownie. I knew she had to keep the rest out of reach, so that the twins wouldn't finish them off completely before dinner. Angela walked back into the living room, followed by Jim and Tim. They sat on the floor, playing video games, while Angie and I studied for world history. More often than not, we strayed from our notes and ended up talking. I had missed having a human girlfriend. It wasn't that I didn't enjoy having Alice and Rosalie, even Esme, to talk to. It was just different with Angela. She was perceptive and she seemed to understand more than I gave her credit for. But she was always there when you needed her and gave you privacy when you wanted it. It wasn't hard to understand why she and I had been friends all those years ago if she was just as kind and caring back then as well. She gave me a sly look halfway through Footloose. We had abandoned our notes half an hour after my arrival. "So are you and Edward going to prom?" she asked, giggling. I made a face as I thought about junior prom. I didn't have a strong desire to go. In fact, I'd be extremely glad if I didn't have to go. I shrugged, turning my eyes to look at Angie. "I don't know," I answered truthfully. "I don't want to go. You know how I am with dancing." I shuddered involuntarily, making Angela giggle. Angela frowned slightly. "Won't Alice make you go?" she pointed out. I groaned and nodded my head.
Yeah.
"She's probably already picked out the dresses and all," I said, sifting through all the horrible images in my head. My God, what if she made me wear heels? Angela looked shocked. "Already? Prom isn't for 6 months," she said, sounding odd. I snickered. "It's Alice, Angela. 6 months to her is like 6 minutes to the non-crazy population." Angela ordered pizza for dinner. The twins had taken a nap sometime around 6, so I had to wake them up once the pizza arrived. If possible, they were even crazier after they woke up than before. Pizza was a Weber household favorite, apparently. Jim and Tim wrestled for the last slice while Angela and I watched on, amused. She looked at me shyly for a moment, then ducked her head. I knew she wanted to ask me something, but refrained from it. I smiled gently at her. "What is it, Ange?" I asked. Angela shifted uncomfortably. "You know how Lauren's been acting even stranger than usual?" she asked. I frowned, but nodded my head. She'd been playing hostile these past few weeks. It didn't scare me, of course. Only a nut job would be afraid of Lauren, and last I checked, I was mostly sane. I had wondered once or twice why she was acting so particularly nasty towards me lately. Edward wouldn't tell me anything, but he looked amused whenever he caught a glimpse of her mind. It annoyed me to no end. Angela continued, unaware of my one-sided mental conversation. "Well, Tyler's been telling everyone that he's going to ask you out, and he said he's sure you're going to say yes," she mumbled, almost inaudibly. I gasped, choking on the water I had been sipping on. "What?" I cried. How could he say that? No wonder Lauren looks like she's out to get me lately. I shook my head. I had denied Tyler one too many times.
He was even more thick-headed than Mike.
Angela giggled. I knew it couldn't be true. No one really believes it. You and Edward just seem so perfect together, so we all knew it wasn't true. It still made Lauren mad, though. Lauren had her eyes set on Tyler and had made it perfectly clear that she hated me for stepping into her spotlight since the first day I'd been here. She hated Rosalie more, of course, but one death glare from Rose was enough to make her want to wither and die. I, however, wasn't as ferocious as Rose. That meant that Lauren had no trouble whatsoever making her dislike for me perfectly clear. No one actually listened to her pathetic ramblings, but she still said them all. I hated the high school drama and all the attention. Alice had said once that attention was a part of being a Cullen. It wasn't entirely normal to get new students in the form of beautiful gods with topaz eyes and dislike of getting to know others. The attention would dull after a while, but it was unavoidable. Attention as a whole group together didn't bother me so much, but Tyler was making me seem like some boyfriend-grabbing girl while I was already with Edward. My eyes widened as I realized that Edward had known all along what was going on. I growled low in my throat, surprising even myself at that. I was going to ask Emmett to pound the boy when they get home. How could he not tell me? I shook my head at the incredulous situation that I had unwittingly stumbled into. Between the silly adolescent drama and an army of newborn vampires, I would gladly take on the newborns. I stayed around in Angela's house until the movie ended. We hadn't actually studied a whole lot, but I knew both Angela and I would have no trouble with the test on Monday. I needed to get to the grocery store anyway. I bade Angela, Jim, and Tim goodnight and passed Mr. Weber on the way to my car. I drove to the grocery store and parked in an empty space. I took a cart and started grabbing items. I was choosing between Fruit Loops and Captain Crunch when my phone rang. I answered it quickly, knowing it was Edward. He would just get anxious the longer I take to answer it. "Where are you, love?" "I can hear people in the background," Edward said the moment I answered the phone. I smiled at the sound of his voice. I had missed him. 2 days was too much in my opinion. I faintly remembered that I was supposed to be angry at him about something. I couldn't even bring myself to try and remember, though. I just wanted him back with me. I sighed as I explained to him what I had been doing in the past few hours. Edward told me about the grizzly Emmett had been hunting. Apparently, he had provoked the grizzly to get a more satisfactory fight out of it. Unable to stop myself, I asked Edward about the vampires Alice had seen earlier. I knew it would only worry him that I was so upset, and it would probably lead him to keep things like this a secret from me in the near future, but I couldn't help myself. I just needed to make sure. It was one thing to have Lauren out to get me. It was another thing entirely to bump into human blood drinkers in the grocery store. Edward sensed the anxiety in my voice and assured me once more that the vampires weren't close to Forks any longer. He mentioned coming home tomorrow again. Feeling guilty, all of a sudden I said, "You don't have to, Edward." I'd hate it if you were to miss out on the new hunting ground there because of me. I heard him laughing softly on the other end and smiled. His laughter was just so soothing. Silly Bella, he chuckled. Do you really think I'd rather chase mountain lions than be with you?
Well, yes.
I was so busy focusing on the grocery list in my hand and talking to Edward, I didn't realize I'd bumped into someone. I gasped, making Edward worry. I looked up into a pair of sky blue eyes. I'm really sorry, I apologized. The boy I'm bumped into looked to be about 18 years old, maybe older. His light brown hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and he wore a slight frown on his face. It's all right, he mumbled, not looking away from me. Under his scrutiny, I felt myself blush. I nodded once, then steered my cart away from him to move along to the next aisle. His hand caught me by the arm, though, and I looked back at him, startled. I'm James, he introduced, the frown vanishing slowly. I gave him a small smile. Bella, I said, shaking his outstretched hand. A smile appeared on his features. I waved, then headed in the opposite direction he was going. I placed the phone back to my ear. Edward, I called out. He was still on the line, though he wasn't as panicked as he was when I had gasped out loud. What happened, Bella? He asked, curious. I laughed slightly. Oh, just clumsy little me at it again. I literally ran my cart into someone. It's all right. No blood, no foul, right? I joked, using the phrase he had used on me one too many times. I heard him laughing before Alice was screeching at him to talk to me tomorrow. She wanted to get back to their game of hide and seek. I giggled. Say hello to everyone for me, Edward, I said. I love you. Be safe, Bella. I groaned as I glanced at my watch once more. I had woken up late today since I'd stayed up all night watching the horror movie marathon on TV. I really couldn't watch horror movies by myself, but I'd wanted to prove to myself, and Edward, that I could. It didn't help that I couldn't sleep for hours after that. I'd barely gotten a few hours worth of sleep when my alarm went off. I had tuned it out and woken up an hour later than usual. I had about 5 minutes to make it to class in time. I screeched into the parking lot and scrambled out of my McLaren. I silently cursed under my breath as the bell rang halfway to my first period class. I burst into the classroom a minute later, causing every pair of eyes to look at me. Mr. McIntyre, otherwise known as the strictest teacher known on the planet, folded his arms and glared at me. Nice of you to actually join us, Miss Hale, he said sarcastically. I'm sure the rest of us are incredibly humbled to be graced by your presence. I blushed a deep scarlet and made my way to my seat. Sorry, Mr. McIntyre. I woke up late, I mumbled. I heard a few people snickering in the background, but didn't check to see who. Mr. McIntyre wasn't pleased by my excuse. Well, since you seem to be so blasé about things, how about I suggest an extracurricular activity? He suggested in a sneer. I sighed inwardly. Did he absolutely have to hate my guts? I wasn't even sure what I ever did to him. He waved in the direction to my left. I looked to see what he was referring to, hoping it wasn't some form of new torture he'd devised, and my eyes widened in surprise. It was James, the boy I had bumped into at the grocery store the other day. James didn't look the least bit surprised to see me. Of course, he must have already seen my oh-so-graceful entrance. This is James Hunter, our newest student. I'd like you to show him around the school and give him what help you can. As you know, my trigonometry classes could be a little difficult,
he said.
I fought the urge to roll my eyes. Mr. McIntyre wasn't happy that I was the only one who had managed to pass his first test ever. That only happened because Carlisle helped me. I'd like you to be Mr. Hunter's guide, if you will. I met James' sky-blue eyes. They were unflinching as he gazed at me, unabashed. I blushed and looked away. And remember, Ms. Hale, if he fails, this will be on your shoulders, Mr. McIntyre said sternly. I did groan out loud this time. What if the new kid was horrible at trig? I wouldn't want to have to face punishment for something that wasn't even my fault. I opened my mouth to argue, but Mr. McIntyre had already turned back to the board and begun babbling about the new chapter we were starting today. I tuned out Mr. McIntyre the rest of the lesson. I wouldn't have understood the way he taught anyway. I normally had Carlisle or Jasper tutor me in trig back home. When the bell rang, I packed up as fast as I could. As much as I didn't want to, I had to be James' guide around the school. I'm sure Mr. McIntyre would go to the extreme of informing the other staff that I was his assigned guide. I didn't want to be berated for being a lousy guide or something. What does he even need a guide for? This school is so small, he'd have every square inch of it memorized before lunch, I thought to myself. I stood up and glanced at the seat James had taken up previously. My eyes widened in alarm when I noticed that it was empty. Did you lose something, Miss Hale? Mr. McIntyre's smug voice drifted to me from the front of the classroom. I looked up and shook my head, a blush making its way to my cheeks. Without saying anything, I dashed out of the classroom, stumbling all the way to find James. I didn't have to look far. I found him right outside the classroom, back to the wall as he was flocked by every girl in class. I sighed. I suppose they were harassing the new kid. Again. I had to say I was glad my family and I weren't the new kids anymore. I was just contemplating how to pull James out of this crowd of overeager girls when I wasn't even sure he wanted to be saved when he spotted me. A smile made its way to his face. Bella, he called out. James' fangirls turned to glare at me, and I blushed even further. James extracted himself from the crowd and came up to me. Hello, he said quietly. I gave him a smile. Small world, huh? I joked half-heartedly. James nodded his head, his smile widening, pleased that I remembered our short encounter yesterday. I blushed as the memory of first encounter came back at me. I hoped I hadn't hurt his ankle when I had crashed into him. I'm really sorry about last night, I mumbled as we walked away from the prying eyes and ears of his fan club. I'm just really clumsy, so being in charge of a shopping cart was pretty much disastrous. James laughed. It's okay. I'm not always graceful, either, he assured me. I must have still been blushing, looking mortified, because he held up both hands and said, How about we start over? He held out his hand for me to shake. I'm James. I snorted in laughter. This was completely silly. I took his hand nevertheless and shook it. Bella, I said, smiling at the ridiculous situation. I showed James around. He had most of his classes with me. We didn't have Spanish or biology together, though, but he found my classroom and waited outside for me once the bell rang. I thought he was a pretty nice person. I didn't know him well enough to judge, obviously, but I didn't think he was a bad person. He wasn't one of those love-struck boys like Mike and Tyler, either, which made it better and easier. We sat together during lunchtime, together Angela and Ben. When we entered the cafeteria, I think every head turned to us. I blushed because of this, and led James to the lunch line. I was telling him that Angela was in his next class if he needed anything since I would be in biology, and he wouldn't be. We went over to my usual table. Angela and Ben, knowing that my family wouldn't be there since it was sunny, and they loved to go camping when it was sunny out, were already there. They didn't look particularly surprised to see James with me. We all had world history together, and while we didn't get the chance to speak to one another during the class, I'm sure they had heard about my being James' guide through someone else. Angela smiled at me as I sat next to her. James sat next to me. Hey, Ange, I greeted her. Ben, I nodded at her boyfriend. Angela looked towards James and my eyes widened, realizing that they hadn't been formally introduced. James, this is Angela and Ben, I said. James gave them a smile and shook Ben's hand. Hello, he said. There was a bit of an awkward silence. Angela turned to me and said, Thanks again for the brownies. The twins couldn't get enough of it. Half of it's already gone. I laughed. Already? I made enough to feed 20 people. I joked. Angie laughed with me. Mom thinks Dad snuck off in the middle of the night to eat some, she mused. She turned her eyes on James. So, James, how are you liking Forks? James shrugged. It's different than where I lived before, he noted. Ben grabbed his lemonade and took a swig. Yeah? Where's that? He asked, curious. New York. I smiled, shooting James a look as I bit into my pizza. Hey, I've just been there during the summer, I exclaimed. It was amazing there. My sister went overboard with the shopping, though. James grinned. I stared at his blue eyes and his smile. To anyone else, it was a perfectly normal picture. To me, for some unknown reason, shivers ran down my spine. It felt like something was wrong. I didn't know why exactly. I shook my head slightly and pushed the feeling away. Being around vampires all the time must have made me paranoid. Who could blame me after so many attempts on my families and my life? Yeah, James was saying. New York's pretty great for shopping. Angela narrowed her eyes at James and tilted her head to one side. You look older than 17, she commented quietly. James didn't even look abashed as he replied, Yeah, I got held back a year or two. He didn't comment on his actual age, and none of us asked. It just wasn't polite to, since he clearly looked uncomfortable talking about it. Lauren and Jessica made their presence known, once more, by coming to our table to introduce themselves to James. Hello, Lauren said, her nasal voice coming out low. I think she intended it to be sexy. James looked amused as he greeted her. We were just wondering if you'd want to sit with us. Jessica gave him a wide smile. James shook his head. It's all right. I'm fine right here with Bella, he said, leaning closer towards me without even looking at me. For some reason, his close proximity made me nervous. I shifted slightly in my seat, but I didn't make a move to put a distance between us. I didn't want him to think I was rude. Angela was frowning slightly as she looked between James and I, but she didn't say anything about it. Ben didn't notice anything at all as he held on to Angela's hand. Lauren's fishy eyes narrowed as she looked at me. Bella, she greeted me coldly. Is Edward sick today? I sighed inwardly as I gave her a small smile.
No, Lauren.
Edward's gone camping for a little while. He'll be back Monday. I noticed that James had stiffened when Lauren mentioned Edward's name. She must have noticed the hard look on his face as well, because she gave me a triumphant grin and offered him a place at her so-called elite table. Once more, James declined. Lauren left in a huff and Jessica waved slightly at Angie and I before following. James turned to me and, with curious eyes, asked, Who's Edward's? I smiled as I thought of Edward. It was only mere hours before he would return home, and I would see him again. I couldn't wait. He was normally so exuberant after catching some mountain lions. He had sounded like he'd been having fun with the family when he'd called me, too. I loved seeing Edward so carefree. I knew most people didn't know him well enough to judge, but classified him as a quiet loner who was undoubtedly hot, as Jessica put it. Even those who knew him, like the Denali clan in Alaska and Carlisle's friend, Alistair, who was a European nomad, thought Edward was always too serious. I knew Edward, though, and while he was perfectly flawless in every way, I knew he was even more beautiful when he was happy with his family. I loved the candid moments when he was just himself, free from all the burden from his dark past, free from the guilt, the fear, and the disgust at being a monster. When he was just happy, smiling, having fun, that was when he was at his best. Those moments were so rare that I almost felt like grabbing a camera and snapping 1,000,000 pictures per second just so I could have a reminder until next time. Bella? I heard someone call out. I blinked a few times and saw James looking at me, an annoyed expression on his face. Angela and Ben looked amused as I blushed. Angela laughed and shook her head. "Don't mind her, James. She normally spaces out whenever she thinks of her Edward," she informed him. I blushed a brighter shade of red. "Ange," I protested. I had too big of a smile on my face, though, so she knew I wasn't really mad at her. "Edward's my boyfriend," I said, answering James' earlier question. The hard look in James' eyes didn't subside. I wondered why that was. "And why isn't he here?" he asked nonchalantly. I shrugged.
He loves to go camping.
"My entire family does," I chuckled. "They're pretty athletic." That was putting it mildly. Emmett had invented 30 different sports in the 10 years I'd known him. Of course, 27 of those were unsafe and Carlisle had to ban them, but it still said something. "And you?" James asked, cocking his eyebrow. I chuckled, shaking my head. "I've got 2 left feet. I can't hike if my life depended on it." "I'm not as athletic as the rest," I said, wincing as I remembered the many different times I had fallen flat on my face. Ben snickered.
"Yeah.
She trips over her own feet too many times to camp," he added, winking at me. I slapped his shoulder, and Angela laughed. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunchtime. I scrambled to take my bag and make sure everything I needed for biology was in it. "So, you'll be okay with Ange and Ben's?" asked James. He gave me a smile and nodded his head. "All right then, see you guys later." I stood up, wobbled a little, and walked off. I felt someone looking at me the whole time and glanced discreetly over my shoulder to see who it was as I dumped my tray. It was James, his eyes unwavering as he stared at me all the way from his seat. Angela and Ben were too wrapped up in one another to notice. I frowned a little as I turned away and made to walk out the cafeteria door. Something about the way James looked at me made me a little uncomfortable. I wasn't normally comfortable with people looking at me, but his stares always made me feel uneasy. I didn't know what it was about him that made me feel so paranoid. He was obviously just a normal kid who wanted to go through high school, graduate, and move on. He didn't seem like an attention-seeking person, which was a good thing, I supposed, if I was to be his guide. I sighed as I entered biology and prepared for lab. I was being unnecessarily paranoid. James was a nice person. Maybe hanging around Edward all the time has made me too neurotic for my own good. Edward's POV. I sighed as I closed my cell phone. Alice, who had been pestering me the whole phone call to Bella, danced all the way next to me and gave me a knowing look. "You really miss her, don't you?" she asked with a wide smile. I smiled sheepishly and nodded my head. Alice chuckled. "You are so whipped not to be able to go 2 days without her," she thought. I growled playfully and ruffled her spiky hair. "See? Didn't I tell you this would happen?" she asked smugly, referring to the love I now shared with Bella. I rolled my eyes. "Haven't you gloated about enough?" Alice shook her head. "Not for another 3 centuries, she affirmed. "Let's go play hide and seek," she pleaded in her mind. I laughed at her enthusiasm. Her childlike demeanor really made me feel like her older brother sometimes. Suddenly, Alice gasped. I saw Bella clambering into class late. I saw her shaking hands with a boy with brown hair. She snapped out of her vision and shared a look with me. I frowned at the memory of Alice's vision. There was something about that boy that I didn't like. He was human and looked nothing more than ordinary. But the way his eyes had looked at Bella, it was so cold, so malevolent. I started to panic. What was it that this human boy wanted with my Bella? Was a new kind of evil already surfacing? Was it in the form of humans this time? I felt a strange feeling of serenity and looked up to see Jasper strolling up to Alice. She clasped her hand with his and continued to look at me worriedly. Jasper, Feeling Alice's worry and my fear and anxiety, had to ask, "What's the matter?" he asked in his quiet voice, looking from Alice to me and back to Alice again. I couldn't quell the panic in me, even with Jasper's help. Alice reached out and clasped a hand on my shoulder. "Don't worry, Edward. I don't see him hurting her," she said reassuringly. I nodded my head, breathing in the cool forest air in an attempt to calm myself.
When?
I asked, my voice coming out harsher than I had. "Intended." Alice hesitated, but I glared at her, willing her to lie to me. She sighed, defeated. "Tomorrow," she whispered, her topaz eyes wide as she waited for my reaction. I could practically feel my eyes darken as I heard her answer. "We have to go back," I rasped. Alice stopped me. "Edward, even if we go home, it'll be sunny tomorrow. We can't go to school," she reminded me. I shrugged. "Then we'll tell her to stay home," I said decidedly. "We don't know that he'll hurt her, Edward," Alice protested. "Please, let's just calm down and see what's going to happen first." I didn't like that plan. Too many things could go wrong. What if we were too late to stop him? What if he really was as cold as he looked? What if he harmed her in any way? I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I couldn't protect her. Alice grasped my hand and squeezed. "Edward, she's got us to take care of her. She won't be harmed," she said confidently. Never bet against Alice. Bella had said that time and again over the past 10 years. "Have a little faith in me, Edward," Alice pleaded silently. I took a deep breath and nodded, the action more painful than anything I'd ever done. "Let's hunt," I said, taking off from where I'd been standing. I followed the scent of another mountain lion and gave in to my savage nature. I knew Alice would tell Jasper and the others about her vision, and I knew that my family would no doubt protect Bella. She meant too much to us for us to lose her. I circled the mountain lion, finding the irony yet again at how such a vicious animal could be the prey. The big cat tensed as I approached in a crouch, its fur ruffling as it gave a loud roar. I almost chuckled as my eyes darkened further. The scent of its sweet blood called to me. I let go of all rational thoughts and gave a vicious snarl. The mountain lion gave a slight whimper involuntarily. I was the predator. I pounced and snapped its neck, sinking my teeth into the warm and tender flesh. Once I was done, I pushed the carcass away from me and stood up, straightening the non-existent wrinkles on my pristine shirt. I sighed as I stared up into the darkening sky. Time has never moved so slowly for me. "Is it absolutely necessary for you to do that right now?" I snapped at Emmett and Rosalie, who were leaning against the Jeep, locked in each other's embraces. Emmett pulled away from Rose and chuckled at me. "Relax, bro. She hasn't run off or anything," he joked. I growled, shoving him aside and climbing in. Emmett shook his head and climbed into the driver's seat. Alice and Jasper came in from the left and jumped into the Jeep as well. Carlisle and Esme had already started on their journey back home on feet. Emmett fiddled with the radio, purposely delaying our trip back home. "Emmett," I growled under my breath. He laughed, turning the radio on to a ridiculous pop station and revving the engine. Sometimes I wished I could just leave him in a volcano somewhere. I listened to Bella's heartbeat as we rounded the corner that led up to the unmarked road leading to our secluded house. I heard the wonderful thump of her heart, the glorious sound of her voice as she spoke. I heard the soft music I recognized as my own and smiled when I realized she was listening to the CD I'd given to her that consisted of some of my compositions, including the lullaby I'd written for her. "And James doesn't like me," she was saying. I frowned at the mention of this James person. I didn't know anyone by the name James. Was this the unfamiliar boy I'd seen in Alice's vision? Emmett, being himself, said, "Whoa." Competition again, lover boy. I glared at him and leapt out of the moving vehicle, sprinting towards the big, white house. Emmett was chuckling in his mind as he thought, "Eager much, Edward?" I ignored both his spoken and unspoken comments and dashed inside the house. Bella was still on the phone, saying, "Well, maybe he was just looking in my general direction. It doesn't mean anything either way." I followed her scent into the living room. She was sitting on the floor, her world history book propped open on the table as she grabbed another mochi ice cream from a plate. I knew she had become addicted to those. She looked up without my saying a word, as if sensing my presence. A huge smile made its way to her lips, lighting up her entire face so that it seemed as if she was glowing. Her big brown eyes sparkled and she mumbled, "I've got to go, Ange. I'll call you tomorrow." She hung up and threw the phone on the couch. She jumped up and ran towards me. She tripped, of course, but I caught her with my arms around her waist and lifted her up. Bella giggled, throwing her arms around me as I twirled her around. "Did you miss me?" I whispered, setting her down on my feet, brushing her hair back from her face. She blushed at my touch, but smiled up at me nonetheless. "That's a silly question," she answered, looking up at me shyly. I sighed happily, gazing into her deep, brown orbs. I smiled, leaning down to capture her lips with mine. I closed my eyes at her sweet taste, so incredibly wonderful to me. Bella arched into me as we kissed, pulling herself closer to me. I held her tightly to my body, not wanting to stop even though I knew we should. Bella pulled away first, panting as she gasped in oxygen into her lungs. I refused to stop touching her, though. 3 days was enough to drive me insane. I had enjoyed the game at the new spot. I had to admit, it was exhilarating to hunt at a new place every now and again. But I would give it up in a heartbeat if it meant more time with my angel. I pressed my lips to her throat, trailing little butterfly kisses that always made her breath come out haggard. Bella's hold on me tightened ever so slightly as she gasped at the feel of my cool lips against her warm skin. I smiled. No matter how many times we did this, I would eternally be amazed at the reaction I could draw out of her. And it was all because of me. I would never tire of this. I was so caught up with Bella that I didn't realize that the entire family had come in. Jasper cleared his throat, and Bella opened her eyes to look at our siblings. "I know this is a great reunion moment and all," Jasper said in a mock serious tone. "But I'd rather not be scarred for my entire existence." Bella rolled her eyes, though a blush made its way to her cheeks. I kissed her pink cheeks, reveling in the warmth. "Right," she retorted, "because it didn't scar my natural-born life to walk in on the two of you fogging up the windows when I was 8. Jasper snorted, ruffling Bella's hair as he walked past us. She mocked glared at him, fixing her hair. I set her on her feet, keeping my hold on her hand as I walked her back to the couch. "Where's Dad?" Bella asked, looking around. "In his study." "Why?" Emmett asked, plopping down on the couch next to her and turning on the TV. Bella didn't answer him, but called out to Carlisle instead.
"Daddy."
Carlisle appeared at the bottom of the stairs, a smile on his face as he gazed lovingly at Bella. I knew he loved it whenever Bella called him Dad. It made him feel special that he had a daughter, a real daughter that he had raised. "Yes, dears?" Bella smiled, taking something from the coffee table and holding it out for him. Alistair called. He said he wanted to visit sometime soon. He wanted you to call him and tell him if it's all right. "His number's changed," she said. Carlisle took the piece of paper, then kissed Bella on the forehead. "Thank you, Bella." "I'll see to it," he said, patting her hair once, then disappearing up the stairs. I lifted Bella off the couch and settled her on my lap. She snuggled into my cold chest, making me awed once more than she seemed to be so comfortable against stone. "So, who is this James?" I asked nonchalantly. Emmett laughed, hiding it as a cough. Alice had told him of her vision, of course, but he thought she and I were being paranoid. Bella blushed a little. "You heard that, huh?" she mumbled, ducking her head against my shoulder. I laughed, though it was a little forced. I was too worried to be completely amused by her embarrassment. "He's the new guy in school," Bella explained. Alice frowned, taking a seat next to Jasper on the love seat. Rosalie sat next to Emmett, occupying Bella's vacant spot. "Really?" she asked. "What's he like?" Bella shrugged. "Nice, I guess. Mr. McIntyre made me his guide, so he'll probably be hanging around me a lot next week. It's only for a while, though. I don't think he'll need a guide for a very long time in a place like Forks High." Emmett tuned in to that show he loved so much, American Idol. They were still showing the auditions, the part that Emmett loved the most. He loved watching people who can't sing making a fool out of themselves in front of live television. He turned to give Bella a knowing smirk. "Anyone throw themselves at him yet?" he asked, snorting with laughter. Bella smiled. "Lauren and Jessica, mostly," she conceded. At the mention of Lauren's name, Bella turned back to me and slapped my arm. I gave her a shocked expression. "What was that for?" I asked, rubbing my arm where she had hit, although it didn't even hurt.
She scowled at me.
"Why didn't you tell me what Tyler's been saying?" she demanded, glaring at me. I opened my mouth, but she shook her head. "And don't even try acting innocent, Edward Cullen. You're a freaking mind reader." Jasper chuckled at Bella's kitten temper, but otherwise held his tongue. I smiled apologetically at Bella. "I'm sorry, love. I just didn't want to upset you." She folded her arms and glowered at me. She really had perfected Rosalie's glare. "And I wanted to have a little fun when he would ask you out," I admitted sheepishly. Bella groaned, dropping her head on my shoulder. "I hate you," she mumbled, her voice coming out muffled as she spoke directly into my shoulder. I pretended to be hurt, pleading with my eyes. "I'm really sorry, love," I said. I knew she wouldn't stay mad at me for too long. "I knew it wouldn't really upset you if he asked you out." Bella sighed, lifting her head to look at me. "No, but Lauren's been plotting my murder for 2 weeks, Edward," she said sulkily. I ran my fingers through her silky hair, burrowing my nose in her luscious looks. I breathed in her intoxicating scent. "I'm sure she won't actually kill you. She's decided that orange isn't her color," I said, amused by the mindless musings in Lauren Mallory's head. I drew back slightly, pressing my lips gently to Bella's. I stared into her eyes, making full eye contact as I tried to dazzle her. "So are you mad at me still?" I asked, whispering. Bella's heart thudded faster than before. I smiled as I realized that it was because of me. She blinked, then scowled at me. "Ugh," she complained, resting her head against my shoulder. "Cheater." I laughed, exuberant, content that I was finally with my true love once more. Jasper's POV. Alice was anxious about this new guy. She said she kept having visions of him and Bella spending time together, but it was never outside of school. She said Bella looked mostly fine in her visions, except that she looked uneasy in a few. I have yet to meet the kid. I wasn't exactly sure how to act. Alice and Edward were both uneasy about him. Alice wasn't sure of the outcome of the future, but kept having a feeling that something horrible was on the horizon. How exactly was I supposed to react to that? What was I supposed to say to the human that could potentially hurt my baby sister in the future? Emmett wasn't too concerned. In his mind, humans couldn't do much damage. After all, we were 7 vampires against 1 puny human. What could happen? I knew better, though. We all did. Rosalie was upset because of what had happened to her in her human life. She was worried that the bad intentions Alice mentioned might be the worst thing that could ever happen to a woman. She didn't want Bella to suffer the same fate. Edward had read too many minds, even the sick ones, to know humans weren't always defenseless. In fact, during his rebellious years, he had hunted these sick bastards. I read emotions. While this wasn't as definite as reading minds, I still knew the evil that lurked in a human heart. It was lunchtime already. Edward and Bella were supposed to come in any second, according to Alice. We were all already seated at our usual table. According to Alice, as well, James was going to join us. Emmett had cracked his knuckles mockingly and said that he would intimidate James all the way to Iceland. Alice nodded her head in the direction of the cafeteria entrance, and all four of us turned to look. Edward was stiff as a board, holding Bella to him as he walked between Bella and James. His eyes were onyx, even though we had just come back from a hunting trip 2 days ago. He looked as if he would rather be anywhere but here as he, Bella, and James went to the lunch line. His emotions were in disarray. Anxiety, anger, and protectiveness flowed out of him like water from a fountain. But he was also bursting with fear.
Fear.
That alone was enough to send me in a state of panic. Edward was very rarely afraid. The Volturi, Maria, Connor, these were the few times in the time I'd known him that he'd been afraid. For a human to strike fear in my brave brother's heart, well, that was saying something. Alice, feeling the panic I was now giving to the entire table, grabbed my hand and squeezed gently. "Jasper, calm down," she whispered, rubbing her thumb along the back of my hand lovingly. I nodded, taking deep breaths of air I didn't need. Edward and Bella came up to us, James trailing behind. They sat side by side, Edward making sure that Bella was sandwiched between himself and Emmett. James sat next to Edward, looking completely displeased at having Edward as an obstacle. His emotions shocked me. He didn't feel threatened as he sat next to Edward. He didn't feel fear when he looked at the rest of us. He felt lust when he looked at Bella, but that was it. He was as frighteningly shocking as it was empty. It almost felt like there wasn't really anybody there. If I could only rely on my gift to sense a presence, and I closed my eyes, I wouldn't have known he was there at all. I noticed that his scent, though inviting, didn't drive me to kill him. It was as if something was making his blood thinner, maybe even dull the scent somehow. I didn't think he did this on purpose. He didn't seem to know what we were, but there was just something about him. Rosalie narrowed her eyes at James. "Have we met?" she asked suspiciously, sizing him up. Emmett stiffened next to Rose, his arm draping around her shoulders protectively as he stared James down. James didn't blink as he turned his gaze from Emmett to Rosalie. "No," he said dismissively. "We haven't." He started picking on his food, unaware of all of us staring at him. Bella looked at our impassive faces, frowning. She was starting to panic, uneasy as she took in our faces. I sent her a shot of calmness, but continued to stare at James. When I finally turned away from his virtually empty vessel of emotions, I caught Edward's murderous gaze. His face was hard as he turned away from James. "We have a problem," he hissed, too low for human ears to catch on. I shared a look with Alice, Emmett, and Rosalie, wary of the next chaotic trouble that had seemingly found us. 45. Stranger Danger. Edward's POV. I tried getting something about this James Hunter boy throughout the first few classes I had without Bella. He wasn't in any of my classes without Bella either. The only thing I could manage to get was how the girls in the school thought he was somewhat good-looking and was wondering how I was taking the fact that James was with my girlfriend all the time. The immature boys in the school wanted to see James and I get into a fight over Bella. I shook my head. Humans were incredibly ridiculous sometimes. Surprisingly, I couldn't find James' thoughts. It wasn't for a lack of trying. I wanted to know what he thought of Bella, and if I was going to have any problems with him. I wanted to know if I should be on alert when he's around my Bella. I couldn't find his voice amongst the hum that resided in my brain, though. It was the strangest thing ever. Regardless of the fact that I had never met the boy and hadn't heard his thoughts up close, I could normally find the new voice, especially in a school with such a small student body. I waited for Bella outside the cafeteria, anxious for her.
My family had already gone in.
I heard her coming, so attuned to her voice. Edward's in school today. Why do you ask? I heard her saying. No reason. An unfamiliar male voice answered her. I felt myself tense. That must have been James. Just wanted to meet the guy you've been talking about nonstop for the past 3 days. I smiled, smug and satisfied. She had talked about me for 3 days? Nonstop? Well, that was something. Of course, Emmett would say that I talk about her all the time when we hunted, but this was different. I saw Bella blushing as she came into view, a blonde male walking beside her. I recognized him from Alice's vision. His face was blank from all expression as he watched her. I wouldn't say nonstop. He gave her an incredulous look and she chuckled, sighing.
I'm sorry.
I really have been talking about him an awful lot, haven't I? I've just missed him, that's all. They reached me, Bella blushing brighter when she realized that I had heard the last part of her conversation. I wrapped my arm around her waist, smiling at her. Bella leaned up on her toes, and I obliged by kissing her lips gently. I didn't do any more than that, even though I wanted to. It was highly inappropriate in the company of others, especially men who were ogling her. I turned my attention back to James, glaring at him. He didn't seem one bit affected by this. I felt my jaw drop as I scoured for his thoughts. I couldn't hear a single thing, just like with Bella. No wonder I couldn't sense his thoughts when I could have so easily spotted the new one amongst the others. James returned my glare with a perfectly calm look. This sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't that I was afraid of him. I was afraid of the situation. Every instinct in my body was telling me that this was the enemy, that I had to fight or run. My predatory instincts had never been wrong, and they never will be, that I know for a fact. What was it about this insignificant human whose mind I couldn't read that caused my instincts to tell me to be on guard? I wrapped an arm around Bella's shoulders, holding her to my side, and walked in between herself and this James person. James' dead blue eyes looked at me with amusement, as if he knew I was purposely putting distance between him and Bella. I felt my eyes turning black as I stared coldly at him. Bella invited him to sit with us and our family. James readily agreed. As we made our way to the lunch line, I tried to sense his thoughts, maybe catch a little glimpse of it. It was as if his mind was an empty place. No thoughts, no memories, no images. Nothing. I caught a whiff of his blood and stiffened. It wasn't that I was attracted to it, it was that I wasn't attracted to it. His blood was unappealing. The scent was hardly there, blocked by something it seemed. It was as if his scent was 100 miles away instead of right behind me. I shook my head slightly. His mind, his cold eyes, his blood. There was something wrong with him. What could it be, though? He was human, that was for sure. His heart was beating, his blood still flowed, and he smelled human, no matter how faint his scent was. There was no way a vampire could camouflage himself so thoroughly this way. We went to our table, where the rest of the family was already seated. I kept Bella at my side the whole time, putting James at a distance. I didn't want him anywhere near Bella, at least until I figure out what was wrong with him. Maybe Jasper had some insight. I looked up to see my entire family watching us approach the table. I suppose they were intrigued from what they had heard of Alice's vision. Rosalie just looked plain murderous. She hated it whenever a human, other than Bella, tried to infiltrate our little family. She didn't want any accidents leading up to the revelation of our secret. I focused only on Jasper's thoughts.
Oh, God.
I can't feel anything from him. He's like a void of some kind. What's going on? Am I losing my gift? No, I can still feel emotions from everyone else. Maybe if I concentrate on only him, still can't. This is not good. I sat down, Bella between myself and Emmett. James sat on my other side, coolly looking around the table. Not an inch of fear in him, according to Jasper. In fact, according to Jasper, the only emotion he felt was lust, directed at my Bella. My arm around her shoulders tightened. Bella opened her mouth to introduce everyone, but before she could, Rosalie spoke. Her eyes were narrowed as she accessed James. "Have we met?" she asked icily, her voice thick with suspicion. James, who had been having a staring contest with protective big brother Emmett, turned his gaze slowly to Rosalie. He didn't blink. He didn't show fear. His expression never changed. "No," he said, his voice equally cold. "We haven't." Emmett had stiffened the moment Rosalie said they might have met previously. His arm had made its way protectively around her shoulders, and he sat stiff as a board next to her. "Keep an eye out on that one, Eddie," he growled in his head, not liking the new human. Bella, perceptive as ever, started to notice our worried looks and our glares directed at James. I heard her heartbeat starting to accelerate, her breath quickening. She was panicking. Jasper, sensing this, too, sent her a shot of calmness. I extracted my arm from around her shoulders to take her hand in mine. I lifted our entwined fingers to my lips and kissed the back of her hand gently. She gave me a brilliant smile, and I returned it half-heartedly. I rubbed soothing circles on the back of her hand. I didn't want her to panic. James might be a potential danger, but we didn't know anything yet. While he was apparently giving us all a danger vibe, we couldn't just up and go. We needed to find out if he was really a threat and eliminate him if it was necessary. I winced, glancing at Bella. She wouldn't like that one bit. Jasper was still trying to catch a glimpse of emotion from James, though I knew he would have no luck, just like me. Emmett, too, felt the danger. He wanted nothing more than to grab Rose and Bella and bolt because we couldn't pick a fight with a human in the middle of a crowded cafeteria. Alice was desperately trying to get visions, but James hadn't planned on anything, so she couldn't see what he was going to do. Rosalie was plain annoyed that a human had to sit with us, but she, too, felt that something was wrong. It wasn't just me who felt this way. I wouldn't have attributed my gut feeling as jealousy, but now I knew for sure. There really was something amiss. "We have a problem," I hissed in a low voice, my lips barely moving, my voice too low for humans to hear. My siblings looked at me knowingly, aware of the potential threat that sat right next to me. Bella's POV. I waved goodbye to James and walked hand in hand with Edward to his Volvo. He looked distant, like he had all day since he'd met James. I didn't know why he was acting so strange. James seemed like an okay sort of guy. None of the others were near the Volvo. I noticed Rose's M3 was missing. They had already gone home. I tugged at Edward's hand when we reached the Volvo. It wouldn't have done anything, but he stopped nonetheless. He turned to face me, his face blank. I knew he only did that so I wouldn't see what he was feeling or thinking. I knew him better than that, though. It didn't matter if he kept his face expressionless or if his eyes were staring at me coolly. I knew him. I stepped closer to him and, automatically, his arms wrapped around my waist. I loved it when we stood like this. I always felt so protected, so loved. I didn't know how he managed to do that, but it never ceased to make my heart flutter. I sighed, cupping his beautiful face with my hands. Bringing his face down to me, I kissed his lips softly. He closed his eyes, dipping his head and resting his forehead against mine. I brushed my thumbs along his cheekbones, causing him to growl softly. I giggled slightly. He opened his eyes. I smiled. They were bright topaz once more. They had turned so dark the moment he saw James. At the thought of that, I frowned at him. "Edward," I whispered, "won't you tell me what's gotten you so worried?" His smile slipped from his flawless face. "Bella." He shook his head. He didn't pull away from me, though. Not that I would let him. I rested my head on his shoulders and kissed the side of his neck a few times. "Please, Edward," I asked quietly. I knew he could hear me. "I hate seeing you so upset." His arms tightened around my waist. I felt him burying his face in my hair. His chest heaved as he took in a deep breath. I smiled slightly. He loved the smell of my strawberry shampoo. It was one of the reasons I loved it so much. He pulled back to look into my eyes. They were slightly darker than the bright topaz a few moments ago, but they weren't onyx, so I wasn't completely worried for him. "All right," he whispered, the carefully calm facade dropping. I saw now just how anxious and afraid he was. But not here. "I think we should talk about this with everyone back home." I nodded. He leaned in to kiss me once more. I thought it was going to be one of those chaste kisses we always shared when in public, but he surprised me when he brought me closer. I gasped into our kiss, my head growing light and foggy as he kissed me breathless. When he pulled back finally to allow me to breathe, he gave me a small smile and brushed my cheek with the back of his hand. His eyes smoldered as he gazed at me. Something about that kiss bothered me. It wasn't one of our chaste kisses, or one of those lust-filled ones, either. It was a desperate kiss, like he was making sure we had one last kiss before something happened. A chill ran down my spine. Was something going to happen? Edward led me into the car, and I let him. I kept glancing at him throughout the short drive back home. His face was impassive, but I could practically feel his worry radiating off of him. We made it back home in mere minutes. Edward parked in his usual spot, next to the M3, and was out of the car before I could blink. He was at my side in an instant. I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt. He bent and scooped me into his arms at vampire speed. I gave a surprised yell and wrapped my arms around his neck, laughing. He closed the door and walked at normal, human speed towards the house. I swung my legs back and forth, tracing his lips with one hand, my other arm firmly around his neck. Edward smiled as he gazed at me. I closed my eyes and snuggled further into him, burying my face into his neck. I felt something soft underneath me and opened my eyes. I was in my room, and Edward had placed me on my bed. He was hovering above me, watching me intently. I blushed under his gaze, making him chuckle. He leaned down and kissed my jaw softly. I shivered at his wonderful touch, but forced myself to focus. "Why are we here?" I asked, hating how my voice quivered merely because he was touching me. It always amused him how I was so out of control around him. "I thought we were going to discuss whatever it was that's bothering you." I pulled back and frowned at him. I hoped he wasn't going to try and back out of his promise. He had done that plenty of times whenever he wanted to get his way. He would dazzle me, kiss me, and smile that crooked smile of his. And the worst part was I could never say no. Edward laughed, but I noticed that this time it was a little strained. The anxiety in his eyes was back. "No, love. I'm not. We wanted to talk when Carlisle is home. We need his insight," he murmured, trailing kisses down my throat. I bit my lip. "Carlisle?" If they needed Carlisle to even discuss this situation, whatever it was, then it must be a big deal. I wondered if trouble has found us once more. I hoped it wasn't something dangerous. Knowing us, it was probably something fatal. Edward found my pulse point and pressed his lips to it. I gasped, my eyes sliding close on its own accord. My fingers tightened in his hair, holding him to me. He slid on my body, holding me down to the bed gently. He gave me a crooked smile as I gasped in as much air as I could, only now realizing that I had stopped breathing the moment his lips had found mine. He ran his finger down my arm, then slid both his hands under my shirt. He placed both his hands on the sides of my hips, never straying. He was much too gentlemanly for anything else, I supposed. I knew he wanted to wait, but it was getting steadily harder each and every time we touched. The way his eyes darkened dangerously every time, I knew he felt it, too. He pressed his body gently on mine, careful not to crush me. It wouldn't matter anyway because I was pretty much hyperventilating at this point. I was sure that I would forget how to breathe and die from lack of oxygen pretty soon. My hands, still tangled in his hair, pressed down as hard as I could, bringing his head to mine. He obliged and pressed his cold lips to my warm mouth. Just when I thought I had had enough and would explode already, he opened his lips. I took in a haggard breath, taking in as much of his sweet breath as I could. The door burst open, making the both of us jump in surprise. We pulled away, unfortunately, to see our intruder. Emmett stood frozen at the door, his mouth hanging open. I scowled at him. "Is there a reason you're here, Emmett?" I asked, irritated. Edward chuckled at my annoyed expression, pressing his lips to my forehead. He made no move to get off me, but I tightened my grip on him nonetheless. Emmett croaked out something that was probably not English, then cleared his throat. He blinked a few times as he regained his composure. "I really didn't need to see that," he said uncomfortably. If he were human, he would probably be blushing right about now.
Emmett.
I half-yelled.
He jumped. Right.
Right, he said, remembering why he had decided to barge into my room at all. "I wanted to know if you've seen my new games I just bought." "I don't know where I kept them," he said sheepishly, looking anywhere but at his little sister on the bed, entangled in his brother's arms. I rolled my eyes. "You hid them in the basement. Afraid Rose will find out you bought more games," I reminded him. "Now get out and close the door." He did so, stumbling a little. I shook my head. That was the first time I had ever seen a clumsy vampire. I didn't expect that at all. Edward looked back at me, amusement in his eyes. "Who do you think sent him?" he murmured quietly. I shrugged. "Jasper, probably. I played a prank on him yesterday. It's probably his idea of revenge." Edward smirked. "My bet is on Esme. She wanted to make sure we were playing it safe," he told me. I sighed. "Silly mind reader," I muttered. He laughed, bending down to press his lips to mine. It lacked the urgency of our kisses before the interruption, though. This was a gentle one, but I'd take anything I could get. Too soon for my liking, he pulled away and rolled off of me. I groaned in protest. He laughed, cupping the side of my face with his cool hand. "We should probably get started on our homework," he said gently. "When Carlisle gets home." "Well, you know," he said, making a face. I studied his distant expression, worry etching his features once more. Whatever it was that was bothering him must be pretty bad for him to be constantly worrying about it. Of course, this was Edward. He was known to overreact all the time. Nonetheless, I hated seeing him so miserable and anxious. Taking the hand still on my cheek, I shifted it so that I could press my lips to his palm. He looked up into my eyes and smiled. "Don't worry, Edward," I whispered. "Whatever it is, we'll be okay." He took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. He nodded. Leaning in, he pressed his lips swiftly to my cheek, then backed off. "I'll go get our books," he said, rushing out the door in the blink of an eye. I had barely moved when he returned, both our backpacks in his arms. I sighed. I'd rather kiss him than do my homework, but I knew he would insist. I sat next to him on the bed, starting on my dreaded calculus homework. I was watching American Idol with Emmett when Carlisle came home. Edward snatched the remote control and turned off the TV right when Simon was giving one of his typically negative remarks. Emmett and I both protested loudly, but Edward simply gave us a reprimanding glare. I pouted at him, and his expression softened. Emmett chuckled and shook his head. "Dude, you're a big softy man." Edward shot him an irritated look. "Yes, because it's extremely manly to stutter and stumble after walking in on your sister and her boyfriend," he shot back. Emmett immediately stopped laughing and sulked. I laughed, patting the couch next to me. Edward came to sit next to me, wrapping his arm protectively around my shoulders. I leaned into him, snuggling to get comfortable, and rested my head on his chest. Carlisle smiled at the sight of the entire family in the living room. I bit back my laughter as I looked at him. He looked so formal after work. It was a huge contrast to the family man image he had on weekends. He walked over to Esme, who was sitting on the love seat, and sat next to her. Pressing a chaste kiss on her lips, he surveyed the room. His smile dropped when he noticed the somber expressions on everyone's faces. "What's going on?" he asked seriously. Jasper and Edward launched into their versions of what happened. I shivered as I listened. What could possibly make James such an empty person? No emotions and no thoughts? Granted, Edward couldn't read my mind either, but he said that with me, it was more of a peaceful presence. With James, it was just blocked somehow. Carlisle was in deep thought. He addressed Edward first. "And do you think he knows about us? About vampires? Do you think he purposely blocked his thoughts and emotions?" he asked. Edward shook his head.
No.
"I think that something in him, maybe a dark past of some sort, or some psychological reason, resulted in an empty vessel. It's not natural. He doesn't seem to know of us, but he seemed fearless." Jasper nodded his head at this. I could feel nothing. It wasn't blocked, it was just non-existent. "He has no emotions," he said. Cocking his head to one side, he looked at me. "Well, except for one. He feels lust when he looks at Bella. Extreme lust." I felt myself blushing and buried my face in Edward's shirt. How embarrassing was that? To have your own brother feel the lust another boy harbored towards you? Not to mention, I had no idea that James felt that way. This was scary beyond belief. Whenever we had such drastic meetings like these, it was because of a supernatural threat. Never once had a human been the one to strike fear in my family and induce a family meeting. In Paris, Rosalie had called a meeting about Gabriel. I remembered blushing throughout the entire thing. Not only was I overly hormonal and experiencing my period, which everyone in the room could smell, as disgusting as that was, I was the center of their discussion. They spent 40 minutes deciding if I should go out with Gabe. Now, with James, I had no idea what to think. Last week, I had merely thought of James as someone I was supposed to show around. When I had spent some time talking with him, I'd thought that maybe we could be friends. He seemed like a really good listener and a pretty normal boy. Never once did I think he would end up as an empty vessel. Was this what Hitler was like? No emotions and a private mind? Was I destined to be as hollow as he was? I was already halfway there. Edward couldn't read my mind either. If I were to be a vampire, would I be like James somehow? Would I have no emotions, too? Would I turn out to be a ruthless killer without a second glance at my victims? Wait a minute, I said to myself, taking a mental step back. Ruthless killer? What was I talking about? For all we knew, James was just another private person. I never intended to keep my mind private from a mind reader, but there it was. So maybe that was what's going on with James, too. He might not know about vampires, but I didn't either when I first met Edward. Maybe we were all jumping to conclusions. Alice cleared her throat and spoke up. "I can't tell for sure what he's up to," she said, her normally upbeat voice unusually somber. "He hasn't made any decisions yet. All I can say is that every time I look into his future, I see Bella." Again, everyone looked at me. I glared at them, annoyed. "Will you stop that?" I asked, my voice coming out a frightened squeak. The very fact that 7 vampires were so anxious about one human had me afraid. Jasper sensed this, of course, and sent me a huge burst of tranquility. I almost fell asleep. He retracted a little, sending me little shots of energy. I smiled my gratitude at him, and he nodded his head. Carlisle took a deep breath. "For now, I think it's best if we don't do anything," he said, giving his verdict. Emmett and Edward protested immediately, but he pursed his lips, holding up his hand to silence them. The two stopped talking. I smirked. I found it funny how Carlisle could control all of them when he wanted to. He continued talking as if he hadn't been interrupted. "I'm not telling you to forgo your instincts. Trust your instincts, but be careful. Do not risk exposure. Be on alert around James. Bella, try not to be around him more than you have to," he told me. I shrugged. "I'm supposed to be the one helping him if he's falling behind in his schoolwork," I informed my father. "I have to be around him. Mr. McIntyre's orders." Carlisle frowned. "I'll see what I can do about that," he murmured, almost to himself. "In the meantime, just be careful. Since he has done nothing yet, we don't have to take measures. If you see anything that's relevant or suspicious, please let us know, Alice." She nodded her head, taking Jasper's hand as she stood up. The two disappeared up the stairs. Emmett and Rosalie did the same. I stayed on the couch next to Edward. Esme and Carlisle sat still on the love seat. "Love, your heart is pounding much too fast," Edward whispered to me, rubbing soothing circles on my back. "Calm down." My gaze snapped to him. "Calm down," I whispered. "Edward, you just told me that James is some sort of freakish empty vessel, and he might be a potential threat. And then you tell me that we have to be alert around him. And then you ask me to calm down? How am I supposed to do that?" Esme appeared on my left, wrapping her arms around me as well. She kissed my hair and rested her chin on my shoulder. "Bella, darling, please don't worry. We will take good care of you," she assured me. "I promise. Nothing will happen to you." I bit my lip. "What about you? And everyone else?" I argued. I didn't want anyone to be in trouble, either. Edward chuckled, shaking his head. "Bella, he's a human. He really couldn't hurt us if he tried," he told me. Smiling at Esme, he stood up and scooped me into his arms. I gasped in surprise. "Edward, I can walk," I said, hitting him lightly on the shoulder. He grinned at me, making my heart skip a beat. "Yes, I know," he said, amused at my heart's reaction. "But this is more fun, love." He carried me bridal style to his room, laying me down on his black couch and turning on the stereo. I smiled as one of his newer compositions filled the room. I loved listening to his music. My favorite was my lullaby, of course, but he knew better than to play it all the time. I normally fell asleep listening to it. It was just so peaceful. He laid next to me, his fingers tracing my collarbone, tickling my skin. I broke into a huge smile, stifling my giggles. He grinned impishly and leaned closer. We started right where we had left off when Emmett had burst into my room earlier. Rosalie's POV. I really hated humans. They follow us everywhere. Their sense tempted us, risking us to exposure without even knowing. They're nosy and they think they're better than the next person. The females were envious and the men were lustful. Not that I minded that, but it could still be annoying. They bring trouble just by being around us. And now this possibly psychopathic James guy is hanging around us just because some stupid human teacher decided that it was good punishment to pair him up with Bella. Did I mention I hated humans? We have to be on alert around James because he's got some crazy obsession with my sister. Sister doesn't seem too bad. It's not the same as daughter, but it'll do, I think. Anyway, back to the subject at hand. I think we should just rid of him before anything actually happens. We couldn't possibly take that risk. Not only was there a chance of exposure, Bella could get hurt. I don't understand why Carlisle, Esme, and Edward would even take that chance. They wanted to protect her even more than I did. I don't understand how they could just sit by and watch it all unfold. They said that it was because there's a chance we were being paranoid.
Come on.
All of us? At the same time? About the same human? There was no way. The very fact that he was an empty vessel itself raised questions. Not to mention the fact that I kept thinking I'd met him somewhere. It was just a glimpse, a very short glimpse, but I saw him. I just couldn't put my finger on where and when. I sighed. This was getting ridiculous. When I had suggested just killing the boy and hiding his body in the forest somewhere, Esme had glared at me until I backed down. I sank on the bed, the fluffy, white robe I had on barely grazing my knee. Emmett, wearing his pajama pants, climbed in next to me, his hair still wet from the shower we had just taken. He grinned widely at me, arms encasing me. I sighed, snuggling into his chest. I felt his lips on the top of my head and closed my eyes. "Do you think we'll be okay?" I asked him, looking up to look into his topaz eyes. Sometimes I look into his gorgeous eyes, but all I see was brown. It was why I loved Bella from the moment I met her. She was the female version of Henry, and the little human girl Emmett, and I could have had if circumstances were different. He knew what I was thinking about. Once he told me that I get this faraway look in my eyes whenever I thought of what could have been. He told me it killed him seeing me like that. I blinked, trying to regain my composure. Emmett had seen enough, though. Reaching out, he pressed his lips to mine with a hungry passion. I returned it fervently. The physicality of our relationship was more than just lust, desperate, hungry kisses like these told me that Emmett loved me, that he would do anything for me, that he wished that he and I could have that life I dreamt of so often. These kisses told me how lucky I was to have a man like him by my side. He pulled back and gave me a sad smile. He didn't say anything about it, though, for which I was thankful. "Yes," he said finally. "I think we'll be okay." I couldn't help but think that he wasn't just referring to my spoken question. I wrapped my arm around his waist. "We really have to keep an eye out for this James guy. I can't shake the feeling that I've seen him somewhere," I said, frowning as I remembered the unsettling feeling. "I just can't remember." I groaned in annoyance and placed a hand over my eyes. I wished I could remember. I wished I could just pinpoint exactly where I'd seen him, maybe connect him to some heinous crime, and just get rid of him already. I didn't want to take the chance when it was Bella's life on the line. Edward would call it being overprotective over her, but he was no better. I wasn't a mind reader or an empath, but I knew as well as anyone that he was lying beside Bella right now, pondering the different ways to behead James if he did anything to her. Emmett growled a little. I looked at him in surprise, my hand falling to my lap. "I swear, if he does anything to you or Belly Bean, I'll kill him," he swore solemnly. I kissed his cheek, in awe of his protective nature. He might be a big goof, but his heart was so big, so sincere, I didn't know what I did to deserve him. I chuckled as I heard the nickname he used. "Not unless Bella kills you for calling her Belly Bean still," I joked. Emmett cracked a grin at that. Then he grabbed me by the shoulders and pinned me to the bed. "What do you say to an encore to that shower scene, Mrs. McCarty-Cullen?" he whispered in my ear. I felt a purr building up in my chest as I raked my nails down his bare back. "I say hell yeah," I whispered back, using one of his infamous phrases. He laughed out loud, then pulled us under the covers. Jasper's POV. I winced as I could not only hear what was going on in Emmett's and Rosalie's room, but feel it as well. I turned up the television, trying to drown out the sounds and the emotions, unsuccessfully, might I add, by listening to the sounds of exploding demons on Charmed. Alice bounced around the room, flipping through outfits for tomorrow. She was planning. Everyone's clothes, of course. One of the things about her that I could never understand, but love just the same. She hummed the tune to a Hilary Duff song, probably just to annoy Edward.
Poor guy.
As if he needed even more sources of disturbance. While I, the empath, could feel everything going on in the room next door, I could easily just grab Alice when it gets too much and relieve myself. Edward, the mind reader, could do no such thing. He wanted to wait, apparently. I didn't think he and Bella were doing such very good jobs. They get closer and closer to spontaneous combustion each, and every time they stop themselves. Of course, it would be extremely embarrassing, especially for Bella, the queen of blushing, to have sex for the first time in a house full of vampires, 2 of whom were her own parents. She wouldn't be able to look any of us in the eyes for a decade, no doubt. Alice suddenly pounced on me. I dropped the remote to the floor in surprise and looked up at her. She grinned, bending down to kiss me gently. "Where have you been?" she asked, tilting her head to the side. "I've been calling for you for an hour." I raised an eyebrow at her over-exaggeration, and she rolled her eyes. "You know what I mean." I chuckled. "I was just thinking how unfortunate our dear brother is," I told her. She looked puzzled at this. Not to be able to do this, I reached up and kissed her thoroughly. Alice giggled as she understood my words. "Well, I pity Bella," she said, climbing off of me. At least she attempted to. I pulled her flush against me, not wanting to let her go. "I think she'll seduce him before they get hitched anyway." I snorted. That seemed typical of Bella, really. She had raging hormones right now. Along with the tremendous amount of emotions she felt at realizing she was in love with Edward, he had no chance. I couldn't imagine anyone wanting to abstain from being with their mate, though. Edward must either be crazy or too much of a gentleman. Even I took Alice before our wedding. Neither one of us regretted that. Maybe he was just trying to make things as normal for her as possible. The men these days were complete monsters when it came to sex, but I imagined he was making it like in the 1900s. He was giving her a normal time before she had to be changed. I didn't see how normal was going to be possible with the trouble that manages to find us every few days. Even humans, it seemed, were a danger to us. I really couldn't stop worrying about James. I had never felt anything like that. He was devoid of emotions. I knew he was human. He was just empty. What could have happened to him that had made him so lifeless? More importantly, what had he turned into? Was he dangerous? Was he going to hurt my sister? Was he going to try anything? I was so frustrated at not knowing the answers. I knew this was what Alice was feeling. She was so used to looking into the future and knowing exactly what would happen. Nothing had surprised her for over a century. This was completely new territory for her. I empathized with her. Not only did I feel that frustration from her, I felt it for myself, too. I just hated waiting around. In all my existence, I had been plenty of things. A father's son, a blood-crazed vampire, a lover, a brother, a protector. When she was younger, I had been Bella's idol. She looked up to me like some sort of savior, a title I didn't deserve. But first and foremost, I had always been a military man. It was second nature for me to make plans, strategize, fight, and conquer. It was so unnatural for me to sit still and wait for something to happen. The worst was, I had no clue how this was going to pan out. I didn't even have the slightest hint. As a soldier, I looked at things from all angles. It was why Maria chose me to be second in command. I planned and mapped out everything until my army was impenetrable. Now, just waiting in silence, I had never felt so vulnerable. For the first time in a long time, I was so afraid. This human could never harm my Alice or any of my family, with one very glaring exception. I couldn't even begin to think of what would happen if we were to lose Bella. She was our sister, our daughter, and Edward's lover. My God, to think that this shy human girl had brought out the best and the worst of us. If someone had told me this 20 years ago, I would have been hyperventilating from laughing so hard. I couldn't lose my sister. I'd spent the past 5 years staying away from her, never coming remotely close. I was too scared that I might hurt her. She was a young woman now, her blood so potent. She was, apparently, Edward's singer. It was harder on him than it was on me. He had been so attuned to her blood, though. It still got to him, but it was bearable. Truthfully, I think he placed his bloodlust into plain lust to keep himself from ripping out her throat. My point was, 5 years had gone by, and I'd stayed away from her as much as I could stand. She was my sister. I missed her. I missed staying around her, being with her, joking around with her. She was the only person in the house I could discuss literature and art without being driven completely out of my mind. She astounded me with her intelligence and her brilliance. She was beautiful, inside and out. I missed spending time with her. Selfish as it was, I couldn't wait for her human time to be up. I couldn't wait until I get to spend time with her again. She was my sister. I'd never had that, not fully. Rosalie was great and all, but our relationship was never truly strong. Not the way Bella's and my relationship was. When she was a vampire, we could do the things we used to do again. We could even hunt together. I knew it was going to be hard on her the first few years of this existence, but she was a strong person. I knew she would get through it, especially with the support of our entire family. So this James person, he wasn't going to take my sister away. Our entire family needed her. We loved her beyond reason. I didn't know what his deal was. I didn't know why he acted so strangely, or why he was pretty much an empty vessel. The fact was, he just chose the wrong family to mess with. James POV. I took the pills in my hand, swallowing and wincing. I threw the bottle, not even flinching as it hit the wall. I hated the damn pills. I had already taken enough of them. I was all better. Really. Stupid doctors. If it weren't for my headaches, I'd never take M. I stood over the kitchen counter and dragged the pointed tip of the knife along the pale features of the boy next to my love. Who did he think he was? Touching her? Hugging her? Kissing her? The pointed tip scratched the pale features. I kept at it, my anger swelling in me. I completely defaced him. When his face was nothing more than a collection of white scratches, I placed the knife next to it. I picked up the scissors and cut off the faceless thing. I left only the picture of my true love, Bella. She wasn't Isabella Hale. She wasn't anyone, but just Bella. She was mine. I flipped the sole picture of her, jagged-edged because of the part I'd cut out, and smeared glue on the back. Picking it up, I went over to the bare wall in the living room. I'd placed bulletin boards, one after another, up on the wall of the rented apartment I lived in. Half the wall was filled with pictures of my Bella. I found an empty spot between the picture of her leaving home for work and the one where she was wearing that stupid vest at her workplace. Oh, she was so beautiful. I had to fill up every inch of this wall. I didn't want to see one tiny spot of brown wall. I sighed as I ran my finger down her blushing cheek. God, she blushed at everything. I couldn't wait until we could be together. I knew she felt it, too. That love we have. That instant connection. We had that since the moment we'd met.
She was just so shy.
So afraid of admitting it. That Cullen boy was probably threatening her. He was in the way. She didn't really love him. She loved me.
I knew that for a fact.
I sat down on the sofa and leaned forward, grabbing the partially wrapped package on the coffee table. I was going to shower her with gifts. She was going to see that she belonged to me. She was going to be with me, no one else. I remembered the first time I'd met her. We'd fallen in love with each other at first sight. It was another rainy day in New York. I wasn't used to so many cloudy days. There was a cloudy spell, and the mood was so glum. I walked into my favorite cafe in Nolita. The place was nice, friendly. No one suspected anything that was happening in my two-bedroom apartment a few blocks away. I saw her walk in with two other women, but I barely glanced at her. She was so beautiful, so warm. She stumbled a little as she made her way to an empty table, and the blonde on her right caught her before she fell. With a little adorable smile and a sweet blush, she thanked her friend and sat down. She was the only one who opened the menu. Her big, brown eyes scanned the menu quickly as a waiter approached. I saw his eyes rake appreciatively over her and felt my fists clenching in anger.
No one would look at her that way.
No one. Only me. I had fallen for her so hard. In just 3 seconds, she had walked into this cafe and brightened up a gloomy day. She was so indescribable. I had to have her. I watched her lips move as she ordered, and watched as she leaned on her elbows towards the other two girls. She whispered something to them, the black-haired one nodding her head at whatever my beautiful love was saying, and then all three burst out laughing. Oh, God, that laugh. I was overcome with the overpowering urge to grab her and hold her in my arms. I made a step towards her before realizing I was in a crowded cafe. I couldn't take her with everyone watching. I stared at her, memorizing her every detail. I took the booth closest to her table, trying to catch little snippets of her conversation. She didn't talk much, but when she did, it was enough to send me into a frenzy. Finally, she said something about not wanting to shop, and one of the women she was with said her name, Bella Hale. You will enjoy the shopping spree, all right? It's bad enough that you won't let me take you out to the mall in Forks Dash. Not that it stopped you, this angel replied. You will at least pretend you like it on our vacation. Bella Hale from Forks, Washington. I'd finished up my work in NYC and took the first plane to Forks after she had left. Of course, she went to Barcelona first, but I lost sight of her. I couldn't track her down, and she wasn't in any of the hotels I'd went to look for her in. Finally, that fateful night in Forks, I found her. It was a Saturday, 2 days away from the reopening of school. I had stayed all day at the airport for weeks, trying to see if she had arrived yet. She and her family landed during nightfall. I only had eyes for her. No one noticed me, gazing at her from across the lot. She got into a silver Volvo, a man by her side. I stiffened as I watched them kiss. No one should have that privilege, except for me. She should be kissing me. That was the day I started plotting his murder. I never wanted to hurt anyone honest. But what was I supposed to do when he was touching the love of my life? I couldn't allow that. I followed her everywhere. I'd done this before, following people. No one even noticed I was there. I never went near her house, though. I stayed some distance, always hiding as I watched the big, white mansion. There were too many people there in such an enclosed space. I couldn't risk being seen. I didn't want to scare away my love. I followed her for months, seeing her go to school, go home, get a job. I watched every possible second. She never even knew I was there. She never even knew I existed. So I decided to make myself known. I followed her into a grocery store when she was alone one night. She had just gotten home from Angela's house. I wished she wouldn't stay out of my sight for so long. I hated it. I hated Angela for being able to be so close to her while I had to stay at a distance. But that would all change, I knew it. She was talking on the phone. I heard her say his name, Edward. Instantly, I felt the urge to take her phone, throw it across the room, and crush her to me. But I couldn't do that in a room full of people. Instead, I walked right in front of her, making her crash into me. She looked up with her mouth hanging open. She blushed so beautifully and said, "I'm really sorry." She sounded so flustered, it almost made me grin. "It's all right," I answered her, studying her with intense scrutiny. I was probably scaring her, but I couldn't help myself. This was the first time I had been this close to her. This was the first time I had had any form of contact with her. It was overwhelming. She blushed harder, then moved her cart. She was starting to move away from me.
No.
My mind screamed, "You can't do that." I grabbed hold of her arm, stopping her. I forced myself to gentle my grip. When she looked at me, though, she didn't look fearful. She looked curious.
Ah.
She loved me too. "I'm James," I introduced myself. Surely she wanted to know the name of the man who was going to love her forever. She took my hand and shook it steadily. "Bella," she offered. She gave me a small wave and headed in the opposite direction. I heard her say his name once more as she resumed her phone call with him. I followed her again and watched her. She was alone the whole night. I followed her to her house and watched her lift the grocery bags into the house. It was such a dark night, and her house was definitely secluded, but she didn't seem the least bit scared. Such a brave little one. I was going to have a lot of fun with her. I went a little closer that night. I noticed her entire family wasn't home. I watched her through the windows. The house had a lot of those. She watched TV, talked to Edward again, did her homework, and went to sleep. I watched her head up the stairs, anger coursing through me that I'd have to leave her be. I saw a ladder and opportunity struck. I had to be closer to her. I grabbed hold of the ladder and climbed up to her balcony. How ironic. Were I to be her Romeo and she my Juliet? I chuckled to myself as I climbed into her bedroom, her window wide open. Was she waiting for me? I found her sleeping peacefully in her bed. I ached to touch her, but I feared she might wake up. Instead, I took pictures. I studied her carefully and took in the intoxicating smell of her shampoo. Finally, I couldn't take it. I reached out and ran a finger down her bare arm. She shifted. I stiffened, then ran for the window. I was revving up my engine as quietly as I could and speeding off when I saw the light in her bedroom flicker. I knew she had felt me. She loved me so much she could even feel me in her sleep. I knew she wanted to be with me. Edward was merely an obstacle. Nothing I couldn't handle. He was ordinary. I could take him out, no problem. I went back to wrapping up Bella's present. I stuck a bow to it and placed the card in the envelope. I admired my work as I sat back on the couch, humming a little nursery rhyme my mother had sang to me when I was a child. I chuckled to myself as I remembered dear old Ma. I wondered if they had found her yet. 46. Realization. Edward's POV. I traced Bella's collarbone lightly with a finger, humming her lullaby as I did so. Bella shifted so that her face was pressed into my chest, her fingers grasping at my shirt. I felt her chest heave against my body as she took in my scent. I smiled, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her snug to me. Bella scooted up a little so that her head rested right under my chin. She kissed my throat a few times and then succumbed to slumber. I continued humming the lullaby until her breathing evened out and her fingers slacked on my shirt. I gazed down at this amazing woman I could call my own. I couldn't believe that Bella and I were finally together. Even after all of this time, it just seemed so unbelievable. Every time I kissed her or held her, I kept thinking that this was some bizarre dream that I was bound to wake up from at some point. Then she would smile at me, and all coherent thought would fly out the window. She was so young, just 17 years old. I knew that she had made the deal, and that she didn't regret it one bit, but I was sad that she couldn't fully live out her human life. Bella had told me, time and again, that she didn't want that. She'd rather be a monster like me than spend forever without us, without me. Again, I had to think back and wonder what I ever did to warrant an angel like her in my life. The fact was that Bella was going to be a vampire just like me in less than a year. We had so little time left to enjoy her humanity. We had all taken advantage of that recently, more so than ever. Emmett and Jasper took Bella out to complete as many inane tasks on her list as possible. Jasper went along whenever he felt like he could handle it. I knew he was still cautious about it, especially since Emmett was bound to coax Bella into doing things that were dangerous, like skydiving, for instance. Alice, Rosalie, and Esme gave Bella all the woman experiences, such as taking her to spas and getting her prepped up for dates with me. I loved doing that. It made me feel human to enjoy time with her like that. I knew it made Bella self-conscious when I would take her to a restaurant and she would be the only one eating. I knew she also felt guilty, often saying how sorry she was for boring me by spending time eating. Ludicrous. I loved watching her eat. Who knew if she would remember the experience? I didn't want to ever forget it. The thing was, there was one human experience I wanted her to have, but I wasn't sure if she would allow me the honor. Alice had told me once that Bella would reject me a few times before accepting my proposal. She never told me when, or how, or even why. I had been alone for so long. When Bella came into my life, I was so blinded by the light suddenly shining down on me. I had never felt so happy before in my life. I had never loved anyone as much as I loved her. Even as a child, she captivated me. Not the way she captivated me now, of course, but she had always felt like a missing piece of myself. She had always felt like the soul I had lost. I could never explain the inexplicable bond we shared. I understood now that it simply meant she and I were soulmates. Thinking back, it made sense somehow. What if it was my destiny to be a vampire? If I hadn't gotten the flu in 1918, I wouldn't have been changed, and I wouldn't have existed to this day. I wouldn't have met Bella. Perhaps I would have married someone, but I doubted it. My mind was set on being a soldier. I would have left for war. Would I have died? Maybe. Would I have came back and married a woman to make my mother happy? Maybe. But it wouldn't have been true love. My true love wouldn't have been born until about 90 years later. Maybe it was destiny that I'd gotten ill and Carlisle had found me. Maybe it was our destiny to meet. Whatever it was, I wanted to claim her as mine. I wanted to marry her, see her blushing form as she walked down the aisle towards me in a beautiful white gown, carrying a bouquet of flowers in her hands and our entire future together in her heart. I needed to be with her, to call her Mrs. Edward Cullen so that everyone would know she was mine and no one else's, and to put a ring on her finger. I had my mother's ring with me, Elizabeth Mason. I didn't remember much about my human life, but I remembered my mother. I knew she had the same green eyes as me, and that she had my smile. I knew she loved to cook, and that she had the gentlest touch. I knew she would love Bella if she were here. Carlisle took my mother's ring from her when she'd passed, giving it to me years later when I was in control of my newborn lust. As saddened as I was to think of her gone, I'd been waiting to put the ring on that special someone's finger, especially when I saw Carlisle and Esme together. Decades flew by, and more joined our family. We passed by so many towns, visited many covens, and chanced upon many beautiful women. None caught my eye, human or otherwise. Then came Bella. She stepped into my darkened world and lit it up so brightly, I failed to recognize it. As a child, I thought nothing more of our relationship than merely platonic. I could never name our bond, of course, other than best friends. I loved that idea. The fact that she could trust me so completely, so innocently, it wiped out the memories of the horrors I'd committed, even if for just a moment. Her blatant trust in me shocked me and made me wonder why I even deserved it, but it made me feel happy, complete, content. For 10 years, she was the only thing that mattered. I wanted to keep her safe, protect her, and never let her go. When the Volturi showed up and Bella had struck a deal with them, I didn't know whether to cry or praise the Lord that I would never have to let her go. If she were to remain human forever, I'd have to let her marry some man and leave our family. I didn't know if any of us could take that. I didn't know if I could stand to lose my best friend. Then time progressed and Bella grew up. She became the most beautiful woman I'd ever laid my eyes upon. When we'd professed our love to one another, I'd almost died all over again. I would have had a heart attack if I were human. I'd never been happier, to be honest. I couldn't remember being this close to nirvana, but I wanted her as my wife. I wanted to see her in a wedding gown. I wanted to give her a married life. I would never be able to grant her children, and I would forever regret that, but I still wanted her to be my wife. I stroked her cheek lovingly once and Bella sighed, a slight smile gracing her lips. I loved these simple moments. Whenever I kissed her forehead or touch her cheek or stroke her hair when she was sleeping, she would respond somehow as if she felt me. I kissed her forehead gently and extricated myself from her. Immediately, she frowned into her pillow. "I'll be right back, love," I whispered to her sleeping form. I went out of the room silently and went to Carlisle's office. I knocked gently on the door, a nervous wreck. Carlisle was, by all means, Bella's father. I would never dream of proposing to her without even asking for his permission. I knew it might seem sudden to ask for her hand, but I'd been toying with the idea for some time now. I knew that I had to wait until she was older, but I wanted us to wed before she was changed. Why shouldn't we wed, though? We both loved each other deeply. We both wanted to spend eternity together. We both planned on staying together forever. This was just another step in our relationship. A very big, important step, nonetheless. "Come in." I sucked in a deep breath and entered. Carlisle was sitting behind his desk, looking through some old medical journals of his. He looked up and smiled at me, gesturing to the chairs in front of his desk. Bella had joked once about how his desk reminded her of a college dean's office. I sat in one of the chairs and fiddled with my hands nervously. Subconsciously, I patted the pocket of my pants where the square jewelry box was. Alice had seen me asking Carlisle for Bella's hand for some time now. She had tackled me in a hug mid-hunt a few weeks ago. Carlisle frowned as he noticed my anxiety. "What is it, Edward?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. I stared into the topaz eyes of the man who had saved my life all those years ago. I knew he approved of my relationship with Bella, and he even supported it, but would he consider this going too far? Would he think Bella to be too young? I knew most people wouldn't marry at the age of 17. I took in another deep breath and let it out slowly. "Carlisle," I begun. "I love Bella very much." He gave me an odd look. "I already know that, Edward," he reminded me. I cracked a small smile. "Yes," I agreed. "I meant to say, she means everything to me. You know I would do everything in my power to protect her, and that I would never hurt her. I'd like to ask you for her hand, Carlisle," I said quietly, not breaking eye contact with him. Carlisle was silent for the longest time possible. I heard Alice, Jasper, and Esme gasp from different parts of the house. Carlisle ignored that and continued to gaze at me unblinkingly. His topaz eyes revealed nothing. His thoughts were blocked from me. Finally, when I thought I would just fall on my knees and beg him for her hand, he broke into a brilliant smile. "Edward, I couldn't be happier," he chuckled. The shock must have registered on my face, because he laughed harder. Honestly, Edward, I knew where this was going. You have probably thought of marrying her the moment the two of you became a couple. I had to admit that was true. At least in the back of my head, I had always had the wedding march on repeat every time I saw Bella since that day in the meadow. I grinned at Carlyle and uttered my gratitude over and over again. He laughed, shaking his head. I stood up when he did and embraced him. Edward, she's my daughter, and I will personally see to it that you never harm her, he told me seriously. His eyes twinkled with the happiness he felt.
But you are my son as well.
I couldn't be happier. Really, Edward, this is wonderful news. I felt myself sigh in relief at his words. I hugged him back fiercely. Thank you, Carlyle, I said once more, unable to keep the grin from my face. From the thoughts of my family, I knew they were bursting to come into the office. I don't know what her reply will be, though. Carlyle frowned at this. What do you mean, Edward? Do you doubt she'll marry you? Honestly, that girl is head over heels in love with you. I don't see why she would refuse. He opened his mouth to give me a verbal encouragement. Before he could say anything, Alice burst in. Both of us turned to look at her smiling form. I know what she'll say, she squealed, coming up to me to wrap her arms around me. Her head reached just above my middle. I started to laugh until she continued. It's a big fat no. I scowled at her. Would you mind telling me why you're so happy about that? I sulked. She giggled, slapping my arm. Don't be such a moody person, Edward. Bella's just worried. Insecure, even, she said. Her face took on a thoughtful look. What kind of gown do you think she would want? I was completely confused. First, she came in all excited, happy that I was going to propose to Bella. Then she told me that Bella would turn me down. Then she was going through wedding details? Her mind wasn't helping me comprehend anything either. It was too full of I told you so and wedding plans. I held out a hand to stop her excited chit-chat. Jasper and Esme had made their way into the room and were silently watching us. Alice, I said slowly. I don't understand. She shot me a look. You don't have to be involved in the details, Edward. You're the guy. Just suck it up and show up. I'd say shave, but it's a waste of time in this case. I raised an eyebrow at her and chuckled. I meant about her turning me down, I said quietly, my smile slipping off my face. Alice sighed. Did you forget what I told you a while ago? She's going to say no, but you have to persuade her to say yes, she told me, talking slowly, as if I were but a child. Why do I need to persuade her to marry me? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Why would an angel like Bella want to marry a demon like me? She could have any man she desired. She shouldn't have to say yes to me. Alice probably noticed my mood.
She knew me too well.
She understood what my mind was thinking. Edward, she chided, don't think like that. I cracked a small, humorless smile. I thought I was supposed to be the mind reader, Alice, I joked lightly. She ignored my futile attempt at humor. You know she loves you, she soothed. Bella's just never thought of herself as a marrying type. Not to mention the fact that she's only 17. It's hard for her to picture it. You'll need to convince her. Tell her she's the only one. Remind her of the future you want to share with her, she told me. She smiled, reaching up to hug me again. Trust me, Edward. Bella wants this. She's just afraid. I bit my lip. Her thoughts had gone from wedding details to reciting the Star-Spangled Banner in Arabic. I don't suppose you'll tell me what she's so afraid of? I asked skeptically. Alice laughed. Of course not, big brother. You'll have to ask her yourself. I smiled my gratitude at her. Even though this conversation had left me even more confused than ever, I was still grateful for her advice. I just hoped that it would cushion the blow a little when Bella would turn me down. Esme came forward and wrapped her arms around me. "Congratulations, my son," she whispered, pulling back slightly to cup my face in her gentle hands. If I could have, I would have blushed at the adoration I saw in her eyes and the love I heard in her thoughts.
Stop it, Mom.
"You're making me blush," I joked. She laughed freely and then kissed my forehead. "You've made me so happy, Edward," she said quietly, hugging me again. "I know it will be hard when she says no, but have faith, Edward. She's fated to be with you. I can't wait for the wedding, Edward. My son and daughter, married." I chuckled, patting her back. "Don't get too excited, Esme," I said, my voice light. I don't know how long it will take for her to say yes. Alice had started bouncing on her feet again, obviously having already seen the answer to that. She was still blocking me from her thoughts, so I supposed I'd have to rely on my instincts. Jasper came forward, one hand on Alice's shoulder to calm her down, and one hand extended towards me. I took it and shook his hand. "This is very exciting news," he said in his calm voice. "You do understand that once she says yes, Emmett and I will have to give you the big brother talk?" I grinned widely at him. "I'd gladly go through that as long as she says yes," I said truthfully. Esme squeezed me shoulder as she stood next to Carlisle. "When are you planning on asking her, son?" she asked curiously. I snuck a look at Carlisle and Esme. I just wanted to marry her when she's still a human, I explained. When neither of them said anything, I continued with my explanation. I was much too afraid to look at them or hear their thoughts. I just thought it would be a wonderful human experience, for her and me both. It's something I wish to see. It would be different once she's changed. I would love her just the same, of course, but Esme threw her head back and laughed while Carlisle chuckled, clapping me on the back. "We understand, son," he said gently. "We wish you all the best," he added, half jokingly. I smiled at all four of them. I was glad that they approved so eagerly. I was afraid that I'd have to go down on my knees and beg Carlisle and Esme to give me permission to propose and marry Bella. I knew she was young, but I just couldn't wait any longer, not to mention the fact that I truly wanted to see my Mrs. Edward Cullen a blushing bride as she walked down the aisle towards me. Emmett's POV. I loved bears. I loved the fight, especially when they're earable. I loved the violence and the intensity of the chase. I loved playing video games nonstop without needing to blink or eat or go to the bathroom. I loved wrestling my brothers. Hell, I loved a lot of things about being a vampire. But the one thing I loved the most was the fact that we couldn't sleep. That way, Rose and I could spend all night just rolling in the hay, for a lack of a better euphemism. The fact that we never get tired is also another bonus. I pulled Rose up and crashed my mouth to hers for what seemed like the 1,000th time tonight. Man, I loved this woman. Who would have thought that I would end up with someone like her? I'd never scored with a woman as beautiful or as talented as her. I didn't remember much of my human life, but I knew that none of them women I saw as a mortal ever compared to the beauty that was Rosalie. I imagined her as a human sometimes. I imagined her to have blue eyes, maybe, or green. Most probably blue, 'cause she's blonde and all. I imagined her with a pale flush. She could blush like Bella, only less often 'cause that girl blushes at everything. I imagined her with warm skin and a tan, maybe. And damn, she was gorgeous. I'd never seen her as a mortal, but she must have been so goddamn beautiful to turn out to be practically a goddess. I could vaguely hear Edward talking to Carlisle somewhere in the house, something about Bella, and asking for her hand. I supposed I should focus on that even for just a little, but I was much too preoccupied.
Oh, well.
I just asked Jazz in the morning. Suddenly, Rosalie's eyes snapped open, and she shoved me off of her. I blinked in surprise. "Rose, what the hell?" I asked, confused. She wasn't paying attention to me. Instead, she had sat upright, a dazed look on her face. I bit my lip and waved my hand in front of her face warily. She knocked my hand away and glared at me. I stifled a laugh. That was the Rose I knew and loved. She gasped suddenly and bolted out of bed. Scrambling around the room, she hastily picked up her clothes and threw them on. "Guys," she screamed. She turned to me and said, "Put on your clothes and come downstairs." I remember where I saw James. All traces of laughter left my features as I scowled at the name.
James.
The dude that was on my bad side from the moment Alice saw the first vision of him. I nodded at Rose and moved swiftly. She was already out of our room, getting the others to come down as quietly as she could without waking Bella. I met them downstairs and took my place next to Rose. No one was sitting down, though. We were much too riled up for that. Rosalie was waiting for me to begin, but Edward was already growling. He'd probably heard her thoughts already. Alice was upset enough. Jasper had to hold her up. I guess she saw what Rose had wanted to say.
Jeez.
There really were no secrets in the Cullen household. Rosalie started pacing, the way she did whenever she was really nervous about something. I'd only seen her do it a few times, mostly whenever Bella was involved, like the first morning she waited for Bella to wake up in our home. She took a deep breath and started. At first I couldn't place him, because he was such a distant image. It was like I saw him recently, but I couldn't really remember him. Then I kept looking and concentrating because I just couldn't shake the feeling, she said, her hands clenching into fists. I walked up to her and hugged her tightly. I knew how frustrated she was. I didn't need Jasper's gift to know how my own wife was feeling. She shot me a grateful look, then went back to explaining her sudden epiphany. Then I went back to looking through our vacation in New York. I saw him there, at a cafe Bella loved to go to. It was in Nolita. It didn't register at first because we never made contact with him. He was just another face in the crowd. But I know it. He was there. He saw us. He saw her, she said, her voice quivering as she snuggled deeper into my hug. She was scared for Bella, and she had every right to be. What? So this James guy actually stalked her. Did he follow her around or something? Why didn't Rose and Alice sense him? Why didn't any of us? I felt my hands around Rose's waist curl into fists, my anger growing stronger by the minute. I felt an outside source calming me and gave Jasper a thankful nod. That was as far as I would go into showing affection for another man. Esme had her hand over her heart as she stared at Rose. Carlisle was holding on to her as well. "What will we do?" she whispered, eyes opened wide as she stared in horror at her family. Carlisle sighed. "We're going to have to take some precautionary measures. Although we know now that James is stalking Bella, we can't just go up to him and kill him, Dash." He was met with protests from every direction, including from where I was standing frozen to the spot. He held up a hand to silence us. But he continued sharply, "We will have to do something. Regardless of his intentions, I beg of you to remember, he is merely human. Let's deal with this the human way." I grumbled. I would have preferred it if we could just bash the guy to a bloody pulp and make sure he would never come back to life in any way or form. Wouldn't that be a better choice to ensure Bella's safety? Carlisle turned to Jasper. "I think it's a good idea if you tracked him for a little while. Maybe see if he's got anything on him that could make the humans suspicious of his behavior. We could easily turn him into the police if we've got proof he's stalking Bella." Jasper nodded his head, his face stony. He was in full military man mode. Rosalie struggled against my tight grip, and I released her. "I want to go, too," she called out. Carlisle bit his lip. "Honey, maybe it's best if we let Jasper alone go," he suggested gently. I knew why. Rose would get emotional if there really was evidence of James stalking Bella in his Frankenstein lair. Rosalie glared at Carlyle, disregarding the fact that he was the head of the family. "I don't care," she said bitingly. "Rose." I called out softly, but she ignored me. She crossed her arms over her chest defiantly and continued to stare Carlyle down. "She's become a very important person in my life, Carlyle. I don't care what you think is going to happen, but I'm most certainly not going to ruin the only chance we have of putting the sicko away," she said firmly. I could see the determination in her gaze. It clearly showed that she was going to go with Jasper, whether Carlyle liked it or not. She just had enough decency in her at this point to actually make it look like she's waiting on Carlyle's response. He must have seen it, too, because he nodded his head curtly. "All right," he conceded. "But please be careful. Make sure that you don't alert him to your presence." Jasper kissed Alice swiftly on the cheek, and Rosalie did the same to me. I hugged her fiercely, then let her leave. Carlyle turned to Edward, who was shaking his head. "I have to do something, Carlyle. I can't just sit here, Esme rushed forward to hug her firstborn son. She wrapped her arms around his tall figure and patted his back in a vain attempt to calm him. Carlyle shook his head at Edward. "You, Edward, I'm going to have to insist on staying behind," he said in a no-nonsense tone. "We both know you won't even bother with an ounce of restraint if it comes to light that James wants to hurt Bella." Edward sighed, hanging his head. He stared at the floor for what seemed like forever. I had to admit, I hated waiting around, too. This dude was starting to piss me off. Who the hell did he think he was? What? Did he see Bella in NYC and start acting all psycho over her, or something? Man, I'm going to pound his head in tomorrow in school. I didn't care if he wasn't some crack-ass criminal. I wasn't going to let some scumbag fantasize about my baby sister that way. It took a great deal of strength and Jasper's power for Eddie and me to even stand our ground and not bash in Newton's head. Wasn't it enough to have one obsessive guy hanging around Belle's? We didn't need another one either. Edward groaned, shooting me an almost desperate look. "Emmett, I'm having a hard enough time without having to hear your violent thoughts," he choked out. I grinned at him. "Sorry, Ed, but you know you're thinking the same thing I am," I pointed out. I didn't need to be a mind reader to know that. I heard Bella's heartbeat quicken, then the sound of her footsteps coming down the stairs. All five of us turned to look at Bella as she took the stairs slowly, her eyes trained on Edward. Her eyes were ablaze with determination as she examined his gaunt expression and the worried tension in the air.
Ah, hell.
Bella's POV. I woke up after a night's worth of unsettling dreams, none of which made sense.
I was just so scared for my family.
I didn't know what James' deal was. No matter how many times Edward told me there was nothing for me to worry about, I knew he was only trying to appease me. If nothing truly was wrong, the whole family wouldn't be so upset. I looked at my clock blearily and made out the numbers. 3:30 in the morning. My sleepy eyes widened. Why on earth had I woken up so early? I remembered being jolted out of my nightmares by a scream. Edward wasn't in the room, and I feared the worst. I didn't know if it was one too many horror movies on my part or the unknown human evil that was James, but I grew restless. I was sure my heartbeat was so loud, it was audible to a vampire in Canada by now. I climbed off the bed and nearly tripped on the rug. I steadied myself and straightened up, making my way towards the door. I climbed the stairs slowly, trying my hardest not to fall. I kept my eyes on Edward, though. He saw me, his eyes widening, before he tried to compose his features. By the time I got to him, his face was the epitome of calmness. He had put up the facade I so vehemently detested. I didn't want him to pretend around me. I could feel the tension in the air, as if I was Jasper himself. I didn't need Edward to protect me from the slightest thing. When I reached him, Edward wrapped his arms around me. He was sitting on the arm of the couch and settled me between his legs. I placed my arms around his neck and nuzzled his neck. Edward took in a sharp intake of breath, and I smiled. I knew how to get certain reactions from him. I'd like to think that we were far along in our relationship for that. Maybe not as far as I'd like it to be, but that was just purely his gentlemanly side. Or so he said. "What are you doing up?" I heard him ask. His hands ran through my hair continuously. I pulled away slightly so I could look into his eyes. I wanted to gauge his reaction to everything I said. He might think that he hid everything so perfectly from me when he wanted to, but I could tell. I gasped when I saw his eyes. They were pitch black. It wasn't because of his thirst, because there were no purple bruises under his eyes. He had just returned from a long hunting trip as well, so I knew that couldn't be it. I brushed my fingers along his cheekbones, rejoicing in the feel of his cool skin under my warm fingers. "I heard someone scream," I said distractedly. "Your eyes are black, Edward."
He seemed taken aback by this.
Closing his eyes, I felt his hands clenching into fists as he calmed himself down. I leaned in and kissed his cheek, rubbing soothing circles on his back as I comforted him. Edward opened his eyes, blissfully topaz once more, and gave me a small smile. "You should go back to sleep, Bella," he said smoothly. "We have school tomorrow." I rolled my eyes. "Not until you tell me what's got you so hot and bothered at 4 in the morning, I shot back. "Well," Emmett begun. Edward and I both looked at him, shooting him glares. "Don't," we said simultaneously. Emmett simply grinned and held up both his hands. I saw the effort it took for him to joke and the seriousness in his eyes. Something was definitely up. I shook my head, staring defiantly at Edward. "You know I hate to be kept out of the loop, Edward. Tell me what's wrong. I can handle it," I insisted. Edward sighed, drawing me closer to him so that we were pressed against each other. He buried his face in my hair, breathing in deeply. His embrace was possessive, like he didn't want to let me go. Lifting his head, he pressed a kiss to my cheek. "Is it so wrong of me to want to protect you, Bella?" he asked, his face tortured. My eyes softened, and I stroked his cheek lovingly. "No, it's not," I said softly. "But I want to know if there's danger lurking around the corner, Edward. I need to know." I was pleading with him, asking him silently to understand my predicament. It hadn't escaped my notice that Jasper and Rosalie were missing. That alone had almost caused me to hyperventilate in fear. Alice was sitting on the couch, unresponsive as she stared off into space with a frown on her face, muttering things too soft for me to hear every once in a while. Carlisle and Esme hugged each other, worried looks on their faces. Emmett was pacing. What was I supposed to think? Did Edward think so little of me as to assume that I wouldn't notice all of these? I might be a human still, but I wasn't stupid. I knew something was wrong, and it was scaring me.
I needed to know what was going on.
I needed to know if I could help. I needed to know my family would be all right. Edward sighed in defeat, and I refrained from flashing him a triumphant grin. He took both my hands and kissed my knuckles with gentle lips. "You have to know that I will do everything in my power to protect you, Bella," he said, his normally smooth voice slightly rougher. It was still musical and velvety, though. I suppose it was a vampire trait. I nodded my head, signaling Edward to continue. He took an unnecessary breath and begun. "Rosalie remembered where she saw James," he said quietly. I heard my breath hitch as I waited for him to reveal this new discovery. "She saw a glimpse of him at the cafe in Nolita, the one you loved to go to when you were on your trip. She didn't remember at first because there was never a one-on-one contact, just a face in the crowd." I took deep breaths, forcing myself to calm down. The fact that Edward had his arms around my waist once more as he supported my weight certainly helped. I tried telling myself to relax. I didn't need to prove Edward right when I had so fervently insisted I was able to handle the harsh truth. Edward cupped my cheek with one hand, his topaz eyes worriedly searching my expression for a sign of a mental breakdown of some sort. I breathed in slowly and asked, "Is that a coincidence, or do you think there's a connection?" I almost didn't want to know the answer. Edward bit his lip. "We're not sure," he admitted. "Jazz and Rose have gone to track him for a little while, follow him around to see if there was anything tying him to you." I launched myself at Edward, my grip around his neck tightening as I buried my face against his neck. His hand patted up and down my back, and he shushed me, humming my lullaby between comforting words. I forced the tears away, not wanting to be the damsel in distress once more. So there might be someone who had seen me in New York and decided to come all the way to Forks for God knows what reason. I was probably overreacting. It was just a coincidence. And even if he did come here because he was a crazy person or something, it was because of Rosalie or Alice. It couldn't be me. I was just a plain, ordinary human. James might not know that my sisters were supernatural, but their beauty spoke for themselves. He wouldn't think twice about me once he'd caught a glimpse of Rose and Alice. Especially Rose. Once my eyes were dry, I pulled back and nodded at Alice. She was in the same position on the couch. She was sitting cross-legged, eyes distant, lips pulled into a frown. "What is she doing?" I asked out loud. Edward was the one to answer me. "Looking for a vision of James to see what he's up to," he said softly, probably trying not to scare me. I kicked myself mentally for acting like that just mere seconds ago. Edward probably won't tell me anything anymore in the future if he thought it would upset me. I frowned as what he said registered. "Is she getting anything?" I asked, already getting my answer as I looked at her frustrated scowl. He shook his head. "Not anything of importance." Alice suddenly shifted her gaze, looking worriedly at Edward. "All I see are brief flashes of what he's up to. I see a present. I see him smiling. I see Bella looking uncomfortable. I see you, Edward, holding Bella to your side protectively. But I can't really see anything else." She threw her hands up in frustration. "It's like I have a bad connection or something. It's all blurry and doesn't make any sense." Esme went over to comfort Alice. "Alice, it's all right. Maybe you wore yourself out thinking too much about this," she soothed. Alice shook her head. "That's not it," she said dejectedly. "Something's very wrong. Maybe it's the same thing with Edward and Jazz, how they can't read his mind and see his emotions. I see everyone else clearly, but I can't really read his next move. I didn't even notice that I was trembling. A week ago, I would have laughed at the prospect of a human endangering me and my family. They were vampires, for God's sake. To think that a human could potentially harm them was laughable, unthinkable, ludicrous. Now, I didn't think I'd ever been this afraid. No matter what dangers we'd faced, we had always the advantage of Edward's, Jasper's, and Alice's gifts. They were the ones who always came through and made sure we won. James might be human, and my family might be a strong coven of vampires, but without any ideas what he was up to, we were pretty much screwed. Edward scooped me up into his arms, carrying me bridal style. We were in my room before I could even blink. He laid me down on the bed, tucking the comforter around me. "You don't need to hear more of that," he said softly, running a cold finger from my temple down the side of my face. I held onto his arms tightly. "Lay with me," I pleaded. He complied, climbing onto the bed. I shook my head, trying to tug the comforter from under him. It didn't do anything, of course, considering he was basically an Adonis-shaped slab of stone. Edward gave me a stern look. "Bella, you'll get cold," he chided. I shook my head. "Please, Edward," I said, pouting slightly. I really needed to feel him with me. I needed his comfort. "Please." He sighed, but slid under the covers anyway. His strong arms encircled my waist, and I snuggled into his chest. I pressed a kiss on his covered chest, breathing in the sweet aroma of his scent. "Don't leave me," I whispered, my voice muffled because I spoke directly into his shirt. Edward's grip tightened around me. I felt his lips touch the top of my hair. "Never, Bella," he whispered back. "I'll keep you safe with me. Always." I smiled, my eyes drooping as I fell asleep once more. "Love you," I slurred. He chuckled. "I love you too, beautiful," he whispered. I fell asleep to the sweet sound of my lullaby, sung by an angel, my troubles forgotten for a few blissful hours. Rosalie's POV. "I don't see why we can't take the M3, I complained. Jasper, my supposed twin brother to the humans, sighed and shot me a dirty look. "Rosalie, that's the 16th time you've complained about this in the last half an hour," he said icily. "Unless you want me to give you a great, big, fat dose of cheeriness, suck it up." I glared at him. It was always the quiet ones. We had been tracking the scent of James Hunter, and it had led us around and around the entire town of Forks. We can't seem to find the strongest trail for some reason. Jasper reasoned that it was because his scent was faint to begin with.
Just what the hell was this guy?
I stomped angrily behind Jasper as he followed yet another trail that led to Newton's Outfitters. "We're not getting anywhere," I said, playing the role of Captain Obvious. "Can't we go home and think of a new plan? One that works?" "I'm getting cold." Jasper raised his eyebrow. "You're getting cold?" he asked incredulously, a hint of a smirk on his lips. I rolled my eyes. "All right, my boots are just wet, but that's besides the point." James' scent completely disappeared inside Newton's Outfitters, so he hadn't gone in at all. There were faint traces of it in the surrounding woods, though. My eyebrows scrunched together, and I shared a worried look with Jazz. "You think he's been here?" I whispered. Jasper looked around grimly. "Seems that way," he answered. "His scent doesn't go further than a few feet. Maybe he was watching her." We both flinched at the thought. Some creepy dude Edward, Jazz and Alice couldn't get a read on was watching Bella? Like a stalker? I asked, my voice getting even lower as anger and panic coursed through me. Jasper shot me a wave of composure. "Rose, control yourself," he said quietly, almost soothingly. "I need to concentrate." I nodded my head, bumping into his side to show that I was sorry. I knew we needed to focus on the faint traces of James' scent, but I was simply too freaked out. How could someone, a human no less, have been watching Bella without our knowledge? How could the whole family have been blindsided so completely? He had watched her at work. Did he watch her at home, too? No, that wasn't possible. No matter how faint his scent was, we would have caught it. Unless he was far enough, of course. Jasper tilted his head to one side, and I nodded. We shot away, following another path. This led to the school. No surprises there. What surprised us most was the trail that led back home. Jasper and I shared a look before dashing off into the house. We used human speed because if James' scent was around, who was to say he wasn't hanging in the bushes or something? Edward wasn't in the living room, but the rest of the family was. I could smell him coming from upstairs, though, so I figured he was with Bella. I went straight to Emmett and kissed him. I noticed Jazz went to sit by a scowling Alice on the couch. She had always hated not being able to see anything. She was a wreck when we had that run-in with the werewolves. I looked around me anxiously. The only heartbeat I could hear was Bella's. I knew James wasn't in the house or peeping in a window somewhere. The fact that he was close by made me nervous, though. I was about to tell the others of our latest disturbing revelation, but Jasper beat me to it. "His scent was near the house," he said grimly. "It lingered most a few good feet away from the driveway, very near the path leading up to the house. I think he's been here a few times." Esme gasped, one hand flying instinctively to her mouth. I heard Edward growling somewhere upstairs. Alice shook her head, leaning into Jasper. She pressed her fingers to her temple. I don't get it. How can one human be so, ugh, she screamed. Esme hushed her, reminding her that Bella was still asleep upstairs. I sat down on the love seat, dragging Emmett to sit next to me. Well, do we kill him tonight or just wait until tomorrow? I asked bluntly. Carlyle shot me a reproving look. I'd rather we deal with this in a more human way, Rosalie, he said in that fatherly way of his. I snorted. And which way is that? The one where he gets a restraining order and the privilege to walk free? I asked sarcastically. Emmett rubbed my shoulders in an attempt to calm me, but I was past that. Carlyle, this goes beyond protecting Bella. He's stalking the house, okay? He's watching her every move around us. What if he catches one of us doing something inhuman? What if he already has? The room was silent as I said this. Carlyle was frowning as he considered my words. I took his silence as an advantage and continued with my rant. Yes, I want to protect Bella. Yes, I want to protect our secret.
We've got to act now, Carlyle.
I don't like the danger this brings to us, I said in a clipped tone. He still stood his ground. Rose, we have no idea if he actually saw anything. From now on, we act human at all times. I appreciate that we've gotten as far as we have in this investigation, but as twisted as he may be, I urge you to remember that he is still human, he said, his voice harder now. I glared at him, my hands curled into fists on my lap. Emmett was still trying to calm me down. Carlyle took in a deep breath and sighed, running a hand through his blonde hair. Honestly, Rosalie, we can't afford to take such rash measures. People are bound to be suspicious, especially since the only person he's remotely attached to is Bella. He looked around at all of us sternly. We need a plan for this, all right? I won't have any of my children committing murder, he said firmly. I opened my mouth to argue, but he looked me right in the eye and said, Bella wouldn't want it, either. My mouth snapped shut. Damn, he had me there. Bella nearly threw a fit when Edward was going to kill that sick bastard in Port Angeles, from what I'd heard from Alice. She would definitely throw a fit when we actually killed a guy. Not to mention the fact that she would pull an Edward-style guilt trip since she'd put the blame on herself. Not one of us wanted to put that sort of burden on her shoulders. I sighed in defeat. Emmett spoke up for me. So, what do you suggest? He asked Carlyle curiously. 47. Gifts and promises. Bella's POV. I frowned as I looked around my room for the third time. I was alternating between panicking about my test and panicking about my missing book. I stood up from where I was crouching on the floor, checking under the bed. I swiveled around to face my open door. Emmett, I yelled. Did you hide my book again? He appeared at my doorway, wearing a mischievous grin. Which book? He taunted in his playful voice. I rolled my eyes and placed my hands on my hips. Wuthering Heights, I exclaimed, exasperated. He had the ridiculous idea that hiding my books were fun. I didn't agree with him. It only aggravated me. I suppose to Emmett, it was something very akin to Christmas morning. Emmett's grin slipped. Nope, didn't touch that one, he said. I could see the plain honesty in his eyes. I nodded, ready to search again. Then I turned back to look at him with narrowed eyes. Wait, then which book did you hide? I demanded. The grin reappeared on my face. Not telling, he sang out and literally disappeared from the doorway. I heard him laughing as he went down the stairs. I let out a frustrated yell, then snatched my bag and my notes. I didn't have time for this. School was going to start soon, and I needed to focus on cramming for my test. I stumbled into the kitchen, my eyes fixed on my notes. I was clumsy enough when paying attention, so it wasn't really a surprise when my feet caught on air, and I stumbled forward. I felt a pair of cold arms catch me around the waist and looked up into the crooked grin of my one and only love. I blushed at having fallen yet again and mumbled a hasty thank you. Edward chuckled, wrapping his arms around my waist and leaning down to brush his lips gently against mine. I almost groaned out loud. As much as I loved his gentle touch, I loved it even more when he would forget his boundaries and loosen up his restraint. He took my notes from me, making me scowl at him.
I was reading that.
I protested. Edward shook his head, tapping my nose lightly with a long finger. And that's how you ended up tripping again, he said happily. I rolled my eyes. Firstly, there is nothing for you to be so cheery about. And secondly, we both know that I would have tripped anyway, I reminded him, holding out my hand for my notes. I had only a few hours left to cram as much knowledge as possible before my test. Edward pretended to reconsider, then smiled lazily at me. If he hadn't been holding me, I would have fallen down on my knees at the sight of that smile. I'll make you a deal, he said cheekily. I'll let you have your notes back if you let me do this dash. He didn't say what or let me answer. Instead, he scooped me up into his arms with one hand, dropped my notes onto my lap, and carried me all the way to the kitchen island. I squealed at his sudden movement and slapped his arm lightly. He laughed and set me down on a tall stool. I never said yes, I mock glared. Esme bustled up to us and placed a plate of eggs and bacon in front of me. Good morning, Mom. She smiled brightly at me and rushed to my side in the blink of an eye. She kissed me on the cheek lightly and brushed away the little smudge of lipstick on my cheek. Good morning, honey, she answered. Did you have a good night's rest? I frowned. When I wasn't having nightmares about failing the semester, I was having nightmares about James. When I wasn't having nightmares about James, I was having nightmares about the Volturi. I felt even more tired now than I did when I went to bed. Not to mention the whole 3:30 in the morning fiasco. I nodded my head, blushing as I lied. Yes, I did. Esme frowned at my blatant lie, but I shoved the eggs into my mouth so I wouldn't have to say anything more. When I was done with my breakfast, Edward walked me, hand in hand, towards the front door. The others were already in the living room. They were still as statues as they waited for us. I glanced nervously at them all. They looked so uptight, so worried when I'd woken up this morning. Edward had told me to calm down today. He told me that I shouldn't worry too much because I had 7 vampires to protect me. How was I supposed to stay calm when said 7 vampires were acting as if the world was coming to an end? Edward led me to the garage, and I slid into the passenger seat of the Volvo. The others passed the silver car as they headed straight for Rose's M3. I felt a calming wave pass through me as Jasper walked by. Thank God for Jasper. We peeled out of the garage after the M3. Rose drove faster than Edward simply because it still drove me crazy when he went above 100 miles per hour. Occasionally, Edward would shoot me glances. I bit my lip, not saying anything. I wasn't exactly in the mood to talk about my nightmares or about how nervous I was about today. I wasn't exactly sure how to act around James. I knew he might be a potential danger, but I also knew the family was keeping something from me. I couldn't believe they thought they were actually doing a good job of keeping me in the dark. They were my family. I knew them. I knew when something was bothering them. And Edward, did he think I wouldn't notice how upset he was? I knew him better than he knew himself. I understood his every action. I could practically see into his mind. What really bothered me wasn't the fact that they were keeping something from me, it was the fact that it had them all so worried. What could it be? Did it have something to do with James? Did it have something to do with me? No, I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was Alistair, Carlisle's friend, coming for a visit. Maybe it was the red-eyed vampires Alice saw during her hunt. Maybe it was vampire PMS. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. We pulled into the school parking lot. Edward parked beside the empty M3. The others had already headed inside the school.
He turned to look at me.
I fiddled with the seatbelt as I undid it, then played with my fingers. Finally, Edward lifted my chin up with his thumb and forefinger. His topaz eyes were troubled. "Please tell me what you're thinking," he whispered. "You know I absolutely can't stand it when you stay so quiet and distant." I sighed, grabbing onto his hand to place a kiss on his palm. "It's nothing, Edward," I said, nuzzling his cold hand with my nose. He smiled a little at this and leaned forward to press his lips firmly against mine. My eyes widened at the contact. He was usually so reserved in public, except for the occasional slip-ups. Those were never in front of a crowd of teenagers, though. I closed my eyes and eagerly responded to his kiss, but he was already pulling away. I groaned at the loss of contact, and he laughed. "Bella," he said reprovingly, "won't you tell me?" I looked into his sparkling topaz eyes, which was a mistake, of course. His eyes never failed to dazzle me, especially when he used his perfectly charming crooked smile on me. I sighed in defeat, holding onto his hand and playing with his fingers in my lap. "I'm just worried," I admitted. His eyebrows pulled together, and he opened his mouth to ask. I cut him off before he could.
"About today."
I don't know what to say or how to act around James. I don't know if he's dangerous or if I'm being paranoid. I looked up into his eyes steadily as I said the next part. "I also know that you're keeping something from me," I said quietly. "Will it be a secret or will you tell me?" Edward looked trapped as I said this, and he turned his beautiful face away from me to avoid my gaze. Finally, he turned back to look at me, slowly. "I don't think now is the appropriate time," he said hesitantly, gesturing around us to remind me of our current location. "I promise to tell you when we get home." I nodded my head, then squeezed his hand as hard as I could. "Edward, I know you wish to protect me. I love you for that," I begun. My eyes refused to leave his, afraid to break contact. "But I want you to know that the more you keep from me, the more afraid I get. I need to know the details, Edward. I need to know you're safe." In one quick movement, he had lifted me off my seat and placed me on his lap. I blushed at my position on his lap, but wrapped my arm around his neck anyway. I stroked the ends of his hair, loving the feel of his bronze mane between my fingers. Edward sighed, nuzzling my neck gently with his nose. A huge smile broke out on my face despite our conversation. He saw my smile and grinned. "I know," he whispered, taking my free hand and kissing each of my fingers gently. "And I'm sorry. I want to keep you away from the horrors of the world. It's hard to do considering what I am and who you're surrounded by all the time, but I try. I just wish you safe." I smiled at him, stroking his cheek gently. "I love you, Edward," I whispered. I watched his eyes darken as he breathed in my scent. He brought my head down to kiss me once more. For a few blissful moments, I forgot that we were in his car, which was parked in the school parking lot, probably gaining attention by our little window fogging activities, as Emmett would call it. Edward's insistent lips gentled and slowed. He pulled away only to steal a soft kiss or two. His eyes had gone back to the soft liquid amber I loved to see. "We should probably head to class," he said in his velvet voice. I laughed a little shakily. Edward opened the door on his side, and I climbed out, straightening my outfit that Alice had picked out for me. Edward climbed out next, carrying both our book bags. I slung mine over my shoulder. Edward wrapped his arms around my shoulders and led me towards my first class. I made a face as I remembered that I would be having Mr. McIntyre first. I hoped he wouldn't make a big deal out of Carlisle calling the school and demanding that James get another guide/tutor. Knowing my luck, I'd probably get called upon in front of the entire class as Mr. McIntyre forced a reason out of me. Just as we entered the school building, Mike came up to us. "Hey, Bella," he greeted me brightly. I fought back a wince as I answered him as cheerily as I could. Edward was trying his best not to laugh. He knew I wasn't a morning person. Mike didn't seem to notice anything amiss about either Edward or myself. He continued talking animatedly about some dance coming up. "So, I saw you and Cullen pull up just now. What were you doing sitting in the car for so long?" I flushed red, actually feeling steam coming from my ears. I couldn't believe Mike just asked me that. Did he really not see what we did, or was he just trying to embarrass me further? I hadn't planned on sitting on Edward's lap, nor kissing him so madly like that. It wasn't that I was complaining. In fact, I preferred it. It was just that I'd have preferred it even more without an audience. I just had a tendency to act irrationally when it came to Edward. When he had kissed me like that, touching me so lovingly, I had lost all train of thought. I opened my mouth and closed it a few times. Mike stared at me, a confused look on his face. I must have looked like a fish out of water. Edward took the liberty of answering for me. "We were just testing each other on biology," he said, a smirk on his flawless face. Mike frowned. "Is there a test I didn't know about?" I stifled something that sounded like a horrified gasp and an amused giggle and pulled at Edward's shirt. See you later, Mike." I waved. Once we were far enough, I swatted Edward on the chest. He merely burst into laughter, capturing the attention of the people around us. I noticed that he had them completely entranced with the sound of his musical laughter. I couldn't help but be slightly envious. I wanted his laughter to only be for my ears. I knew it was ridiculous and childish, but I couldn't help myself. Edward charmed people without even realizing it, and it maddened me to think of women fantasizing of my Edward that way. I forced those immature thoughts away and instead scowled at him. "Testing each other on biology?" I repeated his answer, shaking my head in disbelief. We reached McIntyre's classroom. Edward lifted me off the ground slightly and hugged me to his lean body. In my defense, what we did had everything to do with biology, he whispered in my ear. He ran his hand down the side of my body, and I really did learn a lot. I felt a shiver run through my spine and glowered at him as he chuckled. "Is this your attempt at distracting me?" I asked, trying vainly to hide my smile. He smiled wider at me, showing off his white teeth. Instead of scaring me like it should a normal human, it made me smile, too. "Is it working?" I nodded my head, my arms around his neck. "Then yes, it is." I laughed, stealing a quick peck on the lips. He set me down as the first bell rang, and I made to go into the classroom. Edward followed me in and slid into the seat next to me. It was normally Eric Yerke's seat. I shot him a look. "What are you doing?" I asked, completely puzzled by this. He flashed me a wide grin. "Sitting at my new desk in my new class," he said promptly. I raised an eyebrow at him. "You don't have this class," I pointed out, speaking slowly. Edward leaned back in his seat, placing his hands behind his head as he continued to smile mischievously at me. As it turns out, not only did Carlisle give James a new tutor, he also switched my schedule so that it's identical to yours. I gasped, one hand flying to my pounding heart. Edward chuckled as he listened to my heart rate increase. He didn't. He placed his hands in front of him, taking out a piece of paper from his backpack. "Oh, but he did," he answered, showing me his schedule. It was the same as mine, with the exception of his name, of course. I shook my head as I looked at Edward, giving him back the schedule. "You're unbelievable, Edward Cullen," I told him playfully. He took my hand and kissed the back of it gently. "Are you saying you don't want to spend the whole day with me?" he asked, pretending to be hurt. I laughed, shoving at his hard shoulder. It didn't make him budge one bit, of course. "You know I do," I said, both of us knowing how difficult it was for us to spend any amount of time apart. Alice pranced into class just as the second bell rang, winking at me as she passed to sit on my other side. Eric came up to his usual seat, saw Edward, and scrambled to the other side of the room. I shook my head, squeezing Edward's hand one more time before letting go. I almost forgot the reason I was so nervous to go to school until James walked in the door, that is, Edward's POV. I saw Bella tensing up the moment James walked in the door and did the same. I glared at him as he sat at the far end of the room, his eyes never leaving Bella for a second. I didn't realize I was growling until Bella's soft hand gently pressed against my chest. I blinked and turned my gaze to her. She was looking at me with wide eyes, her hand gently stroking my chest. "Edward, calm down," she whispered.
Please.
"Calm down." She reached forward to kiss my cheek. I smiled, feeling the rage slowly dissipate. It was still there, but bearable enough to handle. I grasped her hand and held onto it tightly. I needed her to calm me down, or I'd literally tear James apart in front of the humans. "Mr. Cullen, Ms. Hale." McIntyre called out, irritated. My God, it looks like she's practically on his lap. Do they have to do this here? All the damn Cullens are so into PDA. I'd have to separate them if they get any farther. Would you care to explain to me why you're straddling each other? If she'd only straddle me. My eyes turned black once more. Was it possible for me to take Bella anywhere without a single male becoming infatuated with her? It was bad enough that I had to deal with the lurid thoughts of adolescent males and a potentially dangerous stalker. Now I had to deal with the lurid thoughts of a teacher? How was this fair? The titters of others in the classroom brought me back to reality. Bella was blushing a deep red, Alice was smirking slightly, and James was looking downright murderous. I flashed Mr. McIntyre a wide smile and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. McIntyre. I just couldn't help myself to my beautiful girlfriend." Bella slapped my arm once and settled back in her seat. Her face still had a delicious pink tinge to it. The class went by so slowly I felt like jumping up and screaming half the time. If it weren't for the fact that I was holding onto Bella's hand the whole time, earning glares from Mr. McIntyre, James, and about the entire male population in the room, I would have done so. Finally, the bell rung. Mr. McIntyre called Bella to stay behind. I kissed her once and told her I would wait outside. Poor Bella was nervous enough to face her teacher. I stayed outside the classroom, eyeing James warily as he passed me. He still looked murderous, his mouth set in a thin line. His eyes were icy as they regarded me. He didn't stay to confront me, and I was glad for that. I would have killed him if he had. I listened to Bella's conversation with her teacher, explaining to him how straight a student couldn't find it in her time to tutor a fellow classmate due to certain family issues, as Dr. Cullen has already informed the office. She came out a few minutes later, flustered and annoyed. I chuckled, taking her hand. She rolled her eyes at me. "Honestly, you would think he'd just accept what Dad said," she scoffed. "It's not that unbelievable." I wrapped my arms around her shoulders and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "I think he merely wants to spend a little extra time with you," I said, wincing as I said it, thinking back to Mr. McIntyre's thoughts the entire class. Bella shot me a look. "I'm on his most hated list." "I don't see why he'd want to do that," she said, her nose scrunching up as she contemplated my words. I smiled at her naivety. "Bella, love. He's infatuated with you," I whispered. Bella's eyes widened, and her face took on a horrified look. "Edward," she gasped. "How can you say that?" "He's my teacher." I nodded my head. "He's also 30, male, and only human," I told her. "If I can't escape your siren call, how can he?" Bella shook her head. "You're being ridiculous, Edward. And even if it is true," she added, seeing the "I'm the mind reader" look on my face, It's just horribly wrong.
And gross.
And just barf-worthy. I chuckled, leading her to the next class just in time for the bell to ring. James was in this one, too. Yet again, Bella ended up calming me down. I wondered how much longer we would have to wait until we could get him incarcerated. Bella groaned in relief when the bell rang, signaling lunchtime. I shot her a grin, and she rolled her eyes at me. I can't believe that test, she said, shaking her head. I didn't even need to study for it, and yet I just spent the past week cramming every single word from the textbook into my head. I chuckled. I offered to tell you what we were going to be tested on. I reminded her. She laughed, wrapping her arms around my middle and leaning her head on my chest as we walked awkwardly towards her locker. And I offered to tell Carlisle you wanted me to cheat. She shot back, sticking her tongue out at me. I took her book bag from her as she opened her locker to switch books for biology after lunch. I watched her frown as she looked through her locker. She shot me a look. Did you leave me a present, Edward? I shook my head, moving to view her locker. There was a wrapped-up present in there, with a card underneath it. Bella lifted the gift and flipped the card open. I saw her alabaster face turn an even paler shade of white. I dropped both our bags to the floor, taking the card from her hands. I felt my jaw clench as I read the words printed on the card. You and me together.
Soon.
Your one and only, James. Bella noticed my anger and stepped forward. She reached out to take the card from my hands, but I was gripping them too tightly. Edward, let go, she whispered. I did so, and she took the card, putting it out of my line of sight. She took the gift and shook it slightly. Maybe it's a bomb, she joked. I couldn't even bring myself to smile at the joke. I lifted my fist, ready to strike the locker next to her, when someone grabbed my hand. It was Emmett.
Whoa, man, he said jokingly.
I don't think we can explain an Edward's fist-sized dent in the locker to the humans. He noticed the present in Bella's hand and nudged me. Still wooing her, Eddie? You know all you gotta do now is kiss her, right? Bella blushed a bright crimson shade and glared daggers at Emmett. He merely laughed, then nodded at the present. I can hear something coming from that thing, he mused. Bella cocked an eyebrow. It wouldn't happen to be a ticking sound, would it? She asked anxiously. I snorted a little at this and shook my head. No, Bella. It's music. She frowned, holding the gift up to her ears and listening in. Sounds a little creepy, she murmured. I had to agree. Emmett looked confused by my tense position and Bella's anxiety. Bella quickly took out her biology book, stuffed it in her bag, grabbed the card and the present, and closed her locker. It's from James, she whispered to Emmett. It didn't do any good since I could hear her loud and clear. Emmett looked outraged now, but Bella shook her head. Don't go doing anything stupid now. Remember Mike offered to get me a car before I drove my McLaren for the first time? Emmett and I exchanged amused looks, remembering the awkward situation Bella had been in. She had practically yelled out Jasper's name when she had spotted him a few feet away. She'd ended up buying him a new video game to thank him for her rescue. I held onto Bella by the shoulders, not letting even 1 inch of space between us. James approached us the moment we entered the cafeteria. Emmett went to sit by Rose and the others simply because Bella shot him a withering glare. James ignored me as he smiled at Bella. His mind was still as blank to me as the first day I'd met him. His smile was still as cold, his eyes still as empty. Hello, Bella, he greeted her. Did you like my gift? His eyes fell on the unwrapped present and frowned. He looked up at Bella with a disapproving look on his face. I got that especially for you. Bella blushed, but held out the present and the card. James didn't take it from her hands. Bella still held it out. James, I can't take a present from you. I'm actually pretty insistent on nobody giving me presents. I once screamed at Alice for giving me a whole wardrobe. But you don't need to know that. she stuttered. I rubbed her shoulder soothingly, and she took a deep breath. We hardly know each other, James. I really can't accept this, she said, pressing the gift and the card into his chest lightly. When he didn't take it, Bella placed it on the table right next to him.
Sorry.
And thanks, I guess. But, I'm not really a gift person. I led her away from where James was standing, glaring at the space Bella and I had been standing just a few moments ago. We made our way to the lunch line, and I grabbed a tray, filling it up with food I knew Bella would like. I saw through Newton's head as he approached James and nudged him, looking at Bella and I as he did so. Dude, you've got nerve to even go anywhere near Cullen's girl. Man, he muttered, shaking his head. James didn't reply, but stalked out of the cafeteria, leaving the unopened present and the crumpled card on the table. I smiled smugly to myself. I paid for the food and took Bella's hand, leading her to the table our family were sitting at. I brought our entwined fingers to my lips and kissed the back of her hand. Cullen's girl. I could get used to that. Jasper's POV. Rose and I were officially in charge of staking out James. That included during school hours. We went to the school early and followed him the moment he arrived. Since Rose and I left for school early, that left Alice to drive Emmett in her new Porsche. James went to Bella's locker first thing. Only a few deranged students who actually went to school at 6:30 in the morning, and some teachers were milling about, so no one noticed him. He fumbled with the lock, chose the right combination the first time around, and took out something from his bag. It looked like a wrapped present and a card. He placed them in the locker and shut it, looking pleased with himself. After that, he went back to the parking lot and sat in his Mustang. It was pretty beat up, a 1960s model that he didn't even fix up properly. I knew Rose would kill him just for that. We hid in the nearby woods as we watched James. There was his faint scent there, as well. Honestly, did the guy follow her around everywhere? I saw Alice's Porsche coming in, then Edward's Volvo followed. Alice and Emmett didn't bother to wait for Edward and Bella, so I suppose they were going to have another one of their moments. Rose and I went to our mates and told them what we knew about James so far. Human, difficult to track his scent, probably psychotic, and had just placed a present in Bella's locker. I'd have to tell her to change her combination. Edward and Bella were still in his Volvo, and I could feel the lust coming off of them all the way from where I was standing. I shot Alice a look and she shook her head. He's not paying attention, she sighed, rubbing her head. I don't see anything exploding out of her locker, so it's fine. We'll just tell him during lunch. Rose grabbed Emmett's hand, and we headed off towards the school building. Bella would probably already find the present by then, she pointed out. I kissed Alice's spiky hair, causing her to give me a small smile. She was still frustrated by the lack of visions when it came to James. Carlisle was still researching this, and said he would be able to give us a plausible theory by the end of the day. He claimed to be on to something. Rose and I figured James can't actually get into trouble while he was in class. We'd have to follow him during lunch, though. That 1 hour could do a lot of damage if he wanted to. James was in advanced physics with me, and I kept a check on him. His empty void was still there, making even me shiver. Even killers, murderers have emotions. I'd felt it. Their anger, their sorrow, their blinding rage, revenge, betrayal, everything. But with this human, there was absolutely nothing. It still scared me to no end. I still wasn't all that convinced he's fully human. What if he wasn't? What if he was a vampire masking it all? I mulled over it for hours, and I knew it couldn't be true. We'd still be able to get a read on him. James was something else entirely, but he was still human. His blood still pulsated in his veins, drawing venom from me. It wasn't that strong, though. Carlisle said he might have a theory on that as well. Lunch was right after physics. Rosalie was already waiting for me outside the door. We followed him in the direction of the cafeteria. Not wanting to look suspicious, we joined the lunch line and went to our usual table. James waited near the door of the cafeteria. I wasn't particularly worried about losing sight of him. It would be extremely easy to track him. Faint scent or no faint scent, he was still merely human. To think that he could outrun a vampire, well, that was just plain laughable. Especially when it was me we're talking about. I wasn't being overly confident or smug. I was just saying the truth. I was a militant vampire. I'd trained newborns. I'd fought off 1,000 of them. I'd fought the Volturi, and while that might not have gone down how I'd wanted it to, a human was still no match for me. I watched my brothers enter the cafeteria, Bella sandwiched between them. Emmett felt angry about something, and from their conversation I'd heard in the hallway leading to the cafeteria, I knew it was because of the gift. He'd heard it in the morning, of course, but it still panicked him to know that someone was after his sister. Alice basically materialized at my sight without the humans noticing and smiled, pecking my cheek. I gave her a meaningful look and tilted my head inconspicuously at Bella and Edward. Alice smiled, but it was slightly strained. "He won't be creating a scene," she assured us in a low voice. "You and Rose need to be prepared, though. He's going to leave the cafeteria in 13.8 seconds, and you have to follow him." Rosalie and I nodded at her words. Emmett had already reached our table, and his arm was protectively slung over Rose's shoulders. He looked worried, but Alice shook her head. "I don't see anything happening to Jazz and Rose," she murmured. Suddenly, what she had told us registered in my mind clearer than before, and I snuck a look at her. "Wait, how did you know he's going to leave?" I asked, surprise evident in my tone. "And so precise at that, too? Did you have a vision?" Alice looked excited for the first time today and nodded her head, her topaz eyes sparkling. "He's slipping up every now and then. I don't know how, and I don't know why. I hope Carlisle does. But I see bits and pieces now. I hope it'll continue until I can get a clear picture," she said in a rush. I leaned forward and kissed her lightly, running my hand through her spiky hair. She beamed at me, then her face turned serious.
"Go."
"He's headed towards the parking lot," she said, her gaze turning to where Edward and Bella were. I turned just in time to see James retreating back. Edward led Bella to the table, and I reached forward to squeeze her hand once before leaving with Rosalie. We headed out the back and made our way to the parking lot. Rosalie was feeling annoyed, but slightly hopeful. I shot her a look. "What's with the hope?" I asked curiously. She huffed, pretending to be irritated by my question. I grinned. She shouldn't try to fool an empath, though. It really never worked. Just thinking about what Alice said. "Maybe the guy will slip up," she shrugged, trying to be nonchalant. I nodded my head, knowing exactly how she was feeling. If I'd been terrified yesterday of losing my sister to a human psychopath, of all things, today was just a little clearer. We reached the parking lot and hid behind a pillar as we watched James. He approached his own car and opened the driver's side of the door. He didn't get in like I expected him to. Instead, he rummaged around and pulled out something. He slammed the door shut and made his way to the Volvo. Rosalie and I exchanged a confused glance. James broke into the car, and I smirked. Edward wasn't going to like this. I briefly heard Rosalie mutter, "Told him to get a damn car alarm." I ignored her and continued to watch intently. James placed whatever it was on the passenger seat of the Volvo and closed the door. He stalked off towards the school grounds. Once I was sure he was nowhere near the lot anymore, I motioned for Rosalie to follow me to the Volvo. We opened the door no problem. Really, who would dare to even go close to a Cullen car? Apparently, the new psycho-human student. I reached over and grabbed what James had left for Bella, hoping to God it wasn't some sick, twisted gift. Emmett had mentioned something about a music box at the lunch table. Neither Bella nor Edward had been happy about that. That was to be expected, of course. I straightened up and stared at the thing in my hands in surprise. It was Wuthering Heights. I recognized the tattered copy as Bella's. I flipped open the cover and, true enough, Bella's chicken scratch of a handwriting was etched on the back of the cover. She had written her name on it the first time she'd gotten it, and she'd added a heart with Edward's initials right next to it. I smiled at her silliness and shook my head. Rosalie had already whipped out her phone and was calling Alice. "Alice," she said in a clear, firm tone. "No, nothing bad. He put something in Edward's car he broke in." "I know," she laughed a little. "Edward, give the phone back to Alice. It's not my fault you don't have enough common sense to get a car alarm." I rolled my eyes and tried to find something in the book that James might have left for her. It made no sense for him to get her book and give it back. As crazy as he was, I had to believe that he had a purpose for everything he did. I caught a glimpse of something after the acknowledgments and begun to read the unfamiliar handwriting. "It's Bella's copy of Wuthering Heights," Rosalie was saying into her phone, not paying attention to me at all. I bit my lip as I reread the note James had written in the book. How did James even get the book? Bella was as protective of her books as Edward was about his CDs. She would have never taken it out of the house. If she'd wanted to bring something to read, she'd bring a library book. Something clicked and made my senses go on alert. What if James had been in the house? That was the only thing I could think of. I knew my sister. There was no way she'd let this book out of her sight. She loved it. When would he even had the chance to come into our home? Esme rarely left the house alone, and one of us was always there if memory served me right. Of course, Esme left once in a while to work on a few of her projects out of town. She went to the grocery store for Bella and such, but during the day she normally stayed home to work on her garden, didn't she? I suppose there might have been some point when the house was unguarded. My eyes widened as I suddenly realized something. The time when we went to Canada to go to the new hunting ground, we'd left Bella all alone at home. What if James hadn't been obsessed with her since the first day of school, but since before? What if it wasn't just a chance meeting at New York? Hell, he never even spoke to her, and he dropped everything to come to Forks and attend the same school as her. Had we left her so unprotected that James managed to even enter the house? Was Bella conscious during this? Was she in any danger during this time? I knew Alice couldn't see much of him, but how had we all missed this? We'd been gone for 3 days, so it made sense if his faint scent was gone by then. But really, a human had outsmarted 7 vampires and had even entered our home? I threw the book back on the passenger seat and slammed the door shut. I grabbed the phone from Rose, causing her to yell out in outraged, "Hey." I ignored her and spoke quickly into the phone. "Alice?" "Pass the phone to Edward," I said urgently. She didn't hesitate, and I smiled inwardly. My Alice knew me too well to question me. Edward's voice reached my ears. "Don't let Bella out of your sight. Tell her to skip gym today. Take her home and don't leave her side. I'll explain later when Carlisle's home. Don't panic." I could literally feel the fear emanating from him over the line. "What do you mean, don't panic?" he whisper yelled. "You basically spoke like war's breaking out, and you tell me not to panic? What sort of a dash? Jasper?" Bella's sweet voice filled my ears. "Edward's a little on the non-stable side right now," she joked, and I laughed a little. "What's going on?" "I heard something about a book." I nodded my head before remembering that she couldn't see me. "Yes," I confirmed. "Don't be shocked when you see your Wuthering Heights in the Volvo. I'll tell you when Dad comes home," I promised her. "Listen to me, Bella. Don't panic. Please. Just skip gym, go home, and stick to Edward. James wrote you a message in the book, too, but don't read it until we're all home. I don't want you getting afraid, okay?" I heard Bella sucking in a deep breath. "Okay, she replied shakily. Alice wants to talk to you. Rosalie and I headed back to the school, trying to get James sent. Alice's voice came on. Jazz? Where are you? She asked, her voice calm. I guess she still didn't see anything horrible happening to us in the immediate future. I explained to her that we were tracking James. It seemed to be getting stronger near the lab. I gave Alice a quick goodbye and snuck in with Rosalie. James was sitting at his seat, staring off into space. Due to our speed, we had made it to the back without him noticing we had even entered the room. Rosalie shuddered next to me. Without taking her eyes off of James, she spoke to me at vampire speed and volume. This human is seriously freaking me out, she whispered. I swear it's like watching a horror movie. I grimaced. I didn't think Rose had come to the same conclusion as I did back at the Volvo, because she would have been rushing forward to tear James limb from limb if she had. Even then, I empathized with her. I just had to hope that the other humans could handle him. If not, I was going to have to deal with him. My way. Rosalie's POV. Jazz was acting strange after the Volvo incident. He mentioned something about explaining something once Carlisle was home, so I supposed he had figured out a part of the James mystery.
He wouldn't tell me, though.
It was after school already. Jazz and I had ditched the rest of our classes for the day after lunch, worried that James would slip through our fingers. True enough, he hadn't gone to gym after noticing that Bella was no longer in school. He'd gone to the office, cooked up some crackpot story about a family emergency, and sped off. Jazz and I followed him, wary as to where he was headed. I didn't want him to go to our house and starting something up. I was surprised when he led us to an apartment building. Jazz and I, following him on foot, waited in the shadows for him to climb out of his car and ride the elevator. He stepped out on the 10th floor, and we scaled the side of the building in a speed faster than lightning, staying out of sight. We followed him into apartment 10B and stayed outside the windows for a while. It was a good thing he had a balcony. I listened to the noises inside the apartment intently. His faint scent was stronger in there, probably because he lived there. I couldn't smell anything or anyone else, though. He must live alone. I heard a door close and the sound of water running. He was in the shower. Jasper and I nodded simultaneously and climbed in through the balcony. We landed gracefully in the living room and looked around. The place was pretty bare. It didn't look very homey either. I didn't really expect it to, being the home of a psycho and all. I turned around to see what else was there in the plain home and screamed out when I saw the wall. Oh, my God. I felt Jasper rushing over to my side and clapped a hand over my mouth. I tried to shake him off, but he was hissing at me to be quiet. I glared at him. His eyes widened as he took in what I was facing, but we had no time for that. James had heard my scream, and the shower was turned off. We quickly headed out the balcony to hide. He came out not 2 seconds later, a towel draped over his waist. I crouched and stayed hidden in the shadows, hoping he wouldn't come out to the balcony. Unfortunately, he was convinced that he had heard something and was now searching the entire apartment. When he was sure no one was there, he stepped out into the balcony. Before he even made it out, Jazz and I had stepped off the railing and held onto the wall under the balcony. I sincerely hoped no one would look up and see us. This would need a lot of explaining. It was impossible for 2 humans to hang on to a wall 20 feet above ground with nothing but their bare hands. James, satisfied that no one was there but confused all the same, headed back inside the apartment. We stayed there, not daring to move. I heard him moving about in the apartment before a door slammed. His heartbeat started to fade. Jazz and I climbed back up to the balcony and stepped into the apartment. James had left.
He turned to me.
You stay here and try to find something substantial. Take pictures of the apartment, he said, his gaze drifting back to the horrifying wall. I shuddered. Can't we just rip it all off? I asked disgustedly. It's creepy. Jasper nodded his head in agreement. It's evidence, he countered. Remember to snap as many pictures of everything you find. We need to show Carlisle. I'll follow James. Meet you back at the house. I nodded and whipped out my cell phone as he left. I gulped as I stared at the wall of pictures. I stepped closer to it tentatively, staring wide-eyed at the photos. I took a closer look at them all. I recognized most of them. Alice picked out Bella's clothes, after all. I recognized a few of the places. Newton's Outfitters, school, the library, Port Angeles. My eyes widened as I saw a few of her outside our house, and even entering our home. I snapped as many photos as I could of the individual pictures and of the entire wall. With one last shudder, I turned to look around the apartment. The kitchen counter had glue, mangled photos, and scissors. I squinted at the mangled papers and found that I recognized the tuft of bronze hair. James must have cut out Bella's figure only to create that creepy wall. I snapped a quick shot of the countertop as well. I went into the bedrooms, afraid of what I'd find. His bedroom was plain. A bed, a dresser, a mirror. I went a search around and found a few bottles of pills in the dresser. I took them out and snapped shots of the prescription bottles. Maybe Carlisle could declare him certifiably insane. I went to the other room and gasped. The room was pretty much doused in red light. I could smell the strong smell of strawberry. He must have caught that in her shampoo. I wrinkled my nose. On Bella, the smell was sweet and delicious. Here it was just sickening. I stepped forward towards the only furniture in the room, a rectangular table. I raised my eyebrows as I reached it. I rolled my eyes. A shrine. A big photo of Bella stood on a frame in the center. Certain things surrounded it. I shuddered. As I examined the left side of the table, where a few strands of brunette hair lay in a Ziploc bag. It was labeled Bella's hair.
Sicko.
I snapped a few quick shots, then left in a hurry. I didn't want to be in the place any longer than I needed to. It freaked me out and, frankly, I felt it was contaminated with James Hunter's essence. I dashed back for home, wishing to be back in Emmett's strong arms again. I hope for his sake that he hadn't scratched my M3. Bella's POV. Biology was a waste of time since Mr. Banner made us watch another video. We headed straight for the office after class, skipping gym altogether. Since I couldn't act to save my life, Edward told Mrs. Cope that we had a family emergency and that Carlisle needed us home immediately. Mrs. Cope was far too dazzled by Edward to question why it was only the two of us that needed to get home. I found her reaction to Edward too funny and disgusting to be annoyed that Edward was dazzling someone other than me. Of course, the fact that she was a 40-year-old woman did help. I was anxious as I approached Edward's Volvo. I could tell Edward was too, but he tried to joke about it. "It's not going to bite, Bella," he said lightly. I shot him a glare, and he held up his free hand. I gripped Edward's hand tightly as he opened the passenger side of the door for me. I stared at the item on my seat before snatching it up and putting it on my lap. Jasper said not to read it before Carlisle gets home, so I won't. Edward, not wanting to risk exposure, moved at human speed to his side. He jogged over quickly and stepped in. He eyed the book on my lap warily before pulling out of the parking lot. We rode silently back home, Claire de Lune playing softly. It soothed me, if only for a little. When we stepped into the house, Esme greeted us. She didn't look the least bit surprised, so I supposed Alice had called her to let her know we'd be arriving early. She, too, eyed the book in my hand but took it from me and placed it on the coffee table for later. I knew Carlisle would want to talk to everyone after he gets home. He'd mentioned something about a theory before we'd gone to school in the morning. Esme stroked my hair in her gentle manner and smiled warmly at me. "Would you like your lunch now, dear?" she asked me. I shook my head. "I'm not all that hungry." "I'll come down in a bit, Mom," I assured her. knowing that she wouldn't allow me to skip a meal. She nodded, satisfied, then headed up to Carlisle's study. I knew she was working hard on the house we'd be moving to in Canada for my change. It was approaching fast. Edward took my hand and lightly swung our intertwined fingers back and forth. "Would you like to go up to my room for a little while?" he offered. I smiled and nodded my head. As comfortable as my room was, I enjoyed being in his a lot more. Something about the gold hue and vast music collection calmed me down. It was so Edward. I stepped in and smiled at the sight of Lily curled up at the foot of the couch. She loved Edward's room, too. I sat on the couch and leaned down to scratch behind Lily's ears. I really did need to bring her to the vet. She was pretty lethargic. Edward put on a CD of his own compositions, and I smiled. He knew just what I needed. He seemed satisfied at the smile on my face and came to sit next to me. I brought my feet up and curled into Edward's chest. He held me to him, his arms icy cold and comforting. I sighed contentedly and leaned up to kiss his jaw. "Edward," I spoke up, worry slowly seeping into my pores once more. I could hear Emmett's booming voice downstairs. I supposed he and Alice were already back with the M3. Rosalie and Jasper were still out. I knew that they'd cut class after lunch to follow James. I was so worried something bad was going to happen. The entire family was so riled up over James, and I knew it wasn't simply because he had an interest in me. Mike Newton didn't really cause us all to worry. I knew the reason everyone was worried was because James had somehow, unintentionally, blindsided everyone. I was worried, too, afraid that my family would be in danger. I knew Edward practically scoffed when I mentioned this. He didn't think a human could ever harm vampires. I had to admit that I didn't think it was possible, either. It didn't mean I could stop feeling worried. Edward's fingers tangled in my brown locks. He murmured, shifting us so that I was laying on my back. He hovered over me, a distracted look in his eyes. I refused to get lost in his eyes, so I stared at his chest instead. "Will everything be all right?" I asked. My breath came out in a rush when Edward ducked his head and pressed his cool lips to my pulse point. I swear to God the man would be the death of me. I felt his shoulders shaking with laughter as my heartbeat sped up as his lips trailed upwards to my jaw. I smacked his chest lightly. "Edward," I said, trying to be stern. He pulled back, an amused glint in his eyes. I scowled. "I'm all worried, and you're making fun of me?" That made his smug smile slip. He took my hand and placed a gossamer kiss to my palm. "I'm sorry, my Bella," he whispered. "I was only trying to distract you from your worries. I assure you that you will be safe in my arms." I sighed and reached up with my free hand to run it through his messy hair. I loved the feel of his bronze hair. I shivered as a sudden burst of love for him shot through me. Sometimes Edward was just simply too much for me, and even then, I'd hold him closer so I could get more of him. I smiled slightly. "I know." I kissed his cheek. "I trust you. I'm just anxious, I guess." Edward laid his cheek against my beating heart, listening to the rhythm. I knew it soothed him, just like my lullaby soothed me. I bit my lip. "Edward, will you still love me?" "You know, after the change," I whispered. He shot up and stared incredulously at me. "What sort of a question is that, Bella?" he demanded. I lowered my gaze, and he sighed heavily. He reached up and stroked my cheek gently. "I will always love you, sweet Bella," he said. His sincere tone made me look up. I gasped at the intensity of his topaz eyes. They were smoldering as he gazed at me. "Nothing will ever change that," he said firmly. "What about my heartbeat?" I asked, gripping his hand to where my heart was. "What about my blush? My clumsiness? These are the things you say you love about me. When I'm like you, my heart will be still. My cheeks would never be red. My
eyes won't be brown.
I'd be graceful. I can't help but wonder dash. He shook his head, and before I knew it, his mouth was covering mine. His kiss was so feverish, I was gasping into it, clutching at the front of his shirt. My eyes rolled back into my head, and I almost fainted. Edward finally pulled back, smiling at how I was gasping for air. He, too, seemed breathless, although I knew he didn't actually need the air. "Yes, I do love these things about you," he said suddenly, his voice sad. "I wish I'd have that forever. But you have to understand, love, that I love you for you, not for your blush or your pulse." He slid off me and laid on his side. He pulled me snug against him, and I snuggled into him, making sure I could look into his eyes. "I love you for your loving, kind, forgiving heart," he whispered. "I love you for your curiosity and your inquisitiveness. I love you for your laugh, your smile, your joy. I love you because of the love you have for me. I swear, Bella, you're enough to kill me all over again." I giggled slightly, my fingers curling against his chest as I clung onto him. "Promise me?" "Edward," I pleaded softly. "Promise me that no matter what, you will always be with me. You will always love me." He hugged me fiercely. "I promise, Isabella Marie Hale. I will always love you. I will always be yours. Even if you get sick of me," he added in the end. I placed my hand gently against his cool cheek, and he closed his eyes momentarily. "Never," I vowed. "I'll always want you with me, Edward." His eyes fluttered open, and he gave me a breathtaking crooked smile. "I'll hold you to that," he said, leaning in to kiss me once more. Chapter 48. 49. Disturbia. Jasper's POV. I stayed well hidden in the shadows as I followed James in his car. He drove until he was out of Forks. I recognized the route and assumed that he was going to Port Angeles. I was right. He made several stops in different stores. One was in a bookstore. One was in a flower shop. One was in a candy store. I sincerely hoped he wasn't going to send any of those things to Bella. If he were, I'd throw them out with the delivery boy. I wouldn't put it past James to poison the chocolate. A fleeting thought crossed my mind about how angry Edward was that someone broke into his precious Volvo. And not just any regular someone either. This someone happened to be completely obsessed with Edward's mate. I sighed as James headed towards an electronics store. Was he hoping to buy Bella off? 3 hours passed before James was done in Port Angeles. There was even an incident in a creepy voodoo store that I would kill to forget. By the time he reached the outskirts of Forks, the sun was already setting. I thought he was going to go back to his apartment, but I was surprised when he drove towards where our house was. He was so confident in his driving. He didn't check a map or a paper with directions. He didn't pause or anything. I narrowed my eyes as he stopped just at the unpaved road that led to our house. This only confirmed my suspicions that he had been here before. Why we had never smelled him before was a mystery. His heartbeat would have been too far away to hear, and his thoughts would have been too faint. Was it because his smell was hardly there? I had to bring this up to Carlisle. Maybe he had a theory about this, too. The sun was still in the sky, giving off an orange glow. I knew Bella loved to watch the sun set on the roof. So much so that Esme had built a shelter over the roof for her so that the seats won't get wet. I hoped no one would come out of the house. It would be too easy for James to spot sparkling people even from this distance. We were like diamonds, reflecting rainbows on our skin, only less precious. Bella would disagree, but she hadn't seen the things I had, or went through the darkness Edward did. She didn't even know what Carlisle witnessed when he was living with the Volturi. For all her easy acceptance of us and her comfort at being around us, she was blind to what we really were. I, just like Edward, feared her reaction to immortality once she had it. I moved swiftly through the trees, using the forest path so that James wouldn't see my sparkling form. I headed in the house through the back door. Alice greeted me with a frown on her face. Her anxiety almost knocked me down to my feet. I wrapped my arms around her tiny waist and hugged her to me. "Is everyone home?" I asked her, lifting my head to check their sense. Alice nodded once.
Yes.
"They're waiting for you, so we can start," she said, tugging at my hand and leading me towards the door. We headed out to the living room. I took a seat next to Alice. Rosalie was clinging to Emmett, a disturbed expression on her face. I would have the same look, too, if I had to spend time in James' apartment. Edward was hugging Bella so tightly, I was afraid he was going to crush her bones. She didn't seem to mind, though, clinging to him seemingly just as tightly. I think she was afraid of what we would discover. She might not be a mind reader, but she was still a perceptive girl. Judging from our faces, she could tell something was very wrong. I tried sending her calming waves, but it only helped a little. She depended more on Edward to soothe her nerves. Carlyle was pacing the room. He was holding a camera in his hands, muttering silently to himself. Even I couldn't make out what he was saying. Finally, he ran a hand through his hair and looked at Bella apologetically. "Judging from the pictures of the medication James takes, I think I can explain a little of what's going on here," he begun. Bella's eyes had widened at the mention of medication. Edward's growls had grown louder. I held up my hand to stop Carlyle from expressing more of his theory, just yet.
"Before we begin," I said,
"I think you should know that James is right outside." Esme partially stood up in panic, then settled back down.
"What?" Carlyle asked sharply.
It was the first time I'd seen him so panicked over a human. "I was following him, Carlyle, as per your orders," I explained. He went from his apartment to Port Angeles. When he came back, he headed straight for our house. It didn't seem like he was confused about the directions. "It seems as if he's been here before," Bella gasped, a terrified look on her face. "What do you mean, been here before?" she yelped. "We've never invited him here." I shook my head but didn't answer her.
There was no need to.
She was starting to realize the intensity of the problem here. I think sometimes she just denied how great a certain problem was until things get more concrete. Emmett cracked his knuckles. "Well, then let's go bash his head in," he boomed. I placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "We'll glitter in the sun if we go out now," I reminded him. He made a face but settled back. "We wait for a little while. Once the sun sets, we'll see how it goes. If he's still out there, one or two of us should go out there and have a word with him." I looked to Carlyle to see if he approved of this solution. He seemed to and nodded his head once. He was still distracted from the medications James was taking, I supposed. He sighed and sat down next to Esme. "From what I can tell, James is, in layman's term, delusional," he said softly, trying not to scare Bella. Everything about him, right now, screamed trying to be calm for his daughter. I didn't think it was working because Bella's nerves were in a mess, but she kept a good exterior, frowning but not showing just how terrified she really was. "He's taking quite a lot of medication, which would explain his faint scent. It makes the blood thinner. His delusions might include you, Bella, which is why he's so obsessed with you. I can't get into his mind, so I don't know what exactly he's thinking of." I frowned at him. "Do you think he's been here before?" I asked bluntly. I needed to know this. I had a theory as well as to when James might have been in the house. Edward's head snapped in my direction as he read my thoughts. I knew for a fact that he would never leave Bella alone after this. Carlyle grimaced. "As incredulous as that sounds," he said, "I have to say yes. I can't figure out the how or the when yet. We never leave this place unprotected dash." "That's not exactly true," I interrupted. Carlyle frowned at me, but waved at me to continue. We left this place a few weeks ago to go to that new spot in Canada, I reminded them all. Only Bella was left here. If what Rosalie said is true, if James really started his obsession when he saw Bella in New York, then he was already tracking her during our trip. She was all alone for 3 nights. He could have easily broke in without her knowledge. Bella's brows furrowed together. Maybe that's how he got my book, she suggested, nodding at her copy of Wuthering Heights on the table. At my raised eyebrow, she cracked a small smile. No, I haven't read it yet. Under her breath, she muttered, I don't think I want to. Rosalie looked around. And her hair, she piped up, as if just remembering something. I was wondering how he got that. It was more than just one strand, and it would have alerted Bella if he were to grab a few hairs from her at school. Emmett made a face. Her hair, he exclaimed, disgusted. What sort of a freak show is this? He boomed, looking torn between laughing and tearing James to shreds. Carlyle reached for the book on the table. May I? He asked to no one in particular. When no one objected, he took the yellowing book in his hands gingerly and opened it. I winced as I thought of the words permanently etched into my brain.
I shot a look at Bella.
She wasn't going to like this at all. I took in a deep breath, filling my senses with Alice's scent, and focused on keeping Bella calm. We all knew how she tended to faint at the most opportune moments. This would certainly be one of those moments. Carlyle's eyes traced the words in the book several times, Edward almost reaching out and ripping the books to shred as he heard it in Carlyle's thoughts. Carlyle gave Bella another searching look before saying the words out loud. The moment I saw you, I decided to make you mine. Their hearts will bleed for you, Isabella. It won't be long until nothing will stand in our way. Jape, he read out. Taking a look around, he cleared his throat. I think it's safe to say that we can involve the police now. We certainly do have enough evidence. Esme reached out and squeezed his arm reassuringly. Are you sure, dear? She asked concernedly. Carlyle nodded. He broke into Edward's car and returned Bella's possession which, as far as she knew, she didn't take out of this house. I have a friend in the police department who can help us out. I can ask him to run a background check on James, and if he comes up with anything, we can ask for legal actions to be taken, he said, his voice taking on a firm tone. He turned to kiss Esme on the cheek and stood up to call his friend. I moved over to the window and lifted the curtain a little to check if James was still there. It was already nightfall outside. Using my sensitive eyesight, my gaze swept across the clearing. James' car was still outside. I turned to Emmett. I think you and I should go have a chat with Mr. Hunter himself, I said, tilting my head towards the window. Emmett grinned and stood up, his eyes darkening menacingly. I knew he was incredibly protective of Bella. We all were, really. Edward stood up and snarled. What makes you think you're going to go out there and confront him without me? He asked angrily. I shared a look with Emmett. Edward, you're not thinking rationally, Dash. Don't tell me what I'm thinking, he snapped. This human has the twisted idea of making my love his own. I'm going out there whether you like it or not. Bella had stood up and come forward to touch him. I almost smacked a hand to my forehead. I knew we were all more or less in tune with her in our lives for so long, but to get so close to a vampire when he was this mad? Even Edward had his flaws when he was angry. Edward, reading my thoughts, growled at me once and forced himself to calm down. Bella wrapped her arms around his torso and leaned into him. Please listen to Jazz, she begged him. Edward pulled back slightly and shot her an incredulous look. Bella reached up and stroked his cheek lightly. Please, she said again. I know you mean well. I know you want to protect me, but your temper does get the better of you at times, she pointed out to him. Emmett smirked at Edward. Judging from Edward's sour look, I'd say that Emmett had made some sort of comment in his head. Bella leaned up to kiss Edward's cheek. Please? I'm scared. Edward, I need you here, she whispered. I knew she was probably just doing that to get Edward to stay with her. I had to say I was impressed. She knew just what to say to get him to do what she wanted. Of course, all the women in the house had the same power over their mates, but she did it for his own good, not her benefit. Edward sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He nodded and kissed her forehead.
Fine.
But I'm not leaving your sight, he warned her. Bella smiled and shrugged. She didn't have a problem with that either. Carlyle walked into the room and smiled reassuringly. I could still feel his anger and anxiety, though, and knew that he mainly wanted Esme and Bella to be calm. I just talked to Captain Matsung from the Seattle Police Department. He'll run a background check and get back to me, he informed everyone. Bella raised an eyebrow at him. Why do you know the captain of the SPD, Dad? She asked teasingly. Carlyle chuckled at her attempt at alleviating the tense atmosphere. When you have Emmett as a son, you learn to make real good friends with the authorities, he joked. Emmett scowled at Carlyle but walked over to me. That sick kid is outside. Jazz and I are going to talk to him, he said, cracking his knuckles again. Carlyle pursed his lips. I think I'll go, too, just to make sure the two of you don't injure the boy. God only knows you like to show off sometimes, he muttered, shaking his head. Edward sighed. Great. Now I'm the only man left behind, he grumbled. Bella tried to hide her laughter and failed miserably. I smiled reassuringly at her and headed out the door with my brother and father. I had to admit it, James was pretty brave for a human. He saw us coming and straightened up, anticipating our arrival. He didn't feel fear or start to drive off. Of course, the only emotion I could ever get from him was lust, and since Bella wasn't here, I couldn't feel anything at all. Despite the bravado I put up, I shuddered internally. It was just too creepy to be approaching an empty vessel. It was alarming. And the fact that he didn't show any fear or his heart wasn't accelerating due to adrenaline was probably because he was crazy and was on medication. Carlyle, Emmett and I reached his car, and James stepped out. He didn't look the least bit fazed by us. Instead, he kept his head held high even when Emmett bared his teeth at him. Surprising. Even grizzly bears were shaken by Emmett. Carlyle was the first to speak. Excuse me, but I'd like to ask you to leave the premises, he spoke formally. I could detect the underlying anger in his voice, though. You are on private property. It's incredibly inappropriate for you to be staring at my house, doing nothing. James stared at Carlyle for a good 10 seconds before smiling innocently. I glared at him. I'm sorry. It wasn't my intention, he said, his voice polite. It was as if we had bumped into each other at the store and were having a normal conversation, which was the farthest thing from the truth. Emmett snorted. Then what was your intention, exactly? I asked him sharply, my tone sarcastic. James shrugged. I was waiting for Bella to come out, he answered simply, as if this resolved everything. I parked so close. I knew she'd notice I was here at some point. I wanted to talk to her. Turning to Carlyle, he said, Edward never gave me a chance in school. As if that justified his stalker-like actions. Emmett stepped forward and loomed over James. Even though the guy was tall, Emmett's hulking figure was even bigger. Listen, pal. My sister doesn't even like you. Why don't you? Just get into your car and get the hell out of here, he growled. I placed a hand on Emmett's shoulder to calm him, but in all honesty, James was angering me too much for it to work. I think I was accidentally fueling Emmett's anger more than anything. Carlyle's smooth facade was long gone. In its place was a serious, almost furious, expression I rarely saw on him. For good reason, too, he said coolly in response to James's earlier statement. Mr. Hunter, you really need to leave, or I will call the police. My daughter has expressed no interest in you. In fact, She's told me numerous times how your actions have scared her and it's disrupting her peace of mind for you to be staying around on our private land. I will not repeat myself again. James' smile had slipped off. I expected him to be angry or lash out. Instead, he only stared at Carlyle as if he didn't understand a single word. I tried sending waves of fear to him and was pleasantly surprised when it worked. James blinked a few times, then stumbled backward a little. "I'll leave," he mumbled, slipping back inside his car. Carlyle, Emmett, and I didn't move an inch until we were sure he was gone. We shared a look and headed back inside. The others had particularly tuned in to our conversation, so they weren't surprised by our appearance. Only Bella looked at us anxiously. Emmett flexed his muscles and gave her a cocky grin. "Fear not, little one," he said exaggeratingly. "Your big brother has saved the day." Bella chuckled and rolled her eyes. "So Jazz and Dad took care of it, huh?" she said knowingly. Emmett scowled and went back, sulking, to Rose. As much as I hated to admit it, even though it seemed like we had driven the human away, I knew that it was just the beginning. James' POV. I slammed the door to my apartment and stalked to my bedroom, fuming. How dare they deny me the right to my beloved? She was to be mine, not Edward Cullen's mine.
How could they not see it?
How could they not understand it? I understood everything now. Rachel.
Dana.
Melanie, those girls were nothing. They only wanted me for impure reasons. Their love was so fleeting, it was hardly there. But Bella, oh, sweet Bella. She was an angel, sent from the great beyond. She was a creation that nobody deserved. Well, nobody except me, of course. She was made for me. From her shiny brown hair to her full pink lips to her lithe, slightly curvy body and those creamy, long legs, she clearly belonged by my side. I saw the way she looked at me. I saw how confused she was by the situation. She hated Cullen, I knew it. I saw the revulsion in her eyes when she looked at him. The love and adoration she had in her eyes when she gazed at me. On the other hand, God, I could have died from it. I knew now how I'd wasted my time with Rachel, Dana, and Melanie. Mother used to tell me all the time how what I was doing was so wrong. I should never have bothered with them at all. I should have left them alone. I should have waited until Bella came into my life. How was I supposed to know that I was going to fall so helplessly in love? The thought of those girls made me angrier than I already was. They'd stolen my attention, made me impure. I was supposed to be pure just for Bella. This wasn't supposed to happen. I slammed my fist against the wall, not even feeling the pain that had to have come with the force of the hit. Everything I felt now was for her. I walked towards my bedside drawer and took out the medicine I had to take to keep the voices away. They always mocked me, remind me of the previous loves of my life. I didn't want to be reminded of them. These voices, I wanted more than anything for them to stop. I'd always had these voices, it seemed. They were pretty dull when my father left us. When my mother was diagnosed with cancer, they grew stronger. When I met Rachel, the voices completely took over. I vaguely remembered our breakup, how she had pleaded with me, how she had clung on to me, her blood staining my shirt, her eyes wide with fear at the thought of my abandoning her. I remembered bits and pieces after that, but Rachel and I weren't meant to be. I remembered the woods that I brought her to. I had brought her there for her to rest. I remembered how quiet she had become when I'd taken her there. I supposed she was just tired after our little fight. I didn't really remember what happened after that. I'd taken Mother and brought her to New York. That's where I met Dana and Melanie. Like I said, though, none of them compared to sweet Bella. The voices had never been this loud. The impulse to take her right in the middle of the school had never been so strong. It didn't matter that we had all of these complications ahead of us. I knew what I wanted, and I was going to get it. I opened the bottles and took out the pills I needed. Grimacing, I swallowed and went to sit on my bed. After a few seconds, the roar of voices in my head dulled a little. I smiled and stood up. After that little unfortunate setback at Bella's house, I needed to get out and clear my head a little. I needed to just unwind. I knew just where to get that sort of reprieve. I pulled out my cell phone as I walked down the hallway leading to my apartment. I found the number I was looking for and pressed a call. I was already in the elevator when someone answered. Hello. I paused for a moment. Is this Kayla Hendricks? I asked, faking a shy tone. The voice at the other end answered almost immediately. She recognized my voice. We had, after all, conversed quite a bit in school. She was under the impression that I wanted her. How silly of her.
Yes.
Yes, it is, she answered a little too eagerly. Bella would have never sounded like that. She cleared her throat then and faked nonchalance.
Why?
Who's asking? I smiled grimly to myself. It's James. From school? I was just wondering if you wanted to go out with me tonight. I paused in all the right places, alternating between confidence and the awkwardness that so many boys my age had. I'd learned to do it all for Melanie's older sister, the one she lived with. Poor little thing had been such a curious cat. I couldn't have that, of course, but that was another story for another day. Kayla seemed ecstatic. Sure.
Yeah.
I just have to ask my dad, but I'm sure he'll say yes. When do you want to meet? I bit my lip. Her father, I groaned inwardly. Kayla was one of the cheerleaders in Forks High. They didn't have much of a cheerleading team, but Kayla thought herself to be one of the bin crowd. She was constantly changing boyfriends, constantly flirting and bragging about her exploits. She was a little wild, too, drinking at parties, making out with boys she didn't really know, having sex left and right. The typical rebellious teenage girl. I wouldn't have pegged her for a girl who would ask her father for permission to go out. I gave a pathetic sigh which she observantly picked up on. It's just that I don't want anyone to know we're going out yet. I want to surprise them. Could you not tell your dad? I promise I'll talk to him the next time I pick you up. Could this be our little secret for now? The magic words, really. What girl didn't want to be in some version, however lame it was, of Romeo and Juliet? She readily agreed, giggling the whole time. It made me cringe. Bella hardly ever giggled. When she laughed, it was this beautiful sound, like bells in the distance, chiming, with a smoky undertone. I made the necessary arrangements, then drove around for a bit. I didn't get her anything. No flowers or candy or gifts. Kayla didn't deserve any of that. If I were to shower anyone my affections, it would be Bella. An hour later had me at her driveway. Kayla showed up a few seconds after I pulled up. I didn't have to wait or even do the formalities with her father. Thank God. She wore a red miniskirt and a black spaghetti strap top, with black heels to match. I was disgruntled by this. Bella would have never worn anything like that. Her hair, though, was a deep shade of brown, just like her eyes. They were nothing compared to Bella's stunning mahogany locks or the swirling deep chocolate orbs she used to gaze at me with love, but they do. Kayla climbed into the car and flashed me a bright smile. Where are we going? She asked me brightly. I thought we'd go to my place. Watch a movie, hang out, that sort of thing. I trailed off, pretending as though I was embarrassed I hadn't think my plans through. Unless you don't want that? Because I just figured we'd have more privacy, and
She stopped me then.
I'm more than fine with it, she assured me, the implications clear. I grinned back at her and revved the engine, heading back towards the direction I came from. We were halfway to my house when I remembered my wall full of Bella's pictures. That would be hard to explain, the others hadn't made it through my front door. I made a quick change of plans, making a turn towards the edge of the woods. When we reached the secluded spot, I had taken Janine, the girl I'd met at the store near my apartment, and the blonde chick whose name I never caught, Kayla shot me a questioning look, but she was still trusting, popping her gum like it was nobody's business. "I thought we were going to your apartment," she asked. I shrugged, smiling that placating smile I was so good at. "I thought we could just sit out here. Talk and stuff, you know." I sounded laid back. Kayla grinned, nodding. "Well, this is a great spot," she admitted, peering through the windows and the windshield. "What? You take all your girls here?" she asked, her tone teasing. I gave her a meaningful look, leaning in. "Only the ones I like," I assured her, my voice coming out in a hushed whisper. When my lips finally touched hers, I imagined it to be softer, and the lower lip to be fuller. I imagined her tasting like strawberries, the same scent as Bella's shampoo, instead of the mint Y flavor of her gum. When I pulled her closer, I imagined her to be softer to the touch. She shouldn't be so grope Y either. Bella was so innocent she would be shy and awkward, and would depend on me to take the lead. Even then, I imagined her being bashful. It would be okay, though. I'd always reassure her that my love for her was something meant to be. She never had to be afraid of it. I pulled back after a while. Kayla's face instead of Bella brought me back to my surroundings. I felt a surge of anger. Just another insignificant girl. Just another one. When was I going to have the real thing with me? This was taking too much time. The longest I'd ever taken to get a girl to stay by me loyally was 3 weeks, and Bella was surpassing all of that. The dull whisper of voices was steadily rising again, and I winced, pressing my fingers to my temple and rubbing hard, as if that would make them disappear again. Kayla, who had been grinning idiotically, looked concerned. "Are you okay?" she asked, placing her hand on my arm. I shrugged it off, ignoring the hurt look on her face.
It was all wrong anyway.
"Yeah, I'm fine," I snapped. At her shocked look, I backtracked.
"Sorry.
"I'm just having a terrible migraine." With another placating smile sent her way, she was sold. This was too easy. "Maybe I should get some fresh air," I suggested casually. "Do you want to go for a walk with me?" Kayla glanced outside nervously. "Oh, I don't know, I mean, it's dark out already. Isn't that kind of dangerous? Going into the woods at night?" I laughed it off. "Oh, come on," I teased, rolling my eyes. "You won't be alone. I've got a flashlight, look." As if to prove my point, I reached into the glove compartment and pulled out said flashlight, flicking it on to show her that it was working just fine. Besides, I've been here tons of time, hiking and whatnot. I know a trail. It's perfectly safe. She still looked reluctant, so I leaned forward and kissed her again. "Trust me." I gave her a smile before climbing out the door. I knew she'd follow. I started walking, flashlight shining, but I didn't have to wait long to hear Kayla's eager footsteps following me. Like leading a lamb to slaughter, really. We walked a little ways into the woods until we reached a crossroads. Kayla immediately went for the clear, paved trail. I took her by the elbow and pulled her back to me, careful not to be too rough. She might get scared and back off. She seemed to be the kind who would get scared easily. Seems like a screamer, too. Kayla shot me a curious look which quickly turned into one of shock when she realized that I was leading her in the direction of the other path, the one that had messy, tangled vines and erratically placed rocks and fallen logs in the way. Clearly, the one less taken. "James," she called out, and it took everything I had not to snap at her. "Don't you think we should take the other one? It has a hiking trail and everything." I squeezed my eyes shut and forced myself to calm down. "Don't blow up at her. Not now, not now." The voices in my head, the ones screaming and clawing to get out and ruin my life, were starting to seep back in. I repressed them as well as I could so that they were just an annoying, dull hum at the back of my mind. "It's fine. I go here all the time." Kayla stared at me for a moment, then pulled her hand back. "I think you should take me home," she said, and pouted, glaring at me. Her arms were crossed, and she didn't look too happy. I sighed. "Kayla, I'm sorry," I said, lowering my voice to sound not as angry as I felt, and knew I must have looked earlier and more seductive. I stepped closer to her, bracing my hands on each side of her face. "I really do want to spend time with you. I swear, it's that damn headache. Give me a chance." She tried to stare me down, but I was giving her soft kisses now. She couldn't resist that. None of the others had either. So easy to trick, so easy to lure. I needed a bigger challenge. She sighed when I pulled away, but it was a contented one. "Okay, fine," she agreed, just like I knew she would. "But are you sure about this?" I nodded. "Positive," I said firmly, even throwing in a smile to prove to her that I was a nice guy. "I know this nice spot. Come on, I'll show you. You have to see what I mean." Kayla chose to hang all over me the rest of the trip. She clutched to my arm, squealed in fright at the sight of an owl, and wouldn't stop blabbering about the latest scandal in her circle of friends and teammates. Thank God the trip lasted only 10 minutes or so. We reached a little clearing with tall pine trees and fallen logs, but it had a nice empty center that shone a little from the moon shining brightly. There was even a connecting stream, the sound of trickling water blatantly obvious, since the only other noise was the crickets chirping every now and then. Kayla finally unlatched her fingernails from my arm and walked ahead of me. She was looking around the place, taking in the details. "It's kinda nice," she commented offhandedly. I kept my eyes locked to her figure, her back turned to me, as I turned off the flashlight. The moonlight was bright enough for me. I stepped closer to Kayla, without her noticing. She was still talking about something or the other.
God.
Didn't these girls ever learn to shut up? Bella would never keep babbling on and on about nonsensical rubbish. The thought of Bella, an image of her wrapped in pretty boy's arms, her family forbidding us to be together, that sent me over the edge. It made me so angry, I literally saw red clouding at my vision. I dropped the flashlight to the ground, a few feet away from where I was standing behind Kayla. I reached into my pocket and fingered the pocket knife I kept with me at all times. "Yeah, it is." I agreed with her absent-mindedly on something or the other. She started at the sound of my voice, so close to her, and turned to face me. Her eyes still held no fear, just excitement, and I played up my own expression to match hers. "Come here," I said in a playful tone, wrapping my arms around her waist and tugging her to me. She squealed, a loud and painful sound, and fell into me, her hands dropping to my chest. "James," she mock-chided. I shrugged, not the least bit repentant. I leaned in, pressing my mouth to hers. I didn't have the patience tonight to pretend I actually cared about her. It wasn't long before my anger returned at the fact that this kiss, this moment, was not the one I wanted. It wasn't the one I craved. My lips turned rough, savagely attacking hers, and my left hand slid into her hair, pulling hard. She gasped, pulling back slightly in pain. Her eyes finally showed a slight hint of fear. Panic appeared on her face when she saw the angry, hard look on my face. "James Dash," she whimpered, but I was past caring. I growled a little, the sound harsh and causing her to flinch back. "Shut up," I snapped at her, not seeing the tears that had accumulated in her eyes. My fingers tightened around her waist, keeping her firmly in my embrace as she started to struggle. "Let go of me," Kayla screamed, struggling even harder now. Thank God it was so secluded here. No one had heard the screams before, and no one would hear the screams now. "Stay still, damn it." I was growing agitated at her constant squirming. When she didn't listen to what I said and openly defied me, I lost what little patience I had with her. Pulling my hand back, I smacked her hard across the cheek. She gasped, falling to the forest floor, one hand pressed to her cheek. She lifted her head and looked up at my towering form with red, watery eyes. "Now just shut up and stay still, Kayla," I said, reaching into my pocket as I bent down next to her. I pulled out the knife, flicking it open. The silver glinted in the soft moonlight, and Kayla's eyes widened at the sight of it. She let out a scream at it and tried to inch backwards, but I restrained her with an arm flung across her middle, trapping her thin arms to her sides. I waved the knife in her face threateningly when she started to kick her legs. I warned, and she immediately ceased the kicking. "Don't make me angry, Kayla," I said, aware that my voice had grown cold. "You won't like me when I'm angry." She started to sob when I pressed the knife to her middle, expecting me to stab her. Instead, I sliced open her shirt, exposing her to the cold wind and to me. She started to sob harder when she realized what I wanted to do. "Please don't," she begged. "Please, please. Just let me go, James. I won't tell anyone. Please." I backhanded her again, the tip of the knife grazing her cheek. She let out a small cry of pain as blood started to seep out from the small gash. I heeded no mind to that, returning to my task. I gripped her skirt, letting my knife slash through the flimsy material. I was right about Kayla. She was a screamer. She was different than the others, mostly because I was so close to Bella now. It was as if the satisfaction Kayla willingly gave to me wasn't enough. I needed the real thing now. Nothing else could compare, could it? I could just imagine Bella with me. She wouldn't be brought here.
No.
These were where all the others had been. I wouldn't tame her like that. She was special. She had to be treated like she was special. I'd bring her back to my place so I could show her my wall. I could show her how much I adored her. She would love it, and her love for me would only be cemented further. I would take her to my bed. She would most likely be wearing a dress. I noticed she wore dresses a lot lately. I'd asked her about it once, and she'd mentioned something about her sister updating her wardrobe. Her dress would probably be blue. She looked amazing in blue. I wouldn't use my knife. She wouldn't try to make it harder on me. She would be pliant and wonderful and beautiful. Just imagining the look in her eyes, the expression on her face, when I'd slide into her, slide home. God, it was ecstasy. My eyes rolled back into my head as I pictured her moaning loudly, her sweet voice screaming out my name over and over again. God, she would be loud too. I knew she would. The quiet ones were always the loudest. I was brought back to reality as the last of my shudders left my body. I looked down, pulling out of Kayla as soon as I'd emptied everything into her. She was barely breathing now, and I knew it was because she was so worn out, so tired after everything we'd done together. Her skin was marred a little by red trails of blood, but a little rough sex was good every now and then. I knew she appreciated it. Kayla was whimpering a little, tears still making their way down her pale cheeks. She looked even paler than before. "Shoo, shoo," I cooed to her, hovering above her with my knees on either side of her. "It'll be fine. Just rest." She started crying again, which I didn't get. Were girls always this weepy during sex? I didn't actually like Kayla, but she'd been good to me tonight, so I thought she deserved even a little gratitude. I smoothed my hand down the sides of her head, feeling her soft hair beneath my fingers. "I'll help you sleep," I offered in a soft voice. "Would you like that?" She didn't answer, so I took that as a yes. I reached for my knife, feeling the soothing effect the weight of it in my palm had on me. Kayla had another scream left in her, though it wasn't as loud as before, as I helped ease her into sleep. I hummed the lullaby my mother had sung to me when I was little, and it seemed to be doing the effect. I chuckled a little when I saw her in my arms, asleep with her eyes wide open and glassy. There was a little trail of blood dripping down the side of her mouth, down her cheek. I rolled my eyes at that a little. Messy. I scolded gently, standing up. I left her there to rest for a little while longer as I went behind the tallest tree there. I'd hidden a knapsack for whenever I might need it. A change of clothes, towels, that sort of thing. Right next to it was a shovel, which I grabbed and jogged back towards Kayla. I continued humming, a relaxing technique for me, and started to dig a foot away from where I knew Janine was sleeping peacefully. When the hole in the ground was deep enough, I climbed out of it and threw the shovel aside. I walked over to Kayla and lifted her into my arms. She stayed limp, still so lazy, and I walked back over to the grave. I placed her inside and begun shoveling the dirt back into place. When I was done, the night was considerably darker than before. Fog was even starting to sink in. I reached for a simple, small yellow flower growing from one of the shrubs nearby and planted it at the very top where I knew Kayla's head was. Janine and the others had similar flowers. I smiled to myself as I stretched, popping my stiff muscles. I returned the shovel to its original spot and grabbed the knapsack and my knife. I headed for the stream, placing the items on the dirt-covered earth before placing my hands underneath the streaming water. The cool water made me shiver slightly, but I mostly ignored it and started cleaning up myself. The redness was a little hard to scrub off, sticky and wet, but I managed. The red liquid covering my knife was slightly easier.
Slightly.
My shirt was ruined. I eyed it in disdain. Kayla was a scratcher. Her nails had even done damage to my chest and back. She'd clawed me throughout our entire time together. Frankly, she should have shorter nails. Those were less painful. I threw my shirt to the ground and reached into my knapsack for a clean shirt. My jeans were splattered with her blood, too, so I exchanged those for a cleaner pair. I stuffed my knife back in my pocket, newly cleaned, and crammed my soiled clothes into the knapsack. The stains wouldn't come off easily, so I should probably just burn them. I sighed, rolling my eyes skyward. I'd really liked that shirt. I swung the knapsack over my shoulder and stood up, dusting off the knees of my jeans. I whistled to a random tune that had popped into my head as I made my trek back to where my car was. Images of Bella began to fill my head once more. But because of Kayla's help, I wasn't as angry or out of control as before. In fact, I was even happy thinking about her. I knew that it would only be a matter of time before I broke down her walls and gave her enough courage to leave her pale ass of a boyfriend. We'd run off together, like some perfect fairy tale romance.
Yes. Soon.
In the meantime, I would just have to make sure that she knew just how much I loved and adored her. My lovely Isabella, what shall my next gift to you be? Carlyle's POV. Not even Jasper knew just how frightened I was. It wasn't the kind of fear I felt when we had our occasional fights with certain vampires. It wasn't fear for my life, my wife, or my family. In a way, it was almost similar. I was so afraid I'd lose my daughter. As horrible as it was to imagine Bella losing the ability to live out her human life, we had all gotten used to thinking that we would have her with us for eternity. The decision had been made so long ago. I didn't know how long eternity was going to last. I didn't know if we'd all get involved in some war that would destroy us all, or if Earth would get fried by the sun and kill us all, or if something else was going to happen to end it. I knew it was a confusing thing to think about, but I had to believe that eternity would come to an end at some point. Be it 100 years from now, 1,000 years, or even 100,000 years. The thing was, our family was finally complete. No matter when eternity would come to an end, or even if it did in the first place, I counted on having plenty of happy memories to tide us over. I never thought of a human threat. I'd always just assumed everything would flow as smoothly as it had always had. We moved from one place to another, undetected. Our lies, or deceptions, Our cover-ups were so flawless, even the best of the humans couldn't even dream of catching us. We were fairly honest, the way we made our money. It was just the trickery of our existence that needed to be done. Occasionally, people would get suspicious. I remembered living in Ithaca in 1952. A co-worker at the hospital I worked in at the time was very suspicious of me. I had been there for 8 years, and I looked exactly the same as the first day I started. Of course, her assumptions were far from the truth. She thought I had the elixir of life. Nothing about vampires. The only reason she got so close was because she had a sort of infatuation with me. We had all moved after a few weeks. It was time to move on anyway. We'd lived there for too long. Once or twice, a human would get close, and they'd notice the stranger things about us. So, yes, I was prepared to make another escape if such a thing were to happen again. But this was beyond anything I'd ever experience. A stalker. A human that was out to get Bella. I sighed and rubbed my temples warily. Sometimes I think she just attracted danger to her like a magnet. My wife came in through my office door and smiled understandingly at me. My whole body sighed in relief at the sight of her. If only for a while, my troubles left me when she entered. Esme came forward and sat on my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck. Her smile made me smile, too. "Don't worry, Carlisle," she said gently, her warm voice soothing me. "We'll make it through this. All of us." I opened my mouth to voice all my worries, but my phone started to ring. I grabbed it and flipped it open. My body tensed as I saw the caller ID. Captain Matt Sung. Esme rubbed my shoulder comfortingly as I answered the call. "Carlisle Cullen," I said curtly into the phone, waiting edgily for the news that awaited me. Chapter 50. Previously, Esme came forward and sat on my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck. Her smile made me smile, too. "Don't worry, Carlisle," she said gently, her warm voice soothing me. "We'll make it through this. All of us." I opened my mouth to voice all my worries, but my phone started to ring. I grabbed it and flipped it open. My body tensed as I saw the caller ID. Captain Matt Sung. Esme rubbed my shoulder comfortingly as I answered the call. "Carlisle Cullen," I said curtly into the phone, waiting edgily for the news that awaited me. General POV. "Carlisle, it's Sung," came the stern voice of Carlisle's friend from the SPD. "I've got news, but you're not going to like it." Carlisle cringed. He'd already figured as much. "Just tell me," he urged, bracing himself for the worst. Matt Sung sighed on the other end of the line. He had known Dr. Carlisle Cullen for just a few years, but he knew Carlisle was a good man. The man seemed to hold his values strongly, and he took to saving lives on a higher level than most people Sung had ever known. He even owed his current position at the SPD to Carlisle, but that was another story for another time. "I did a background check on James Hunter, like you requested," Sung answered Carlisle's question wearily. He knew that if Carlisle was asking him for a favor, especially one like this, which involved him using his connections on the police force to carry out, there had to be a reason behind it. And James Hunter, 18 years old, born and raised in New York City by a single mother, Marissa Hunter. He's bad news, Carlisle. How bad? Brought in for the investigation of several cases involving girls disappearing. Bad, Sung clarified grimly. 6 in total. 3 of them were his neighbors, 2 co-workers in 2 separate workplaces, and one of a woman who had filed a report stating that Hunter was stalking her roommate. Said she wanted to take out a restraining order against Hunter, but she went to work, never returned. Carlisle sucked in a deep breath, running a hand down his face at the news Sung was delivering. Esme, still perched on his lap, ran her fingers soothingly through his golden hair, even if she too was worried beyond belief. Was he ever convicted? He wasn't even charged, Sung scoffed. There wasn't any evidence of him being involved. Roommates or friends would comment that the victims would mention Hunter's obsession with them, but nothing ever came out of it. He's smart. He doesn't leave trails. It's like he's untouchable, invisible. What about the fact that he was linked to 6 disappearances? Carlisle, they wanted to take him in, but without evidence, they couldn't charge him. Sung reminded him, his tone rational. Carlisle sighed. Yes, I know. Sung stayed silent for a few moments before he decided to just ask why Carlisle had taken such an interest in this particular case. Why did you ask me to do a background check on Hunter? Sung asked him curiously. I know he's moved to Forks. You worried for your daughters? Just one, Carlisle admitted, knowing that it was time for him to involve the police. It seems like Hunter has become strangely obsessed with my youngest. Sung's expression fell, a solemn grimace forming on his lips. I'm so sorry, Carlisle, he said sincerely. I'll do everything I can to help protect your family. Thank you, Matt. Carlisle smiled slightly. Hunter has been leaving several gifts for Bella. I'm not sure if that's enough. Not enough to throw him in jail, that's for sure, Sung informed him. But could be enough for a restraining order against him. Alice sat on the love seat, cross-legged. She closed her eyes and breathed in deeply. The place might be chaotic at the moment, what with Emmett and Rosalie right there in the room fighting, loudly, over the remote, Edward and Jasper discussing their latest wrestling match and the music from Bella's iPod practically making Alice's ears bleed, but she needed to calm down. Placing her hands on her knees, Alice forced herself to relax and concentrate. She needed to see into James' future. This being blind thing wasn't a good thing at all. She hated it with a passion. She could only see bits and pieces of his future, and it bothered her, especially since he was so determined to be a part of her sister's life. Hysteria crept into Alice's body as she thought about the things he could do to Bella. Their defenses didn't always lie in their physical strength. Alice had always been able to tell if danger was on the horizon. Edward would be able to read the minds of their enemies, and Jasper could always gauge their emotions, their lies, their truths. Their battle strategy depended on their gifts to an extent. Right now, all 3 of them were stripped of their gifts when it concerned James, and it scared all of them. A part of their defense system was down. They had to wait it out and see what would happen, then plan out their tactics. Mostly, they'd be relying on brute strength. It wasn't a good feeling, this anxiety, this fear. Jasper, noticing Alice's mounting anxiety, forwent his discussion with Edward to focus on her. He sent her a small jolt of serenity, wrapping his arm around her small frame and kissing her cheek gently. Alice, calm down, he said quietly. You're not going to be able to get anything if you keep panicking. God, this is so frustrating, Alice grumbled, rubbing her temples as though she actually had a headache. What is? Bella asked as she stroked Lily's fur, the cat cuddled up on her lap. Lily had been feeling really odd lately, and nothing Bella did would cheer her up. It was starting to be really worrying. Alice shook her head, scowling at nothing in particular. Edward doesn't want me to tell you, she tattled on her brother easily, sticking her tongue out at him where he sat next to his human mate. He's worried you'll be too much of a scaredy cat to handle the truth. Bella shot Edward a look. He had stiffened up in his seat and was shooting Alice a glare. Alice, he hissed. Bella chuckled. Thanks for the overprotective measures, Edward. She reached out and patted his cheek gently. But it's not necessary. I want to know. That last bit was directed at an agitated Alice, who was more than happy to divulge in her frustrations to her best friend. I can't get any visions of James. Bella frowned. As annoying as that must be for you, Dash. Very annoying, Alice interjected. That's not exactly news, she pointed out. You haven't been able to see James since the beginning. Alice sighed despondently. True. Jasper wrapped his arms around Alice, pulling her to him. She buried her face in his chest and breathed him in. It worked like a charm, and she pulled back, staring up into his breathtaking butterscotch eyes. He smiled at her as if he knew exactly what she was thinking. "It'll be okay, Alice," he assured her. "Even without our gifts, we'd be able to protect her. She's our sister, our family. Don't forget, Alice, we have the strength of 7 vampires on our side. This one single human can't do much damage, even if he is crazier than most people." Alice nodded her head slowly. "When you put it like that," she trailed off, mulling over his words. It made sense, of course, that they would be able to overthrow one measly human. It was laughable that James thought he could actually corner them and overpower them. He just wasn't strong enough. He wasn't enough to even handle Alice, the smallest vampire in the family. How was he supposed to handle all of them put together? With one flick of Alice's wrist, she could snap his neck. But that wasn't how they were going to handle this. They were going by human laws. Too many people were involved in this now. The entire student population of Forks High had seen James around Bella, had seen the obvious lust he felt for her. He'd given her a gift, and she'd return it to him publicly. Mike Newton had commented on his bravery at approaching a Cullen girl. Carlisle had even approached a human police officer about James. If they were to handle James their way, and he were to suddenly disappear, too many questions would be asked. Not to mention the fact that his infatuation with Bella had been alerted to the police captain of the SPD, no less. On one hand, it was incredibly smart of Carlisle to alert the police and let them handle this. It would give the Cullens more information, and it would mean that none of them would bear the burden of another human life on their hands. Bella wouldn't feel guilty about it, either, the way all of them knew she would feel if one of them were to kill James. On the other hand, it was stupid. If something drastic were to occur, they would have no way of knowing until the last possible second, and they'd have no way of preventing it. What? Were they supposed to massacre the entire state now? There were just too many variables. Too many factors. Too many things that could go wrong. Alice bit her lip and looked back up into Jasper's eyes. "I don't know, Jazz," she said uneasily. "I know I can't see, and maybe this is just anxiety, but I can't help but feel like we're underestimating him somehow. We're missing something, a very big something, and I just don't know what it is." Worry was shining in his eyes now, but he set his jaw and nodded. "We'll figure it out," he said determinedly. "Don't worry, Alice. Nothing bad's going to happen to any one of us. I won't let it." He spoke with such conviction that she immediately believed him. He was right, of course. Whatever it was, they'd handle it. Nothing would happen to their family. So, pushing the thoughts of missing puzzle pieces to the back of her head, Alice laid back and allowed herself the comfort of Jasper's touch. Sometime between Bella wanting to watch the latest episode of Grey's Anatomy and having Rosalie back her up, and Emmett ignoring both women and turning on ESPN, a vision flashed through Alice's mind, causing her to frown. Jasper noticed, then again. He very rarely didn't notice anything concerning Alice. He was so very attuned to her, which she loved. "What's wrong, darling?" he asked, sitting up straighter as he registered my frustration and
confusion.
Alice shook her head, trying to clear it, blinking a little. "Is it James? Something to do with Bella's?" Alice smiled a little at him to reassure him, though her smile was half-hearted. "No, it's not James or Bella," she said, causing him to relax minimally. "Then what is it?" He seemed wary. Alice sighed. "I've just been getting random visions. It's giving me an almost headache," she complained. "What are the random visions about?" Emmett asked from his spot on the floor, pointer finger pressing the channel button repeatedly as he flipped through the channels at a maddening pace. "Are they strange family out in Nowheresville eating dinner random, or clowns scaring little children random?" Alice looked up at him, eyebrow raised and a pained expression on her face. "How do you even come up with something like that?" she muttered, her question rhetorical. Pausing, she added, "Clown," answering his strange question. "Huh? It's more of these people," Alice continued. "Some of these visions are of people I'd never seen before, lying there, dead dash." Emmett snorted. "I see dead people," he intoned in the perfect Haley Joel Osment imitation. When no one laughed with him, and Lily merely let out a depressed sort of meow, Emmett scowled. "Tough crowd," he muttered, returning to channel surfing. Alice rolled her eyes. "Anyway, like I was saying, either they're already dead, or they're being taken. My visions are sort of hazy when that happens, like something's blocking me from seeing the whole picture." She shook her head. "What the hell is the point of being clairvoyant when everything's blocking my third eye?" Bella wrinkled her nose. "Third eye? Really, Alice?" Alice glared at her. Bella stifled her laughter. "Sorry." She adopted a somber tone. "Listen, I'm sorry that you're having such a hard time. Is there anything I can do?" Alice shook her head, sighing. "No, I just need to figure out what these visions mean." "You don't think it has any connection to James, do you?" Rosalie asked sharply, amber eyes fixed on her sister. "No, no way," Alice assured Rosalie. "Those dead bodies had definitely been drained of blood. It's the work of vampires." Jasper, next to Alice, started. "Are these murders happening nearby?" "I can't tell for sure," Alice murmured, her eyes sliding shut as she focused on the latest string of visions she had gotten, her mind taking in every detail presented to her, clear or otherwise. A flash of a street name caught her eye, and her eyes flew open, her head snapping around in her husband's direction. Jasper and Edward both had tensed up, the former from the emotions that had suddenly changed, and the latter due to seeing the vision in Alice's head. "They're in Seattle," Edward growled in reply to Jasper's silent question. "The murders?" The others in the room grew alert, tensed. "That close?" Rosalie asked, not at all pleased by that. Alice nodded. "I'm sure of it," she answered confidently. "Who could it be, though?" Jasper shook his head. "Does it matter?" "This is our territory," he reminded his mate. Alice shot him a stern look. "This isn't back in the South, Jazz," she said softly. "No, but most of our kind knows there's an Olympic coven. They can't hunt here, especially not when it's enough to give you visions about it." Alice opened her mouth to argue, when something on TV caught her eye. "Emmett, change back the channel. No, the news," she urged. Emmett grumbled. "Alice, the news is boring," he complained even as he complied with her wish. "What is it?" "The fourth body found in the last 2 weeks. The police are concerned this could be the work of a serial killer. Nothing physically distinctive about the bodies. The most alarming, most intriguing coroner's report, blood drained from the victims." Alice's eyes widened as she took in 2 out of the 3 sketches shown on the TV screen of the victims they had been able to identify. "Hey, I saw those 2 in my visions," she told the others, frowning at the screen. The 6 of them stared at the TV, incredulous. "What do you think?" "Nomads?" Rosalie asked out loud. Jasper shook his head. "Nomads would be more careful," he insisted. "It's sloppy, gaining such large attention from the humans. It has to be newborns." "Newborns in Seattle." Emmett rolled his eyes. "Exactly what we need." "Could it be the vampires you saw in your vision the other day?" Bella asked Alice, eyeing her curiously, trying to repress a shiver of fright. "When you were hunting, you said you saw a couple of vampires. Could they have been the newborns?" Alice shook her head.
No.
"They were far too controlled," she said, figuring that was the best word to describe it. "Newborns would have been much more crazed with their thirst. They were definitely nomadic. Besides, they headed north. I saw that. They couldn't have tricked you somehow?" Alice scoffed. "Please, Bella." She rolled her eyes, her tone suggesting that the idea was too ludicrous to even consider. They would have to know about me and my gift to even try and evade me. We've never crossed paths before. They wouldn't know. Edward sighed, raking his hand through his hair. Well, if it's not them, then we have no idea who it is. Newborns don't just appear out of thin air, he pointed out. Someone must have created them. Someone in Seattle's? Rosalie asked uneasily. Emmett gave her a wolfish grin. Don't worry, babe. They can't get past these babies right here. He held up his arms, flexing his muscles. In a completely idiotic move, he pressed a kiss to each bicep. Bella rolled her eyes and shared a look with Jasper, but Rosalie merely smiled indulgently at her husband. Oh, Alice murmured sadly, another vision flooding her mind.
What?
I saw an announcement the principal is going to make tomorrow. One of the girls from school is missing, she informed the others. Such a sad thing. Bella frowned, making a sympathetic sound at the back of her throat. Anyone we know? She asked, sounding terrified to know the answer. Please don't let it be Angela. She prayed silently, forgetting for a moment that she'd just spoken to her only genuine human friend not an hour ago. Alice shook her head. No, she assured Bella. You never really met her before. Bella wasn't sure what the right response to that was, but she was pretty sure being relieved wasn't an appropriate emotion. So she merely nodded thankfully at Alice, dropping her gaze back to a mellow lily. We should probably head into Seattle tomorrow, Jasper said, jumping right back into their discussion of the nomadic vampires on a killing spree so close to their home. Try and find. He was cut off, however, when Carlisle and Esme entered the room, hand in hand and wearing similar expressions of weariness. We have some bad news, Carlisle said upon entry. The patriarch and matriarch of the Cullen family froze in their tracks, their eyes taking in the somber mood of their children. So do we, Edward replied, grimacing, his face growing stony as he took in what they had been thinking. This is a very, very bad situation, he commented to himself, his arm tightening around Bella's shoulder slightly as he tucked her closer to his body, the instinct to protect his mate becoming almost too unbearable. Unknown POV. Jazz catch. My eyes narrowed as I gazed down at the coven down below. They were, yet again, in the same clearing they went to every time thunder was present. They were playing a game of baseball, as ridiculous as that sounded. Then again, there was a lot of things about this particular coven that were ridiculous. The fact that they drank from animals, for one. For another, instead of preparing themselves for the vampire wars brewing yet again, in Europe this time, they were preoccupied with the protection of a single, silly human girl. She was probably the most insignificant, clumsiest, stupidest human I had ever known to exist. She willingly stayed with a coven of vampires. Animal drinkers or no, they still required blood to survive and could easily slip and drink her dry. What a merry day that would be, treating them as though they were family, playmates. I watched as the human girl threw herself into the large, hulking vampire they called Emmett. If a human ever had the gall to touch me like that, to speak to me in any way that suggested we were of the same standing, they would be dead in 2 seconds flat. Yet this human girl had survived years of living with this coven. Pathetic. They weren't worthy of being vampires, of belonging to the strongest, most lethal species in the world. They were weak, controlled by their emotions and their desire to retain their humanity. This was exactly why I knew I would have absolutely no trouble whatsoever taking them all out, including the human girl. The only one I would fight to keep relatively unharmed was the small, bubbly female, Alice. I found Alice before any of them did, even before her blonde scarred mate did. I found Alice in the early 1900s when her parents first threw her into the asylum back in Biloxi. She had been thinner than she was now, as strange and unbelievable as that was. She was thinner, more gaunt, and looked as though she was haunted every second of every day. I had heard, rumors spoken in hushed tones, that Mary Alice Brandon was a witch. She could see into the future, predict everything. At first I didn't believe it, but when the rumors spiked again, saying how Mary Alice was being thrown into the mental asylum, I decided to pay her a visit. See it for myself. The first few weeks she was in that asylum, she didn't do much but scream. I thought it was desperation on her part, desperation to get out, desperation to be accepted, to be normal, desperation to be anywhere but locked in a cell, to be anyone but her. Then she became insanely quiet, and that was when I first allowed her to glimpse me. The first words she threw my way told me the rumors were right. At least, partially. Mary Alice wasn't a witch, but she was clairvoyant. The hallways were dark, badly lit, and starkly empty. It was nighttime, and only 2 nurses were at the front desk. Nurses who were easy for a vampire like myself to get past without them noticing at all. I slipped past the heavy doors leading to the cells filled with the inpatients, smiling to myself as I heard them screaming, some at nothing, some in pain, some hallucinating demons in there with them. Pain and fear. I took in a deep breath.
Good.
I started walking down the hallway, small, cramped cells each with one insane inhabitant inside on either side of me. Some of them merely stared at me as I passed. Some barely acknowledged me, lost in their own world. Others, though, they screamed louder when they caught sight of me. I supposed my red eyes gave them fear. I finally reached the cell I intended to visit. Turning to face it, I kept my eyes locked on the inhabitant of the cell. She was crouched on the farthest wall, her back pressed to it, her knees drawn up to her chest. The plain white gown she wore, as was protocol for every female inpatient, was streaked with dirt, her hair short, chopped off messily. Her dark silver eyes, already an anomaly on their own, flickered to me the moment I walked into her line of sight, and stayed on me as I crouched down in front of her cell. Her expression, blank and void of any emotion before, twisted into one of fear. She stared to shake her head, her pupils dilating and growing wider and wider. "No, no, no," she mumbled, eyes flickering before they shut close. "All the blood, no, not me. There's fire everywhere. Fire everywhere, no, no, no," she screamed, her words bleeding into one another as she spoke so fast they stumbled. I started to chuckle. She really was crazy. "Psst," I hissed at her. Entertaining as she may be, I had a job to do. If she wasn't really psychic, she was only wasting my time. "Hey girl, look here." Her silver eyes snapped open and she stared at me, fearful. "Demon," she whispered, her tone horrified. "You're a demon. Blood all over you, all over your hands, demon. Demon." She started to scream, looking around her as though she expected someone to swoop down and save her. A few more visits confirmed what I already suspected. She was clairvoyant and useful to me. If I changed her. The 3rd time I went to her, I caught a scent unlike the others in the crazy house. It was sweet, but unappealing in terms of a meal. It was cinnamon and honey. It was a scent not unlike mine. Mary Alice had a vampire protector. He was easy enough to get rid of, just an ancient vampire too weak in his old age and taking a human job as a doctor in the asylum. Of course, the moment he found out I was after Mary Alice, he snatched her out of the asylum, hid her in the forest, and bit her. He led me on a false trail so that when I finally caught up to them, I would realize that there was no them, just the ancient vampire. It took me some time to track them down, and by the time I found where he'd hid her, 3 days had passed, her change was complete, and she had run off, nowhere to be found. I was derailed as I went looking for her, running into a few old allies turned backstabbing foes. Some of them I turned on, and it took me some time to recover. I hid for a while. By the time it was safe enough for me to travel again, to find Mary Alice, years had passed. I almost gave up on her, but I continued the search with only the thought of her gift spurring me on. I had never met a true psychic before. Not even in my world was that a common gift. She was a rare, incredibly useful commodity for me, especially if rumors about an ever-expanding coven expanding underground in France, wanting to overtake Europe for their own. I didn't know how or why the Volturi weren't already after them the moment the rumors started, but I wasn't going to wait until it was too late. I needed Mary Alice and her gift to help me get through the next war. I finally saw her again in the late 1950s. And, again, I almost gave up on her. She wasn't alone when I saw her again. She was much less crazy, and over the years, I discovered by conversations she's had that she couldn't remember her human life at all. Not even me. But she did have her gift, and I learned that she had discovered how to master it. Her visions were based on decisions. Even more useful. War was all about strategy, decisions made and followed. But I couldn't just snatch her up. She had a companion with her, a scarred blonde male I would have been afraid of even if I had no idea who he was, simply because of his dangerous vibe and the scars that showed he'd been in too many fights to count, and won them all. As it turned out, however, I did know who he was. There had been a couple of nomads I'd run into, one of them a beautiful Hispanic artist who had drawn a picture of the god of war. I'd seen the sketch and had recognized him immediately. As for his title, there hadn't been one vampire in our world who didn't know who the god of war was if they'd been around when the Southern Wars had been waging. He was famous for being ruthless, for being the unbeatable fighter. He didn't seem all that ruthless or unbeatable when he was next to Alice. That was the name she preferred going by, and she only knew it was her name due to her hospital bracelet on her wrist when she'd first woken up. When I first caught sight of the god of war in real life, when he was next to Alice, he just seemed out of control. That was even more dangerous. If he was out of control, he might be even more aggressive towards me if I dared approach them. He seemed like he was struggling with all his might not to just grab the nearest human and sink his teeth into them. His eyes had been a fading orange color, and I had no idea why he would even abstain. Of course, one look at Alice's tawny eyes told me the truth. They had mated. She was a disgusting animal drinker, and he was trying to change for her. Again, pathetic. Still, I didn't want to risk death by approaching them, so I bid my time and finally decided that it might be better for me if I had an ally by my side. So I left them and began my search. It wasn't an easy task, finding an ally amongst a sea of nomads. None of us were very trusting creatures, and if there was no trust, there was an almost 100% guarantee that we would turn on each other. Finally, however, I found someone I trusted just enough to help me. It was the early 1970s by the time we caught up to Alice and her mate, Jasper Whitlock. When we did, I almost screamed in frustration. They had joined a bigger coven, with a leader almost as famous as Jasper was. Carlisle Cullen, probably the pioneer of animal-drinking vampires himself. They were the Olympic Coven, known in several circles for their close friendship with the Volturi. My companion started getting wary. He hadn't signed on to anger the Volturi, nor had he signed on to fight such a large coven. I paid him no heed. He had been the one to state boastfully that he could take out Jasper Whitlock if given the chance. That in itself was a suicide mission. If he could do it halfway, he could do it all the way. But he was right when he said that we needed to be careful, that we needed a game plan. So we set about to create a game plan, tracking not only Alice but her warrior mate and the rest of her coven. It was easy to go by unnoticed. Before my companion came into the picture, all I had to do was change my decisions all the time and make sure none of them had anything to do with Alice or her queer bunch of vampire family. But my companion has a gift, too. He blocks out all mental abilities, cloaking us in darkness. I made a decision once, a long time ago, just to test out this cloak of his. Alice mentioned to her mate that she felt someone was coming their way, but it was all hazy and she couldn't see a thing. We didn't have to be so careful anymore, though we certainly kept our guard up. We had come so far, me especially, and nothing would stand in our way. I'd make sure of that. Our combined abilities, his mental block and my own ability to erase our trails so that it would seem like we were never there in the first place, like we were invisible, worked in our favor for decades. But we were both getting restless. The war was drawing even closer according to the rumors, and we were nowhere near what I'd wanted since I'd first seen scrawny little human Mary Alice Brandon. Our restlessness, paired with our distractedness during our hunt, caused us to slip momentarily. Alice saw a brief glimpse of us, strange red-eyed nomads in the Cullens' territory. It was enough to set the entire coven on alert, even the puny stray human they'd taken in. So we decided to use her ability instead of block it this time. We've decided to head north, and Alice was once again off our trail, my companion's mental cloak once again in place, and my ability erasing any trails that we were ever there in case any of the Cullens decided to seek us out. They didn't, and we were once again in the all clear. I viewed our slip-up as a sign. We had to move, and we had to move soon. I had wanted to get started on building my own newborn army. I could train that army and use it to take down the Cullens. It would definitely put my companion's worries at ease, since he was so worried that we wouldn't survive going up against such a large coven. I had to admit, I was worried about that as well. Besides, building and training an army now would be like practice for the big leagues. But then something remotely interesting began to happen, disrupting the dismal lives of the most boring coven to have ever lived. The stray human they brought in, all grown into a pretty adolescent girl, had acquired herself a stalker. At first, this didn't even register as a blimp on my radar, but my companion made an observation. He figured that this human boy had a gift of his own. It wasn't possible that the human male, James, had managed to get past an entire coven of vampires unnoticed, even if they were weaklings. He had to have a gift of his own, activated even just at the lowest level, when he was still human.
Just like Alice.
My interest grew. We had already gotten started on our own army, and one of our more seasoned allies, a vampire by the name of Owen who had been changed sometime in the late 19th century, backed up my companion's theory. Owen had an ability, too. One that proved to be incredibly useful considering he would now handpick the humans we could change without us having to go through the tedious process of changing a random human, waiting for them to go through the transformation only to discover they were a waste of time and space because they were completely talentless, not only gift-wise, but battle-wise as well. Owen was able to sense the gifts others had. If they were vampires, he would know what abilities they had. If they human, he was able to tell what abilities they would acquire once they were turned. In James' rare case, and Alice's when she was human, he already had a gift as a human. James had the ability to evade. He had some sort of block, something similar to my companion's, only more extensive. Alice was completely blind to him without him even knowing about it, let alone trying to keep her out. Jasper was unable to sense his emotions, and was therefore unable to manipulate him. Edward, the mate of the human girl, as crazy as that was, who was telepathic, was unable to read James' mind. He was a total and complete block. He'd be a great tracker, Owen had told me. If he was changed and he learned, he'd be a great tracker. No one would be able to get the handle on him, and he could just slip in and out unnoticed. My interest solidified. So I waited even more, Owen and my original, sole companion by my side, our expanding army behind us. My companion was getting restless, as was Owen, though not as much since he was new to our little group, but I was patiently waiting in the shadows because now that I knew what James could be capable of, I wanted to see what he was already capable of. Besides, What self-respecting human blood-drinking vampire didn't enjoy a little chaos, destruction, and fear? This was all three wrapped into one, as I'd find out when I'd followed James the night that he murdered the human girl he'd lured into the woods. That night, my lust for him spiked. Be it something physical or a desire to have him changed and be in my army, I wasn't sure. All I knew was I was enjoying the game so far, and as much as I couldn't wait to get what I wanted, I would enjoy the ride. "Will you come on?" my companion hissed in my ear, glaring at me as he came to rest by my side. "You've been staring at them all day. Let's go before they catch us. We have to keep a distance." "Yes," Owen drawled, his tone as low. "Besides, I'm getting hungry, Victoria. You know the only drawback of your plan to stay inconspicuous is that we have to hunt as far as Seattle." I sighed, my red hair whipping as I turned my head to look at the coven one last night for tonight. "Victoria," my companion called edgily. Rolling my eyes, I turned back to the other two, leaping from the tree I was in to the one they were perched in a few feet away. "All right, Lauren," I growled back, not at all impressed by his impatience. "I'm coming." Edward's POV. I had been wary of James Hunter since the beginning, even before I'd met him. When I'd laid eyes on him and hadn't been able to have access to his mind, I had panicked even more. I knew Bella thought I was overreacting. In her opinion, I tended to be overprotective and overreact each and every time something that poses even a minuscule amount of threat was around her. She hadn't understood how bizarre and unnatural it was for a human being, no less, to be such a void. She had confided in me once, at the very beginning when she couldn't see anything horrible about James at all, that she was ecstatic to know that she wasn't the only freak whose mind I couldn't read. I knew that she had always felt as though there was something wrong with her mind, as though it was broken or different, and that was the reason why it was closed off to me. It had bothered her for years, even if she didn't exactly want her thoughts to be open to anyone. I didn't know how to explain to her that the way her mind was closed off to me and the way James' mind was closed off to me were completely different. With Bella, it was as if it was just silent.
Peaceful, calm.
Like the way one would witness the stillness of the world, sitting atop a hill on a beautiful, clear night. It wasn't alarming, it just was. With James, it was like static. It was as though something was blocking me, something dark. There was always a sense of foreboding every time I tried to get a read on him and failed, like I simply wasn't seeing something that was right in front of me, and it was going to be my downfall. Now that I was being proven right, I wish I wasn't. Who would have thought that James would be so dangerous? The book, the medication, the shrine, the gift, he had showed up at our house just hours ago. He had actually been in this house when Bella had been alone in it. That last one made me shudder. I was pulled out of my thoughts when I felt Bella shiver. She pulled herself closer to me, snuggling into my side. I could see the worry etched on her features, practically smell the fear in her scent. I wrapped my arms more firmly around Bella, my fingers drawing patterns on her back. It was already past her usual bedtime, but she was still wide awake. Perhaps everything that had transpired today had wound her up. In any case, I just let her lay next to me in silence, not urging her to sleep unless she was ready to close her eyes. Rose hadn't even come barging and demanding that I get the hell out of Bella's room since she didn't want us sleeping together. Of course, I could unfortunately hear Emmett distracting her next door, but I was trying to block that out of my mind. Bella scooted closer to me on her bed, resting her head on my shoulder. "Edward?" I heard her soft voice call out quietly. I turned my head to look at her, struck once more by the beautiful color of her deep chocolate eyes. She paused for a moment when she looked at me, and I knew it was because of my eyes. I knew they were darker than they had been just an hour ago. It wasn't because of thirst, however. She knew that, too. It was because of my anger, my worry, my frustrations over everything that was happening. Is everything going to be okay? She asked, real concern coloring her quiet tone. I had lifted her thin body up and laid her down on top of me before she could blink. My arms held her to my cool body, gently but firmly. One hand kept running through her soft, long hair. Yes, I answered her firmly. I know that I can't say this surely considering Alice can't see the future of this situation, but I assure you, Bella, I will never let anyone take you from me. I felt her shiver again, though I was pretty sure it had nothing to do with the temperature of my body. She had gotten used to our body temperature years ago. She was possibly the only human in the entire world who felt more comfortable with cold walking corpses than warm, alive bodies. I felt her smile as she laid her head back down on my chest, her cheek pressed against my shirt. I wish that Carlisle's police friend would have enough evidence to arrest him, Bella sighed. The hand I had on her back curled involuntarily into a tight fist, her sleep shirt bunched up in my fingers. I wish I could tear him to shreds, I muttered angrily, all the conflicting emotions I was feeling about our tight spot flooding back to me. Bella lifted her head and placed one small, feminine hand on my cool cheek. I blinked my eyes, which I knew had to be coal black by now, at her touch, the warmth surprising me even now, and turned my head slightly to press a gentle kiss to her palm. I closed my eyes and breathed in her scent near her wrist. Don't, Edward, she whispered, her deep dark brown orbs shining as she gazed at me. I know you're angry, Dash. I shook my head, coming out of my Bella-induced stupor. I'm past simply angry, I muttered, sitting up, Bella still curled on top of me, and running a hand through my messy hair. I made no move to remove her from my lap, and she made no move to do it herself, which I was thankful for. Instead, she maneuvered her body so that she was straddling my lap more comfortably, her long, lean legs wrapped around my waist. You don't understand, Bella, I insisted. You're my mate. You are my life, my everything. This pathetic human decides that he could just threaten the life we're going to have together. Threaten our forever. It's unacceptable. Despite my angry words, Bella started to smile. Her hand on my cheek started to caress my marble skin. I gave her a confused look.
What?
I asked confusedly. Bella shrugged, a soft smile playing on her full lips. It's not very often that you would talk about the eternity we're supposed to get together, she explained. Well, that was true. Normally, I would be much more depressed about it all, drowning in my sorrow and guilt. No matter how many times Bella would assure me that her life would have no meaning without me and our family, I wouldn't be able to really believe her. I would listen to the voice inside my head instead of her, born out of my insecurities and all the angst I'd felt for decades before she came into my life, telling me that one day, Bella would grow to resent me for missing out on an actual human life like she deserved. It's a refreshing change, Bella was saying. I blinked a few times, coming back down to reality and focusing on her words. Even if it is fueled by her temper, I feel like sometimes I'm the only one between the two of us who has faith that we're meant to be together forever. My arms around her slim waist tightened considerably, just enough not to cause me pain. I dropped my head to the crook of her neck, my lips pressed to the bare skin there, exposed to me because of the tank top Alice had insisted she wore. I'm sorry I ever made you feel that way, love. I apologized, my voice soft and repentant. A shiver racked through her body, momentarily distracting me. I don't have doubts about us. Not a single one. I just have doubts that someday you will regret me. And I can't bear that, Bella. I can't. Bella's soft lips pressed to my forehead, her warm hands cupping my cheek and lifting my head so that she could look into my eyes. There was a steely determination swimming in her eyes, making them seem darker than usual. I would never regret you. Edward Cullen, she told me fiercely, her voice shaking with emotion. Why would I when you are the best thing about my world? Don't ever say that again. Don't ever think it. My hands flew to her head, bringing her close to me and pressing fervent kisses all over her lovely face. Nothing will take you from me, I promised her in the most steady voice I could manage. Not James, not whatever it is that's going on in Seattle, nothing. I can't bear it. I won't lose you, Bella. My voice had cracked slightly at the end, and Bella shushed me in a soft, soothing tone, running her hand repeatedly through my perpetually messy hair. Edward, you won't lose me, she assured me. Yes, this is a new kind of threat, but we'll still stay together through it all. I pulled back and gave her a small smile. I'm supposed to be the one comforting you, I mumbled. Bella chuckled slightly, shaking her head. It's not how a relationship works, Edward, she chided gently. We comfort each other. You're doing wonders just being with me. Without preamble, I flipped her onto her back and ran my nose along her jaw, taking deep breaths of her beautiful scent. I love you, my Bella, I whispered, my eyes fluttering close as I held her. When I felt her shiver again, although I knew it had absolutely nothing to do with being cold, I smiled against her neck and asked, Cold? Nah, she replied in a playful tone, her fragile human arms locked as tightly around me as possible, as though she wished to anchor me there with her. Don't worry, my love, I murmured against her skin, my lips brushing against her pulse. I won't leave you. 2 weeks had passed since Captain Matsung's phone call to Carlisle. And 2 weeks had passed since the principal had called a morning assembly to announce the disappearance of Kayla Hendricks. The police hadn't given out much information, just that there were no suspects as of yet, and no clues as to where Kayla might have gone the night she disappeared. They were urging friends to come forward if they knew anything. I could read it in the minds of the investigating officers, however, that they had one suspect very clearly in their minds, James Hunter. The fact that 3 women, all between the ages of 17 to 22, had disappeared in and around Forks since James had appeared in this small town, not to mention the added suspicions of his involvement in all of those disappearances back in New York City. James was a very closely watched suspect. They had brought him in for questioning, but he had provided an alibi. A friend of his in Port Angeles who owned a garage. It was a shady alibi provided by a shady friend, but it was an alibi nonetheless. None of the other humans, teachers, students, townsfolk in general, knew about James being taken in, since the cops investigating Kayla's disappearance were very discreet about things. But the cops are going to find something on him, right? Bella asked as we exited the Volvo, Thursday afternoon right after school. They think he did it? I nodded. Yes, but they don't have any evidence yet, I reminded her. Why can't they just search his apartment? If Carlisle tells his cop friend about what Jazz and Rose saw, I was already shaking my head as she spoke. They need a reason to get a warrant to search someone's home. Bella, besides, it's not as if Carlisle could just reveal to his friend how 2 of his children know about what's inside their suspect's house. I sighed, drawing my arm around her waist and pulling her closer to my side. We'll have to wait, I suppose. Bella didn't look like she found that particular option very appealing either. I hate this, she muttered, scowling. What if he really did take Kayla? What if she's out there, hurt and needing help? Shouldn't that be reason enough? I didn't answer her questions. I knew that the probability of Kayla Hendricks still being alive, after over 2 weeks of being missing, were pretty slim. Honey, you've got mail. Esme kissed Bella on the cheek and handed her a large, thick brown envelope as Bella dropped her bag on the floor and curled up on the couch. Bella frowned as she flipped the envelope, scanning it front to back. Who's it from? She asked. There's no return address. I shot a look at my mother, who seemed as concerned as I was. Another one? I asked through clenched teeth, just as the others filed in through the front door. Rosalie caught sight of the envelope first. James sent you something else? She inquired, eyes flicking to Bella. Gifts from James had been appearing in the mail. They had all started out innocent, mixed CDs, love letters which I had shredded before she could read all of it, candy and flowers a few days ago. Things had taken a turn for the worst, however. Instead of candy, she received feathers, painted red with what Jasper said was dried pig's blood. Instead of music, she received locks of silken dark mahogany hair, knotted together with stringy light brown. Instead of fresh, red roses, she received black, rotting roses, maggots crawling all over them in the box. That last one, she hadn't opened herself. Esme had smelled the decay the moment the mailman had delivered them, and it had been taken away immediately. Thank God. Bella shrugged, already tearing at the seal. I don't know, she muttered. No return address. She reached into the open envelope, pulling out a small, white slip of paper. She unfolded it, reading the words with wide eyes, her hands starting to shake. I've been following you, seeing into what you do, almost knowing for sure what you think. It's only fair that you know what I think about all day. Alice, she called out. Could you please? She nodded at the envelope. She would have asked me, I supposed, since I was sitting right next to her, but I'd read the words over her shoulder and my eyes had gone pitch black since now I knew that James had sent it. I was pretty sure I'd rip the envelope in two if she'd asked me. Alice nodded, darting forward and grabbing the envelope from her lap. She overturned it, glossy pictures falling out and plopping onto the coffee table. The very first one showed a picture of Bella and James, walking arm in arm down the street, Bella laughing and smiling, gazing adoringly at James. Only the head was a little disproportionate to the body, and this event had never taken place at all. James had snapped pictures out and about in town with her vampire boyfriend, and had edited it so that it was his own face gazing right back at Bella. The rest of the pictures were a variation of the first one, all photoshopped. Some were of Bella and me together, out and about in Forks or in Port Angeles, strolling or at a restaurant. Bella was eating and I was talking to her, except none of the faces were mine. Some were of us in my car, kissing before the bell rang for first period like we did sometimes. Only James' blonde hair and smug expression was the one plastered to Bella's sweet one. Some weren't even of me and Bella, but of scantily clad women and practically naked men in compromising situations, their faces replaced with Bella's and James'. There were also quite a few pictures just like the first one, just a photo of Bella, taken during inopportune moments, like a shot of her from the neck up as she showered in a stall in the girls' locker room bathroom at school, the picture slightly hazy due to the shower steam. A crunching noise alerted me to the fact that I'd snapped the TV remote in half, or a picture of her taken from a sniper shot. Oh, God, Bella said, throwing the pictures onto the table, pushing them far from her. I think I'm going to be sick. I was already grabbing at the glossy photos, intent on throwing them away. She didn't need to see physical proof of this boy's mental illness any longer, and I certainly didn't want any of those pictures in the house. I was about to throw them into the fireplace when I was stopped. Edward, stop, Carlisle's voice rang out. I looked up, surprised. I hadn't even noticed him entering the room. Surprise turned into frustration. Carlisle, these pictures dash. I know what those pictures are, son. He interrupted me. I was right here with all of you. I saw them, too. Before I could ask him why, then, didn't he want me to get rid of them? Carlisle had spoken again. My friend, Captain Sung, is coming over. Bella's head snapped around to look at him, eyes wide.
What?
Why? She was terrified that I could smell clearly. Carlisle sighed, running a hand through his hair. I called him earlier, he admitted. You know how I said I threw out those gifts that James sent you? Bella nodded. I lied. I sent them to Sung, as evidence. He's coming over to get a statement from you. Then we can work on a restraining order. Rosalie scoffed, crossing her arms. A restraining order, she sneered. You think that would work? Our father figure shrugged, reaching me and tugging the pictures gently out of my grasp, probably worried that I'd grip them too tightly and ruin them. "Maybe," he said smoothly. "James Hunter is human, Rosalie. A restraining order is exactly what humans use to keep their equally human stalkers at bay." Rosalie scoffed again and looked away, shaking her head as though she disagreed with him, but she didn't say anything else. Carlyle looked down at the pictures in his hand, flipping them overdue that he wouldn't have to see any of the disgusting images. "He'll be here shortly, so why don't you just go upstairs? Relax for a while, I'll call you when he gets here," he suggested to Bella. Too freaked out to protest, Bella simply nodded. She stood up, grasping my hand and tugging as hard as she could. I stood up and followed her, not needing any persuasion. I knew she must be scared, and I wanted to comfort her in any way I could. If that meant staying in her line of sight for the moment, I'd gladly do that. She sank down on her bed the moment we reached her room, flopping backwards and uttering a weary sigh as she stretched out. "This is..." She shook her head from side to side, squeezing her eyes tightly. "It's not real, sweetheart," I inquired in a low murmur, perching on the edge of her bed and helping her to remove the sneakers she'd insisted on wearing to school. The argument she'd presented Alice with was that if James decided to come after her with an axe, she could run faster if she was in sneakers compared to heels. Alice hadn't been impressed, and I was hardly pleased that Bella had turned her situation into a joke, but we were running late as it was, and Bella had won.
Barely.
"It doesn't seem real," she said again, rolling to her side and propping her head up with her palm, elbow pressed against the mattress. "It's like some sort of creepy horror flick. Or an episode in one of those cop shows which are, I have to admit, surprisingly addictive. I never thought a thing like this could happen in real life." The corner of my lip curled up slightly. "I don't want you to worry, love," I said, reaching out to smooth my fingers through her soft hair. Bella sighed again. "Unfortunately, worrying comes so very naturally right now," she quipped. We stayed there, just staring into each other's eyes, for a long moment. Finally, Bella blinked and looked away.
"Where's Lily's?" "What?"
"Lily," Bella repeated, sitting up. "She comes right up to me every day after I come home from school. She's not here." That was true. The orange cat that I had given Bella so many years ago was as fond of my love as Bella was of her. It was never far from where Bella was at all times, and every day, when Bella came home from school, Lily would come forward, brushing her furry body against Bella's legs before jumping onto her lap and demanding a cuddle for some time. Either she was psychic, or she could tell time, or she'd just gotten used to the routine. Lily never failed to show, no matter where she'd been earlier. Today, however, she was a no-show. I hadn't even noticed until Bella had mentioned her. She was now looking around the room, searching for her beloved kitty. "Lily," she called out, dropping onto her hands and knees after glimpsing into Lily's empty cat bed and cat castle playhouse. She peeked under the bed, only catching sight of the books she had placed there after running out of room on her bookshelves. "Lily," she called again, searching everywhere from her bathroom to the deepest depths of her closet. "Edward, could you sniff her out?" she asked me. I raised an eyebrow. It sounded strange when she put it that way, like I was some sort of a search and rescue dog, but this was Bella, and she was on the verge of hysteria, so I nodded anyway. "Don't worry, love. I'm sure she's somewhere here," I said, kissing her on the forehead before going on my quest to sniff out Lily the cat. Half an hour later, and Lily was still nowhere to be found. Bella was actually crying by now. "Hey, you think James took hers?" Emmett suggested. All of us, congregated in the living room waiting for Carlisle's police friend and searching for Lily all at the same time, turned to look at him questioningly. "Well, I read that stalkers sometimes kill the pets of people they're stalking. Maybe he snatched Lily up, and tomorrow we'll find her hanging by a rope somewhere." I glared at him as Bella burst into a fresh wave of tears. Not helping Emmett. I hissed under my breath. "Oh, honey, that can't be it," Esme cooed, dropping onto the couch on Bella's other side, her arms going around my lovely mate.
That can't be it.
I was home the entire day. I would have noticed this human boy trying to enter the house. He can't have taken Lily. She shushed Bella as she cried into her shoulder. Emmett's eyes widened, and he glanced apologetically at his upset little sister. Sorry, kiddo," he mumbled awkwardly, patting her back. "Maybe she just ran away." That didn't soothe her either. Bella wiped at her eyes when the doorbell rang. Carlisle and Alice both jumped up. Carlisle to answer the door and Alice to grab a couple of tissues, working at vampire speed to make Bella look more presentable for their guest. A human man, around his late 30s or early 40s, entered the living room behind Carlisle. I supposed if I were a normal boy, Matt Sung would be intimidating to me. He was tall and almost as big as Emmett, and his eyes were dark and intense. He could easily scare criminals. Of course, vampires were a different matter completely. Introductions were made, the captain blinking in shock when he saw Bella's red-rimmed eyes and pink nose. Wow, things must be really terrible here, he thought. She looks so distraught. He had assumed that Bella's previous tears were a product of James stalking. In a way, if Emmett had been right about James abducting Lily, though I seriously doubted that, he was right. "Carlisle, there has been some progress." The way he said the word, cringing as he spoke, told me it wasn't the good kind. Carlisle had seemed to catch on to that as well. "What kind of progress?" he asked warily. I caught it in Captain Sung's mind a second before he said it out loud. I had to work hard to keep in the growl in my throat, fists clenching tightly on my thighs. Sung sighed wearily, shaking his head. "The good news is James Hunter is our official prime suspect," he said, his voice strong and reassuring. "A few people have been reporting his strange behavior. Neighbors, 1 or 2 teachers. That's good, right?" Bella asked him, another tissue in her hand as she dabbed at her nose, a blush of embarrassment on her cheeks. "You can catch him now." Sung nodded, smiling comfortingly at Bella. "Yes," he confirmed. "And your dad's given me evidence of him stalking you. All the gifts? You can lodge an official report, get a restraining order if you want." Bella's eyes went from me to Carlisle. At Carlisle's nod, Bella turned back to face Sung. "I'd like that," she said shyly. Sung smiled. "Nice girl," he commented. "Shame, what's happening?" Carlisle held out the envelope with all the pictures. "This came in today, Matt," he said somberly. Sung noticed his tone as well, and his smile fell off. He took the envelope from Carlisle, taking out the pictures with his gloved fingers. He looked disgusted at the pictures, his thoughts giving away his concern for me and Bella, for his friend, and the desire to catch James. I suddenly felt a strange surge of comradeship with this man. "You can charge him just for this," he muttered, shaking his head. "I'll send this to the lab. Dust it for prints." He placed the pictures back in the envelope, sighing as he looked back up. "Listen, you remember Kayla Hendricks?" Carlisle nodded, leaning forward in his seat. "Have you found her?" Sung shook his head, his expression haunted as he remembered a very recent conversation he'd had with Kayla's parents, the two of them pleading for him to find their daughter soon. I flinched away from his memory. "No, we haven't," he admitted in a low voice, filled with disappointment and shame. He felt like if he was pushing himself harder, he could find her, but he just simply wasn't sure how to push harder than he already was. But a friend of Kayla's, Jessica Stanley? Well, none of us in this house didn't know how Jessica Stanley was. She and a few of her wretched friends had tried going after me and both my brothers when we first moved here. When it became clear that Emmett and Jasper were involved, They had tried starting rumors of incest, though no one bought it. It was a strange thing. Foster siblings being involved romantically, but not illegal or morally wrong. They had then focused their attention on me. Their envy and hatred had been plain ridiculous when Bella and I had finally gotten together. What about her? She came forward, Sung revealed. Said that Kayla called her minutes before she left her house, the night she disappeared. Apparently, James Hunter called her, wanting her to go on some secret date with him. And she fell for that. Carlisle shook his head, frowning. Sung seemed to agree with Carlisle. I know kids these days. He ran his hand down his face. No one else knew about this secret meeting, not even Kayla's parents. Kayla lied about where she was going. But we've got enough. Enough? Rosalie questioned. Sung looked more than a little taken aback at being addressed by my beautiful sister, but he recovered as quickly as he could. Yeah, he nodded. What Stanley said, and what with his involvement in the disappearances of the girls in the NYC, we've got a warrant to search his place and bring him in. We're going today. Now listen. Sung looked at all of us then, trying to seem intimidating. The only one he could possibly have intimidated was Bella, but she wasn't a normal human either. After facing crazy vampires turned too young, and the Volturi, she wasn't at all frightened by him, just shaken by what he'd said earlier about James. No one else knows about this. Jessica Stanley was told to keep quiet about what she told us. Can you keep mum on this? The only reason I glimpsed in his mind that he had even revealed all of this to us was because of Carlisle. First of, he wanted Carlisle to be in the loop. He trusted my father explicitly, and if it weren't for Carlisle, Sung believed he wouldn't have caught on to James so early anyway. Secondly, since Carlisle had informed him of James' current obsession with Bella, he wanted all of us to understand just how serious the situation was and how dangerous James Hunter was. He wanted us to be on alert. He wanted Bella to be on alert. Everyone nodded. Of course, Captain, Esme replied sweetly. Anything to help you catch him. Sung blushed slightly, even more taken by my mother. Age differences, I supposed. Thank you, ma'am, he said, standing up and shaking hands with Carlisle. Call me for an update? Carlisle inquired politely. Sung nodded. Of course. He turned to look at Bella. You be careful now, Miss Hale. Bella blushed but nodded. Yes, of course. We watched Sung leave, Carlisle showing him out and wishing him luck, and waited until the cop was out of the door and safely in his car, pulling out of our driveway, before we spoke. So, this is good, right? Esme asked, her mind clearly worried, though she tried to sound upbeat. Once your friend catches James, it'll all be over? Rosalie seemed to agree with her. Mom's right, she said, and even though we were in the middle of a dire situation, Esme couldn't help the sudden jolt of joy at being called a mother, just like she was every time one of us said it, no matter how many times it happened. They have a warrant now. They'll see all the creepy stuff at his place. Plus there's Jessica coming forward, Bella added, her fear waning now. I could see it in her eyes. She was still shaken, but she was getting stronger. That would help, right? Emmett snorted a little. Who knew Jessica Stanley would be the one to help in a police investigation, he joked. While the rest of them were trying to convince themselves and each other that this really was the end of the road for James' presence in our lives, I was focused on Alice. Alice's eyes were distant, unseeing to the world around her, her mind lost to flashes of a possible distant future. I watched her mind, and sighed heavily. No, I said, my voice breaking through all the others. They turned towards me, Jasper's apprehension as he stayed close to his distressed wife spreading throughout the room. I don't think this is the end at all. General POV. Matt Sung approached the suspect's apartment building, flanked by 3 of his officers, Stevens, Medina, and Jackson. An arrest warrant was in his hand. As they stepped out of the elevator on the 10th floor and made their way towards apartment 10B, Sung fingered his gun, unsnapping the holster so that he would have easy access to it if he needed it. He shoots a warning look at all three of his officers as they reach the door, silently reminding them as always to be on alert and to be careful. Raising a fist, he knocked loudly on the door. "James Hunter? Seattle PD, open up." He waited a few seconds before knocking again, frowning as he received no response. "Hunter, it's the police. Open this door." When another few calls for Hunter to open the door didn't get any response, Sung nodded to Stevens, easily the biggest guy amongst them. Stevens didn't even hesitate before knocking down the door. All four of them barged in, guns at the ready. Sung stayed in the living room, moving about to check every crevice of the small space before heading to the kitchen. "Kitchen, clear," he called out to the others. Eyeing the kitchen, he soaked in every detail. It was plain and boring. The only odd thing about it were the bottles of glue and the scissors and cut-out pieces of paper on the table. Moving back into the living room, Sung lowered his weapon and looked around. Catching sight of the huge bulletin board stuck on the wall, he moved towards it. Half of it was empty, small pieces of paper stuck to it like someone had ripped out whatever was on it in a haste. It looked like James didn't finish ripping off the entire contents pinned to the board because the other half was still there, the edges of some of the pictures frayed at the edges where they had connected to the ones that had been ripped out. Pulling a disgusted face, Sung realized that the pictures were all of Isabella Hale, her face plastered all over. "Sicko," he muttered under his breath, shaking his head. "Bedroom, clear," Stevens shouted from beyond the living room. Sung turned around, looking to see if his officers were retreating back to the living room. "Bathroom, clear?" Jackson yelled. Guys?" Medina's shaken voice pulled Sung away from the living room. He followed Medina's voice, past the bedroom where he could see Stevens still rooting around, and past the bathroom. He entered what appeared to be a second bedroom, though there wasn't a bed in there at all. The room was darkened. The curtains were closed, the yellow sun outside contrasting with the red fabric to tint the room a dark reddish orange. There were candles everywhere in the room, the ones near the entrance to the room put out but the rest still lit. A single rectangular table was in the middle of the room. "It's a shrine, sir," Medina observed, shaking his head. Typical stalker. Sung noted the pictures and the locks of hair, his mind flashing back to the things James had sent to Carlisle's little girl. "Call CSU," he ordered Medina and Jackson. "I want this place turned upside down." "Yes, sir." Stevens entered the room behind them, looking a little flushed. "Sir," he said to Sung, "we've got a problem. Hunter's closet's empty." "Wait," he made a run for it. Jackson guessed incredulously. "Impossible," Sung growled. "No one knew about us coming here. No one," he reminded himself. "Except for the Cullens, no." He shook himself out of it. "I trust Carlisle. There's no way." A second later, he remembered that Jessica Stanley was the one who's come forward about James Hunter in the first place. Maybe she blabbed? Promising himself to pay her another visit to ask her, he turned back to Stevens. "You sure he's gone?" "He took everything, sir." "James Hunter's on the run." Clenching his jaw, Sung whipped out his cell phone, dialing the number for the station. "Yeah, it's Sung. Put out on APB on James Hunter." Chapter 51. Third-person POV. 2 weeks into the search for James Hunter, and SPD were still coming up short. It seemed like he had simply disappeared. The past 14 days had been incredibly difficult for the Cullens. Not only did they have to deal with the constant worry about James Hunter, whose decisions were still blurry to Alice, they also had to deal with the police surveillance detail outside their house. Due to James' current obsession with Bella, Captain Sung believed that if James were to make an appearance, it would be to meet up with Bella. Therefore, there was a squad car sitting outside of their property every day and every night for the past fortnight. However, with no word from James or any sightings of him, Captain Sun had been forced to take off the surveillance detail. He'd offered to keep a squad car watching over the Cullens' house if Carlisle was worried, but the vampire patriarch had convinced his friend that they were fine. They'd installed security cameras and would be able to catch James' entrance into their land if such a thing were to occur. Of course, what Carlisle's human friend didn't know was that they hadn't installed any cameras and had merely begun paying more attention to their surroundings, anticipating James' arrival. As a result of the police detail that had staked out the house for 2 weeks, none of the Cullens were able to act like their true selves. This meant no blurring at lightning speed to get one from place to another, no wrestling vampire style, and no hanging around outside whenever even a slight bit of sunlight showed. Bella, who was more used to them acting like vampires than humans, found it pretty funny that they had to limit themselves in their own house. Now the search had definitely cooled, the squad car was gone, and the Cullens were taking advantage of that. Edward, Alice, Carlisle, and Esme were leaving for a hunt. They hadn't gone the longest out of the family, while Emmett, Jasper, and Rosalie were staying behind to protect Bella, if need be. She was a little torn between being insulted that he didn't think she was capable of taking care of herself for a day, and relieved that she wouldn't be alone. As long as James was still out there, she was unnerved and afraid that he might return. Frankly, she thought all the police investigations and plans made by her family, they considered 3 options. They could either help the cops, find James themselves, or flee Forks the moment attention was lifted from their family, were making her more paranoid than necessary. She kept thinking of all the horrible possibilities, her fear and paranoia fueled by theirs. She had a feeling that James was long gone. After all, he had been gone for 2 weeks, his apartment abandoned, and not a single thing sent to her from him since. And all she wanted was to forget about all of this and move on. But Alice was obsessed considering she still couldn't see James' future, which meant she couldn't rule out the wearisome possibility that James might just be biding his time until he could return for Bella. "Edward, really, I'll be fine," Bella said for what felt like the 100th time in the past 15 minutes, her exasperation showing in her voice. "Your eyes are pitch black. You need to hunt." Despite the fact that he was clearly straining for control, standing almost on the other side of the living room from her and holding his breath in an effort not to breathe in her tempting scent, he was still reluctant. "I don't want you to be alone," he murmured, as quietly as he could without being inaudible to Bella. "I won't be alone," she insisted. "I've got Rose and my brothers here." She made a move to step towards him, but his tense posture stiffened even more, and she stopped. "Baby, look at you. You should go, Edward. You'll have your cell with you. I'll be able to reach you if anything were to happen. Not that it will," she added hastily. The last thing she wanted was for him to get strange ideas about what horrible things that might happen to her while she was gone.
He sighed.
"I'll be gone the whole weekend," he reminded her. "I'm not even staying in Washington." She nodded. "And though I'm not crazy about you being 100 miles near Tanya Denali," she joked, causing him to almost smile. "I still think you should go." "Are you sure?" "Yes," she said firmly. "Alice will be going too. If Tanya decides to show, Alice can protect you." He rolled his eyes. "I meant, I know you're still jumpy about James." She tried not to show how startled she was by his comment. Time and time again, he proved to her that he didn't need to be able to read her mind to know what she was thinking and feeling. "Edward, please," she sighed. "You're not doing me any favors by staying back." "I don't have to go to Alaska," he bargained. "I could just hunt here. I'd be back by tomorrow morning. Earlier, if I hurry." She shook her head. "You deserve some time with Mom, Dad, and Alice," she assured him. "Go, and come back to me by Monday morning, okay?" "Sunday night," he argued, a small smile flickering on his lips. She gave him a loving look from across the room, a stand-in for a kiss for now. "I'll miss you," she whispered. He blew her a kiss, then flew out the front door to join Alice, Carlisle, and Esme. They made their way to the woods surrounding the house, intending to run to Alaska since it would be faster for them traveling by foot instead of by car. She sighed, making her way towards the kitchen to fix herself a breakfast sandwich. Rosalie was already in a room, sitting on the kitchen aisle and flipping through a magazine. "You done with your little love fest with Edward?" she asked, smirking at Bella as she entered. Bella rolled her eyes. "We were standing 15 feet away from one another," she pointed out. "That's a good thing," Rosalie immediately retorted. "Whenever the two of you are within 2 feet of one another, you tend to get a little too mushy. It's barf-worthy, really." Bella gave her a look, which didn't do anything except make Rosalie smirk a little wider, and made her way to the fridge. "Hey," Emmett called out as he entered the kitchen. Seeing Bella pulling out ingredients from the fridge, he groaned. "You're not about to cook, are you? It always stinks to high heaven for an hour whenever you do that." "I'm in the kitchen, it's what this room is for," Bella pointed out. Emmett ignored her, switching topics instantly. "Jazz and I are gonna have a wrestling match. Who wants to watch?" Throwing Rosalie a leering look, he added in a deepened voice Bella recognized as his "call me sexy" voice. She shuddered just remembering how she knew that. "If you come, I can promise toplessness within the first 28 seconds. Rosalie put down her magazine, her eyes and smile turning sultry as she leaned towards him. "I don't know," she said coyly. "Will there be nudity involved at some point? Between you and me?" "Sure, yeah," he nodded. "Me and Jazz, not so much." Bella threw them a disgusted look as she slammed the fridge door closed, jolting their attention to her. "You two realize I'm still within hearing distance, right?" she asked. "I mean, that was disgusting." Rosalie laughed. "Sorry, kiddo." Bella frowned. "I hate it when you call me that," she sighed. Emmett held up his hand. "Enough chit-chat," he said loudly. "It's time for us men to adjourn to the backyard, tear our shirts off, and impress the ladies with our impressive, manly battle, and you ladies to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show." Rosalie giggled, but Bella rolled her eyes. "No, thanks," she said dryly. "I have a feeling I'm not actually going to enjoy watching my two brothers play fighting. You two go ahead." "You sure?" Bella nodded. "I'm just gonna make a sandwich and go up to my room to read," she assured Rosalie, who took Emmett's hand, kissed him wildly, and followed him out the back door. Bella shook her head at the two of them, wondering if she and Edward were ever going to be that gross once they'd taken the final step in their relationship. "God, I hope so," she sighed to herself. Smiling at the thought of her future with the love of her existence, Bella took her plate of sandwich and ascended the stairs to head for her room. "I'm going to eat my sandwich, read Romeo and Juliet, and watch some Vampire Diaries," she thought to herself. "I'm not going to let myself think of anything but good things." The past 2 weeks had been pure hell. That frizzy-haired, loud-mouthed gossip queen from the high school had blabbed to a few people from town about Kayla Hendricks' call to her. Now the town was suspicious of him, and the police were going in for his arrest. He had overheard, of course, and he'd fled with some of his possessions. He had far too little time to rid his apartment of all evidence of his relationship with Bella. Grabbing what he could, some of his surveillance equipment, and a few of her belongings to tide him over until they could be reunited, he ran. He couldn't be around Forks for a while until the whole thing had cooled slightly. He still needed a way to keep an eye on his beloved and make sure she was all right, so he'd employed the help of one of his pals to watch her and the situation. The moment his buddy had contacted him to inform him that the police had called off any active searches for him and gave him the all-clear to come back since Bella was no longer kept under lock and key, he'd rushed back to Forks. He made it by Saturday afternoon. Because of how everything had gone down these past few weeks, James needed to be more careful with his actions. He knew that because of the police getting involved, the Cullens would be on edge. No doubt they had filled Bella's head with lies about how he was the bad guy when Cullen was the one who had been keeping her locked up tight, as though she was his prisoner. He had to move carefully to free Bella and win her over. There was this huge tree almost 100 miles away from the Cullens' property. It was mostly hidden from view from the house unless he climbed up all the way to the top and used his binoculars or the magnifications on his camera. This was a plus for him. Not only was he out of sight from any of the Cullens, he also had easy access to view Bella. Most of the house was made up of glass and windows. It was far too easy to get a good look at her. Thankful that he had grabbed some of his best equipment from his old apartment before he'd been forced to flee, and don't think he wouldn't be paying Miss Jessica a little visit soon either. James sat on his perch at the very top of the tree. He figured out that Edward Cullen wasn't in the house within his first hour of watching Bella, and neither were Bella's adoptive parents or that weird, crazy short chick who was always looking at James as though he was irritating her with his very presence. He considered just going up to the house to see Bella. That blonde chick might be a bitch, but she didn't look like she could fight well. But there were two other guys in the house, Bella's adoptive brothers. The big burly guy James wasn't crazy enough to go up against even on his best day, and the blonde's twin who might look like he was wiry but scared James just the same each time he saw him. He studied the house for hours, ignoring the pain in his legs or the numbing feeling in his arms as he held his camera up too long. He only lowered the camera after Bella had completed her evening shower and changed into a pair of red sweats that fitted her perfectly, both of which were activities he'd managed to capture perfectly with his camera thanks to her decision not to close the blinds in her bathroom and the curtains in her room.
He
supposed she didn't expect anyone to be able to see her considering her house was covered by trees and forestry for miles, but he had a feeling she left the windows uncovered just for him, in case he'd come back for her. "I know you miss me, too, lovely Bella," he thought, a certain haze coming over his mind for a moment as he thought about her. Affection coursed through his body as he thought about the bond between them. "That's right, Cullen. Nothing could break us apart," he smiled smugly. Lowering the camera to his lap, he flipped through the newer pictures he had snapped of Bella. The anger he could feel pounding in his heart at having to abandon her and start all over due to that frizzy-haired bitch seemed to subside slightly as he gazed at the photos. He had been so incredibly outraged that he'd have to leave everything behind. He'd felt as though he had nothing tangible of Bella's to hold on to. Nothing except a few mementos like a tube of lip gloss and a hairbrush he'd swiped from her bedroom that one time he'd visited, and a picture of her he'd cut out of the school magazine once. Now, though, with these new pictures of her looking so radiant and beautiful, taken by James himself, he felt like he was getting back to their old routine. It felt good. Satisfied with what he'd captured so far, James sighed as he considered leaving the house for the day. He'd return tomorrow, of course, but it was late enough at night for him to go into town and pay a visit to Jessica Stanley. They needed to have a little chat about what she'd done in her efforts to pull him apart from Bella. "Jealous bitch," he grumbled to himself. "I knew I shouldn't have given her the time of day. One shag, and suddenly Skink thinks I'm hers. Stay away from the crazy ones, James." He was about to climb down from his perch when he heard a loud crash. "What the hell?" James thought to himself, his head automatically snapping to the sky. Though it was dark and he could barely see anything in the skies, James was sure that it wasn't a sign of rain. For one, it didn't sound like thunder, but more like two boulders clashing together. Again, this strange sound boomed, ringing in his ears, and James' head spun towards the direction it had come from, the Cullens' house. Bella, he thought in panic. Nothing bad could happen to her.
Not now.
Not when he was so close to getting her. Fumbling for his binoculars, he zoomed in on the house, searching up and down and left and right until he'd found the source.
No.
It can't be possible. I mean, how can it? Wide-eyed and slack-jawed, James watched as the two Cullen brothers, Emmett and Jasper, crashed into one another in the living room, just a few feet away from the couch area. He could see the video game controllers scattered on the floor by their feet, one broken as it lay near an opposite wall. The room itself looked as though a tornado had ripped through it, pillows torn and scattered everywhere, picture frames crooked on the wall, broken glass, and cracked TV screen. As Emmett and Jasper collided with one another, Jasper with a playful smirk on his face, Emmett with an annoyed scowl, the loud sound was heard yet again. They were interrupted by an irate-looking Rosalie. Bella, an amused smile on her face, trailed behind her. James couldn't see what Rosalie was saying, but she gestured wildly with her hands and her mouth moved at rapid speed. She was obviously yelling at them. James watched, yet again, as the Cullen brothers showed off more of their abnormalities. Moving at lightning speed, they went about the room, clearing the mess they'd made. James swiped his camera quickly and, using the video function on it, he taped Emmett and Jasper's quick movements. All thoughts of Jessica Stanley left him as he stayed on his perch on the tree. For once, his attention wasn't on Bella at all, even if she was right there in front of him. Instead, he focused his attention on getting video footage of the Cullens. Rosalie seemed as abnormal as her boyfriend and twin brother. He'd gotten some great footage of her with Bella on her back as she scaled the side of the house all the way up to the roof, but Bella seemed completely normal. "Don't worry, my sweet," he cooed to her in his mind. "I'll protect you even if you're as freaky as your siblings." He stayed for hours, and though he didn't get much more on the three Cullens after that, he was glad he'd stuck around for daybreak. As the sun rose into the sky, Bella, Rosalie, Emmett, and Jasper sat out on the deck overlooking the river. James noticed that Bella was the only one with breakfast in front of her. The sun glittered up in the cloudy morning sky, and the Cullens glittered supernaturally down below. He knew for a fact now that they weren't human. At first, when he'd caught Emmett and Jasper moving so fast, he thought maybe he was exaggerating just how fast they were moving in his mind, and maybe they were just on steroids or something. Emmett certainly fit the bill, and James had always had his suspicions about him anyway. But glittering skin under the sun wasn't a side effect of steroids or any kind of drugs that he knew of, which begged the question, what were they? Bella clearly knew and had no qualms about it. She hadn't panicked when Rosalie picked her up as easily as though she was a rag doll and climbed the wall of the house to the roof, and she hadn't panicked sitting next to her brothers and sister as they sparkled in the sun. In fact, she looked pretty calm, eating her eggs as though it was a perfectly normal day for her. He taped an impromptu wrestling match between Emmett and Jasper, where they used their super speed once more and fought like pros instead of two brothers goofing around, then shut off his camera, climbing down from the tree. He would have stayed longer, but his camera's battery was dying and needed to be recharged. He made his way towards his buddy Stan's place, his newest hideout. Stan had inherited the house when his old man had finally croaked. He was an only child, so it wasn't like it could have been passed down to anyone else, and had reluctantly allowed James to hang out for a while. He knew about the police chasing after James, but the only reason he had let a wanted man live with him for the time being and not call him out on it was because James had helped him out of a tough spot once, and he owed the guy. Using Stan's computer, James viewed the material he'd gotten on Emmett, Jasper, and Rosalie. Footage of her joining in on the wrestling match told James that she was a much better fighter than he'd given her credit for. In fact, if they were to go up against one another, James wasn't sure he'd win at all. He made several copies of the video, marking the clear plastic cases with the words, "The Seas, Evidence." He hid them in several hard-to-find places, just in case. "Hey!" He heard a gruff voice call out and jumped. He turned to see an irate Stan walking into the living room, red-faced and grease-covered. "You used my computer?" "Man, I told you not to do that. James rolled his eyes as Stan, paranoid freak that he was, went to close the shades on the window.
Would you relax? He snapped.
I didn't do anything that could be traced back to me. Just made some copies of a video I took today. Look, I don't want to know about what you did or whatever. Stan held up his hand. I don't want to know anything about this chick you're obsessing over. It's not an obsession, James growled, glaring at Stan. She loves me, too. Yeah, whatever. Stan rolled his eyes. Like I said, I don't want to know. And I don't care. James, cops came by my shop again.
They keep asking about you.
They're looking at me now because I told Em you had an alibi that night that other chick disappeared. Man, I knew this is gonna go south. I just know it is. I shouldn't have gotten involved. James stood up, arms crossed over his chest as he glowered at Stan. Whiny, no good weasel, he thought. I've got to do something about him before he wimps out and rats me out or something. They'll leave you alone soon, James promised. Yeah, not soon enough, Stan retorted sharply. I can't go back to jail, kid. I know I owe you, but I'm already in enough trouble on my own. If it gets out that I'm helping you, it's the third strike, and I'm gonna get thrown back in. I can't have that. Got my own honey now. I've got to think about her, too, you know? James stayed silent. Look, man, I'm cool with you hanging out here a couple more days, but then you gotta go, Stan said apologetically, holding his hands up as though he was defending himself. When James started to protest, Stan said, It's not just me. I know I said the cops are coolin' off on the search, but you're still a wanted man. That Bella chick has a pretty powerful dad, dude, and the cops aren't gonna let this one go. You need to leave town for good this time. James stared at Stan. No, he said firmly. They can look all they want, but they don't have any proof that I'm here. They don't know where I am. They already know I'm involved somehow, Stan pointed out, his voice growing louder. Look, I don't know if you're gonna leave Washington or not, but you can't stay here for much longer, okay? Cops aren't believing anything I'm saying these days, and they keep coming back, asking me all sorts of questions. Stan shook his head, his voice breaking at the end. I'm sorry, man, I really am, but you gotta go. James was almost trembling in blind rage and panic. He didn't know anyone else in Washington, at least no one he knew well enough to help him. In New York, he'd had plenty of friends. It was how he'd gotten away scot-free for so long there. Here, everything was different. Even Stan wasn't as reliable as James would have liked. Now the cops were on his trail. Stan was kicking him out, and if James didn't find another place and a new ally within the next few days, he'd have to leave Washington. I can't leave her, he thought frantically, raking his hands through his hair. I can't do it again. It was torture last time, and it had only been for 2 weeks then. If I'm forced to leave again, who knows how long I'd have to stay away, or if I could ever return in the first place. Remembering Bella's conversation with her friend Angela about thinking of sunny places she'd like to go to for college with Edward, James panicked even more. If she were to move away and he couldn't trace her whereabouts, he could lose her forever. That was just unacceptable. I have to move, and I have to move now, he thought decidedly. Okay, he sniffed.
Okay.
Here's what we're gonna do. Stan questioned, throwing James an incredulous look. Oh, no. No. I'm not doing anything more for you. I've already let you crash here for a couple days, and I gave you an alibi. I've been lying to the cops about not knowing where you've gone. I can't do anything else. It won't cost you much, James insisted. Trust me, it's gonna be okay.
No.
No, I'm sorry, dude. I just can't. I mean, what if something goes wrong? What if something else happens and dash? Shut up, James yelled, his voice growing pitchy as he raised it in anger. Stan grew quiet. Even though he was older than James by a few solid years, James was capable of darker, more dangerous things than he was. Age wasn't something that deterred James, and age didn't dictate Stan's fear. He had to admit, if only to himself, that his fear of James did play a part in his decision to allow James to stay with him for a while. Lowering his voice, James adopted a voice that would have been soothing had his words not come out sounding so rushed and desperate. "Look, you don't have to do much, okay?" James assured Stan hurriedly. "Remember what I said about copies of the video?" Stan's eyebrows furrowed together as he stared confusedly at James. "What does a video of the chick you're obsessing over have to do with anything?" Glaring at Stan, James said, "It's not of her. It's of her family. They were doing some things," he said vaguely. "Things? What things?" "Things they wouldn't want other people to find out about," James said snappishly, annoyed at Stan's questions. Stan, assuming what anyone would, looked stunned. "The doc and his family are dirty?" he asked. Whistling, he shook his head. "Even the good guys are crooked these days. Gotta love that." James rolled his eyes. "Yeah, whatever." He stalked forwards towards his backpack he'd thrown on the couch. Rummaging through it, he pulled out his Glock. He checked to see if he had a full clip inside. "If things go the way I plan it to, I'm gonna text you. If you don't receive word from me in an hour, here's what I need you to do. I need you to do me a favor and send those videos out." "Send them out to who?" Stan asked confusedly. James shrugged. "The media," he said. "Post it on the internet. Heck, mail it to the cops, whatever. I don't care. As long as people see it, I'm good." James tucked his gun into the back of his jeans. Stuffing his camera and binoculars into his backpack once more, he informed Stan of where he'd hidden the copies of the video. He'd taken the original with him in case he couldn't rely on Stan and needed to do things himself. "I'm gonna do this now," he said to Stan. "Better now than when the cops come knocking here." Swinging the straps of the backpack onto his shoulders, James said a final goodbye to Stan. He had spent hours in front of Stan's computer, reviewing the footage he had taken of the three Cullens, printing out photos of Bella, which was stashed in his backpack as well, and trying to do research online on what the Cullens were. He hadn't been able to find anything, but the time wasted had done him good. It was now nighttime, which meant James didn't have to worry much about being seen out and about. The small town of Forks went to sleep at 9:30, and by the time James reached the Cullens, it was almost midnight. He stopped by the huge tree he'd been perched in just that morning. Pacing, he muttered to himself, wondering what he should do now. "I could just storm the place," James thought aloud. "I have a gun. I've got 20 rounds in here, more than enough to take out 3 of them. They can't do anything." He was about to step towards the looming house when he halted. "But wait, 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 wait," he murmured. "What if they use their superpowers on me? My gun's not faster than their speed, is it? What if they dodge the bullets?" After all, when he'd caught them using their super speed earlier, he hadn't been able to catch most of the things they did until he'd gotten back to Stan's place and slowed down their movements on the computer. He couldn't match their abilities. He shook his head. "Even if they try to outrun me, I have leverage," he thought to himself. His jaw set, James headed towards the house, determined. He only had a few hours left before sunrise, and he really needed to be as far away from Washington by then, Bella at his side. "I hope she's not going to make this hard on me," he thought, as though threatening her in his mind. Reaching the big house, James hurried up the front steps and moved to bang on the front door. His gun in hand, he raised his free hand, curled it into a fist, and rapped it almost angrily on the wooden door. It swung open not 3 seconds later, a confused Rosalie on the other end. When she saw James, her eyes widened. "Seriously?" she thought, annoyed. "He came back? Idiot. You want to let me in?" James asked, pointing the gun at her. Her gold eyes flickered to the metal weapon for a brief second before drifting back up to his face. "Not really," she sneered. They all have the same colored eyes, James thought to himself. All of them but Bella. Maybe it's a part of their freak nature. Not afraid of my gun, bitch, he sneered right back. Gonna dodge my bullet with your super speed before it hits ya? She blinked at him in surprise, the cool mask she wore slipping for a fraction, long enough for him to catch it. Nodding, he smirked at her.
Yeah, we need to talk, he said.
It wasn't difficult to push past her in her shocked state. He made his way into the living room, where he found that not only were Emmett and Jasper standing with their eyes fixed on the doorway as though waiting for him, but Edward, Alice, and Carlisle were already back from wherever they'd gone the entire day yesterday and this morning. "Where's Bella?" he asked, his eyes roving across the room quickly to find her. "None of your business," Edward replied on an almost inhuman growl, staring at James with slowly darkening honey eyes. He hadn't expected this to be how his night would be. He'd pictured a blissful reunion with his Bella, and the fact that James had ruined it made him angrier than he already was at the obsessive human. He had just gotten back from his hunting trip with Alice and his parents barely an hour ago. They were supposed to be on their way back already when Alice had a hazy vision. She'd seen a cloud of darkness enveloping Bella's, Rosalie's, Emmett's, and Jasper's future and had come to a conclusion. James was back. They'd rushed home. Esme had taken Bella upstairs so she wouldn't have to witness her stalker's return, and they'd waited for James to make a reappearance. Carlisle had wanted them to handle things in the most human way possible. This meant that he wanted them to overtake James in a way another human might be able to do, then call the cops and turn James in. He hadn't called them yet, since a human wouldn't be able to know that James was going to show up. Edward couldn't help but think that not calling the cops first was a pretty good move considering they might have to dispose of James now that he seemed to know something wasn't quite right with them.
What does he mean by that?
Emmett wondered silently. Edward, Jasper called to him, through his mind. Is his mind still blank to you? To be discreet, Edward rolled his eyes upward then down in a subtle confirmation. Damn, Jasper cursed. I want her to come with me, James said, his hand shaking slightly as he pointed the gun at Edward. She's gonna come with me and we're gonna leave, right now. Rosalie, who had joined her family in the living room with James noticing, snorted. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, she said icily. I could start shooting, you know? James threatened, waving the gun once. You can move as fast as you want, but I've got 20 rounds in here, and one shot's all I need to take you down, bitch. Go ahead, Emmett taunted, causing both Rosalie and Carlisle to give him warning looks. I'd like to see you try. Carlisle, moving forward a step to draw James' attention to him, held up both his hands and tried to speak reassuringly to him. Now, James, I don't know what you think you know, but I can assure you my family and I are completely normal, he said soothingly. Maybe you have been imagining some things, Dash. James shook his head. Don't try to screw with me, he yelled. I know what I saw, and I've got proof. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Rosalie asked through gritted teeth. Seeing her anger and the flash of panic in her eyes made James feel slightly smug. I caught you on video. He gestured towards Rosalie, Emmett, and Jasper. You were moving faster than humanly possible. Every time you collided with one another, you sounded like thunder. You destroyed a room and cracked a wall without any effort at all. She scaled the side of the house. He nodded at Rosalie. You glittered in the sun. Giving them disgusted looks, he spat out. You're not human, are you? None of you are. Carlisle shared a brief, worried look with Edward and Alice. Except for Bella, James nodded, a small calm settling over his anger at the thought of Bella. She doesn't belong with you. She belongs with me. You're right. She totally belongs the raving psychopath, Rosalie muttered. Shut up. She can help you pop your pills, and when you're inevitably thrown into the psych ward, she'll visit you daily. Rose, Alice warned in a low voice. Now is not the time for this. Rosalie ignored her. Now, I can't promise conjugal visits, but at least the sight of her could tide you over for the time being, Rosalie continued on mockingly. James yelled out once in frustration, glowering at her. Shut up, he screamed once more. His finger pressed the trigger, the shot ringing loud and ominous in the too-quiet room. There was a loud scream of fear that sounded far away, as though it was coming from upstairs. He panicked for a nanosecond, but looking up at Rosalie, he realized he didn't have to worry about killing off all the Cullens. Rosalie stood completely unharmed, an irritated expression on her face as she stared at the burnt hole in her shirt. Alice seemed just as upset as she was. Okay, that was new and expensive, she said, throwing him a glare. You've just ruined a $5,000 top. Hope you got your sick jolly out of it. James stared at her disbelievingly. His eyes trailed to her feet where a small, crushed piece of metal lay unmoving. That was the bullet I'd shot her with, he thought incredulously. You can't be killed. Emmett chuckled, and the sound seemed dangerous despite Emmett's dimpled grin. Oh, sure we can, he dismissed. Just not by you. James shook his head. Doesn't matter, he insisted. I've got copies of that video, and it's hidden somewhere you'll never find. If I don't text him to tell him I got out of here fine, my friend's gonna make sure the whole world sees that video, and when they do, your secret will be exposed. Sneering at them, James continued, I don't know what the hell you are, nor do I want to know.
All I need is Bella.
Give her to me, and let us walk away, and I'll consider not showing anyone the video. I know she's upstairs, James thought confidently. That scream had to be hers. Before James could blink, Jasper had blurred in front of him, snatched the gun from his hand, twisted his arm behind his back, and knocked him out on the head. As James crumpled to the floor, unconscious, Jasper turned towards his adoptive father. What do we do now? He asked. Carlyle frowned, thinking for a moment. Check his bag, he said finally. Maybe there's information he's carrying around in there. Edward glanced down at the unconscious boy for a moment before turning to rush up the stairs. He didn't need to have Jasper's ability to know that his mate was upset and worried about what was going on downstairs. Though she knew that none of them could get hurt by a gun, that wouldn't make her any less anxious until she knew what had happened and that everything was fine. Bella was sitting on the edge of her bed, a worried frown marring her face as she stayed curled in Esme's arms. The moment she saw Edward, she jumped up and rushed towards him. Edward, she breathed, throwing her arms around his neck and pulling his head down for a kiss. Is everything okay? I thought it was a gunshot. Esme said everything's fine now, is James. He's not dead, Bella, he interrupted her panicked ramblings. He's just unconscious. He brought a gun, but he wasn't hurt. He tried shooting Rose. Bella looked incredulous at that. Wait, are you telling me he knows? Her voice was a pitch higher than usual. I mean, if he shot at her then, he had to have known she's not. The bullet would have bounced off of her. He nodded, a grim expression on his face, as he shared a look with his mother. It appears he knew before he came here that we weren't normal humans, he admitted to Bella. He caught Rose, Em, and Jazz on tape yesterday, doing some highly abnormal things. Bella gasped. What are you going to do? She whispered worriedly. He could tell anyone. Worse, he could show them. He caught it on video? Edward nodded. You should stay up here, Bella, he told her. Just in case James wakes up. I don't want you around him. Bella scowled. But I want to be there for you and the others. He shook his head. No, I don't think that's wise, he said. When Bella looked like she was about to argue, he interrupted her before she could. Bella, if he wakes up and sees you, he might get violent in an attempt to reach you. He could injure himself, or you. Please?
Bella sighed, nodding.
He smiled, cupping her face in his hands and pressing his lips to her forehead. I love you, sweet Bella, he murmured. Mother, Would you stay with hers? Yes, of course, Esme replied, stepping forward to wrap her arms around Bella's shoulders once more. I'll keep her updated on what's going on. Esme winked at Bella, who smiled slightly at that. Edward rolled his eyes good-naturedly before speeding out of the room and down the stairs towards the rest of their family. Back in the living room, Rosalie had found the video footage of herself, Emmett and Jasper inside James' camera, and was watching it with Alice, grim expressions on both their faces. Well, he really got us, Rose commented dryly. What are we supposed to do if he really is copies? She asked, deleting the video from the camera once and for all. We have to find the copies, Jasper said, scrolling through the cell phone he'd found in James' jacket pocket. Damn it, I can't find any information on where he's staying now. That's our best bet so far on where he's hidden them. Why would he hide them at his place? Emmett asked as he rummaged through the things in James' backpack. Wouldn't that where the police would look first? Either he thinks the police won't find out where he's staying at now, Jasper said, slipping the cell phone back inside James' jacket pocket. Or he thinks the police finding the video and learning that we're not human isn't a bad thing for him after all. Rosalie growled out in anger. I hate this pathetic scumbag, she thought as she glared at the unconscious James. I say we take him out now, she suggested, looking around at the others. No one even knew he was back in town. We could dispose of him, without anyone the wiser. Carlisle stepped back into the living room, cordless phone in hand. We won't be doing that, Rosalie. He clucked his tongue disapprovingly. I've already called Sung. He's on his way here. James will be taken care of the way any other normal human criminal would be. Any other normal human criminal doesn't have incriminating evidence that we're not human, Carlisle, Rosalie argued. Edward sighed, running a hand down his face. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Rosalie's right, he said, looking imploringly at his father. We have to handle this our way. Carlisle shook his head. It's too late. I've already called the police. Besides, it's not in me to condone murder. Edward, you know that, he said heavily. Pops, Emmett called out. I know Rose already deleted that stupid video, but do I leave these in here? He waved a photo of Bella half-naked as she slipped into a pair of sweatpants. Edward's eyes widened, and he snatched the photo from Emmett's grip. Emmett, he hissed. What's the matter with you? Don't go waving these about. Emmett gave him a look. What? There's no one here but us, and we've all seen Bella naked, remember, when she was 7, and we went to Esme? She thought it was so hot there, she couldn't bear to put on any clothes. Spent most her days naked in the water. Edward rolled his eyes as Alice giggled, relieved for some humor during a time of distress. She was a child back then, Emmett. It's not the same thing, he said hastily. Leave those in the backpack, Carlisle said to Emmett, interrupting what was sure to turn out into a brotherly squabble if allowed to continue. But check to make sure there's nothing in there concerning our abnormalities. Emmett flipped through the photos quickly. Nope, nothing. Oh, wait, here's one. He lifted a picture of himself, Rose and Jasper sitting on the deck with Bella, the three of them glowing and looking incredibly out of place next to a human Bella. Wow, kinda hard to look manly in this light. I think I pull it off quite nicely, though. Jasper, who had been thinking of ways to find James' new place of residence, paused as he passed James' body. There's a scent there, he thought, growing excited at the prospect. It's not his, no. Definitely not its secondhand. Maybe I can trace that scent instead? That could work, Edward encouraged Jasper. Jasper turned to Carlisle. How long do you think we have before SPD comes bursting in, he questioned. About half an hour. An hour, tops, Carlisle replied. Why? There's a second-hand scent on James, Jasper pointed out. It's a cheap shot, but I'm going to try and track it. Maybe he had a friend he was staying with. If I'm not back by the time they arrive, just stall. We could just say you're at a friend's, Rosalie pointed out. Jasper shook his head. James will say that I was the one who knocked him out cold, he reminded her. I'll say I struggled for the gun. We need to make him sound crazy so they won't believe him when he blabs. Rosalie snorted derisively. He is crazy. Edward gave Jasper a questioning look. Do you want some help? Jasper shook his head. No, I'm good at tracking, he assured his brother. You stay here with the others. When the cops show, you'd know best what to say to alleviate their suspicions if they have any. I see you arriving at your destination within 45 minutes, Alice informed him helpfully. He smiled at her, sending a wave of gratitude her way. Jasper kissed Alice goodbye, then ran off, his senses on a particular high as he tracked the faint scent that had lingered on James Hunter's clothes and body. He tracked it to the forest near their house. It was strongest near a huge, tall tree, then out of Forks and straight into Port Angeles. This was where it got tricky considering Port Angeles was much more populated than Forks. Jasper caught a break when he caught the scent, stronger this time, at a closed mechanic's garage. The trail stronger, Jasper found the plain one-story house pretty easily. Slipping inside soundlessly, he snuck around without waking the snoozing young man on the couch. The first stop was the computer, but he couldn't find anything on it except a few searches James had, probably made on the web concerning glitter people. All that search had managed to uncover were articles on that Mariah Carey movie released a few years back. He snooped through obvious hiding places, behind heavy furniture, underneath the couch cushions, behind the toilet, and found 8 unmarked CDs in clear casings. The words, the C's, evidence on each clear casing told him he'd found what he was looking for. As he slipped back into the living room, the young man on the couch shifted in his sleep, mumbling something incoherent. He didn't even wake up when the notepad he was holding to his chest slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor with a loud plop. Jasper caught a few words on the notepad and darted forward. Snatching the notepad from the floor, he read the words the young man must have written earlier. Places to look, Jasper murmured. Reading the list written below those words, he quirked an eyebrow. More than half of the place he'd written had been hiding spots for the CDs. There were 3 more hiding places Jasper hadn't found. That was easy, Jasper thought to himself. Grabbing the 3 other copies, he tore the piece of paper from the notepad, crumpled it up and threw it in a trash can 20 miles from the house, along with the CDs he'd broken into 10 tiny pieces each. He ran home, just in time as a squad car pulled up in front of the Cullens estate, a grim-looking son stepping out of the vehicle. Jasper slipped into the house, unnoticed by the human cops, and joined the rest of his family inside, his place next to Alice as usual. James was awake now, but tied up to a chair, no doubt Rosalie's doing. His belongings were by his feet. As the police swarmed their house, taking James into custody, ignoring his desperate yells that the Cullens were supernatural and taking statements from the family, Edward wrapped Bella in his arms in a comforting embrace. Finally, she thought to herself, it's over. Thank you for joining us for the final part of Bella Hale, chapters 41 to 51. This story has been an unforgettable journey of love, sacrifice, and transformation.
Did you know?
Bella's last name, Swan, was intentionally chosen by Stephanie Meyer to symbolize beauty and grace. JulesSC's reimagining of Bella as part of the Hale family adds a powerful layer to her character and her journey. Your support makes it all possible. Like, comment, and subscribe to Grimoire Audiobooks to ensure you never miss a magical adventure. Share your thoughts on this finale in the comments. What resonated with you most? As we close the book on Bella Hale, let's carry this lesson. Strength isn't just about power. It's about standing firm for those you care about and finding your place in a world that challenges you. Thank you for being a part of our audiobook family. See you next time for another incredible tale.